Chapter 1, Spending Money on a Woman Can Get 100 Times the Return? A U.S. City, Swan Lake Banquet Hall. Yi Tianyang. You were fired? And you're still engaged to me? Are you okay? Ah, Meng Yao, you already know everything. Yi Tianyang said anxiously, Meng Yao, don't worry, He thought that although it was a pity to lose this job, he was confident that he could find a good one, just give him some time. But Wu Mengyao impatiently shook off his hand. You've been fired and you can't pay your mortgage next month. Why are you still holding an engagement party? Are you planning to kill our Yao Yao? Just then a voice came from the side. The tone was quite arrogant and harsh. This person is their mutual college classmate, Zhao Haiba. He used to be the most loyal bootlicker around Wu Mengyao, a wealthy second generation. However, because he was not good looking enough, Wu Mengyao chose the campus celebrity at that time, the school hunk, Yi Tianyang. I heard that their company developed very well and was listed on the stock market, and he suddenly became a famous rich man in Jiangning City. If Brother Haiba hadn't told me today, I would have really been deceived by you. We have been together for so many years, so I would have been willing to buy you a small apartment of 40 square meters, but you actually lied to me. I was young and ignorant back then, and I missed the opportunity. Brother Haiba chose you instead. Wu Mengyao said to Yi Tianyang with cold eyes. Yao Yao, I've been waiting for you all these years. Zhao Haiba stretched out his hand and invited Wu Mengyao very gentlemanly. Brother Haiba, I am so touched by you. Wu Mengyao couldn't wait to stretch out her hand. Yi Tianyang clenched his fists and stared at the two men. He also realized that he was just a cash machine to Wu Mengyao, and he would be kicked out mercilessly when he went bankrupt and had no money. Wu Mengyao and Zhao Haiba walked away hand in hand in the gazes of everyone. It could be seen that Zhao Haiba's hand had already climbed onto Wu Mengyao's round and firm buttocks, which he was deliberately showing off to Yi Tianyang. I have booked a presidential suite in the 5-star hotel next door. Can I go over there and enjoy it tonight? Zhao Haiba was a little impatient. Oh, Brother Haiba, you are so bad. Wu Mengyao did not resist at all, and even said coquettishly. Looking at the two of them walking away hand in hand, Yi Tianyang was so angry that his head hurt and he fell headfirst onto the chair next to him. Fuck, that hurts. Bite. Congratulations on obtaining the godly rich love system. Binding successful. The host has a system blessing. As long as he spends money on women, he will get 100 times the rebate, with no upper limit. System Rule 1, the source of funds is absolutely safe and can be withdrawn and transferred in seconds. System Rule 2, the host can see the other party's favorability. When the favorability reaches 100, no rebate will be obtained. System Rule 3, this system is designed to help the host find true love in life. When you find someone who has a 100% favorable impression of you and you are willing to marry her, the system will send you a surprise gift package. Now, start your love journey, I wish you happiness. System? For Yi Tianyang, who likes to read novels, this routine is very familiar to him. He had been unlucky for his whole life, but God finally opened his eyes and gave him a system. After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, Yi Tianyang figured out the function of this system, which is to get cash back when spending money on women. And it's 100 times. Spend $1 and get $100. Left the hotel in a panic. When he returned to the company, although he was fired, the handover procedures had to wait until the company hired the next person. Of course, he came to the company not to work, but to find the goal in his heart. Yuan Shishir. The top star of the company's public relations department, surrounded by many bootlickers, is a famous sea queen. She must be good at spending money. Sure. Yi Tianyang called her. It's almost time to get off work, would you like to have a meal? Yi Tianyang invited. Yuan Shishir is beautiful, knows how to dress up, has high emotional intelligence, and is quite capable at work. Basically all the men in the company want to sleep with her, but after checking their bank balances, few dare to really pursue her. Yuan Shishir was stunned for a moment. She didn't have much contact with Yi Tianyang in normal times, so why did he invite her to dinner today? Did he have feelings for her? With his salary of a few thousand yuan, is he worthy of hooking up with me? Yuan Shishir rejected it subconsciously. I don't have time today. I have to go home and walk the dog after I finish my work. Yi Tianyang glanced at Yuan Shishir, and a virtual panel appeared next to him. Favorability 25. Favorability: 10 ordinary people, 40 ordinary friends, 60 close friends, 80 lovers, 100 loved ones. Now Yuan Shirshi's favorability towards him is only 25, which can only be considered as an ordinary friend. But if you think about it, this is normal. They were just colleagues before, and he had a girlfriend before, so he needed to avoid her. This is also good, as there is more room for growth and more room for system cashback. Well, I originally wanted to take you to Intai Center and pick out some gifts for you. Yi Tianyang tried. When Yuan Shirshir heard that someone could go to Intai Center to buy her a gift, her eyes lit up immediately. Intai Center is the luxury center of the city, and she would be happy just by picking any gift. It seems that this guy is having a conflict with his girlfriend. Then can't I take this opportunity to earn some extra money? I suddenly remembered that my mother should get off work early today, so she can just help me sneak away then. Then go? Yi Tianyang snorted secretly. This is what women are like. When they heard about going to Intai Center, they immediately agreed. He even saw that Yuan Shirshir's favorability towards him had increased by 5 points to 30. By the way, my best friend asked me out this morning, saying that we should go shopping together today. Can I take her with me? Bring your best friend along? As expected of the Queen of the Sea, she doesn't want to suffer any loss. She is afraid that a single man and a single woman will be together and she will take advantage of her. Yi Tianyang had no intention of taking advantage of anyone. He just wanted to make money. It didn't matter whether he brought a best friend with him or not. One more person can cost a little more money. Okay. Yi Tianyang agreed. Well, thank you. Just like that, the two of them left the company. This scene was seen by many people in the company, and they were all very surprised. Is Yi Tianyang going shopping with Yuan Shirshir? No way. Going out with a woman, even just for a meal, would cost thousands of dollars. How can he have the money? After leaving the company, Yi Tianyang thought about giving it a try first, so he bought 2 cups of coffee at the coffee shop next door. Spend 46 yuan, the system reflects 4,600 yuan, has been received. Ding, Yi Tianyang also received a bank message on his mobile phone. Confirmed. So cool. His monthly salary is only 7,000 yuan, which averages out to less than 300 yuan a day. I earned 4,600 in just a short while? Chapter 2: The first target, Yuan Shirshir. Just 4,600? Although I was mentally prepared, I still couldn't help feeling excited from the bottom of my heart at this moment, as if my dream had come true. Isn't this so cool? Treating a girl to coffee is equivalent to a busy half-month's salary for a corporate slave? Are you sure that dating like this one cause inflation? All right. I'm overthinking it. Where are we now? Afterwards, the two of them took a taxi to Intai Center. After paying the taxi fare via WeChat, Yi Tianyang received a reminder on his phone again. Spend 39 yuan, the system returns 3,900 yuan, has been credited. The mood is good again. After getting off the car and arriving at the entrance of Intai Center, Yuan Shirshir took a photo holding the cup of coffee. It was a very standard hi-ho routine to post it on the moments, but there was no trace of the opposite sex. However, Yi Tianyang didn't care about this at all. He came here just to use Yuan Shirshir as a tool. The one who was with him now is not a beauty, but an ATM, a client, and a mountain of gold. As long as the development is good, who needs girls? At this time, Yi Tianyang's mentality had changed slightly, so his mood was much more relaxed and calm than before, and his whole state was different. This made Yuan Shirshir, who was standing next to him, feel something subtle. She felt that her poor colleague was a little different from before. He was less cautious and more confident and calm. Let's go. The customers of Intai Center are naturally those who live a carefree life. Luxury goods are everywhere here, including Hermes, Chanel, LV, Dior, Versace, Prada, Gucci. Brands like Adidas and Nike are not at this level. Any item from these brands would probably cost thousands or even tens of thousands. In Yuan Shirshir's eyes, Yi Tianyang does not have the ability to consume these things. It was not in vain that she was able to bring him here today to buy some small things and have a meal. Let's take a walk. Yi Tianyang pointed to the side. Yeah. Although it was a bit early for dinner and it would be nice to go shopping, Yuan Shirshir still felt a little contempt in her heart. What was the point of shopping if she just looked and didn't buy anything? As far as Yuan Shirshir is concerned, Yi Tianyang is totally not at her level. The reason why he agreed to accompany her shopping and eating today was mainly because those bootlickers around her were not here today, and he had free time to come tonight, so he could get some small gifts. We can't waste such precious time. If He Tianyang is willing to be his lapdog, Yuan Shishir has no objection, and does not mind having some simple little ambiguity with him, but it is just a small ambiguity. As a standard queen of the sea, she must keep a good balance in ambiguity. Don't take the initiative, don't refuse, don't take responsibility, this is the bottom line, but also give people the illusion that they are almost able to get her. Yi Tianyang brought her to this place today, and it was obvious that he had some money on him, so Lu Shishir would not be polite. She first wanted to test this man's bottom line. I just happened to be attracted by an air cushion. Let's go to this store and take a look. Then the two of them walked into a Dior counter, which mainly sold air cushions and lotions, priced at around 1,000 yuan. For Yuan Shishir, this was just a small gift that was just barely pleasing to her eyes. After she started working, she would not accept gifts worth less than 1,000 yuan. If He Tianyang was reluctant to give this gift today, then there would be no need to go shopping and eat later. After that, Yuan Shishir quickly picked out a box of air cushions, tried them a few times, and gave Yi Tianyang a clear signal. The money in Yi Tianyang's mobile phone was only this month's salary, more than 7,000 yuan, and the rebate he just received. Now he could still afford this small box. Do you like this? Then buy it. No, this cushion has just come out and it may not be easy to use. No one has posted any guide on Zaya Hongshu. Let's wait and see. Although Yuan Shishir is a gold digger, she still refused directly. If she asked for it right away, he would seem too cheap. The shopping guide next to them naturally noticed the two of them since they came in. This man is dressed in ordinary clothes. His clothes look cheap and they don't match the beautiful woman with fair skin next to him at all. She guessed in her heart that Yi Tianyang was just a bootlicker of this beauty, and a poor loser at that, so she simply gave him some guidance and did not spend time introducing him. If you like it, just buy it. How much can an air cushion be worth? After Yi Tianyang said this, the shopping guide was more certain of what he had just thought. This guy not only had no money, but also liked to show off. How much is an air cushion worth? Don't you know what store this is? Hello sir, this is the new model that just came out in our store, 1999. This air cushion makeup feels very good. It can cover up every blemish and pore on the face. It is moisturizing and long-lasting. It is very suitable for your girlfriend. The shopping guide said a lot. You like to show off, young man? Well, today I will make you bleed. The shopping guide also worked very hard to recommend it. It's probably unaffordable to spend 2,000 yuan on a small air cushion, but if you don't buy it, you will seem very stingy and lose face in front of your goddess. See what you do? With the shopping guide's years of experience, she was certain that this guy would spend money to buy the item even if it was just for show, which just suited her wishes. A small order is still an order, so she would take one as an order. This is less than 2,000 yuan, it's too cheap, Shishir, why don't you take a look at other ones? Too cheap. Both Yuan Shishir and the shopping guide were a little surprised. They were thinking about Yi Tianyang in their hearts. Could it be that he deliberately said it was too cheap and then simply refused to buy it? At the same time, Yuan Shishir was thinking in her heart that this guy usually looked very honest. Why did he seem a little pretentious today? Sir, if you think this air cushion is too cheap, we have other ones in our store. I'll introduce them to you one by one. Have to. You like pretending, right? Let's see how far you can go today. This shopping guide also started a dispute with Yi Tianyang. No need. Yi Tianyang shook his head, then pointed to a younger, silly-looking girl next to him and said, "Come over here and help me introduce a few models." This shopping guide must be a newcomer, and there is a clear hint of stupidity in his eyes. Pointing at himself, he said, "Are you talking about me?" "Yes, it's you." Yi Tianyang nodded. This store will definitely get a commission for every set of products sold. If this shopping guide doesn't look good, then naturally he will be replaced by someone who looks good. There's no need to spoil her. Chapter 3, This hand is so soft. Xiao Zhang is indeed a newcomer in this store, and because of the suppression by the old shopping guide just now, she usually has no chance to serve big customers. Only when it is very busy, sometimes she gets a chance to serve some individual customers. Xiao Zhang, what are you still doing there like an idiot? Why don't you introduce the product to our big customer? The shopping guide was naturally unconvinced, and thought to himself, if you don't want me to introduce it, then don't introduce it. It's not a big order anyway, so it doesn't matter. The young shopping guide came over and very patiently introduced several air cushions to Yi Tianyang in detail. Finally, Yi Tianyang decided to choose a set worth 4,999 yuan. Sure, do you like this? Yeah, it's okay. Okay, I'll pay then. Spend 4,999 yuan, the system returns 499,900 yuan, which has been credited. The moment he paid the money, he received a rebate from the system. This feeling is so great. Purchase. Must buy. Must give this customer service a thumbs up today. Sure, is there anything else you want to buy? Yi Tianyang straightened his back a lot now and asked boldly. His monthly salary is only 7,000 yuan, but he gave me a set of gifts worth 5,000 yuan. How is he spending this month? Yuan Sure was confused. Could it be that he has really fallen in love with someone else and fallen in love with me? Even though she didn't get the sales result just now, the shopping guide was still very happy. You were allowed to show off here, and you probably spent a month's salary in one go. Thank you, Tianyang, this is really too expensive. Yuan Sure thanked him. Have to. When the shopping guide heard this, it was just as he thought. It was just a relationship between a dog and a goddess. He spent 5,000 yuan and only her to thank you. My family, I laughed my ass off. Xiao Zhang, why don't you introduce a few more models to our big customers? This shopping guide was deliberately doing mischief. Xiao Zhang didn't dare to disobey her order and introduced several other products to him. Sure, do you like these? Yi Tianyang asked. Fine. Then pack them all for me. Sir, are you sure you want all of them? Xiao Zhang calculated that the total value of these things was more than 30,000 yuan. Okay. Yi Tianyang scanned the code immediately. Spend 32,986 yuan, the system returns 3,298,600 yuan, has been credited. That is more than 3.2 million. Now I am a millionaire. Yi Tianyang smiled. The shopping guide was stunned. The total amount spent in the store was nearly 40,000 yuan, but he didn't show any pain at all and was still smiling. Could it be that I really made a mistake this time? Xiao Zhang was also a little surprised. She was a newcomer and had a 7-day probation period. She had not sold anything in these days. If she didn't have any more sales, she might not be able to pass the probation period. Unexpectedly, a customer came today and completely fulfilled her sales quota for this month. Sir, our Dior perfumes and lipsticks are very good. Let me introduce them to you in detail. The shopping guide immediately changed his attitude, smiled, and wanted to place a few orders from Yi Tianyang. Forget it, your stuff is too cheap. It takes me so long to spend 30 or 40,000 yuan. It's boring. Sure, let's go. After saying that, Yi Tianyang took Yuan Sure away. The shopping guide stood there dumbfounded. Yi Tianyang glanced at Lu Sure and his current favorability level increased. Favorability 45 points. It increased by 15 points. It seems that Yuan Sure is not easy to please. I spent nearly 40,000 yuan on her, only to increase her favorability by 15 points. The relationship is just ordinary friends, not even good friends, let alone the possibility of sleeping in the same bed. It's no wonder that she is the queen of the sea. This level is really quite high. Yuan Sure was still confused at this time. What was going on with Yi Tianyang? Did he win the lottery? How could he be willing to spend so much money on her all at once? Did he make a fortune and think that he could scare her with just these little tricks? If she had just graduated from college a few years ago, she would think that since he was willing to spend 30,000 or 40,000 yuan on her today, he would definitely be willing to spend more money on her in the future, and it would definitely be a good deal to commit herself to him. However, Yuan Sure, who has been promoted to the Queen of the Sea, no longer thinks so. Yi Tianyang must have been a rookie before, probably because he made a fortune and had no practical experience. He saw some PUA tutorials on the internet, which meant that he would spend more the first time, but he would definitely spend less and less, and even didn't want to spend a dime after he succeeded. Tianyang, you bought so many things for me today, won't your girlfriend be angry? Yuan Sure asked tentatively. No, we've broken up. Then can you tell me why we broke up? Cannot. Yi Tianyang didn't want to talk about this, firstly because it was too embarrassing, and secondly, he never wanted to hear that name again.
He didn't say it, but Yuan Shirsher probably guessed something. For an ordinary loser like Yi Tianyang, it was normal for his girlfriend to dump him after he found a sugar daddy, which was so normal. Then all his actions today can be explained.
He was just engaging in revengeful consumption because he was unhappy.
It is even possible that all his expenses today were paid by overdrawing his credit card or borrowing money from online loans.
By the way, didn't you say your bestie was coming? Why hasn't she arrived yet?
I just sent him a message, but he didn't reply.
I guess he has something going on at the company. I have to wait a while.
Yuan Shirsher felt that he was testing her. If her best friend didn't come today, he could let go and touch her, and even suggest that they stay out tonight. But all this was absolutely impossible, and she would be too cheap, so she added, "Come when she's done."
What she meant by saying this was to remind Yi Tianyang not to have any evil thoughts. Okay, we'll hang our own.
Then Yi Tianyang took Yuan Shirsher to the clothing store next door and bought a few clothes.
Every piece of clothing here is very valuable.
Any random piece costs several thousand yuan, and a slightly higher one will cost tens of thousands of yuan. Spend 68,000 yuan, the system returns 6,800,000 yuan, has been credited.
There is now nearly 10 million in cash in Yi Tianyang's card. This is equivalent to the wealth he could only obtain if he worked for 100 years without eating or drinking. Now I'm standing in front of him. He's my financial sponsor, so I must serve him well.
Yi Tianyang also discovered at this time that Yuan Shirsher's favorability had increased again.
Favorability 65.
The woman was talking and laughing with him, and Yi Tianyang tentatively pulled her hand.
A woman that you will never get in your lifetime. Done. This hand is so soft. Chapter 4, Earn over 1 million from a meal.
Just at this moment, his cell phone rang. It was his manager calling.
Xiao Yi, do you have time tonight to accompany me to meet a client? It's a big client. Once you get this client, I'll see if I can help you talk to the HR department.
The manager's surname is Zhang, and his name is Zhang Fengwei. He is 45 years old this year, has a bald complexion, is slightly plump, and has a shrewd look between his brows.
He is a gold medal salesman and also Yi Tianyang's apprentice. He is a pretty good person and treats Yi Tianyang very well. Brother Fengwei is really not in good condition today.
I have an appointment with someone and am now shopping outside. I have to go out for dinner later, girl. The two of them were already very familiar with each other, so Yi Tianyang directly stated the reason.
Girl.
These two words were the best reason. When he was having dinner with Zhang Fengwei, he often advised Yi Tianyang that he should get married as soon as possible since he was in love at his age.
As for Wu Mengyao, forget it. Is that so? Fine, fine. Go ahead and do your thing. Be careful and don't be stingy.
Zhang Fengwei said with a smile.
He thought to himself, it seems like I really can't stay in this company anymore. I have to make a decision as soon as possible.
During the call, Yi Tianyang held Yuan Shirsher's hand and did not stop. After about 2 minutes, it seemed normal to hold hands. The hand was quite soft. As soon as I touched it, I knew that this woman must not have done any work in her daily life, not even housework. She was truly a spoiled girl. During this process, Yuan Shirsher did not resist and let Yi Tianyang hold his hand. Of course, he was the only one holding his hand.
If Yi Tianyang wanted to move forward a little, Yuan Shirsher would refuse without hesitation. After all, to be a qualified sea queen, you have to pay a little. You can't just let others lick you without getting any benefits.
The salesperson didn't order much, so your skin was not broken or your flesh was hurt.
What's more, no one saw it. But Yi Tianyang didn't think so.
After walking around hand in hand, he felt much more excited. To be honest, Yuan Shirsher has the qualifications to be a queen of the sea, as so many people are coveting her body.
So many people in the company don't dare to pursue her, mainly because they don't have enough money.
For now, just the action of holding her hand while shopping has surpassed those other bootlickers. He can even brag about this scene in that small circle and can brag about it for a long time.
My best friend just sent me a message.
She said she has arrived at the gate of Intai City.
Let's go pick her up at the gate. Okay. Tian, here.
Yuan Shirsher waved to her best friend Tian, and took the opportunity to break free from Yi Tianyang's hand.
And after saying hello, he never pulled me again. Yi Tianyang smiled and didn't say anything. This girl here is not so good in terms of purple.
She is a little fat with a round face, like a thinner version of Jia Ling. If you must praise her, you can only praise her for being cute. TSK TSK. These are all the little thoughts between women. Such a woman seems too ordinary next to Yuan Shisher, without any highlights at all. This is also one of his secrets. When going out on a date, he always has to find a green leaf to set off this little red flower. Yi Tianyang smiled and handed the coffee in his hand over. Now that night had fallen, the three of them chatted and laughed as they found a hot pot restaurant. The three of them sat down. Sure, you order. Yi Tianyang handed the pad to her casually. Okay. Yuan Shisher ordered the dishes quickly. Yi Tianyang was standing beside them, looking at them with a smile, chatting with them occasionally. After they finished ordering, he looked at the menu and saw that the total price was more than 9,000. If this had happened in the past, Yi Tianyang would have definitely felt distressed as a meal cost him nearly 10,000 yuan. But now it was different. He felt that what they ordered was too little. After all, he could get 100 times the rebate based on how much they spent. The more he spends, the more he gets back. Would you like to order some wine? He saw that the wine section was empty, so he just picked a bottle of red wine at random and saw that the price was over 2,000 yuan. Let's not drink. Let's order juice. Yuan Shisher naturally wouldn't drink now. If Yi Tianyang insisted on drinking, that was fine. Anyway, she asked her best friend to come over today to help him block the alcohol. Then let's order these first, but we'll order this later. According to normal logic, her best friend would never go out on a date with someone who looks like this, unless this guy named Yi Tianyang is extremely rich. Tian also noticed that Yi Tianyang was carrying a lot of things next to him. These things were all branded, and if added together, they must be worth tens of thousands of yuan. Now this meal cost more than 10,000 yuan. With so much money to order takeout, 5 or 8,000 a day is enough for many orders. It seems that her good friend Yuan Shisher has caught a pretty good rich man this time. Shisher, how did you two know each other? Tian asked curiously. Colleague. Tian was really envious. How come her best friend Yuan Shisher was like a magnet, with so many rich men surrounding her? Most importantly, these rich men were willing to spend money on her. She also wanted a rich man like Yi Tianyang. However, Tian was self-aware and knew that she came here today just to help her best friend. After all, she often helped her like this and it was enough for her to get a little benefit afterwards, so she didn't dare to have any bad thoughts towards Yi Tianyang. The hot pot came up very quickly, and the three of them ate and chatted at the same time. Activities like eating can actually help bring people closer together. But that was for 2 people. Now it's completely different when 3 people eat it. When 2 people, a man and a woman, have a meal together, there will be some ambiguity between them. But if 3 people eat together, they can just be considered ordinary friends. This principle and bottom line is very clear. Of course, Yi Tianyang doesn't care about whether he can pick up girls or not. The person sitting in front of him is not a woman, but a financial sponsor. After this meal, he can earn more than 1 million. With this 1 million, does he still need to pick up girls? The meal took more than an hour. When he went to pay the bill, a total of 13,000 yuan, at the moment of payment, he once again received a 100-fold rebate from the system. Consumption of 13,790 yuan, system cashback of 1,379,000 yuan, has been credited. Another 1.3 million arrived. How can I describe this feeling in just one word? Awesome. Next game. Must play next time. We must provide good service to these 2 sponsors tonight. Chapter 5 worthy of being called a soft sister currency. While Yi Tianyang was paying the bill, Tian asked, Shisher, what is your relationship with this Yi Tianyang? I've never seen him before, and I've never heard you talk about him. Well, he's just an ordinary colleague, nothing. In Yuan Shisher's mind, Yi Tianyang was just making revenge purchases after breaking up with his girlfriend, so she hasn't taken it too seriously so far. When Tian heard her best friend say that they were just ordinary friends, she immediately understood that her best friend had accepted another bootlicker. After eating hot pot, the 2 girls went to the bathroom hand in hand to use the toilet and touch up their makeup. Yi Tianyang was waiting at the door, wondering where he would go next. If you want to increase consumption, the most expensive place is naturally to go to a nightclub bar to dance, but you may not be able to convince 2 girls to go. She would probably call Yuan Shisher over. With a man who loves to play so much, she wonders how many backup guys he has.
Maybe some of them already have boyfriends.
It's just that she has never made it public, otherwise it would scare away all the bootlickers around her, so she has to pay more attention to her image in front of outsiders and avoid being exposed.
No matter what, we have to find a way to solve this problem. After all, this is a 100-fold rebate.
If you spend 100,000 yuan in a disco at night, your net worth can increase by tens of millions in one night.
Fight for money. Tianyang, let's go watch a movie later. It's my treat.
The latest movie DG is really good.
I've been wanting to watch it for days.
After walking out of the bathroom, Yuan Shishir took the initiative to suggest watching a movie and said generously that she would treat.
Yi Tianyang smiled. It's true. This is a little bit of a woman's mind. What's the point of watching a movie?
If I go to the movies now, I will probably fall asleep while sitting.
How about we go sing and dance? We have been working for a week. Tomorrow is the weekend and we can relax. Yi Tianyang's purpose is very clear and his position is very firm. When he suggested going to a nightclub bar to dance, Yuan Shishir instantly became more wary of Yi Tianyang. Favorability 5.
Tian glanced at Yuan Shishir and didn't seem to want to go over, so she said, "Forget it, it's too late. You guys have a rest tomorrow."
I still have to go to work tomorrow. Are you going to work tomorrow, the weekend? Is this overtime? Yeah, I'm not as happy as you guys. Go ahead. You can just not drink when you get there. Go dance and listen to music. You've worked hard for a week. Isn't it nice to relax?
If you two are worried about safety, you can call your friends over, male or female. I'll pay the bill, and just treat it as if you are accompanying me tonight and relax. Yi Tianyang had a faint smile on his face and finally expressed in full the words he had just thought of. His expression and eyes are very sincere, because he really thinks so in his heart. What is happening in front of him now is not picking up girls or anything like that. He is accompanying his financial sponsors and his customers, and he is working to make money.
After hearing Yi Tianyang say this, Yuan Shishir's last worry was completely dispelled. She was also a little surprised, thinking that Yi Tianyang was a rich man? Could it be that I really had made a mistake before?
As for shopping and eating, the two of them can still handle it, but if they go to the bar and drink a few glasses of foreign liquor, it's hard to say.
So Yuan Shishir refused to go to the bar to drink before.
Now hearing what he said, he probably broke up and really wanted to vent, and now he can call a few people, which makes it even more likely.
Tian, then go ahead. I've been wanting to go clubbing lately. This work is really tiring, so it's a good time to relax. Yuan Shishir was already tempted, so she took the initiative to persuade her bestie. After she finished speaking, she looked at Yi Tianyang and said very naturally, "Then I'll call a few friends over. It will be more lively with more people." Yi Tianyang was naturally happy to call people over.
He nodded repeatedly, thinking in his heart that he should call as many as possible, the more the better, and the more who could drink the better, so that he could let them drink as much as they wanted tonight. I heard that a set of magic dragons costs tens of thousands of dollars, so after 100-fold increase, it would be several million.
Now Yi Tianyang is not afraid of many people coming, he is just afraid that no one will come. Tianyang, you're so nice. Yuan Shishir's smile became even sweeter, and her voice contained a bit more admiration than before.
This time he didn't care about Tiantian's reaction, he just took out his phone and started calling people.
By the way, which one should we go to? Yuan Shishir asked naturally. Let's go to Obase.
I heard that this place has the best decoration and the sound effect is also great.
Yi Tianyang said.
Although he has never been to the bar, he often watches Douyin and knows that this is the most upscale bar in the local area. If you just rent a booth for a night, you will definitely spend several $1,000s. When Yuan Shishir heard him say he was going to Obase, she was stunned for a moment and felt a little surprised.
Sure, he has some capital. Could he really be a hidden rich man? The average spending per person in Obase is at least 2,000 to 3,000. Can you afford it with your monthly salary of 6,000 to 7,000? Could it be that he is a hidden second-generation rich, or a hidden first-generation rich? With thoughts swirling in her mind, she continued to call people. No matter if it was a close friend or a former classmate, a trip to Obase was definitely an experience worth posting on WeChat Moments. She had been there several times before, and on those occasions, this bootlicker was reluctant to order anything to drink. She just sat at a table and spent a few hundred yuan before leaving. Now that someone invited her to go, she was naturally happy to do so.
Since she started shouting, she quickly got the person to come to her senses.
Then I've called 3 of my besties, is that okay?
Now realizing that Yi Tianyang's financial situation should be okay, Yuan Shishir slightly raised his dog-licking level and started to consider for him. After all, the grown man invited her to drink and dance, so he definitely didn't want her to ask any men to come over, so all the girls she called over were girls, and they were the kind that could drink, have fun, create a lively atmosphere, and be cool in the community.
Okay, it's up to you to decide.
Yi Tianyang also noticed that at this moment, Yuan Shishir's tone and expression had changed slightly. He guessed her thoughts in his heart, and felt happy and couldn't help but sigh.
Soft sister currency. It is worthy of being called RMB. Chapter 6: The Dangers of the World. Wait until the 3 of them took a taxi to a base.
Spend 32 yuan, the system returns 3,200 yuan, has been credited. I heard this prompt right after I paid the fare.
The system is really reliable and efficient. Let's go. Have your friends arrived? Yi Tianyang asked as soon as he got off the car.
He felt his hand being held by Yuan Shishir. She took the initiative to hold his hand.
Her slender fingers, soft skin, and smooth skin almost made him lose his composure.
Looking at her, Yuan Shishir blushed twice, but she pretended to be calm on the surface, as if she didn't care.
They are already here, right there. Yi Tianyang looked in the direction he pointed and saw 3 girls with hot bodies and very cool clothes standing at the door waiting. The one on the left is wearing a low-cut vest and denim shorts. The black silk high heels with the letter in the middle.
The one on the right is relatively sexier, dressed in a mature lady style, with a thin cigarette dangling from her lips. The makeup of several people is quite exaggerated, and it is really pleasing to the eyes when they stand together.
If it were in the past, Yi Tianyang would be really scared of such a scene and would never dare to bring them in. The money spent there for one night would not be enough even if they sold it, but now Mr. Yi will pay for all the expenses tonight. As I said, spend as much as you can. The more he spent, the more he earned. My dear, you are finally here. We have been waiting for a long time. You must drink 3 glasses of wine as punishment after you go in. Wow, Shishir, your boyfriend is so handsome. Shishir, when will you find such a handsome boyfriend?
Yuan Shishir pulled Yi Tianyang over, and several of them came forward to greet them, all smiling and very enthusiastic.
Yi Tianyang was speechless. Am I handsome? You are so handsome. How can you be handsome dressed like this? You are all so hypocritical. Yi Tianyang is very self-aware of his appearance.
Although I am not ugly, I am still a little bit short of being a handsome guy.
I am only a little bit more handsome than an ordinary person.
But this is the advantage of being able to play with the girls here.
This experience is absolutely great.
These soft girls are all pretty, good at talking, and have high emotional intelligence.
No wonder they have so much fun every day and every night. Hello, 3 beauties. My name is Yi Tianyang.
Yi Tianyang greeted them with a smile.
Okay, now that we're here, let's go inside and talk.
When they called him boyfriend, Yuan Shishir neither acknowledged nor objected, but urged them to go in, and so the 6 of them entered the bar. Roaring music, colorful spotlights, and diffused hormones. Immediately, a smiling waiter came over with a respectful and polite attitude. A man brought 5 young girls who looked and dressed very well to the bar.
What kind of concept is this?
Either he is a second-generation rich man, or he is a rich man who was deceived by these women.
But no matter what, it is necessary to place an order tonight.
Especially if he encounters these 5 goblins, there is a high possibility that he will take all his money away from this man. It can't be that the party these guys are having tonight is a party for rich women. Even if it is a rich woman's game, it will definitely be able to make a big deal.
Hello sir, have you reserved a seat? Yi Tianyang shook his head. Then where would you like to sit? A booth or a table? The waiter asked this deliberately.
While speaking, he kept looking at Yi Tianyang's face, mainly to test his spending power and willingness.
Let's go there. That position is wider and the field of view is much better. Yi Tianyang took a look and pointed to the position in the middle. This obase is worthy of being the most popular and best decorated bar in Haiyue City. After entering it, you will instantly be immersed in the bright lights and music, and feel like you are in a trance.
It's still a bit early now, so the place isn't completely packed, but the occupancy rate of the booths has already reached 60%. As for the seat he chose tonight, of course he chose the largest and most expensive one.
Otherwise, what are you doing here tonight?
It can't be that he's really trying to pick up girls.
Okay. Then you. Come with me first. This is VIP booth number 1. I need to tell you that there is a minimum consumption for booth number 1.
After sitting down, you naturally need to order some wine, said the waiter. He was already certain in his heart that this was most likely a fat sheep.
How many? 88,888 yuan, and I'll give you a VIP card with 88,888 in top-up credit.
From now on, when you spend money at the bar, except for the Spade Ace Dragon set, all other items will be discounted by 20%.
And holding this VIP card also has other small benefits. TSK. This price is indeed a bit high. Yi Tianyang sighed in his heart. He had never come across these things before. However, he still said calmly on the surface, okay, open it. He doesn't even have time to look closely at the money he has now.
It's already tens of millions, so spending it is no big deal.
More than 80,000. VIP number 1.
Yuan Shishir subconsciously licked her beautiful red lips. She felt an invisible force rushing straight to her head, making her feel dizzy. Just drinking tonight cost over 80,000 yuan, and he remained calm.
How rich is Yi Tianyang?
She originally thought that spending 10,000 or 20,000 yuan here tonight would be the limit, and it was not cheap at all.
It seems that poverty really limits people's imagination. Then, she instinctively hugged Yi Tianyang's arm a little tighter.
The women next to them looked at each other, then quickly looked away, each of them understanding something tacitly.
It seems that tonight's game is a big one. There are different ways to play each game.
Best friends are best friends, but men are different.
It depends on each person's ability.
Yuan Shishir was so stupid to bring such a rich man out and even date them.
I really don't know how dangerous this world is. Chapter 7 earned another 8 million.
Then, a dozen young and beautiful waiters and security guards welcomed him to VIP booth number 1 like a star surrounded by the moon. The moment the desk lamp on this booth was turned on, the brightest spotlights in the whole venue also shone on this side. The lights were specially designed, with spotlights from 4 directions, east, south, west and north. Instantly, I felt like the most powerful boss had appeared. At the same time, around this booth, the dry ice maker was turned on, and white smoke came out from all directions, making everything seem like a dream, blocking the sight of people around. This is deliberately designed to prevent the most distinguished guests from being secretly photographed by others. Some of the rich people who come here to play also value their privacy. And many people like this low-key luxury style. Wow! When seeing this scene, Yuan Shishir almost screamed, and she covered her cherry lips tightly.
I was thinking, isn't this a bit too exaggerated? But I really like this feeling.
Looking back, she had people bring her here to spend money before, but most people would only have a small booth and spend a minimum of 4 or 5,000 yuan.
But now it's completely different. Scan the code.
It is indeed expensive, but the show is enough and it is time to pay. When they got there, the waiter took out a QR code and Yi Tianyang scanned it to pay. He paid more than 80,000 yuan in one go, and he looked a little dazed. This was probably the first time in his life that he paid so much money in a single payment. His previous life was ordinary or even very difficult, but one day he could be so generous as to pay so much money at once. At the same time, the prompt was also fed back. Spend 88,888 yuan, the system returns 8,888,800 yuan, has been credited.
Finally, there was the text message from the bank.
Feeling the vibration of his phone, Yi Tianyang leaned slightly to the side and glanced at the text message on the screen. He suddenly felt hot all over.
More than 8 million. It was so easy to get.
Fortunately, I am physically and mentally healthy and my heart is relatively stable.
I don't have heart disease. Otherwise, who could withstand such a great stimulation? Given the current situation, nearly 20 million in cash has suddenly flowed into his personal account today. Given the current state control over funds, is this sure not to attract attention from above? You have to know that with his previous education and work, it would be impossible for him to earn so much money in his lifetime. Cool. So cool. He resigned soon and asked the system with his mind, and the system gave him a very clear answer. Host, rest assured that all the funds are from legal sources. There will be no impact until all the assets available to the host reach 1 trillion. Once it exceeds 1 trillion, other allocations may be required. After hearing this reply, Yi Tianyang felt much more at ease. 1 trillion was just a joke.
it was still too early. It was also because he had never seen the world before. Now, added together, 20 million was an unimaginable figure for an ordinary person like him.
However, for those truly wealthy people, even this 20 million could not meet the standard of a bank's VIP customers.
I heard that to become a true VIP customer of a bank, one must have at least 50 million in funds. It is difficult for ordinary people to make money, but for those who make tens of millions, it is simply too easy.
Brother, what kind of drinks should we order?
After paying the waiter, he brought the drink list.
Sure, take a look at what you like to drink and order it.
Yi Tianyang handed the drink menu to Yuan Sure. He took a look at it and realized that the favorability between them had increased to 70.
This is far beyond the favorability of ordinary friends.
A slight increase will reach the level of lovers. Look at the girls next to him, who are all in their 20s or 30s just now, and at this moment, all of them have increased to more than 60. As expected, ordinary people cannot experience or imagine the happiness of rich people.
This is an experience that Yi Tianyang has never had before. All his relationships are rapidly improving under the impetus of money.
The so-called sincerity, respect, knowledge, and accomplishment have been long forgotten under the stimulation of money.
Shall I order? I don't care. I'm not picky.
At this moment, Yuan Sure basically curled up in Yi Tianyang's arms.
Just like a well-behaved kitten, the voice is as gentle as it can be. Okay, then I won't pick it.
Give us a Shenlong set first, the one with black and gold.
Since we are going to drink, we will naturally choose the most expensive set. A Shenlong set with black and gold is only 88,888. We must spend money tonight.
Ordering this wine only spends the money he just recharged. He must open another set to make him more than 8 million.
If you think this way, it's not enough for them. They definitely can't finish drinking this dragon set.
But there is no rush about this matter, money can be earned slowly, and with the 20 million in hand, his mentality suddenly became much more relaxed. The pressure of survival that he had been under for all these years disappeared in an instant.
This may be the financial freedom that those people describe. Seeing the man casually buy a dragon suit without even blinking, how could he be a rich man? The waiter finally understood that a rich man had come tonight. I'll arrange it for you right away.
After the waiter confirmed it, he made the arrangements via the intercom and then retreated to the booth, standing with the 2 security guards. It was obvious that he was there to provide special service for this rich man tonight. After hearing that Yi Tianyang ordered the Shenlong suit tonight, Yuan Sure looked at his eyes, which had some different feelings in them, and her expression became much more confused. To be honest, she now had a feeling that this was not very realistic. Originally, she just didn't have anyone scheduled for tonight, and since this guy came to her doorstep, she was just going to take some small gifts and kill some time. Who would have thought that it has only been such a short time, step by step, to have reached this point? This allowed her to discover a hidden rich man. She used to always talk about coincidences and chance, but now she is sure that her policy of casting a wide net was correct, and this time she finally caught one.
A few minutes later,
the music in the venue stopped, and the thick dry ice fog was released again, and all the spotlights were focused on the booth in front of them.
Chapter 8: The Happiness of the Rich.
Accompanied by a group of girls dressed very coolly, holding various fine wines in their hands, they slowly walked towards the side under the lights, attracting the attention of everyone present. The waiter and the security guard were standing guard beside the booth, preventing others from getting close and obeying their orders at any time. Faced with such a scene, Yi Tianyang had only 2 words in his mind.
Pomp. This is really impressive.
Even the people who often hang out in obese think that the person sitting in this position must be a big shot and want to rush over to chat with him when they see the scene. Although they couldn't see what he looked like, they quickly gave up the idea when they saw 5 young girls sitting in their booth. As expected, rich people are always a scarce resource in this era.
How could he come here without bringing girls? Hey! That girl called Ye is here too. Is it possible for a person like that to get close to such a big shot?
Many of these people are familiar to everyone, and they are all very dissatisfied and unwilling to accept Ye's presence here.
But there is nothing we can do. After all, I have already made it that far.
Whether the big boss appreciates it or not is another matter.
At least I have a chance now.
Yi Tianyang, who had never drunk any kind of Shenlong suit, only now knew what this gold Shenlong suit meant. Just now he had only seen the drink list. It turned out that this so-called Shenlong suit was divided into several grades.
The black and gold one was the most expensive.
It not only included drinks, but also came with 2 large fruit plates, snacks, table lamps, small barbecue, spicy strips, etc.
I haven't had a drink in a long time, so you guys better let me go. By the way, I don't know what to call these beauties. Yi Tianyang asked, looking at Yuan Shishir's other 3 girlfriends. In fact, in places like bars, the relationship between men and women can easily heat up. You can imagine that this kind of flashing light can basically only allow you to see the general outline of a person, and if she comes here and dresses up a little, her appearance will be improved a lot at once. Add to that, if she drinks some wine, under the stimulation of alcohol, a woman who originally only scored 30 points may become 60 or 70 points. If a woman originally scored 50 or 60 points, she may instantly reach the standard of the goddess in your mind. In addition, the girls who come here to play are all dressed very hotly and try to expose as much as possible. The lighting here is dim, but there are many white areas. Yi Tianyang is now picking up girls and making money at the same time. After all, there is no delay. Picking up girls requires money, and he makes money by spending money. Moreover, in his eyes, these girls in front of him are all big clients who can bring him a steady stream of funds, and they are all financial sponsors who can give him money. As for whether he can get it, to be honest, it doesn't matter anymore. There are only 2 words in his eyes now. Make money. Once I get the money, I will find an honest girl and have a serious relationship with her. If this idea is changed to a different gender, or a woman, it is also very normal. Those women talk about money and resources with poor young men, and talk about time and feelings with rich men. Yi Tianyang asked them their names, and the girls told him their names. The one wearing low-cut denim shorts and with a really amazing figure is called Shinshin. The woman wearing high heels from Balenciaga is called Yeye. The one with the sexy mature lady style has a cute name called Angela. These women were all very confident when introducing themselves, without any stage fright or embarrassment, and their eyes were shining with electricity when they spoke. At this moment, Yi Tianyang was like a piece of tangmonk's meat. He was targeted by many goblins. Play dice? Yaya, who was wearing Balenciaga, was the first to suggest a way to play. Among them, except Yuan Shishir, whose dice playing skills are a little bit worse, which one of the others is not a master? Okay. Yi Tianyang nodded. Finally, they started rolling the dice. Although this game relies heavily on luck, it also involves some technical skills. For someone like Yi Tianyang who has never been to such a place, his dice playing skills are naturally average. The result is that he loses more than he wins. He has already drunk several glasses of wine in a row. Yuan Shishir, who was standing next to him, had originally planned to stay sober tonight, but she also drank several glasses of wine. You must feel that this so-called Shinlong suit of wine tastes just so-so. Not yet. He usually drinks fruit wine, which costs about 30 yuan a bottle. It's delicious. In fact, in a bar like this, the dragon set costs 88,000, and the alcohol only accounts for at most 1/3 of the cost. In the bar, the dragon set is mainly sold for its momentum and grandeur. Spotlights, dry ice, smoke, and cool beauties will draw the attention of everyone present to you. This kind of appearance is what you are selling, and this kind of vanity is what you are selling. Many times, men are not necessarily vain, but the women who come with him are vain. Looking at their excited expressions, you can tell that it doesn't matter whether the wine in the Shinlong suit tastes good or not. After drinking several cups, everyone gradually became familiar with each other and started talking more. Actually, I'm very curious. Brother Tianyang, when did you and Shishir meet? I remember that a week ago, Shishir was still single. That busty girl, Shinshin, suddenly asked a question. On the surface, it seemed that she cared about their affairs, but there was something else behind her words. This made Yuan Shishir secretly feel that something was wrong. At this time, she slowly realized that she had made a mistake this time. What a bad decision. Originally, she called these close friends over for safety reasons. Worried that Yi Tianyang had drunk some wine and done something excessive, she dragged her best friend over to act as a shield, but who would have thought that the situation has changed so drastically now? Now these best friends may very likely become your competitors. In today's society, rich men are a relatively scarce resource, and there are even fewer men who are this young and rich. Now that someone suddenly appears, is it possible for these women not to fight for it? Impossible. So this question made Yuan Shishir hesitate about how to answer. Does that mean they are dating? Or are you not dating? If Yuan Shishir said that she and Yi Tianyang were already dating, wouldn't that make her look too cheap? Yi Tianyang wouldn't take it too seriously, thinking that she was too easy to pick up.
If they are not dating yet, then she knows these close friends of hers too well.
These little bitches will definitely have some bad intentions.
It is very likely that he will find a way to snatch Yi Tianyang away from her. For a moment, Yuan Shishir felt inexplicably flustered and she didn't know how to answer this question.
Chapter 9 Favorability Increases.
Just as she was hesitating whether to declare the sovereignty issue in front of these little bitches, after all, it was she who set up this game tonight, and she was also the one who brought Yi Tianyang here.
You may have misunderstood.
Shishir and I are not dating yet.
We are colleagues. We just want to relax together after get off work. It's the weekend after all.
When Yi Tianyang said this, he was also helping Yuan Shishir out. There was a sense of confidence and openness in his words.
He dares to say anything here now. When you are still a bootlicker, what do you say?
Others listen to you, but once your status reaches a certain level, what you say may not mean what it seems.
Sometimes it's not about what you said, but about what position and identity you are in now. As a celebrity once said, when you become strong, everyone around you will be good.
After hearing her answer, Yuan Shishir could only feel slightly relieved, as she helped her save some face, but she was still speechless in her heart.
It seems that Yi Tianyang is not a good person either. Colleague? He. You said you are pursuing me now, can I die? This guy has such low EQ.
When Yuan Shishir was secretly reconsidering her decision, the busty girl Xinshin spoke again.
Colleague?
Then you are Shishir's backup. The woman's tone was quite exaggerated, and she covered her beautiful red lips while speaking, and laughed. Because she had a lot of capital, her laugh was also quite exaggerated. It was really a series of waves, and in this dimly lit place, occasional flashes of white light could be seen. After these words were spoken, the atmosphere became a little awkward, and Yi Tianyang was speechless. All of this woman's behavior could only be described in 4 words: big breasts and no brains. Of course, it is very likely that her rank is relatively high, and all this is just her routine. After all, in this bar, sometimes it is a good thing to create a persona of being big-breasted and brainless or simple-minded with a great body.
Hey, Xinshin, what are you talking about? You're drunk even before you even drink. Drink a penalty. Tian should be the one with the best relationship with Yuan Shishir.
She was the first to speak and poured a large glass of wine for Xinshin, and pinched his slender waist silently. Xinshin was quite relaxed in this place and drank the glass of wine in one gulp very happily.
Yi Tianyang doesn't care about what these women think now. He has no intention of pursuing these women. Even Yuan Shishir is just a tool for him to make money.
As for whether he had other thoughts about Yuan Shishir, of course he did.
There couldn't be any deep feelings between them, and he didn't want to pursue her.
It's just that he had been greedy for her body for a long time. I bought so many gifts for Shishir at once.
She's such a good person that she didn't even buy herself any clothes.
If you meet such a good man, you must cherish him well.
Why can't I meet such a good brother?
If I meet such a good brother, I will give my life to him. When they said these words, on the surface they were asking Yuan Shishir to cherish Yi Tianyang, but anyone could hear the hidden meaning behind what Yeye and Angela said. This made Yuan Shishir a little anxious. She asked them to come here today to act as a shield, so why are they trying to trick her now?
Are there any best friends like you?
As expected, there are no truly reliable best friends. When seeing a good man, the so-called friendship between best friends falls apart in an instant.
Although there is no open robbery now, what difference does it make?
When they were shopping before, Yuan Shishir also told Yi Tianyang to buy him some clothes, but Yi Tianyang refused her firmly at that time. He didn't want her to buy him clothes. What could she do? She couldn't just give them to others with a flattering face. Now her so-called best friend has used this matter to trick her. I'm not too particular about what I wear, and Shishir said before that she would buy me some, but I refused. Even though the clothes I'm wearing look tattered, they are very comfortable to wear. Yi Tianyang could naturally see through the other little thoughts of these women, and he didn't have any ideas about Yeye and Angela, so he took the initiative to help Yuan Shishir out.
Shishir, how about we go up and dance for a while? Favorability plus 10.
This time, Yuan Shishir's favorability towards him increased by another 10 points, which has reached the level of lovers.
Yeah, okay.
Then, the two of them went into the dance floor in the middle. Yuan Shishir, although she doesn't come here often, she has been to other bars and nightclubs many times, and all kinds of dance postures and routines are natural to her.
What's wrong? Have you drunk too much? Can you drink more? It's just a disco, just dance around.
At the same time, he leaned close to Yuan Shirshi's ear and asked. They haven't finished drinking the current set of Shenlong yet, so he has to find a way to buy another set. After all, buying another set means earning an extra 8 million.
Not bad.
If you feel like you can still drink more and you haven't had enough, I'll continue drinking with you later.
Yi Tianyang would never have dreamed that Yuan Shirshir would speak to him in such a tone. In the past, Yuan Shirshir was a famous ice goddess in the company. Only those rich bosses could melt the ice on her face. A poor loser like him, although not so much that he couldn't say a word, was just a colleague. In the company, apart from work, they probably didn't have any more interactions. But what about now? Yuan Shirshir lay in his arms like a well-behaved kitten.
At this time, it would probably not be difficult for him to do anything.
And what did she mean by that? Did she mean that even if she had drunk too much and couldn't drink anymore, she could still continue drinking in order to enjoy herself? Is this the happiness of rich people?
If it were the previous Yi Tianyang, he would never have enjoyed this kind of treatment.
Let's go down and take a break. After jumping for more than 10 minutes, Yi Tianyang said.
Yeah, okay. Just as the two of them were returning, Yi Tianyang discovered that there was a strange man sitting at their booth.
Chapter 10 Everything depends on strength.
The man was about the same age as Yi Tianyang and the others, about 24 or 25 years old, tall and thin. With light makeup on his face, he looks like a handsome boy. The position where this guy was sitting was in the middle of where Yi Tianyang was sitting before, a little bit to the east. He was holding their card in his hand and the wine glass on the seat, and was whispering with Xing Xinxin. Seeing the two of them being so close and the blurry eyes when they were talking, it can be seen that they are very in sync. In this case, as long as they chat a little more and be taken away directly later, it should not be a problem to get a room.
But this scene made Yi Tianyang very unhappy. Damn it, are you sleeping? Do I know you?
You come to my place, drink my wine, and pick up my girls.
You are so brave. And Yi Tianyang was still a little angry.
Although he didn't have much interest in the big-breasted girl Xinxin, he had paid for the order, bought the wine, and brought the girl here. Now you are borrowing my place, drinking my wine, and picking up my girl.
You don't take the owner of the house into consideration at all.
If someone treats you as if you don't exist and behaves like this, as a normal man, it is impossible for him not to be angry.
And now Yi Tianyang is no longer the poor loser he used to be. He is rich now.
He should be more assertive and change his previous style of doing things in a timely manner. At this time, Yuan Shirshir also noticed that Xinxin and another strange man were being intimate in their booth.
She quietly glanced at Yi Tianyang beside her. She wanted to know what this man was going to do now.
But she saw that Yi Tianyang's expression was calm at this time, without much change, which surprised Yuan Shirshir a little.
Yaya, who was now sitting in the booth, looked at Yi Tianyang and quickly pulled Xinxin next to them.
Xinxin may have realized that this was not a good idea, so she quickly distanced herself from the man next to her.
Then Yi Tianyang took Yuan Shirshir back to their seats. Who is this handsome guy? Yi Tianyang asked.
Oh, this is my friend, Xiaoming. I met him by chance in the bathroom just now, so I asked him to come over for a drink.
After Xinxin introduced Yi Tianyang, she also explained.
This is Mr. Yi, call me Xiaoming. The young man was very sensible.
He immediately stood up from his seat and lowered his posture.
Anyone who is not a fool knows that what he just did was extremely unreliable. He wasn't sure if he had been seen by this person just now, so he had better be honest and lower his attitude.
Oh, you are friends, let's go.
Yi Tianyang returned to the center position and greeted them, then called the waiter next to him, bring a few cups and some ice cubes. Yuanshir, who was standing nearby, was a little surprised. If an ordinary person encountered such a situation, he would probably be very upset and would scold the person away, or even take major action. Yi Tianyang, who was considered a semi-invisible person in the company before, was embarrassed to say that he was honest. If he were to be called the Sea King and the Sea Queen by them, he would be someone who could be manipulated at will.
He was just a bootlicker and was usually timid. When did he become so magnanimous and courageous?
He didn't give anyone a bad look, didn't curse anyone, didn't hit anyone, and even took the initiative to ask the waiter to bring cups and ice cubes. Yi Tianyang's performance at this time could be said to be very eye-catching.
Thank you, Mr. Yi.
It's rare that you think highly of me.
I toast to you.
Xiaoming picked up the wine glass next to him and poured 3 full glasses of wine to toast Yi Tianyang.
Are you coming here alone tonight? Yes, it's a person who just arrived. That's perfect. We just started drinking not long ago anyway. Let's join in. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Then I, your little brother, will feel at ease to get the dragon set here. Chow Xiaoming was very sensible and lowered his attitude. He did not sit down near the girls, but sat at the edge of the booth. He still couldn't figure out the background of this man called Mr. Yi, and he didn't dare to offend him easily. No matter who this person is, one thing is certain, that is, this young Master Yi is definitely richer than him. He just casually sat in the best booth number 1 and ordered the dragon suit. He was definitely much stronger than him. He definitely couldn't afford to offend such a person. After that, they continued to drink and play dice. After about 10 minutes of drinking, Yi Tianyang suddenly called out, "Xiaoming. What's wrong, Master Yi? What is the relationship between you and Xinshin?" Hearing this, Chow Xiaoming's heart tightened instantly and his face turned a little embarrassed. Xinshin next to him also changed her expression. To be honest, this kind of question more or less touched upon their privacy. Asking it so directly in front of them would make them feel a little uncomfortable, but Chow Xiaoming didn't dare to pretend not to hear it and didn't dare not to answer. "I used to be a live broadcaster and opened a very small live broadcast company. He was a small anchor in our company before." "Oh, so that's it." Yi Tianyang nodded. Then he continued to ask, "As her boss, have you ever taken advantage of your beautiful subordinate?" If this question were asked to a stranger in normal times, someone they were not familiar with or someone of equal status, Chow Xiaoming would probably slap the person in the face without hesitation. But here tonight, everyone's expression just changed, no one was angry, and Chow Xiaoming answered the question very gently. "No, I didn't know much when I started that small live broadcast company. I asked my family for hundreds of thousands of yuan to start that small company. At that time, I was just thinking about making money. So what kind of relationship did you think about?" Yi Tianyang could tell from his expression that this guy was not lying, otherwise he would not have been able to answer so fluently. "What about the other anchors in your company?" "Of course not. Those are my golden eggs. They are all waiting to make money. Who dares to offend them?" Chow Xiaoming replied anxiously. "Oh. Got it." Yi Tianyang felt very refreshed in his heart. This was much more satisfying than just scolding this guy away. Outside. You ask people questions, and they must answer. If you toast, others must drink. If you are interested, ask the girl to dance for you. Even if she is not happy, she has to dance for you. Sometimes, disrespecting others and acting according to one's own wishes is a manifestation of power. But if you have no money, no ability, and no status, would you dare to try it? Chapter 11 Money Power. If you meet someone with a bad temper, he might smash your head on the spot. Now Xinshin and Chow Xiaoming were actually unhappy with Yi Tianyang in their hearts, but on the surface they still had to smile at Yi Tianyang. If Chen Tianyang had no money, would he dare to do this? "I drank too fast tonight and my head is dizzy, so I said everything I should and shouldn't say. Please don't be angry. I'll have another drink with you." Yi Tianyang pretended to be confused and said deliberately, "We are all friends, you can ask whatever you want, Mr. Yi. I've drunk a little too much. I'll go get some water." Yi Tianyang stood up and prepared to go to the bathroom. "Tianyang, let me go with you." Yuan Shishir stood up and said, "Ha, I'm going to the bathroom." "What are you going for? Can you help me hold it?" "Ha, that's right, Shishir, what are you going to do?" Sorry, I was drunk and didn't react." Yuan Shishir's face flushed. After going to the bathroom and flushing the toilet, he also washed his face. Looking at himself in the mirror, he reeked of alcohol. Just now when he was playing dice, his skills were very poor and he lost many times. Those women made him drink a lot of wine. Now this situation is almost reaching his alcohol tolerance limit. If he drinks anymore, he will easily get drunk and lose his memory, which will be meaningless. But these are all minor problems. If you have money, these problems can be solved. Yi Tianyang can't drink as much as these women now. It's simple. He can spend money to hire them. After coming out of the bathroom, I happened to see the waiter standing nearby and waved to him to come over. "Brother, if you need anything, just tell me. Do you have anyone here who can accompany customers to drink and play dice?" "Of course there is. Find me someone who can drink and is good at playing dice. If you can find one,
Also give me a set of dragon suits for my booth. The waiter looked at Yi Tianyang, who was drunk at the moment, and was a little confused. You brought 5 girls here today, but you didn't get any of them drunk.
Now you can't handle it. Do you want to find someone to help you get them drunk? Do you want a pentakill tonight? This is not important anymore.
It has nothing to do with him.
As long as he can place an order, that is fine.
He earns money from it. In such nightclubs, he has seen all kinds of things, including all kinds of bizarre and unimaginable things.
Okay, I'll arrange it for you right away. When Yi Tianyang returned to his seat, the waiter brought over a girl in less than 2 minutes.
He is quite tall, at least 1.7 meters.
This woman's dress is very different from other women in the house. Most of the women in this nightclub wear suspenders and miniskirts. Expose the top, expose the bottom, expose as much as possible. But this woman is different.
She wears an ordinary t-shirt on the upper body and long jeans on the lower body. This kind of outfit looks very abrupt and ordinary here. But this girl has a very good temperament, coupled with her good looks, she stands out here.
Hello, brother. This is Wang Yifeng, the leader of our sales team's second team.
In other words, the leader of a sales team is the backbone among the many girls selling wine.
After taking a closer look at Wang Yifeng, Yi Tianyang felt a little sorry for her. What can I say about that woman?
If she changes to any job, as long as it is a serious job, she will be successful with her looks, temperament and figure. There are probably countless men willing to donate generously to her. Why does such a beautiful woman with such a good figure have to sell alcohol in the bar? Although Yi Tianyang has never been to a bar, he has heard a lot about selling alcohol in the bar. It is not only about selling eloquence, time, and drinking with people, but also about paying some beauty in order to sell more alcohol. The waitress just now also said that she is the team leader of the second sales team. If she doesn't have some skills, it would be impossible to become a team leader in a place like this. That is to say, she pays more than ordinary people. Needless to say, the reason why she pays more than others here is most likely her beauty. It's a pity to see such a beautiful girl here. She is no worse than Yuan Shishir. If she had a proper job outside, she would definitely be more popular than Yuan Shishir.
Master Yi, my name is Wang Yifeng, you can just call me Xiaofeng. Do you know how to play this dice? Yi Tianyang asked. Yes, I will. How was the fun? Not bad. Okay then, you can play for me, so I can put on another dragon suit. Spend 88,888 yuan, the system returns 888-8800, has been credited. I felt the vibration of my phone and took a glance to find that the money had arrived in the system. A few minutes later, the music in the venue stopped again, and the amount of dry ice sprayed out was obviously much greater than before. All the spotlights were focused directly on VIP seat number 1, and this time they stayed longer than before. The waiter next to him looked much more excited at this moment. He made a lot of money tonight, and he even picked up the microphone and shouted loudly to the whole audience. Seat number 1, Master Yi is going to use the dragon set again. This time the scene is quite sufficient. Sitting in booth number 1 tonight, Yi Tianyang is the most handsome guy in the audience. Xinxin, Yaya, Angela, Tiantian, Zhao Xiaoming and Yuan Shishir were all stunned. Where did this Yi Tianyang come from? He is so rich that he ordered the most expensive booth tonight. 2 sets of Shenlong suits have cost him nearly 200,000 yuan. Now he can't drink any more wine, so he ordered more. A sales team leader asked her to drink for him. Even if you have money, you can't spend it like this. Just now everyone respectfully called him Mr. Yi, and there was more or less a little element of politeness in it. But now it's different. Everyone present had to respectfully call him young Master Yi. Except for those really wealthy second generations, who would be willing to do this. Chapter 12. This woman is interesting. Yuan Shishir was also quite shocked by the current situation. She had already spent nearly 200,000 yuan here tonight, not to mention the wait. How much would this sales team leader want to check off? How much would he pay? From the beginning to now, Yi Tianyang has been using his mobile phone to scan codes for payment, which means he has never overdrawn any app or credit card. When did he become so rich? If he had always been so rich, there would be no news in the company. Could it be that he suddenly made a fortune in the past 2 days, won the lottery, or got a few million from his family when their house was demolished? Just now Xinxin and the others were staring at Yi Tianyang, and now he has ordered a set of the dragon set. Next, these women will definitely launch a real attack.
She should have discovered this a long time ago, and if Yi Tian had no money to support him, he would never dare to invite her today. She shouldn't have invited her girlfriends to come today. Now she is in trouble.
This is inviting a wolf into the house.
The man who she could have conquered little by little or even easily controlled now needs to compete with these women.
Okay, since young Master Yi trusts me so much, let's get started.
However, we have to change the way we play.
Young Master Yi trusts me so much, we have to increase the difficulty and excitement.
No matter what this woman, Wang Yifeng, does, she has a self-confidence that makes people's eyes shine. Simply put, his aura is very strong, and he can control the situation even when facing these people. Yi Tianyan watched from the side and found that Wang Yifeng's favorability towards him was only 15 points, which surprised him a little.
No matter what, I can be considered a big customer here tonight and I have spent so much money.
In Wang Yifeng's eyes, he was just an ordinary stranger, which surprised him very much. Like Xinxin, Ye, Angela, Tiantian, Yuan Shishir and others, after he spent so much money, everyone's favorability towards him increased a lot, especially Yuan Shishir, which has now reached 85.
But to Wang Yifeng, Yi Tianyang was just an ordinary customer.
She came to drink with Yi Tianyang, help him drink, and help him play dice, just to complete a job, and she didn't have any other thoughts.
Let's start with you, beautiful lady. Wang Yifeng started with Yuan Shishir, who was next to Yi Tianyang. I can't drink anymore.
If you guys play, I won't play.
Yuan Shishir was feeling very anxious and conflicted. How could she have the mood to play games if she was unhappy?
She had to find a way to deal with her best friends. Wang Yifeng did not continue to ask for a change of person and said, "Then let's start with you, beautiful lady."
Xinxin was very unconvinced. It was just me, so how could I be afraid of you when playing dice? You are just a little prettier than me, right? So what? Playing dice depends on skills and luck. And my breasts are bigger than yours. 7 ones. Open. 5 sixes. Open. Wang Yifeng won both times, which surprised Yi Tianyang.
It seemed that this woman really had some skills.
Didn't she just say that he was just okay?
This was already quite impressive. He couldn't play with these women, nor could he drink as much as these men, so he paid someone to come and help him.
He won right away and made Xinxin get 2 big glasses of wine, which made Yi Tianyang feel very happy.
This is what they call superpowers. Thinking of these guys and the scene of them playing dice and getting him drunk, he felt much better at this moment.
7 sixes. Wang Yifeng called a little too much this time. Others thought that if Xinxin opened the conversation directly, Wang Yifeng would definitely lose and would have to drink. But
who would have thought that when Xinxin said she wanted to open the dice, she turned over the dice and saw that all 6 of Wang Yifeng's dice were 6. When Xinxin opened the dice, there were 2 6s in it, so Wang Yifeng won again. Xinxin drank another large glass of wine reluctantly. Under normal circumstances, after drinking 3 cups in a row, if you lose 3 times, you have to pass the dice to the next person, and then it was time for someone else to play with Wang Yifeng, but she did not pass the dice down, but instead said, "I was careless just now, let me do it again."
Sorry, according to the rules, you can only come back in the next round. Next one. Wang Yifeng has a strong aura. She sets the rules and everyone must follow them. She never gives Xinxin any chance to cut in line. If you lose, and you must follow the rules. If you are not convinced, then wait for the next round and it will be your turn to compete with me again.
Among the people present, Wang Yifeng completely controlled the situation, and Yi Tianyang became more interested in this woman.
Well, you are having a great time. How can I buy wine to count as your performance tonight? Yi Tianyang asked from the side. Master Yi, just keep ordering wine.
Whether you order more or less, it will be counted as my performance, and I will get dividends.
Okay, give me another set of Shenlong suit. QR code.
Spend 88,888 yuan, the system returns 8,888,800 yuan, has been credited. This time, Yi Tianyang spent the money for Wang Yifeng, and the system also recognized the consumption and the cash back was immediately credited to his account.
Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your support. Wang Yifeng smiled sweetly at Yi Tianyang, which made Yi Tianyang's heart beat faster.
However, Yi Tianyang noticed that Wang Yifeng's favorability towards him had not changed at all and remained at 15 points, which surprised him very much.
Chapter 13, Total Victory. This surprised Yi Tianyang very much.
Logically speaking, he had bought a magic dragon suit to support her, which was to improve her performance, equivalent to rewarding her with money, which should at least improve her favorability.
Who would have thought that it didn't even improve her favorability at all? This woman is quite interesting. Yi Tianyang became even more interested in her. Could it be that she was the type of person who would sell her art but not her body? Are there still such women in this day and age?
Wang Yifeng's sweet smile just now directly touched Yi Tianyang's heart, but this woman's impression of him did not change at all. This made him subconsciously think that he had to win this woman over first, and it would be a bit difficult to rely solely on money.
Tianyang, I'm a little tired now and want to go back.
But I came out in a hurry today and the bag where I put my keys is at the company, so I may not be able to go back today.
Yuan Shishir whispered to Yi Tianyang in his ear.
The voice was delicate, and one could feel the hot air coming out of her mouth.
Especially what this woman said made him want to have sex with Fei Fei even more. Something like he forgot his keys at the company and couldn't go back. What she meant was that he had no place to stay tonight. Did he have to stay at her house or go to a hotel with her? Then go to the hotel next to the company and book a room.
Tell me how much it costs and I'll transfer it to you.
It's still early and you're not sleepy yet. Let's play here for a while.
Now that the favorability level has exceeded 85, Yi Tianyang is not so interested in her anymore.
Now all his interest is on Wang Yifeng. Sometimes men are so fickle and heartless.
If Yuan Shishir had told him an hour ago that she had nowhere to stay that night, he would have been happy to go to the hotel next door and get a room with her and release all his energy.
Oh, I see. Apart from saying hello to Yi Tianyang, Yuan Shishir didn't say anything to anyone else. She just picked up her bag and left. She now understood that her best friends, be it Tian, Xin, Ye, or Angela, would no longer care about her. All their targets were aimed at Yi Tianyang.
On the surface, they were still calling each other sisters, but in fact, they had already become enemies.
Yuan Shishir naturally didn't care about such fake sisters.
They all met each other when they were having a casual affair outside. Compared with the level and methods of these people, Yuan Shishir's side was relatively cleaner, and she also knew the methods to hook men.
She probably wasn't their opponent, so if she went head-to-head with them to snatch Yi Tianyang, she might not be their opponent. Instead of doing this, it is better to take a step back.
After all, they are colleagues and they will always have more opportunities than them. Moreover, by taking a step back, staying less in such occasions, maybe you can attract more men's attention.
After Yuan Shishir left, Yi Tianyang was thinking in his heart, how much money should I give to this woman in a red envelope?
It's all been taken care of, girl. You can't just throw it away because you're stingy, but you can't spoil him too much either.
You have to find a balance now. Huyues City is considered a new first-tier city.
To stay in a star-rated hotel here, 1 or 2,000 yuan a night is enough. He has never seen or heard of a room that costs tens of thousands of yuan.
So you think Yuan Shishir would not spend that much money to stay there?
In the end, he just transferred 5,200 yuan to the woman, which was close to 520 yuan, leaving the woman some hope. He also left her a message saying that he had delayed her time tonight and she should find a better hotel to stay in. Finally, I muted my phone and continued to watch Wang Yifeng and the others play dice and drink. In the final competition between them, without any surprise, Wang Yifeng won all the games. Tian, Xin, Ye, Angela, and Xiaoming were all drunk by him, and they all went to the bathroom to vomit once and came back. And because of this incident, their favorability towards Yi Tianyang all decreased a little.
There's nothing we can do.
It's your fault for being so unsportsmanlike that you actually found the women in the bar who were good at drinking and asked them to drink with you. You made them drink so much that every one of them vomited. It would be strange if you don't persuade them during this process and their liking for you doesn't decrease. Of course, Yi Tianyang doesn't care about their so-called decline in favorability. It doesn't matter if the favorability of these people declines.
It can be improved by just spending some money. I can't drink anymore. I need to go to the bathroom.
The one who drinks the most in this scene is Xiaoming.
This is his second time going to the bathroom. Help me, I'll go too. Xin said.
After getting them drunk again, Yi Tianyang became even more satisfied with Wang Yifeng. He thought it was worthwhile to buy this magic dragon set.
Do you still want to play? I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to play anymore. I really can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. It's all in my throat. Tian and Yaya both kept patting their bulging chests, their brows were obviously furrowed.
They had already drunk enough, and now they could no longer refuse to accept it, so they could only beg for mercy from Wang Yifeng.
Chapter 14. This is released. Okay, then I'll accompany him to work and complete the task successfully.
Wang Yifeng picked up a glass of wine, turned to look at Yi Tianyang, and drank it in one gulp.
Mr. Yi, would it be convenient for me to exchange prices on WeChat?
Even though Wang Yifeng's favorability towards Yi Tianyan was only 15 points at this time, she still took the initiative to ask to add Yi Tianyan on WeChat.
Add WeChat. Yi Tianyan naturally couldn't refuse, so he quickly scanned the QR code and added her. Finally, Wang Yifeng took the initiative to send him a WeChat message. Mr. Yi, when we get off work, would you like to go for a midnight snack together?
It is naturally inconvenient to say these words in front of so many people, but it is very natural to post them on WeChat.
Yi Tianyang is becoming more and more interested in this woman.
Being able to do things in such an occasion, especially becoming the leader of the sales team, her emotional intelligence is absolutely sufficient. Yi Tianyang had the idea of taking this woman down completely, but being at this level, he was still a little nervous. No matter how powerful a man is, there will always be a woman he desires but cannot get.
Some women are just more difficult to deal with, and Wang Yifeng should be one of this type.
Just spending money may not necessarily lead to quick success, but Wang Yifeng is selling drinks in this bar, so she must be doing it to make money.
If not to make money, why would she drink so crazily? Is it just because she likes to drink and have fun? To be honest, this possibility exists. Young girls nowadays have all kinds of personalities and temperaments. But what kind of man can control a top-notch girl like Wang Yifeng? Is it okay for me to be like this? Yi Tianyang now has this system.
When it comes to money, he is not afraid of anyone. However, when it comes to picking up girls, Yi Tianyang is still a rookie. For example, Yuan Shishir has already reached the level of Aquaman, although she may be a junior Aquaman. Women like Xinshin, Yaya, Angela, and the others should be considered as female sea kings who are slightly more powerful than Yuan Shishir. Now that he was able to defeat all the women like Yuan Shishir, Xinshin, Yaya, and Tian, and made them vomit after drinking, what level is Wang Yifeng at? If we calculate by rank, you might underestimate Wang Yifeng by saying that she is at a high level, because she is at least at the king level. At this moment, Yi Tianyang suddenly felt a little afraid that he would not be able to take on the move, but at the same time, he felt that this matter was quite exciting. The more powerful the object is, the more men want to conquer her. If Wang Yifeng can be conquered tonight, or if something happens to her, I believe any man will feel a sense of accomplishment.
After adding Yi Tianyang's WeChat, Wang Yifeng quickly left seat number. This one was walking fast with the waiter just now, and he came closer to greet him and said, "Brother, do you still want to drink this wine?" "I can't drink anymore, I'm already drunk." "You can't let me open a bar?" Yi Tianyang said with a smile.
No, this is the VIP card that our obese bar prepared specially for you. Of course, if you feel comfortable with this card, please leave your mobile phone number with us. Next time you come, you will enjoy our obese top-level service regardless of your card or mobile phone number.
The waiter explained to Yi Tianyang with a smile.
Yi Tianyang took a look and saw that the two women left in the booth were so drunk that they could hardly stand up. If he asked them to go to the hotel for a 1v2 fight, they would probably not refuse. However, the fact that these two women could be taken away easily by himself tonight meant that they were also easily taken away by others before. What can I say about these women? Their looks are all above 60 points, and their figures are also quite good, but they must have been battle-hardened for a long time. I don't know how many times my personal combat experience has surpassed his. Especially for those who hang out in such places, it is very likely that they have some minor problems. If they come into contact with them and get infected, it would be really not worth it. I was lucky enough to get this awesome system. If I die because of it one day, it would be a huge loss. There's still a little wine left. If you want to drink, just drink it here. If you don't want to drink, just save it. I'm going to go out for a walk because it's too boring here. Yi Tianyang said, pointing to the few bottles of wine left on the booth. The waiter was stunned. I don't understand. What's going on? You've done several Shenlong sets in a row, but you didn't take any of the girls on the scene with you. What are you doing tonight? Or has Wang Yifeng completely taken this guy down? However, he felt that the waiter had a slightly higher chance of being taken down by Wang Yifeng. With Wang Yifeng around, these girls really can't compare to her. Master Yi, can I add you on WeChat? If you come to play with us in the future, please tell me in advance and I will arrange all the drinks for you. If you drive, I will also arrange a designated driver for you, so that you can come here easily and leave without any worries.
How could he not provide good service to such a big customer?
If he were to bind the customer, he would be able to get a commission.
The commission from this one person would be equal to that from all other customers.
Yi Tianyang added the waiter's WeChat without refusing, and then left Obase under his attentive escort. When he reached the street outside, Yi Tianyang finally had the opportunity to check the balance on his bank card, and he looked at it for a long time.
27,775,680 yuan.
He made a total of more than 27 million that night.
Chapter 15 Yuan Shishir's Regret.
Now, Yi Tianyang has completely gotten over the issue of money and no longer has to worry about it.
This will be his greatest reliance in the future.
He just needs to find ways to improve in other aspects, such as knowledge, quality, pattern, tolerance, various cultural backgrounds, and so on. In the past, I heard a lecture that said that when you get a large amount of wealth, even unparalleled wealth, you should take out half of the money to invest in yourself and improve yourself, rather than suddenly engage in revengeful consumption. After earning more than 27 million tonight, Yi Tianyang was thinking about buying a house, a villa, and a luxury car tomorrow.
This is obviously the thinking of a poor person at the bottom of society.
But after seeing what happened just now, Xiao Xiaoming actually dared to come to his booth, drink his wine, and flirt with his girls. He realized that he still needs to improve in other aspects. But when other aspects are worthy of his wealth, Xiao Xiaoming would definitely not dare to sit there tonight. So after leaving Obase, the desire to buy a house and a luxury car is not as strong anymore. Just at this moment, a message popped up on the mobile phone. It was sent by Yuan Shishir.
I'm already at the hotel. The room is ready. It's room 2808 at Swan Lake Hotel. The meaning of this WeChat message is extremely obvious.
Anyone who is not a fool can see what Yuan Shishir wants to express at this moment.
Has she booked a room and is waiting for me to come over? Yi Tianyang muttered to himself.
After hesitating for a moment, he finally replied with a simple good dream and ignored the message sent by Yuan Shishir anymore. At this moment, inside the Swan Lake Hotel, Yuan Shishir had just finished taking a shower. She was wrapped in a large bath towel, holding her mobile phone, constantly refreshing the WeChat interface. Just now when she was taking a bath, she imagined the sound of Yi Tianyang knocking on the door and coming in, but when she saw this message, she instantly felt mixed emotions. He replied with 2 words, sweet dreams.
I have hinted so clearly, doesn't he understand? The meaning of this WeChat message I sent is very clear. I've told you the room number, 2808. Come over and sleep with me tonight.
You asked me to go shopping, eat, and then go to the bar today.
Isn't your ultimate goal just to sleep with me?
This process will probably take several more times.
Now I can say that I can help you achieve your wish and save all the steps, but you just want to have a good dream? What do you mean? Is this a rejection of me? Or did you not originally think this way?
At this moment, Yuan Shishir was a little confused about what Yi Tianyang, this man, was thinking.
Everything he did today was unlike that colleague Yi Tianyang she knew before. What kind of changes happened to this man? Why did he become like this? And how did he suddenly become so rich?
Or was he so rich before, but he was just keeping a low profile and deliberately disguised himself as an ordinary person like in TV dramas, just to find true love?
Yuan Shishir is very upset now.
When they were shopping in the mall in the afternoon, even if Yi Tianyang rejected her kindness, she would still buy him a few clothes, even if it only cost a few $1,000s. It was not until they went to the Obase bar and he spent more than 200,000 yuan that she realized this man was not as simple as she had imagined.
The Yi Tianyang she knew before was a very honest, loser man. She could easily control such a man. She could take advantage of Yi Tianyang's love and covetousness for her to control him at will and make him do anything for her. Although Yuan Shishir has only been working for 3 or 4 years, she has come into contact with a lot of men. At the same time, she is a little tired of this kind of life as a sea king and sea queen. If she can develop smoothly with Yi Tianyang as a normal couple, and if this guy is really a bit shallow and can meet her material life needs, this man can be said to be a very good partner for love and marriage. But such a perfect man was lost by her today. It's almost 2 o'clock in the morning now. I wonder which of his best friends has won the heart of Yi Tianyang. Who will sleep next to him tonight? Or could it be Wang Yifeng, the sales team leader of Obase Bar? I guess Wang Yifeng has a higher probability. The more she thought about this, the more annoyed Yuan Shishir became.
She was so angry that she tore off the bath towel from her body, buried her head under the quilt, and screamed in frustration. Yi Tianyang, who was outside enjoying the breeze, did receive the WeChat message sent by Wang Yifeng.
I just got off work. Is Mr. Yi asleep? Not yet. So where are you now? I'm just strolling on the street outside, getting some fresh air to sober myself up. I drank too much tonight. Then send me your location and take a photo. Wang Yifeng was very direct. Yi Tianyang was also very direct. He just sent the location and then took a picture of the sign of a nearby store. About 5 or 6 minutes later, a yachty quickly stopped nearby. Get in the car. No way, you just drive this car to pick me up. How about you drink so much tonight and still drive? Yi Tianyang thought about it and realized that it was true. Don't drink and drive, and don't drive after drinking.
This is a matter of principle and also a matter of responsibility for one's own life.
Wang Yifeng changed her clothes.
The t-shirt she was wearing was not the same one she was wearing just now, and it had a faint fragrance on it. It was obvious that the woman had taken a shower and changed into clean clothes after get off work. But there is not much difference in the style of the clothes, except that this t-shirt is quite tight, revealing her slender waist. At this moment, her waist seems even thinner than it looked in the bar. When Yi Tianyang sat in the back seat of the electric car, he saw the white flower and wanted to pinch it. The electric car drove for about 7 or 8 minutes and arrived at a fairly busy street shop. There were a lot of people on the street and it was very lively. It was a shop specializing in selling barbecue. It was already 2 or 3 o'clock in the evening, and there were still so many customers here. Boss, grill 10 skewers of kidney, 1 serving of leeks, 1 serving of oysters, 20 skewers of lamb, 20 skewers of pork belly. Wang Yifeng ordered several dishes in a row, but there were several dishes among them that could be said to be specially used by men to strengthen their kidneys.
Was she worried that Yi Tianyang's strength was not enough tonight?
So she prepared so many hard dishes for him.
Yi Tianyang. Chapter 16. This woman is very high. Why did you think of treating me to a midnight snack? Yi Tianyang asked the question in his mind. It's very simple.
Seeing that you are quite rich, I naturally want to curry favor with you and get to know you.
Wang Yifeng did not hide anything and directly expressed her true thoughts.
She said it very naturally, as if it were true, but Yi Tianyang thought that a woman like Wang Yifeng could not be easily won over by just spending money, at least not by using the tactics he was going to use tonight.
Yi Tianyang has similar thoughts to other men.
They have very low favorable impression of women who like to hang out in bars and nightclubs.
Girls often say that although I smoke, drink, like to go clubbing, go to bars, and have tattoos, these are just my hobbies.
I think this will make my life more colorful, and I am still a good girl.
In this case, most people would just listen to it. No one would believe it, or even not believe a single word of it.
Girls who have these hobbies may not necessarily be bad girls, but a good girl will definitely not have these hobbies.
But Wang Yifeng might be an exception.
After the magic dragon set was used tonight, this woman did not even have the slightest favorability towards him.
This alone was enough to shock Yi Tianyang.
He could say that Wang Yifeng was not like Xinshin and Yaya, the bar girls who like to have sex in nightclubs. Those who can open a booth in Obase are basically rich people. It is very easy to open a booth in Obase, drink some wine, and spend tens of thousands of dollars in one night. So what Yi Tian meant by raising him was, with so many rich people, why would they choose him?
Because you are obviously richer than them. He.
Wang Yifeng answered with a smile, her expression still so natural.
Yi Tianyang did not refute what she said.
He knew very well that those who were worth several million would not dare to spend 200,000 or 300,000 in one night in Obase. They must be worth at least tens of millions and have so much cash.
Your real estate and the like don't count at all.
Now Wang Yifeng told him that she wanted to get to know him because she saw that he was very rich.
Yi Tianyang now didn't know whether he should believe what he said.
Or is Wang Yifeng really like Yuan Shishir and the others, someone who can cast a wide net and catch targeted fish? Just at this moment, the simple proprietress of the barbecue stall came up with barbecue and beer, and Yi Tianyang suddenly asked, "Boss, does this beautiful lady often come to your place to eat barbecue? I think I've seen her 2 or 3 times." The boss was stunned for a moment. The beauty was very pretty, so he had some memory of her.
Does she come alone every time, or does she bring different men with her?
After asking this question, not only was the proprietress stunned and puzzled, but even Wang Yifeng had a frown on her face.
She really didn't expect Yi Tianyang to ask so directly.
Then she shook her hand helplessly at the proprietress and said, "Sorry, go ahead and do your thing."
The proprietress put down the dishes and left in embarrassment.
At this time, Wang Yifeng also stood up from the opposite side of the table and sat next to Yi Tianyang. This time she was sitting very close to him and spoke seriously.
"Yeah, do you think that women like me who work in bars and accompany customers to drink are basically no different from prostitutes, and are both relatively dirty, so you can humiliate me like this casually?"
Yi Tianyang shook his head, his expression not changing much as he said, "It's not as exaggerated as you said.
I'm just a little curious and it suddenly occurred to me."
In fact, such a question was definitely not appropriate to ask.
He was already prepared after asking it just now.
It was very likely that Wang Yifeng would curse at him, or even pour the glass of wine in her hand on his face.
Wang Yifeng stretched out her slender jade fingers to hold up Yi Tianyang's face and asked, "Are you so curious?" Yi Tianyang nodded honestly.
Wang Yifeng sneered and rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. Suddenly, she leaned forward and kissed his face unexpectedly. She said, "Then come home with me tonight. I'll have a whole night to explain it to you in detail."
Yi Tianyang was stunned. He was kissed like this.
Although it was very unexpected for him, his body was more honest.
The fire in his heart was instantly ignited. He couldn't help but stretch out his hand to take the next step. But Wang Yifeng took 2 steps back. "Don't be in a hurry, let's eat something first and talk after we're full."
She threw a coquettish glance at Yi Tianyang, stood up with a sweet smile, went to the table next to her, and got a pack of napkins. As she walked, her plump buttocks swayed, which was very attractive. She took the napkin, pulled out a piece, and gently wiped the lipstick on her mouth.
She also gently helped Yi Tianyang wipe off the lipstick marks on his face. This woman is really a fairy.
Touching the face that had just been kissed, Yi Tianyang felt like crying but had no tears.
This woman was quite bold. Was she sure of him? Sure, even more direct than Yuan Shishir. Good. Very good. Now Yi Tianyang likes Wang Yifeng more and more, but this woman's favorability towards him makes him doubt whether the system is broken? Current favorability, 15 points.
Her charming smile, her bold seduction, and her directness all seemed so direct and natural to Yi Tianyang.
Could it be that all this was the result of his superb acting skills?
I don't think so, but the favorability has not increased. This means that Wang Yifeng, this woman, is at a very high level as a Poseidon. Without the training of a large number of men, it would be impossible for her to have such a state of mind and courage.
I'm not hungry now and don't want to eat. Let's just go. Yi Tianyang said anxiously. Why are you in such a hurry? Just eat something. How many times can you go through all this trouble in one night? Wang Yifeng sneered. Yi Tianyang was indeed a little impatient. There's nothing I can do, he's greedy too.
He had a girlfriend before, but they were always in a licking relationship. When it comes to matters between men and women, he sometimes didn't have the real right to decide, and it depended on whether the other person was in a good mood before he could do that thing.
Now that he has the initiative, things are completely different.
And with such a stunning girl, it would be strange if he wasn't anxious. Then the dish came up, and Yi Tianyang didn't care whether it tasted good or not, or whether it suited his appetite, and he started eating it with relish. Anyway, it has been confirmed that they will spend the night at Wang Yifeng's house tonight, so these kidney-nourishing foods that she has carefully prepared cannot be wasted, otherwise it will be embarrassing.
Chapter 17 finally brought it home.
About half an hour later, the two finished their meal, paid the bill, and left the barbecue stall.
The person who paid was Wang Yifeng. Is your home far from here?
Yi Tianyang meant that if the distance was far, then she would not take her small electric car.
This car was so slow and uncomfortable. It would be more comfortable to call a car. Wang Yifeng was stunned for a moment. Are you really going? Yi Tianyang? What do you mean you really want to go? Was that just a joke? He was ready to fight all night, so why would he let you joke with him like that? And if you don't let me over, why did you order these dishes tonight? Aren't you afraid that after I come to my house tonight, I'll kidnap you or sell you to the mountains?
Speaking of Yi Tianyang, he is actually a little scared. He is very rich now and others may really do something bold for money.
I was just joking with you. It's already this late. I have to take you home to rest. Otherwise, I can't just leave you outside.
Wang Yifeng said with a smile and raised her eyebrows at him.
With Yi Tianyang's current level, he simply couldn't stand Wang Yifeng flirting with him like that.
Those charming and affectionate big eyes seemed to have completely won over his heart, but Wang Yifeng's favorability towards him was still at 15 points, not increasing at all, which made him feel very frustrated.
Let's get in the car and go. Sitting on the back of the Yachty electric scooter again, Yi Tianyang was not as restrained as before. He stretched out his hands very directly and hugged Wang Yifeng's slender waist. Oh, your hand? I drank too much. Now the wind is blowing, and I feel carsick. I need some support. This is an electric bike, why are you dizzy? You won't get motion sickness if you ride an electric bike, but you will get motion sickness just the same. The wind is blowing even stronger.
Yi Tianyang would not let go of his hand just like that, and he had to praise Wang Yifeng's slender waist, which felt so amazing.
Hey, if you want to hug me, go ahead. Please don't touch me like this, okay? I'm ticklish. I'll fall down. In this way, after about half an hour, they arrived at the Greentown Osmanthus Garden Villa area in Hua City. You live here? This shocked Yi Tianyang a little. He had calculated that he had nearly 30 million in cash, so he planned to come here to buy a villa. This is where the housing prices are the highest in Hua City. He was a poor guy before and didn't know much about this place, but had seen it on online forums. Rumor has it that the housing prices here are ridiculously high, and the security and property services in this villa area are excellent. Look at that swimming pool. The open-air swimming pool is clean and tidy every day, and it is in good condition. Several people are taking good care of it. The creek, rockery and lawn outside are maintained by dedicated people every day. The cost of this property alone is quite outrageous. This can be said to be the place that everyone in Hua City dreams of. Yes, but it's rented. Wang Yifeng replied. The two of them rode the electric scooter and came to a separate villa under the watchful eyes of the security guards. Normally, electric scooters are very rare in such a luxurious villa area, but the security guards did not try to stop Wang Yifeng and had a very normal expression. It seemed that these people knew her and knew that she lived here. After pressing the fingerprint, the door opened. The two of them walked into the villa, and after entering the entrance hall, Wang Yifeng took off her high heels. Her pair of flawless white feet made a soft sound as they walked on the solid wooden floor. Why do you rent such a big house by yourself? Or do you share it with others? This villa is really big. He can easily live in any room, but there are 3 floors in total. At a glance, there are already quite a lot of rooms. How much does it cost? The rent, isn't it a waste for one person to live in such a big house? The rent should be quite scary, definitely starting from 5 figures. You should know that the house that Yi Tianyang is renting now costs 800 yuan a month and is a single room with a bathroom. Do you really want to know why? Wang Yifeng walked over, tiptoed, and looked at Yi Tianyang without looking away. Although Yi Tianyang is not as tall as 1.8 meters, he is still 1.75 meters tall. Wang Yifeng walked up to him. She was no longer wearing high heels, so she had to stand on tiptoe and hold her head high to look at him. Suddenly, the whole person broke over and all her weight was on Yi Tianyang. That pretty face and those seductive red lips were only 1 or 2 centimeters away from Yi Tianyang. At this moment, they could feel the hot breath hitting each other's faces very clearly. What's wrong? Yi Tianyang was stunned by the woman's behavior. Are all women nowadays so fierce? Do they still like to turn defense into offense and actively push him? But it feels pretty good. Are you going to buy a house? Yi Tianyang? What? These words completely confused him. Tonight, he had always believed that when he came to Wang Yifeng's house, something wonderful would definitely happen. Isn't this kind of thing known to everyone? Now she's getting so close to him to ask him if he wants to buy a house. Does that mean that in addition to selling drinks in the obese bar, Wang Yifeng also has a part-time job selling houses? How much money do you need? You work so hard. Wang Yifeng let go of Yi Tianyang, then took a few steps back and walked to the main switch nearby, turned on all the lights in the villa, and then gave him a detailed introduction. This villa was built in 2002. It has 3 floors above ground and 2 floors underground. There are 2 underground floors, mainly entertainment rooms, libraries, and wine cellars. There are 3 floors above ground, living room, tea room and study on the first floor, bedrooms on the second floor, bedrooms and observation deck on the 3rd floor. Each room has a bathroom downstairs, and each floor also has a utility room of 200 square meters. The garden, lawn and orchard outside are all taken care of by professionals. This is definitely a rare villa. It is hard to buy a villa in such a good location now. Yi Tianyang?
He was really confused. There were several times tonight when he was completely bewildered.
As long as you buy this villa, I will be your woman. Chapter 18, A Successful Strategy. At this time, Yi Tianyang could see very clearly that after the woman said this, her favorability began to change rapidly, from the original 15 to 75, and it was still gradually increasing, and finally fell and stayed above 85. It turns out that this is the key point. As long as he buys this villa, Wang Yifeng is willing to follow him. He just said that becoming his woman is the only condition. How many people have you asked this question, or how many people have you brought to this villa? Yi Tianyang asked bluntly.
Wang Yifeng looked straight into Yi Tianyang's eyes with a sincere look, and replied, "So far, you are the first person to come to this place, and I have only asked you one question."
Judging from her eyes and facial expression, Wang Yifeng should not have lied. If she could still deceive Yi Tianyang at this time, then this woman's level was simply outrageous. It would be a pity not to take such acting skills to the entertainment industry. Definitely, the Oscar-winning actress is waiting for her there. Then why me? Yi Tianyang continued to ask. You don't look as annoying as those people. You look very comfortable. You don't have any bad intentions. You are definitely not a bad person. That's why I dare to bring you here in the middle of the night. Of course, the most important thing is that you should be able to afford this place. Yi Tianyang, oh. What do you mean I don't look like a bad guy? Is it so easy for people to see through me? I'm going to be honest with you now. This was originally my family's house. But a few years ago, my father lost money in business and was framed. He went bankrupt and was imprisoned. Before he was imprisoned, he cut off all ties and transferred this house to my name. He thought that even if he was imprisoned for the rest of his life, at least I would have this house and would never have to worry about food and clothing. He repeatedly told me not to sell this villa, otherwise he would definitely not recognize me as his daughter when he got out. But I'm afraid he doesn't know that after he went to jail, the debts he owed didn't stop. We can't pay off these debts even if we want to. So I have no choice but to sell this villa and pay off all the debts. Otherwise, the interest will compound, and we won't be able to pay it off even if we work harder. My dad is about to be released from prison in less than 3 months. He will definitely live here after he is released from prison, so I have no choice but to rent this house in advance. I have been working hard to save money over the years and have saved about 5 million yuan, but I am still far from buying this house. It is definitely unrealistic for me to earn so much money in less than 3 months. So I am thinking of finding someone to buy this villa. So far, you are the most suitable candidate, and you are also the man I am most satisfied with. After Wang Yifeng finished talking about this at home, her originally confident and cheerful expression dimmed a lot. It is true that money can make a hero fall. No matter how noble she is completely defeated by money. How much is this villa? The total is 36 million. You pay 30 million and I pay the remaining 6 million. When the time comes, the property title will need to be in our names. If you're not sure, we can get a marriage certificate right after we buy the property and I'll be your wife. After Wang Yifeng finished speaking, her favorability level completely stopped at 85 points, which is not much away from the full score of 100. It seems that she really intends to become Yi Tianyang's woman and even marry him. Okay, let me ask you a few questions first, and I hope you will answer them truthfully. Okay, ask. You've been working in that bar for so long. Have you ever had a one-night stand, rounded corners, or anything like that? No. Have you ever been someone's mistress or been married? No. Have you ever lived with someone else? As for my health, you can rest assured. My father has been in prison these years, and I have been working hard to make money and pay off the debts. The two of us have no time to talk about love. If you are worried, you can take me to the hospital for a detailed examination. I guarantee that I am clean. While she was talking about these things, her eyes dimmed a lot. She was still in her prime, and if things hadn't happened at home, she should have just graduated from college and either chosen a normal job or continued her studies in a favorite major. Why would she be forcing herself to smile and make money in a bar? Now, in order to keep the house, she is marrying a man she doesn't know at all when they meet for the first time. But she had no other choice. This was the best solution she could think of at the moment. With his personal ability, it was impossible for him to buy this villa. Yi Tianyang kept his eyes on Wang Yifeng and felt that this woman should be true, and at this time the Shinhouse system also sent a prompt.
The system reminds the host Yi Tianyang that he has successfully captured a goddess. If he obtains a marriage certificate or his favorability reaches 100, he will receive a wonderful prize from the system. The system also has reminders in this regard, and there are also awards. The products produced by the system are naturally high quality. Yi Tianyang is looking forward to this award. Okay, I'll buy this villa. Really? Wang Yifeng's eyes lit up and she became cheerful again. Well, you have negotiated it, just contact me when you need to pay. Okay. Wang Yifeng felt that even if he used herself as a bargaining chip, this man should still think about it. After all, this was not a small amount of money, and was she really worth so much money? But who would have thought that this man would agree so readily? He must be very rich, that's why he agreed without batting an eyelid. Chapter 19, really buy it? Are you sure? This is 30 million. Wang Yifeng looked a little strange. Although there are more than 10 million people in this city, many of them are rich, but there are not many people who can easily take out 30 million in cash. Yi Tianyang nodded, that's true, but money is nothing in front of a beautiful woman like you. Mr. Yi, I'm a little bit suspicious of you now. If you were a woman, you would definitely be a naive person. How did you earn your potential? Why does it feel so easy to earn money? Could it be that you made tens of millions just by buying a lottery ticket? Wang Yifeng's mood is now a little higher than before, and she is a little excited. In the past few years, her life has been pretty good and relatively smooth, but even with all the work, drinking like crazy, improving her various skills, and staying up late, she has only earned a little over 5 million in total. Adding tonight's commission and this month's salary, her earnings may be around 6 million. For ordinary people, this is already a very profitable amount. It is no exaggeration to say that none of her classmates have earned 6 million in the past few years relying solely on their own abilities. She is definitely the best among her peers, so she told Yi Tianyang that he would pay 30 million and she would pay 6 million. But no matter how much money it is still far from the 30 million. After Yi Tianyang heard this question, his expression became interesting. You may not believe it, but the way I make money is really easy, even easier than lottery. I just need to pick up girls. However, he also agreed with what Wang Yifeng said. 30 million is definitely not a small number. Most people who can earn so much money are definitely not fools, and it is even more impossible for them to spend so much money on a woman. Those rich people know best how much they paid to earn 30 million, especially the first generation of rich people. As for the second generation of rich people, unless they have a very good family background, the top ones like Wang Song, there is still a possibility. In fact, ordinary rich second generations cannot come up with so much money at once. They only have about 100,000 yuan for living expenses every month, and 200,000 or 300,000 yuan for more. Their families give them at most 2 million to 3 million yuan a year, and provide them with a house and a sports car. If they want to come up with another 30 million yuan, they must tell their parents and get their consent to get so much money. Even if the parents of these rich second generations agreed and took out the 30 million, Wang Yifeng might not be able to get it. After all, it is extremely difficult to catch a real rich son-in-law. This probability is even higher than buying a lottery ticket. So in this day and age, if you want to marry a rich man and become a wealthy wife, you have to have ability. So without worrying about these things, Yi Tianyang Dao agreed with what she said. This was definitely a good thing for him, and it was a good thing without any difficulty. On the one hand, he got such a beautiful woman, and on the other hand, he made money. With this super rich system, he can get 100 yuan for every yuan he spends on the goddess. If he spends 30 million and gets 100 times return, that is 3 billion. I made so much money all of a sudden and picked up a beautiful woman for free. Such a good thing would make you laugh even if you were dreaming. So, even if Wang Yifeng did not choose to be his woman, he would still do this, even if this woman was cheating on his feelings, cheating on his body, tricking him, and spending so much money on him, but as long as he bought the house, the system would return the money to him, and 100 times, then it didn't matter. To be on the safe side, Yi Tianyang also asked the system in his mind just now to confirm whether he could get the 100 times reward after helping the woman buy the house. The system gave him a very positive answer, so he is now very relieved and very happy. If you're worried, we can do another notarization after both of our names are written on the property title. After a year, we can change the names on the property title. My dad won't live long when he gets out. He was originally sentenced to 20 years in prison, but he has behaved well in prison over the years. In addition, he is in the late stage of cancer, so he can be released on bail early. The doctor said that with his current physical condition, he can only live for 7 or 8 months at most.
I just want to be by his side.
In this last period of time, don't let this make you unhappy.
Is this also the main reason why I am so anxious?
When Wang Yifeng said this, she stared at a table lamp beside her, looking a little confused, as if her eyes were sore and there was a faint glimmer of tears in her eyes.
He is a good and filial child.
But these things are not important to him at the moment. His main focus now is to make money.
Women and love are just extras.
Hey, just tell me, at least reveal a little bit, what do you do? The woman is worthy of being the most powerful master of face changing. As soon as she solved the problem, her face immediately changed, from the aggrieved and pitiful look just now to a charming and attractive one. She pulled his arm and shook it, acted coquettishly, and spoke in a sweet tone.
Let me ask you, how many men can withstand this? Well, it's not a business that can be put on the table. Yi Tianyang pinched Wang Yifeng's pointed chin and then said in a gloomy tone.
He looked like a man who was active in the gray area, but Wang Yifeng rolled her eyes at him.
You are still pretending here.
You were so timid when you went home with me just now.
I asked you what business you are doing. Look how capable you are.
Wang Yifeng exposed him mercilessly. You think those gray businesses are easy to do?
Do you really think that I, a little girl, know nothing? Why does my family make so much money?
Why could we afford such a big villa before? It's because my parents, uncles and aunts were doing these shady businesses before and were severely cracked down by the state. That's why they were imprisoned and sentenced to 20 years in prison.
Do you think you can compare with them? Yi Tianyang. What specific business do they do? Yi Tianyang asked curiously.
Wang Yifeng said softly, open an underground casino. When hearing this word, Yi Tianyang's calves couldn't help but tremble, and he became silent for a while.
Chapter 20 I'm sick and can't sleep alone.
But he was exposed long ago after he was locked up. He offended a lot of people when he was doing this business. His left arm was removed and 2 fingers on his right hand were lost. He has been in there for more than 10 years. He is no different from an ordinary old man.
Wang Yifeng said hurriedly, fearing that Yi Tianyang would care. What would happen if her father got out then?
Tianyang looked at Wang Yifeng calmly, remembering the scene in Obase where she played dice and won a lot of battles, and asked, did you learn the dice playing skills from your father? Well, I studied for a year or 2, but at that time I just did it for fun. I never really sat on the gambling table, let alone went to Ayashima to play. This is just a little hobby of mine, but I don't dare to challenge other people's professional skills.
Don't touch this thing.
If you touch it, no matter how big your family business is, it will be gone. Yi Tianyang nodded, but he naturally disagreed in his heart. Others might not be able to bear it, but he might not. He was destined to become a wealthy man that others could not imagine.
But on the surface, he still agreed and said, yes. Wang Yifeng, so good. Yi Tianyang.
They chatted for a while and he looked at the huge weight falling on the wall. It was already 3:30 in the evening and Tianyang felt a little sleepy.
I'm sleepy. Let's go to bed. Well, go to bed.
I'll go clean up your room. Wang Yifeng stood up, took him upstairs, and walked to the bedroom next door.
You don't want me to sleep in the guest room, do you? Tianyang quickly stopped her and asked. Then where do you want to sleep? Wang Yifeng's big watery eyes looked at him blankly.
To tell you the truth, although I am very rich, I am really sick recently. I have recently contracted a disease that makes it difficult for me to sleep if I sleep alone at night. I haven't slept well for several nights. If I don't sleep well tonight, I will have not slept well for 4 or 5 days.
If this goes on, I will die.
The medical name is autism. It is very serious and has reached the late stage and cannot be cured.
Yi Tianyang stopped Wang Yifeng. He has become completely shameless now.
I've already followed them home, it's already this late, and everyone is getting ready for bed.
Am I still going to pretend to be serious and sleep alone? Do you really think you are still young, 17 or 18 years old, and that you can have innocent relationships between men and women? Is this a joke?
Only a fool would be willing to give up this charming beauty to sleep alone, not to mention that he is not a fool. Wang Yifeng was smiling all the time, and her favorability didn't drop either, but he raised his handsome eyebrows and said with a smile.
Oh, so you are sick. Actually, I have something to hide from you. Let me be honest with you now.
I have practiced martial arts since I was young. I have been in the Amaze sect for 3 years.
I have learned Taekwondo and obtained various certificates. At least I have the black belt level.
I have won the top 5 in several national martial arts competitions.
Is it so powerful? Yi Tianyang was unwilling to believe it. No matter what, I don't believe it. Then let's try it. Wang Yifeng smiled brightly.
Now she waved her little fist. Her hands are really beautiful, with long and slender fingers. But when she turns her fists, you can't see if there are any calluses on the palms of her hands.
A good man doesn't fight with a woman. How can a grown man like me hit a woman? But if you have any needs, I will satisfy you and fight to the last bit.
Tianyang felt that he was indeed no match for her, so he could only let himself go completely and show his shameless nature.
Look at what you said. You can tell at one glance that you are a scumbag. You have told many people about this, but you can't get in. Wang Yifeng's eyes flashed with wisdom. Yi Tianyang. Beautiful lady, you are not. Have you never been in love? I told you before that I didn't do this. If you don't believe me, let's go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. When talking about this, Wang Yifeng's expression became much more serious. Don't you have any needs and ideas in your daily life? Yi Tianyang didn't expect that this sentence would come out of his mouth, and he was discussing these with such a beautiful woman. It was too shameless. But it is quite exciting and appropriate to talk about these things with a beautiful girl in the middle of the night. If I don't talk about these things in the middle of the night, am I going to chat about the spring and autumn period with her? What about me? When it comes to this topic, Wang Yifeng didn't show any pretentiousness. Instead, she smiled and said, yes, but can't you just find a way to get rid of it? Once I have an idea, I will go exercise. When you are exhausted after 2 hours of crazy exercise and don't even have the energy to drink a sip of water, will you still think about these things? Oh, by the way, I have a few wooden stakes and some fitness equipment at home. If you can't control yourself now, you can play for an hour or two. I guarantee that I can help you get rid of these bad thoughts. Tianyang looked at Wang Yifeng's beautiful mermaid line, nice small waist, and round and perky peach buttocks. Okay. Why did you order so many leeks, oysters, and kidneys for me during our midnight snack tonight? Yi Tianyang was depressed. Even to the point of gnashing teeth. He. When talking about this matter, Wang Yifeng laughed. She laughed very happily. It was really one wave after another. The sound is clear and pleasant, like a silver bell, touching people's hearts. Okay, come in. After a while, she opened the door of the room and invited him in. Ha! Yi Tianyang was a little unconvinced. Looking inside, this should be the master bedroom of the villa. The bed is very big, about 2 meters long. But there was only one pillow lying there alone on the big bed. After Wang Yifeng walked in, she opened the closet next to her, took out another pillow, and placed it on the bed. Then she took out a set of men's pajamas from it, handed it to Yi Tianyang, and said, go take a shower. These pajamas are new. I just bought them to prepare for my father to come out. Yi Tianyang took the pajamas, looked at her, and without hesitation, went directly to the bathroom next to him. Although he was a little suspicious whether this woman was playing any tricks, he couldn't care less. He couldn't just back down at this point. I took a quick shower, changed into my pajamas, and returned to my room. Unexpectedly, Wang Yifeng had just returned from the bathroom next door after taking a shower. She was wrapped in a large bath towel, using the towel to wipe her hair, and then she climbed onto the bed and lay down. Go to sleep. You sleep here and I'll watch you. Seeing Yi Tianyang coming out, Wang Yifeng pointed to another pillow and said, aren't you going to sleep? And you're still watching me sleep? You are going to wait until I fall asleep before you go to sleep. Chapter 21 The Past. It's not necessary, just turn off the lights. Yi Tianyang put his cell phone on the bedside table and got into bed, still feeling a little nervous. Now the situation is quite special. How should I put it? It is not easy to get started. I looked at her favorability level, which had dropped from over 80 to 60. This barely reached the level of good friends or close friends, but was not yet a romantic relationship. Now that the light in this bedroom is turned off, a very dim small light is left on, which is convenient for getting up at night. Wang Yifeng also lay down, but she was lying on her side, and just stared at Yi Tianyang. After about 3 or 4 minutes, he said softly, good night. I just closed my eyes in front of him, and from what I could hear, my breathing was still very peaceful. But Yi Tianyang, who was sleeping next to him, couldn't sleep.
He couldn't help licking his lips and moving his body.
At this midnight, even if he just moved his legs, the friction between his skin and the quilt seemed so harsh. I can't sleep. Yi Tianyang said shamelessly.
Then just sleep hard. Wang Yifeng opened her eyes and said softly.
Yi Tianyang, it's because it's hard that I can't sleep. Wang Yifeng.
You filthy rascal.
Yes, I am. Yi Tianyang admitted it very frankly. Suddenly this feeling, this atmosphere is so wonderful. Is this what they call the period of ambiguity between lovers who are not yet lovers? It's very addictive. What's your relationship with those girls you brought to Obase to drink today?
At this moment, Wang Yifeng suddenly asked.
One is a colleague, and I meet the others for the first time. Yi Tianyang answered frankly. You spent so much money on him tonight, why didn't you take him away? Yi Tianyang, that's because my heart is with you. 2A. You scumbag. Why, can you please explain it clearly? What is a scumbag? She and I just had a drink together, and I didn't do anything to her. Why do you say I'm a scumbag? Yi Tianyang said somewhat aggrievedly. You don't want to do anything to her, so that means you want to do something to me? Yes, you are prettier than them, and have a better figure than them. Moreover, women with your personality can stimulate our desire to conquer. Now that I have you, I naturally have no thoughts about them.
Yi Tianyang is now very calm when expressing his feelings and thoughts, so his tone is very calm when he speaks, without too much fluctuation.
He doesn't need to hide much. This may be the greatest support that the godly rich system gives him now.
It is also because of this that his calm tone and direct expression make people believe in him more. Sure enough, when he was talking about this, Wang Yifeng seemed very calm, and her breathing was still the same as before, without much change.
It was obvious that the topic was over and she was not angry. After a moment of silence, Wang Yifeng suddenly asked another question. How many women have you had before? No, I really don't have a girl.
I'm still a bachelor since birth.
The light in here was very dim, and Yi Tianyang's hairstyle didn't change much.
When he said this, the corners of Wang Yifeng's mouth twitched slightly, and there was a hint of starlight in her eyes. Really?
Are you so miserable? It's the same to you, isn't it? Yi Tianyang said with a smile. Wang Yifeng sighed and said, then our situation is different. My parents went to jail after I graduated from junior high school.
I was only 15 years old at that time.
From then on, I had to study and make money. I had no other choice.
During this process, my mother also died in prison due to illness.
My father was the only relative I have in my life now. But you are different.
At your age and with your wealth, what kind of woman do you want? Yi Tianyang patted her head with some heartache and said slowly, I was also very poor before, and I just made some money recently. I have chased many girls before, but none of them succeeded. Wang Yifeng was a little surprised by this, and her eyes became much calmer than before. She also felt relieved because he had just become rich, and said, that's good. It's rare that you can make so much money all of a sudden and not lose your mind because of your sudden wealth. Yi Tianyang suddenly chuckled and said, in fact, the sudden desire for revenge must be more or less a little awkward, so I urgently need a pure soul and body to comfort me and save me.
Wang Yifeng. You really can't stand compliments, and you always talk in a roundabout way. And XIN, why do I feel so familiar when you say this? I seem to have heard it somewhere. Yes, Mr. Xing said so. So that's how it is.
You learned all these greasy words from movies.
There's nothing I can do. I have no experience, so I can only learn more.
I also want to have a goal that I can achieve, but there has never been anyone for me to practice on it.
Yi Tianyang said, I just became rich suddenly, not always. So you will be very happy to date me.
I will buy you milk tea every day, and I will give you a red envelope and buy you gifts on any memorable holidays. When you have stomach discomfort during those few days, I will warm your stomach. When you are angry, I will also find ways to make you happy and take you to eat delicious and fun things. When we quarrel, I will admit my mistake first, and then we will discuss why we quarreled just now after you are happy. Yi Tianyang recounted everything that had happened between him and Wu Mengyao over the past few years. He wants to show his most sincere heart. After listening to this, Wang Yifeng's expression and eyes became strange, and she spoke slowly.
How can you date like this? You call this licking, okay? You call this dog-licking behavior.
After she said this, Tianyang was stunned.
Then what do you think is true love? Yi Tianyang asked slowly after a moment. Wang Yifeng slowed down and said slowly, "It should be like my parents."
When my father and my uncles first started that business, because they occupied other people's territory, people targeted them everywhere.
Every now and then, someone would come to make trouble.
Once, my uncles were not around and my dad was the only one watching. Suddenly, a few people came over and stabbed my dad. When my mom found out, she used a few machetes to hack the people away. During this process, she was stabbed several times and bled a lot, but she didn't step back. It was because of her bravery that she saved their lives.
Chapter 22 Treasure Girl.
But because of this, my mother's health deteriorated a lot. A few years after she went in. I remember that in order to make my mother's health better, my father went everywhere to ask for so-called elixirs and tonics. No matter how much money it cost, he never frowned. I remember my dad's hair turned white overnight after he got the news of my mom's death.
So when two people are together, everything you said is empty talk.
Being able to share weal and woe is true love.
After he said this, Yi Tianyang's expression became much more serious.
He kept his mouth open for a long time but didn't say a word.
About 5 or 6 minutes later.
Go to bed, it's getting late. Although there was a beautiful woman beside him at this time, his heart was extremely calm, without any desire, and his heartbeat was much more normal than usual. He slowly closed his eyes, thinking about the scene of sharing weal and woe in his mind. This was what he had always dreamed of, and Wang Yifeng hit the nail on the head. Wang Yifeng looked at him from the side, or to be more precise, kept staring at him until she realized that this guy's breathing was becoming more and more frequent, and finally he was snoring. Looking at this guy snoring and falling asleep, Wang Yifeng inexplicably wanted to laugh, but she held it back, then slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep.
This guy is really naive and cute. That night, Yi Tianyang slept very comfortably and was truly relaxed.
This was the first time in recent years that he slept so comfortably. After waking up in the morning, he felt much more relaxed all over, but he was the only one on this large bed. There was still a faint fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose. He was very familiar with this fragrance.
It was from Wang Yifeng. He looked at the phone on the bedside table.
It was already 10 o'clock.
But today was the weekend? And didn't the company fire him?
He was just handing over his work. Even if he had to go to work today, he wouldn't be in a hurry. Wearing pajamas like this, he left the bedroom, stood on the escalator on the second floor, and soon found Wang Yifeng. The sun was shining brightly outside.
The warm morning sunlight shines through the window onto the lobby on the first floor. Wang Yifeng is doing Pilates there at the moment.
Her current action was to kneel on the ground, with her hips raised high and her body pressed down as far as possible. The sunlight also fell on her, like the light that she originally emitted.
It's like a goddess descending to the earth, shining brightly.
Yi Tianyang was stunned by this scene, and tears of excitement flowed from the corners of his mouth.
Do you exercise every morning?
It was obvious that Wang Yifeng had noticed him, so Yi Tianyang asked calmly.
Whom? Wang Yifeng let out a long breath, retracted all movements and stood up.
At this moment, because of the morning exercise, her forehead and body were covered with sweat, and her little face was flushed, making her look even more beautiful and charming.
I cooked porridge and fried some pancakes. You can eat first.
I'll take a shower and come over. Wang Yifeng said as she walked towards the bathroom next to her.
This woman is simply perfect.
He is extremely self-disciplined and maintains a good figure. Even though he has been living in dire straits over the years, he has been able to maintain this figure. She deserves to be rich and powerful. Even if she didn't meet me, she would have met a man who admired her very much.
The most important thing is that this woman can actually cook breakfast. For young girls nowadays, cooking instant noodles is considered a survival skill. Yi Tianyang felt a little emotional as he watched the woman slowly leaving back.
When he heard the sound of water splashing from his hand, he couldn't help but licked his lips. Forget it, he should go and have breakfast quickly, otherwise he really can't hold on. Not long after, Wang Yifeng came out after taking a shower, changed her clothes, and ate breakfast in the living room.
Then what are you going to do later? Yi Tianyang asked curiously.
Normally, they work in the nightclub and sleep during the day, but Wang Yifeng gets up so early, he can't just sit at home all the time, right? In the morning, I go to my cake shop.
I opened a small cake shop next to Wanda. I go there to take a look in the morning.
In the afternoon, I usually go to the gym outside the community.
I work as a yoga instructor there. At night I go to the obese bar. What's wrong, Boss Yi?
Please persuade our workplaces to open VIP cards for us to show your support. Wang Yifeng said with a smile.
Yi Tianyang felt a little touched, even admired her.
He really found a treasure girl. It is already difficult for a person to survive normally under such pressure, but he can live such a wonderful life, doing 3 jobs a day and still be organized.
This is not something that an ordinary woman can do.
She is definitely a treasure girl. I'll go back and get some things, and I'll come to see you in the afternoon.
Then go buy a car. What kind of car do you like? Yi Tianyang was sincere and proactive this time.
It would cost 30 million to buy a house, and he only had a little bit of money left, so he had to find a way to make up for it. Normally, he could just find a girl to buy him something, but he subconsciously wanted to buy something for Wang Yifeng, as he didn't want her to continue riding that small electric scooter.
Buy me a car? Wang Yifeng was a little surprised. Yeah. Yi Tianyang nodded. Wang Yifeng frowned, thought for a moment and said, I usually like motorcycles the most because they are convenient and there is no traffic jam.
If it is a 4-wheeled vehicle, I like off-road vehicles, such as the hard drive like Con or G-Class, but they are too expensive and I can't afford them.
Yi Tianyang smiled and said, No, if you can afford it, I'll buy it for you. I am not afraid that you will not choose the expensive one. The more expensive the better. Isn't the 100-fold rebate enough to buy a villa?
And such a domineering and bold statement made me feel much happier after saying it. Even though Wang Yifeng was always calm, at this moment, she paused for a moment while drinking porridge, with an indescribable emotion in her eyes.
Are you really going to buy it for me? Chapter 23 Buying a Car.
Wang Yifeng paused for a moment, and her tone sounded a bit like that of a normal family situation.
Are you really going to buy me a car? What about the 2 or 3 million yuan for the most convenient car tax? Don't we still have to buy this house? You are so rich. It seems that I am really lucky this time. I have brought you, a rich man, back.
I must go burn incense when I go out today.
My luck is so good.
He couldn't understand this man's behavior at all, and he couldn't guess it. If he just wanted to have sex with her, then buying this house would be more than enough.
He would be willing to give up his own and let him do whatever he wanted.
There is no need to buy another car at all, and you can choose the car you like.
Is this too much money to spend? Or is this man really obsessed with me? Regarding this aspect, Wang Yifeng did not feel any great pressure.
Instead, she had some small surprises in her heart.
The richer the man I choose is, the better.
And after getting to know him last night, I am now more sure about this man. He is definitely a good man with a pure character. Although this guy must be very lustful, men are not lustful. At this age, it is normal to be greedy for beauty.
It cannot be said that this is a shortcoming.
If there is no desire for beauty at this age, that would be a tragedy.
What's more, he is greedy for himself, isn't that better?
I'm not that rich, but I can still make your life worry-free. If you decide to buy the car first, then make an appointment with the other party and we will buy the house.
Yi Tianyang smiled.
He could say that he was a little more sincere now, and felt that life was getting better and better. As expected, there was nothing in the world that money couldn't solve.
If there was, it must be because he didn't have enough money.
After they both finished breakfast, I called a car on my phone and took them to the International Automobile City, the Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership.
Hello sir, are you looking for cars? Is there a car you like? The sales lady was very enthusiastic.
Yi Tianyang stayed at Wang Yifeng's house last night. He was still wearing the same worn-out clothes as yesterday, and a pair of ordinary sneakers, but even so, others would think he was a very rich man. Sometimes, the easiest way to judge whether a person is rich or not is to look at who is standing next to him.
For example, standing next to Yi Tianyang now is the radiant and charming Wang Yifeng, who is holding Yi Tianyang's arm at the moment, like a little bird.
Everyone who sees this man thinks that there must be something special about him.
If not, how could he have such a beautiful woman by his side? Big G, right? Yi Tianyang said casually.
But after she finished speaking, I realized that this salesperson was a young lady, and her face turned red and looked a little strange. At this time, Yi Tianyang also reacted and smiled. Big G, there is no such thing, right?
Sales lady, oh.
I could only smile and say, Sir, please treat me.
Come over here. Big sister, we have the latest model here. Let me give you a detailed introduction to the latest configuration changes.
No need to introduce it.
It doesn't matter what configuration it has. He can just pick a color later. Just tell me how much it costs. I'm paying in full now and I'm in a hurry to leave. Who has time to listen to you introduce this updated configuration? What's more, is this updated configuration important? Yi Tianyang just wanted to get the car quickly. The configuration is not important, full payment. It was obvious that the sales lady was not as happy as before. Sir, I believe you. There is no pressure to buy a G-Class in full. However, I still recommend that you buy it in installments. This way, the large amount of cash flow will still be in your hands and will not cause any pressure on you. Oh my god, what the hell is this? I paid in full and she suggested that I pay in installments? Yi Tianyang naturally had no money to buy a car before, and he didn't expect that 4S stores would not be happy for customers to pay full price for the car, and even suggested that they buy it in installments. However, he has been in sales for such a long time and has heard some rumors. He knows the twists and turns involved. If the full price is paid, the cost of buying the car will be clearly marked, and the profit will be the same as the manufacturer's profit. It is not so objective for sales staff to get commissions. I don't need your advice. I'm buying it now with full payment. Yi Tianyang said, is there a car I can buy? If not, I'll go to another 4S store. Yes, of course. I'll take you to see it. The sales lady smiled and quickly led them to the place where the Mercedes-Benz G was placed in the middle of the exhibition hall. I took a quick look at the configurations of this latest model, got in and sat in it for a while, and then asked Wang Yifeng to drive it out for a spin. There was no other way. Yi Tianyang also wanted to take a test drive, but there was no way because he didn't have a driver's license. Before, his salary was only enough for his living, and he never thought about buying a car, so he never spent money to take the driver's license test. Moreover, it costs several thousand yuan to get a driver's license, so he saves as much as possible. After a stroll outside, he soon returned to the 4S shop. To be honest, this car is naturally quite good. Yi Tianyang had never driven any luxury cars or SUVs before, but he was still very satisfied with the comfort. In fact, he himself did not have much interest in cars. That was just what he said to others. There is no man who doesn't like to eat. He didn't like to eat before mainly because he was poor. How can a man not like to eat when he is rich? But now he has to take the time to get a driver's license as soon as possible. That's it, let me know how much it costs. This is our Mercedes-Benz G-Class 2023 latest model. If you pay in full, it will cost 2.3 million. Plus insurance, car purchase tax, license plate fees, etc., you need to add another 250,000 or so. The total price is less than 2.55 million. After you have calculated everything, issue the invoice and give me a QR code or card number. I will pay and you will take care of the rest. Yi Tianyang said, and was about to take out his mobile phone to scan the code to pay, but Wang Yifeng pulled him aside and stopped him from paying. Wait a moment. We have to pay more than 2 million, right? Is there no discount at all? Even if the price is fixed, there are no gifts? Just because we paid in full, you treat you differently like this? Seeing the sales lady dumbfounded by Wang Yifeng's retort, Yi Tianyang wanted to laugh. It was as if I saw this woman again last night in Obase, who was in control of the whole situation, looking like she was the only one in charge. And judging from the way she looked, she would be sure that there would be no problem in her future life. Chapter 24. My family is strict and will beat me. She is not the kind of woman who likes to spend money recklessly. Then Wang Yifeng and the salesgirl argued with each other for more than 10 minutes, and finally alarmed the salesgirl's superior. Finally, the specific plan for purchasing a car was completely implemented. In total, the price was reduced by about 40,000 to 50,000 yuan, and a lot of gifts were given. The most important thing was the maintenance for tens of thousands of kilometers. This maintenance is very valuable. Yi Tianyang stood by and watched from beginning to end without saying a word. He just looked at himself and let the woman do her best. Not to mention that Wang Yifeng was really amazing. A salesperson and a sales manager, they would be very powerful people no matter where they were. Even the two of them combined couldn't beat her. It's really amazing. Hello sir, this is the final contract. You need to pay 2.51 million. As for the insurance and licensing fees, they will all be borne by our company. The salesgirl felt a little aggrieved. After paying this amount, the company's profit would be less, and his commission would also be less. Okay, pay.
Yi Tianyang was about to scan the code to pay. When he needed to fill in the name of the car owner, he pointed at Wang Yifeng and said, "Just register hers." After hearing what Yi Tianyang said, Wang Yifeng looked at him, opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but didn't say it. Consumption of 2,510,000 yuan, system rebate of 251 million yuan, has been credited. After paying the money, Yi Tianyang quickly received the rebate from the system. Adding the more than 20 million in his previous account, all added up to more than 270 million. However, this time the system was a little different when giving him a 100-fold rebate. Before, it was a direct transfer, but this time, there was an additional detailed description after the bill, which stated that it was a stock dividend. It seems that in order to make the funds formal and legal, this will have to be added only after it can pass the review of the regulatory authorities. However, the system said that he would be responsible for all these matters, so Yi Tianyang didn't think much about it. Anyway, as long as the money can be used normally and legally, how it came from has nothing to do with him, and he can't control it. The formalities were completed quickly, and the 4S store also brought the temporary license plate for the new car. The other specific procedures would take about a week. After the temporary license plate was hung up, Wang Yifeng drove away from the 4S store with Yi Tianyang. "You really don't have a driver's license?" Wang Yifeng asked with some surprise after the car was on the road. "Yes, I don't have a driver's license. From now on, you will be my full-time driver." Wang Yifeng, "Oh. I now really believe that the business you run cannot be put on the table. The way you spend money like gold and treat money as if it is nothing is so cool. I like it so much." Yi Tianyang said, "Don't talk nonsense, I am a good person, I absolutely abide by the law, it's just that I was a little bit luckier." "What business does your family do? Where is it?" Wang Yifeng asked curiously. After hearing this, Yi Tianyang's eyes became vague. He looked out the window and said slowly, "Where is my home? I grew up in an orphanage and lived in a daze for so many years." Wang Yifeng was stunned for a moment. "I'm sorry, What are you embarrassed about? You are not my parents, and you didn't abandon me. Why are you apologizing?" Yi Tianyang looked at Wang Yifeng with a little apology in his eyes and said with a smile. After saying this, Wang Yifeng was stunned again. What's going on in this guy's train of thought? I was serious. I just felt a little sorry for you and wanted to comfort you, so you played this joke on me. It was this joke that made her lose her mind. The new car was driving a little too fast just now and rear-ended something with a bang. It hit a BMW car in front, which seemed to be an old model. But no matter what, it was their Mercedes-Benz G-Class that hit someone else, so they cannot escape full responsibility. Wang Yifeng was a little confused, but seeing her silly expression with her mouth open, Yi Tianyang couldn't help but look down at himself and measure his size. It seems a bit forced. Just at this moment, the owner of the BMW in front got out of the car. He was a man in his 40s wearing a standard suit. Seeing this, Wang Yifeng had no choice but to get out of the car quickly. I'm sorry, I was distracted just now and hit you. I will pay for all the repair costs for your car. I'm really sorry. Wang Yifeng said embarrassedly. The damage to their G-Class was not very serious. The most important thing was that this car was much taller than his, so it was just a little deformed. But the rear bumper and taillights of the old BMW in front were all damaged. It's okay, it's okay. How about your car? Oh my god, it's a new model. What a pity. The owner of the BMW had a good attitude and did not intend to blame Wang Yifeng. Of course, any man can understand this. His attitude and tone are so good now, on the one hand because of this luxury car, and on the other hand because of Wang Yifeng's appearance and figure. Tell me how much the repair will cost this time. Wang Yifeng had been in the nightclub for such a long time that she could clearly see the man's expression. She also knew what he was thinking and said directly. It's a small expense to repair it, just 10,000 or 20,000 at most. Let's just consider it as making friends. I'll add you on WeChat. Your driving skills are not that good. Well, I'll take you for a ride when I have time. The middle-aged man was very generous, and with the exquisite suit he wore, he looked like a successful person with a successful career. Wang Yifeng smiled and said, No need. Just tell me how much it is. My husband is very strict. If I add you on WeChat, I will get beaten when I get home. Seeing Wang Yifeng pointing at the passenger seat, the man's expression became a little unnatural. After a few seconds of silence, he stretched out his hand and said, Then transfer 15,000 to me.
Okay. Wang Yifeng agreed. How much does it cost to repair the car? She didn't care whether she was being ripped off or not. She took out her phone and scanned the code to pay immediately. During this process, Yi Tianyang did not get out of the car from beginning to end, but he heard their conversation clearly in the car. After Wang Yifeng got back into the car, he looked at her nonchalantly and smiled, looking heartless. What are you laughing at? Wang Yifeng suddenly felt that this guy's expression looked a little bit mean. Yi Tianyang, you look good when I smile. The one in your family is so strict. If you add me on WeChat, he will beat you up. Am I that cruel? You are slandering me, defaming me, and damaging my reputation. Chapter 25, Emotional Heat. Wang Yifeng took a look at this guy. At first she thought he was mean, but now she has gotten used to his joking tone. Hand. Ha! Although Yi Tianyang was surprised for a moment, he still stretched out his left hand without hesitation. Ah! She soon let out a scream. Looking at the very clear teeth mark on the back of his hand, with a trace of saliva, this woman bit it pretty hard, it was almost bleeding. It seemed that this joke really pissed this girl off. After Yi Tianyang screamed, he raised his left hand and looked left and right. His movements were quite outrageous. What are you looking at? Let me try again. I want to see if your mouth is the right size. I saw you were a little careful just now, it looks like it should be able to fit. Wang Yifeng, oh. Her little face really turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. She is not a fool. She understood this sentence instantly. No matter how strong she is in her heart, she will still feel embarrassed by such teasing. And no one has ever told him such a dirty joke in all these years. Can you please be more reliable? Be a gentleman. Look at what you said, it's so obscene. Although this guy speaks in a vulgar and even a little disgusting way, he doesn't feel that seductive. After about a minute or two, Wang Yifeng slowly calmed down and said, Are you usually so good-tempered? You said nothing when the car hit you, and you didn't blame me when I bit you. To be honest, these two things just now made her feel warm in her heart. Now thinking about it carefully, although this guy is a little bit vulgar and lustful, he really has many advantages. There are really too few men with such a stable temper. Most men subconsciously scold their women when they do something wrong. How can you be so stupid? You always hit others when you drive. If she bit him, he would definitely be even angrier, but the man next to her was gentle from beginning to end and did not blame her at all. Moreover, Wang Yifeng could clearly tell that this man was not pretending, he really did not care and did not blame her. What's so strange about this? I bought your car as a gift for you. Now he was hit by your car. Why should I blame you? Yi Tianyang laughed and said, Besides, you took a bite, so I know your size better. Isn't that good? Wang Yifeng. She really has no temper with this guy. You say she is angry, but it's not worth it. You say you are not angry, but this guy is a little bit mean. Can I ask you a question? Are you like this towards everyone, or just me? After about 5 or 6 minutes, while driving, she thought to herself that Wang Yifeng roughly knew a little bit about this man's temper, so she asked directly. Why do you ask that? I just feel that sometimes expressing your thoughts, dissatisfaction, resentment, etc. in a joking tone seems immature. But I can understand your thoughts. This does not affect the impression of you in my mind. On the contrary, I think the impression of you in my mind is better. This woman's evaluation immediately penetrated Yi Tianyang's heart. To be honest, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, as if he was irritated. The impression this woman had left in his heart was obviously deeper than before. However, the expression on Yi Tianyang's face did not change much at this time. Instead, he continued to speak jokingly. Don't take it so seriously. I just like to joke around. Come here. Suddenly, Wang Yifeng stopped the car, turned around on the side of the road, looked at Yi Tianyang in a charming manner and said, No way, it wasn't enough to bite it just now, and now you want to bite it again. Come here, I asked you to come. This coquettish tone made Yi Tianyang's calves tremble, and he even felt his heartbeat quicken a lot. Boom boom boom. It's about to jump out of my chest. Yi Tianyang approached, and Wang Yifeng came over without hesitation and kissed him. Yi Tianyang didn't know how long the kiss lasted. He only felt a buzzing in his head, followed by a burst of electric wave sound. Will you dare to talk dirty to me again in the future? After hearing this, Wang Yifeng's beautiful face was filled with a triumphant smile, like a little fox who had succeeded in her evil plan.
Oh, I should have installed the dashcam just now. Now you took advantage of me and molested me, but I have no evidence. If there was a dashcam, I would definitely use the video to report you,
What's the matter? Even if you sue me, will it be of any use? If you don't let me kiss you, it's against a woman's will, you know that.
I'll stay still, and if I want to kiss you, come closer.
Yi Tian Yang. Very domineering, I like it very much.
A few minutes later the car started again, and surprisingly, neither of them spoke anymore. The atmosphere in the car changed, as if pink bubbles were popping up.
This was the feeling of being in love.
Although he had only known Wang Yifeng for a short time, she had really brought Yi Tianyang an extremely wonderful love experience. Although Yi Tianyang knew that this was assisted by money, seeing that the favorability level had now reached 90, he felt much more at ease. It would be great if it could always be like this. The money in hand now is enough for living, and it doesn't matter whether there is a rebate in the future. This is probably the ultimate effect of the sudden emergence of the super-rich system, which is to make its host feel happy. Afterwards, Wang Yifeng sent Yi Tianyang to the residential area where he lived. Wang Yifeng still had to go and take a look at her own cake shop, while Yi Tianyang went back to change his clothes and think about what to do with his house. They made an agreement that in the afternoon, after Wang Yifeng had talked to the landlord, she would send him a message to arrange a meeting place. Yi Tianyang returned to the small bungalow where he lived with some excitement. Looking at the room, which was only about 10 square meters in total, he felt sad. The difference between this house and the one Wang Yifeng lives in is so huge that it is not even as big as other people's bathrooms. But it's okay. He can finally escape from this kind of life. If you want, he will have endless money in the future. He should be able to buy anything that can be bought with money. A rapid knock on the door interrupted his thoughts.
Knock, knock. Along with the knock on the door, there was a clear and pleasant voice. Brother Tianyang, are you there? Are you home? Hearing this pleasant voice, Yi Tianyang knew who the person was. It was the little girl who lived opposite them. Still in college. Chapter 26 Zhang Yu. It seemed her name was Ye, but he couldn't remember the exact name. Zhang Yu? What was a little strange was that they didn't have much of a relationship with each other. Although they all lived in the same residential area, they were just familiar with each other. They just nodded and smiled when they met, and they didn't even have WeChat. How did she find him today? Yes, I am. No matter what, she came knocking on the door, so I had to answer it. After opening the door, I saw a beautiful girl standing at the door. She was wearing a silk pajamas and her white jade feet were wearing a pair of light pink slippers. Maybe because she hadn't gone out today, this girl had no makeup on her face. She was completely bare-faced. But even without makeup, this girl was really good looking, at least she could get 70 points. Her skin is white and tender. At this age, in her 20s, she is very tender and beautiful. According to my previous memory, the figure in this silk pajamas was absolutely curvy. Are you okay? Seeing this girl holding a plastic takeaway box filled with sliced cantaloupe, Yi Tianyang became even more confused. It's okay. I just heard you coming back. I just happened to have cut some cantaloupe, so I brought it to you. Zhang Yu had a smile on her face and her jet black hair scattered on her shoulders made her even more attractive. As she spoke, she naturally walked into Yi Tianyang's room and looked around. Her expression did not change, but she already looked down on him in her heart. This guy was truly a loser among losers. Oh, thank you. Don't you have class today? Yi Tianyang didn't feel much about this girl's enthusiasm. In the past, he would definitely be happy if such a beautiful girl came to his room, but not now. What's more, he knew that the beautiful girl in front of him had a boyfriend and was not single. She had met her boyfriend, who was tall and thin. Compared with Yi Tianyang, although her appearance might not be as good as his, she heard that her boyfriend had a high level of education and was currently studying for a master's degree. Brother Tianyang, you drank too much last night and you're still not sober. Today is the weekend, there's no need to go to class. The girl rolled her eyes, which was quite charming and interesting. Then he put the cut cantaloupe in his hand on the table and said, I just chilled this. It tastes best now. If it's not so cold later, the taste will be worse. Just tell me what you want to say. Yi Tianyang is not a fool, and he has experienced the hardships of society. It would be strange if this girl suddenly came to him and showed her courtesy if there was nothing else going on. Isn't there a joke on the internet? The most frightening thing is that your friends suddenly come to you to ask what you are doing, not to mention that they are not your friends. Actually, it's nothing particularly important. Just eat the cantaloupe first, and I'll talk to you after you've eaten it.
Zhang Yu urged with a smile.
Oh.
Yi Tianyang nodded, thinking that they didn't have much of a relationship, so why would he ask him to do something? She had a boyfriend who didn't need his help with small matters, and she certainly wouldn't care about big matters, so why should he care about her? Watching Yi Tianyang eating the cantaloupe bite by bite, Zhang Yu felt that she was becoming more and more confident.
We've finished eating. Tell me what you want to say. Yi Tianyang said as he threw the takeaway box into the trash can.
I just want to find brother Tianyang and borrow 10,000 yuan. Seeing Yi Tianyang finish eating, Zhang Yu was no longer polite and directly stated the purpose of why she did so much.
Forehead. Yi Tianyang paused and asked curiously, aren't you just a student? What are you going to borrow so much money for next time? Doesn't Apple have a new model of mobile phone now?
My boyfriend's phone is broken, and his birthday is in a few days, so I want to buy him a phone.
Zhang Yu explained. Oh. Yi Tianyang nodded, expressionless. This reason is really novel. How about it? Brother Tianyang, just lend it to me.
I will pay you back a little bit every month when my living expenses arrive.
I promise not to default on my debt. As if sensing Yi Tianyang's reluctance, Zhang Yu quickly moved next to him. Yi Tianyang thought about it. His system offered a 100-fold rebate. He didn't know if borrowing money would be effective. Anyway, it was only 10,000 yuan. It didn't matter.
So he nodded and said to Zhang Yu, QR code.
Drop. Transfer successful. The system did not provide any feedback.
Yi Tianyang opened his mobile banking app to check the transaction details and found that there was indeed no rebate.
That means borrowing money is ineffective.
At this time, Zhang Yu didn't know what Yi Tianyang was thinking, but the smile on her face was very happy after borrowing the money.
She even looked at Yi Tianyang with a more pleasing look than before.
To be honest, Yi Tianyang was more handsome than her boyfriend, and he was clean, but a little sloppy, and the clothes he wore were a little too bad. At this moment, Zhang Yu, who was standing next to him, suddenly saw Yi Tianyang, and was stunned by the series of balance numbers on the bank app.
Wow, brother Tianyang, how much money do you have?
Looking at the balance, a number that she didn't even have time to count, Zhang Yu felt her heartbeat quicken a lot. It was the first time she saw someone with such a large balance. Because of this exaggerated number, her tone of voice became much softer at this moment.
Her sweet voice made Yi Tianyang a little eager to try. When a man has money, what will be the most obvious change in him?
It is naturally rapid expansion. The ambition that he never had before will burst out at this moment, and the desires that were originally suppressed will also erupt quickly. Things that were only fantasies before can now be realized one by one through money, just like Zhang Yu, who was sitting next to him.
The moment I saw it when I moved here half a year ago.
After seeing her curvy figure, Yi Tianyang had some thoughts in his mind. This was normal, but he suppressed it because of his ordinary status and lack of money.
But now. Brother Tianyang, why don't you lend me another 10,000 yuan? I want to buy a new bag. Zhang Yu spoke again.
Her tone of voice became even gentler, and she even moved from the seat next to him to sit next to Yi Tianyang. It's rare to see such a rich person, so Zhang Yu naturally would rather let him go. Moreover, she had already made up her mind before coming here that she would never pay back the money she borrowed this year. After all, borrowing money and not paying it back was not a big deal. At worst, if he really pursues the matter, I can just pay him $1 a day and see what he does.
He. Yi Tianyang looked at Zhang Yu and laughed. Chapter 27, No Need to Pay Back. He. Yi Tianyang smiled and looked at Zhang Yu. What does this woman think of him now? Is this a rich guy that you finally found?
I was just trying to see if I could get a rebate by borrowing 10,000 yuan.
Now, when I see the balance in my mobile banking, I can't bear to leave. Brother Tianyang, you have already lent others 10,000 yuan. Are you going to lend them another 10,000 yuan? You are so rich already. You must pay a lot of interest every day, right?
Zhang Yu had not yet seen clearly how many digits his balance was. But in her mind, this is definitely a number that represents wealth and freedom in life. At this moment, she no longer had the energy to think about why he was so rich but still lived here. She just felt that Yi Tianyang was a little reluctant to lend her money, so she immediately moved closer to him, hugged his arm tightly, and said coquettishly,
I can lend it to you, but do you have the money to pay it back? Yi Tianyang asked casually.
He really didn't believe that a student who was just in college had the money to pay him back.
Relying on her living expenses, when can she pay off the 20,000 yuan debt? Of course I have the money to pay it back. I go out to work part-time every weekend.
Zhang Yu's eyes were vague for a moment, and then she quickly answered seriously.
Really? Why do I see you and your boyfriend going out shopping and watching movies every weekend?
Yi Tianyang looked at Zhang Yu strangely and said, but before he could explain, he waved his hand and said, "But this is not important.
If you really want to borrow money, there are ways to do so."
Speaking of this, Yi Tianyang's eyes suddenly became vague, revealing a different idea.
Is there any other way?
For some reason, Zhang Yu felt that the man next to her was a little dangerous, and she really wanted to leave here.
But I can't bear to leave now.
Right now, if you take off one piece of clothing, I will transfer 10,000 yuan to you immediately. Yi Tianyang said as he picked up the air conditioner remote control on the table next to him and turned on the air conditioner.
You're crazy.
Zhang Yu cursed unhappily and wanted to pull her hand away and leave. Anyway, she had already borrowed 10,000 yuan today, and she would definitely not pay it back. One piece of clothing is 10,000 yuan, 2 pieces are 20,000 yuan, 3 pieces are 30,000 yuan, and 4 pieces are 40,000 yuan.
And you don't have to pay back the money. It's such a good thing, you'll never have it again if you miss it.
Yi Tianyang said slowly, with a hint of regret in his words, which made Zhang Yu, who had just taken 2 steps, stop.
Didn't you lie to me? You really don't have to pay it back? She turned around and looked at Yi Tianyang and asked, "Do you think I'm short of these tens of thousands of dollars?" Yi Tianyang said with a smile, "You are really just watching and you won't take the opportunity to touch me, right?"
Zhang Yu seemed to be still asking him and wanted to get his answer, but in fact, she had already made up her mind at this time. She was conflicted in her mind just now, but finally couldn't resist the temptation.
She was only conflicted for a second. After all, such a good thing was really rare.
She was wearing 3 pieces of clothing now, which meant she could get at least 30,000 yuan.
She is even very upset now. Why did she only wear 3 pieces of clothes when she came out today? Why didn't she wear more? What do you think?
Yi Tianyang asked him back, then slowly leaned against the bed. Because the air conditioner was turned on and the heater was on, the small room of 10 square meters, which was originally not very big, instantly became warm.
Moreover, the house opposite Yi Tianyang's room is much bigger than his. It has its own bathroom, 1 bedroom and 1 living room, and is very warmly and cleanly decorated.
On the bed in the bedroom, a good-looking man is lying there, scrolling through the short video platform on his mobile phone, occasionally revealing a slightly obscene smile on his face.
Why hasn't Ye come back yet? Does it take so long to fool a loser? He didn't think that his girlfriend would go back empty-handed if she went to Yi Tianyang to borrow money. They knew Yi Tianyang very well. This guy was a complete loser.
He seemed to have a girlfriend, but she was never willing to stay overnight at his place.
This must mean she was very thirsty.
If they said a few nice words to her, he would definitely be willing to lend them money.
Time passed quickly while he was posting videos and watching duties.
He didn't even notice how an hour and a half had passed.
"Honey, I'm back."
Zhang Yu's voice had never been heard before. After he opened the door and came in, it was obvious that he looked a little tired. After taking another look at her boyfriend, Zhang Yu lowered her head and took a long, deep breath. She also took a sun hat from the cabinet next to her and put it on her head to cover her messy hair. At this time, there was a blush on her face that had not yet faded, and her legs felt sore, numb, and swollen.
"Why did you take so long?"
Although he didn't know how long he was gone, it seemed like he had watched a lot of videos just now, so her boyfriend Lu Feng raised his head and glanced at Zhang Yu, but didn't notice anything wrong. At most, he could say that his face was red, but it was cold now, and it was normal for his face to turn red from the cold after going out to blow the air.
"I just met a classmate next door. He was grinding soy milk and insisted that I have a taste."
Zhang Yu said it casually, but soon gave up, feeling nauseous, and quickly ran to the bathroom. "I'll wash up first, and then we'll go shopping and watch a movie together."
"Did you find that loser and borrow money from him?" Lu Feng asked at the bathroom door. "Yes, I borrowed it. I borrowed 20,000 yuan. Zhang Yu, who was brushing her teeth, responded hesitantly.
Since he can borrow so much, it seems that this idiot has a high salary and is quite rich. Lu Feng said with a smile. I can naturally save a lot by eating and drinking alone every day. Zhang Yu answered casually, and turned on the faucet of the water heater. Instantly, hot water spread throughout his body and he began to take a shower. Unexpectedly, the nearly 2-hour experience just now caused her to have the most instinctive reaction. The most important thing is that she never expected that this loser was so strong. She originally thought that it would only take a minute or two and she would just treat it as being bitten by a dog. But who would have thought that this process would take more than an hour? Lu Feng, who was waiting outside the restroom at this time, did not think about these things and laughed at Yi Tianyang with some pride. You don't even have a girlfriend, what a waste. But he didn't know that he now had an additional hat, one of the most popular green hats. Not to mention this, Zhang Yu's calves are a little swollen due to tiredness. On the other side, Yi Tianyang was also savoring the exercise just now. Chapter 28 Going Out and Spending. Last night, whether it was Yuan Shishir, Xinxin, Ye, Angela, and later Wang Yifeng, these beauties who were usually out of reach teased his nerves in various ways. Most importantly, they just slept the whole night and did nothing, which led to such a strong feeling this morning. This happened with Wu Mengyao before, but it only lasted about 10 minutes at most. But I don't know why it happened like this today. Normally, after drinking, it would take at most 20 minutes, but today it lasted more than an hour. The main thing is that he doesn't feel any uncomfortable emptiness, nor does he feel physically tired. Instead, he feels refreshed. He believes that he can handle a few more attacks without any problem. Could it be that money has increased his fighting power? Anyway, no matter what, his happy life will start completely from yesterday. At least he doesn't have to worry about money. After a simple shower, he found that there was nothing much to remember in this house. The rent of this house was paid for half a year, and there were still a few months left, so he was not in a hurry, so he changed into a set of clean clothes and went out. By chance, he met Lu Feng and Zhang Yu who were going out from the opposite side. Hey, brother Yi, you're going out too? Lu Feng greeted him warmly and said gratefully, thank you for lending us the 20,000 yuan. I will definitely pay you back in a few months when I get my money back. Ha! Yi Tianyang smiled, but didn't say anything. He just looked at Zhang Yu next to him. Honey, let's go. Zhang Yu felt a little embarrassed and pulled her boyfriend Lu Feng, asking him to leave quickly. Lu Feng was in a good mood today. He nodded repeatedly. Before leaving, he turned around and said to Yi Tianyang, Brother Yi, are you free to have a drink with me these days? If it were in the past, Yi Tianyang might have some interest in Lu Feng's invitation, but now he has already used it before. To be honest, he really doesn't have much interest. After all, someone like Zhang Yu was okay once, but he has no interest at all for the second time. She is not a goddess-level girl. He had just sent a message to Wang Yifeng. After confirming that he had not made an appointment with the landlord today and having nothing to do on the weekend, he decided to go for a stroll by himself. Since he had money, he naturally decided to spend it first. Otherwise, what's the use of having this money? Master, let's go to the Wanda Plaza next door. After leaving the community, he hailed a taxi. Yi Tianyang originally wanted to go to Intai, but it was a bit far, so he thought that he was more familiar with Yaohai Wanda, and there were many good brands there, so he went there directly. His main purpose today was to buy some clothes for himself, but before leaving, he specially transferred some money to his WeChat and Alipay and put it in them, otherwise his bank balance would be a bit scary to show to others. For example, Zhang Yu today, she was a woman so it was better, so he spent some money to solve the problem for her and even won her over. But if he meets some people with bad intentions, this might bring him into trouble. After all, that 270 million is enough to drive people crazy. So he recharged 3 million each into WeChat and Alipay. That amount of money would be exciting, but not crazy. Why are there so many people here today? Passing by a store, Yi Tianyang saw that there were a lot of people here. At this time, a middle-aged uncle next to him muttered, they have a special discount today, so everyone comes to grab it. Discount? Special price? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianyang lost interest. He walked past this one directly, especially the other stores. It was obvious that Yi Tianyang knew very little about brands. He had been struggling at the bottom of life before, so he had no time to learn about these brands. But he couldn't just pick a store and buy something, as that would really ruin his current identity as a wealthy man. However, Yi Tian quickly thought of a solution. It would be so boring to go shopping alone, and his system required him to spend money on women in order to get rebates, so he turned his attention to the beauties who came here to shop. Especially nowadays, this group of fashionable beauties who are dressed beautifully, look sexy and have slim figures. The prettier they are, the more likely they are to get rebates, so Yi Tianyang naturally looked for the prettiest one he saw on the street. He quickly identified a target and walked over with a confident smile on his face. "Hello, two beauties." When a young man suddenly came up to them to chat, the two beauties were obviously surprised and looked quite confused. When others don't know your financial strength, a person's appearance is often very important. Fortunately, Yi Tianyang is not bad looking, otherwise, if he spoke so blankly, these two beauties would not have stopped. "What's the matter, little brother?" The beautiful girl who was slightly shorter was obviously much more optimistic. She stopped and asked. These two beauties are probably in their early 20s. They are both dressed very attractively. They are about 1.65 meters tall, one is 1.68 meters tall, and both are wearing stockings with letters on them, but one is black and the other is flesh-colored, which makes their long legs look longer than before, attracting the attention of passers-by. I'm a little confused about what to buy, so I'd like to ask the two beauties to help me pick some options. Yi Tianyang expressed his current thoughts very directly. "Oh, little brother, what do you want to buy?" Perhaps because Yi Tianyang was very confident now, the taller girl next to him also spoke to him. However, this woman was wearing a short-down jacket on her upper body, so it was difficult to see what her upper body looked like, how tall and beautiful she was. "I just want to change my clothes and buy some famous brands, but I don't know which brand is the best and which brand is more expensive. I can't tell them apart." Yi Tianyang said with a smile. "Hee, how much money do you have now? You're actually obsessed with these brand names." The slightly shorter little girl glanced at Yi Tianyang and saw that his dress and appearance didn't seem like that of a wealthy second generation. Fortunately, he was prepared, so Yi Tianyang said directly, "It's inconvenient to say how much money it is, but there are still several million pocket money." As expected, when they heard that Yi Tianyang had so much pocket money, the two women's eyes suddenly brightened up. They looked at each other and the taller girl said deliberately, "If you say there are millions, then there are millions. I also said that I have more than 10 million in my Alipay account. There are not many fools nowadays. It is impossible for them to open their legs obediently after a few tricks." So Yi Tianyang was very honest. He directly opened his mobile phone, expanded WeChat and Alipay, and showed the balance. Chapter 29 Sisters Fight. Seeing is believing, and also showing that he was not trying to fool people, Yi Tianyang said very frankly, "Shopping should be enough, right? Are you teasing us on purpose?" The beautiful woman who was slightly shorter looked at Yi Tianyang carefully again and said doubtfully, "I'm familiar with shopping. Come on, handsome, I'll take you there and I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the selection." After confirming his WeChat and Alipay balances, the taller beauty suddenly became enthusiastic and pulled him without hesitation, insisting on leading him to a clothing store next door. Yi Tianyang had heard of the brand Prada before, but he had only heard of it and had never purchased it. He only knew that it sold bags, but he didn't expect that it also sold men's clothing. "Welcome." After entering the store, Yi Tianyang deliberately looked at the shopping guide and found that the guide did not look down on him at all. This was much better than what he saw at the Intai store yesterday. "What do you call handsome guy?" the tall girl said enthusiastically when the shopping guide was helping them choose clothes. "My name is Li Xiangxue, and this is my best friend Chen Yufan." Yi Tianyang. Yi Tianyang responded simply, then took the clothes prepared by the shopping guide next to him and gestured at them one by one. Now, the lowest number on the clothes is 5 digits, but he doesn't care about the price at all. "Sir, you have very good taste. This one suits you very well." Yi Tianyang just picked up a piece of clothes at random from the pile, but the shopping guide next to him immediately took over the conversation and started to introduce the clothes to him in a torrent of words, explaining the whole process from how to select the materials, how to design, and how to make them in great detail. "It's really good." Li Xiangxue nodded in agreement. "The main thing is that you are handsome and have a good figure, Tianyang brother. You will look good in any clothes. You are born to be a clothes rack." "Yes." Chen Yufan also agreed and nodded. Her beautiful eyes had never been moved away from Yi Tianyang. No matter whether they are men or women, they will feel very comfortable with the praise from others. This is why flattery has been passed down from ancient times to the present day and has never been interrupted. Yi Tianyang was naturally no exception, but he knew in his heart that a large part of the praise from these two women was due to his financial situation, otherwise why would they be so easy to talk to? After all, he had lived for so many years and had already suffered the beatings of society. After coming out of this store, Yi Tianyang had changed his entire appearance from head to toe, and his image and temperament had improved a lot. Walking among the crowd, he could feel that many eyes were on him. Among them were both men and women. Most of the men were envious. After all, he was dressed richly and was surrounded by two very pretty beauties. As for the women, they were probably envious because of his outfit that did not make them fat.
Brother Tianyang, do you have a girlfriend?
The three of them continued to stroll around the golden street outside. Yu suddenly reached out and pulled Yi Tianyang's arm and asked.
Not yet. Yi Tianyang shook his head and answered.
Although he knew very well why the woman asked this question, he still answered the question honestly. It was true that he didn't have a girlfriend now.
So was Wang Yifeng his fiancée? That's impossible. Brother Tianyang, you are so handsome and rich, how could you not have a girlfriend?
Chen Yufan, who was standing next to him, was a little unconvinced, but she still had a happy smile on her face. It's good not to have a girlfriend, because only without a girlfriend can he have a chance.
When he thinks of the handsome guy next to him, with so much balance in Alipay and WeChat, if he can win this handsome guy over, wouldn't his life change instantly? It is even very likely that all his balances will appear in his WeChat and Alipay.
Li Shangxue and Chen Yufan probably had the same idea at this time. They looked at each other, and there was a hint of hostility in the harmonious atmosphere just now.
The main reason is that I haven't met the right one. Yi Tianyang said with a smile.
What he said was not a lie.
I really haven't found the right one. It seems that Brother Tianyang's standards are too high. Li Shangxue said.
As she said this, she moved closer to Yi Tianyang. Now, she was hugging Yi Tianyang's arm and holding it in her arms. Smelling the faint charming fragrance emanating from Li Shangxue, and the touch on the arm, if anyone watched from the side, anyone would think that the two of them must be a young couple in the passionate love period, which made Chen Yufan, who was standing next to them, feel very uncomfortable.
Sisters, you can't be like this.
You finally meet such a good guy, but you just snatch him away.
This is too unfair. Although they are good friends and besties, that is only under normal circumstances. They will not give in to each other at this time. Brother Tianyang, what kind of girls do you like?
Chen Yufan also came over, hugged Yi Tianyang's other arm, and asked directly.
People like you, young and beautiful, would be best if they had long legs. If they like to wear stockings, that would be even more perfect. Yi Tianyang stared at the long legs of the two beauties with an unceremonious look. He was so blunt that he didn't know how to express himself tactfully at all. He even stretched out his hand and stroked Chen Yufan's long legs while speaking. In the past, Yi Tianyang would never have dared to do such a thing. Besides, he didn't have such a hobby before, otherwise he would probably order such takeout when he was outside. But now he definitely won't order takeout. If he likes her, he can just go out and look for her on the street. If he meets someone he likes, he will pursue her directly. Oh, Brother Tianyang, you are too much. Chen Yufan was a little panicked by Yi Tianyang's sudden action. She quickly reached out and grabbed his hand, saying coquettishly, "We are outside now, there are so many people." She was not angry because Yi Tianyang suddenly attacked her, but she just felt that the current environment outside in public was not very good. Yufan, if there is no one around, would you just take off all your clothes? Li Shangxue, who was standing next to her, was a little unhappy and felt very depressed. Her legs were obviously much longer than Chen Yufan's, so why didn't Yi Tianyang touch his own first? However, Li Shangxue would not give up just like that. She quickly thought of a solution, which was to hold Yi Tianyang's right hand even tighter. Yi Tianyang was deeply touched by this. Really hugged tightly. Chapter 30. Boy, you can't be without money. I'm not as hungry as you, huh? Chen Yufan said sarcastically without showing any weakness. Because of the appearance of Yi Tianyang, these two best friends who used to be like sisters completely became fake sisters at this moment. They began to try to suppress each other with words so that their side could monopolize the fruits of victory. Yi Tianyang, who was sandwiched between the two of them, did not feel impatient at all. Instead, he found it quite interesting. Then they continued shopping. Under the numb gazes of Li Shangxue and Chen Yufan, Yi Tianyang casually spent nearly $1 million in these stores. He changed everything from clothes, shoes, ties, bags, and mobile phones. For some styles that he liked, he bought 3, 4, or 5 sets. Yi Tianyang meant that since the clothes fit him well, he would buy one in different colors for easy daily change. As for whether one piece cost more than 70,000 or 80,000, it made no difference to him. However, he didn't pick up these clothes for the time being. After all, there were too many of them for him to hold. So he left his contact information with each merchant.
After he was sure, he would give them the address and ask them to deliver them. As he spent so much in each store at once, the stores were naturally happy to give him the clothes. If they spend tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars, they can just take a taxi and send the money over. For women, shopping is their nature, and the crazy shopping along the way inevitably stimulated the nature of Li Xiangxue and Chen Yufan. But what made them quite depressed was that they could only watch Yi Tianyang buy piece of clothes that usually amazed them, but they did not get any benefit at all. Each of these clothes is worth 5 or 6 figures, which they normally wouldn't even dare to think about. Now they just fantasized that this rich boss will buy 1 or 2 pieces for them after he finishes shopping. However, they waited, and in no time did Yi Tianyang take real action. An hour or two passed like this, and neither of them felt angry because they got nothing out of it. I just feel that I must take drastic measures as soon as possible, otherwise it would be depressing if my rich husband ran away at this moment. If they can confirm that they are in a real relationship, then it would be easy for them to ask their boyfriends to buy something as a girlfriend. Brother Tianyang, I've been shopping with you for such a long time that my legs are almost swollen.
You must thank me properly.
They shopped for more than an hour, and before they knew it, it was already evening. Li Xiangxue put her arm around Yi Tianyang's arm and said in a coquettish voice, "That's for sure. You've worked hard today.
I must thank you very much."
Yi Tianyang smiled very naturally, and he even shook his arms deliberately, which made Li Xiangxue shy.
What about them?
Chen Yufan also spoke immediately, refusing to fall behind.
Don't worry, we have them all. We will not favor one over the other.
A picture began to appear in Yi Tianyang's flickering eyes, an extremely beautiful picture, but one that is difficult to describe. It can even be said that when he saw these 2 beauties on the street before, those ideas had already appeared in his mind, and he had already decided to act according to this goal. This is the same as what most men think. It is normal to meet a beautiful woman you like outside, or to have fantasies about her in your heart. However, most men can only look and fantasize about her in their hearts, but they cannot put it into action.
It's different from Yi Tianyang.
When he met 2 beauties today, he not only took the initiative to act, but also turned the fantasy in his mind into reality. In front of the Swan Lake Hotel, an ordinary taxi stopped.
After the door opened, Yi Tianyang got out of the car first.
Through the clean glass, he could see that the decoration inside was extremely magnificent. At the same time, he was thinking to himself that he had to get a driver's license and buy a car as soon as possible, otherwise it would be less fun. He used to see on major forums that some cars were more spacious and had better shock absorption. He could bring a few long-legged girls to try out the shock absorption of this car. Although he has conquered Wang Yifeng and she can be his driver, if he often changes girls outside, asks her to drive and serve him, sooner or later she will be unhappy and it will affect her mood.
Why bother? You can order whatever you want to eat today. Don't be polite to me.
Li Xiangxue and Chen Yufan looked at each other and were ready to leave immediately after having a good meal today. So when ordering food, the 2 of them were not polite at all and ordered whatever was expensive. They ordered everything they had never eaten before. Australian lobster, caviar, French snails, no matter how many digits are behind the order, as long as it is expensive, they order it.
Just ordering food? Why not order some wine? Yi Tianyang didn't care what they ordered. He let them spend as they pleased.
Anyway, this was the only chance they had. It was small money, so he called the waiter over and casually ordered a bottle of red wine worth hundreds of thousands.
Inside the presidential suite on the 28th floor of Swan Lake Hotel. At this time, Li Xiangxue closed her eyes and enjoyed the man's caress. She never thought that she would sleep with a man she had only known for half a day. What's even more outrageous is that she is not alone.
Chen Yufan was there too. Are you going to say this is the power of love? Will anyone believe it? Chen Yufan, who was lying next to her, also had her eyes closed. It was obvious that no one was asleep. As for why they closed their eyes, it must be the same reason as Li Xiangxue, everyone was afraid of embarrassment. The 2 of them had never expected that things would develop to this extent, but when they saw a few bags on the sofa next to the suite and the red bills that had been scattered on the ground while they were playing, they instantly felt that it all seemed to be no big deal.
Each of them has one of their 3 favorite bags, Prada, Hermes, and LV.
Any of these were the ones they had said they admired before but couldn't bear to buy, but now they have them all. Sometimes it's not that those beauties are unwilling to cooperate with you, unwilling to lie next to you, unwilling to share the same bed with you, but mainly because the price you pay is not enough.
Boy, you don't have enough money. Chapter 31 Love?
There may really be lovely girls in this world who are fearless and willing to sacrifice their bodies for love, but they are definitely extremely rare. For example, Yi Tianyang had never met such a girl before. Wu Mengyao dealt a great blow to his view of love, which led to Yi Tianyang not thinking about love at all. He now only understands one thing, that in this world, money is the most reliable. As for those tear-jerking love stories promoted on TikTok, such as if we were together in the snow one day, we would grow old together in this life, etc.
Yi Tianya just laughed it off.
Now the so-called love is just funny in front of him.
There are two most effective ways for women: intimidation, inducement.
Maybe Yi Tianyang didn't want to use intimidation or anything like that now, but bribery was the most effective and easiest way to achieve. After all, he had money now. And in today's society, most women, when being used by him, have completely let down their guard and opened themselves up to his so-called discoveries. Today, an idea suddenly popped up in my mind. I tried it and achieved my wish easily. Looking at the beautiful woman lying next to me with a sarcastic look on her face, I felt quite emotional.
Brother Tianyang, you are so amazing. Another hour later, Li Shangxue, who was completely exhausted, lay there and said with emotion. His whole body was weak and he felt very tired. He could only curl up beside Yi Tianyang, catching his breath and slowly recovering his strength. On the contrary, Yi Tianyang was still full of energy at this time. It seemed that the series of intense exchanges today had no effect on him at all. But now Yi Tianyang no longer has any interest in the woman next to him. On the one hand, it is just a common problem for most men. This is naturally the most typical sage time. Even if a fairy from the sky comes over, he probably won't bother to look at her. After resting for a while, I went to the huge bathroom and took a shower. Of course, this top-level presidential suite bathroom also has various equipments which are very convenient.
Some very pleasant things happened during the shower process.
The most important thing is that the equipment here is so convenient.
When you see something like this for the first time, you are subconsciously very curious and want to try it. This leads to the fact that he has enough physical strength and the beauty is willing, so they try various places. Bathroom, living room, balcony, sofa, study desk, and so on.
Until he finally got tired and went to sleep. When he woke up the next day, he was the only one in the presidential suite.
The bags that were originally placed on the table and the various red banknotes scattered on the ground have now been cleaned up. There were still 1 or 2 bills on the ground, but they were all 5 or 10 yuan. Floating there, it shows that it has witnessed the prosperity before. Even though it ends a little lonely, I have participated in it.
In an office building in US City, Li Shangxue and Chen Yufan were working. Because it was Monday, they both got up early to go to work. Although it is always said that there are only oxen that die of exhaustion but no fields that are damaged, and women's recovery ability has always been much stronger than men's, but from yesterday afternoon to tonight, they have experienced too much, and the intensity is really too great. Now they also feel soreness, dizziness, and lack of strength. Shuer, what's wrong with you today? Why do you feel like you didn't get enough rest over the weekend?
Another male colleague sitting next to Li Xiangshue's desk looked at him and asked with great concern.
Yeah.
A little. Li Xiangxue nodded helplessly.
He didn't get any rest, okay?
He didn't get any rest at all. He slept for at most 1 or 2 hours last night, and it was intermittent.
Why don't you take a leave and go back to have a good rest? You won't be able to work like this. The bootlicker male colleague suggested very enthusiastically.
Hey, Shuer, look at how nice and caring Xiao Wang is to you. Chen Yufan, who was sitting opposite Li Shangxue, couldn't help but tease when she saw the scene. Although they were comrades yesterday and their situations were similar now, this kind of bad taste made her unable to help but speak. At the same time, Chen Yufan despised this male colleague named Xiao Wang in her heart, saying, 1,000 to 10,000, boy, you don't have any money.
What's the point of saying so much?
You're still trying to pick up girls.
Do you know how long it takes you to save up enough money to buy this bag? No, thank you.
Li Shangxue glared at Chen Yufan and said nothing more. How could Li Shangxue not know how this male colleague felt about her? Ever since they met in the company, this guy had always been very attentive to her and helped her in various ways. Anyone who was not a fool would understand what he was thinking.
But this fool is really overestimating his own abilities.
He doesn't even think about his own situation.
His salary is probably about the same as his. It's only 5 or 6,000 at most. With that much money, you still want to pick up girls?
Wake up, 5 or 6,000 yuan is not enough to pay your mortgage, so how can you pick up girls? But when he thought about Yi Tianyan's attitude towards the two of them yesterday afternoon and evening, he felt very lonely and regretful. If he could really become his girlfriend, it would be so perfect. However, both she and Chen Yufeng understood what Yi Tianyang meant, so they did not stay by his side or in the hotel all the time. After waking up, they packed up early and left the hotel to continue working. Schwer, why are you so polite to me? I'll go buy you lunch at noon. I'll bring it to you when the time comes and we'll eat together. Xiao Wang was not unhappy at all and was still thinking about how to help his goddess. From the first day Li Shangxue came to work in the company, the moment he saw her, he was completely attracted by her. I told you it's not necessary. Li Shangxue now felt very annoyed. He couldn't help but think of the absurdity of yesterday. None of the three of them took any protective or safety measures. If I accidentally win the prize, then what will happen to Chen Yufan and myself on the opposite side? The goddess in your mind, whom you have tried your best to get but cannot get, is treated like a worn-out shoe by others. The rich keep flipping, the poor stop to read. Crude, but true. Schwer, do you have time on Christmas Eve? Xiao Wang asked with great anticipation. Chapter 32: A New Journey. Xiao Wang still asked unwillingly. No time, no time. Li Shangxue rejected him again without hesitation. He was indeed very sleepy. He lay on the table and slapped his head weakly, but his eyes were always on the latest LV bag placed next to him. Xiao Wang beside him also noticed his eyes, with a faint smile on his face. In recent months, he has been trying hard to control his consumption and save money, just waiting for Christmas Eve to buy an LV bag for Li Shangxue. He believes that by then, he will be able to move Schwer, and he will be able to succeed in confessing his love to her. Here, Xiao Wang is trapped in his own fantasy and unable to extricate himself. Of course, even if he already knew it, Xiao Wang would not be able to change his current dog-licking idea. As a dog licker, he does not think of himself as a licker, he only thinks of himself as being loyal and infatuated. Even if his beloved woman does something wrong, he will tolerate it. Otherwise, is he worthy of saying that he loves her? Since he loves her, no matter what she does, he must forgive her. As a man, you should be broad-minded and tolerant of the woman you love, instead of rubbing salt into her past mistakes when she is sad. Xiao Wang despises those men who are willing to die if their girlfriends or girls have the slightest connection with other men and cheat on other men. He definitely does not love his women, otherwise how could he have such spots? Yi Tianyang had no idea about the horrible and bizarre thoughts of his two male colleagues, Li Shangxue and Chen Yufan. Even if he knew, he would definitely feel sad and angry at their lack of resistance. This is probably the current situation of society. No one knows why these evil trends appear now. Although there are fewer women than before, there is no need to lick them like this. It's just that these are other people's business. Yi Tianyang doesn't have too much energy to care about this. He just wants to enjoy his life now. At least he doesn't want to go through those busy and miserable days like before. After waking up and washing up, he noticed that the things he bought before bringing back the two women yesterday were the rebates from the food system. At that time, about 300,000 yuan in cash was withdrawn. When three people were playing games together, they would scatter the red banknotes everywhere to liven up the atmosphere. This really made Li Shangxue and Chen Yufan, looking at the red banknotes falling all over the sky, improve their service attitude and method several times. These systems that use cash do not have any rebates. But the total cost of eating, buying 6 bags, and opening the presidential suite was close to 970,000 yuan. The system rebate was 100 times, 97 million yuan. I accidentally added another small goal. I have more than 360 million in cash. Such days are indeed wonderful. No matter whether you get any advantage or not, Yi Tian definitely does not suffer any loss by raising him. When these two women were having a great time last night, their favorability level had exceeded 90. As long as Yi Tianyang was willing, let alone inviting them, even if he asked them to stay at home and be supported by him, they would definitely have no objection. However, Yi Tianyang no longer had any interest in these two women. After the hotel waiter served some breakfast, he asked the waiter to clean the room and paid a month's rent. He might come here to live often in the future. After all, the house he rented was really too bad, and he hadn't found a suitable one to buy temporarily. I believe that there will be many women who will devote themselves to this room in the future. As a good environment, it will be more comfortable. After packing, he took a taxi to the International Automobile City. Wang Yifeng didn't send him a message today, which meant that he hadn't confirmed it yet. He was not in a hurry and would wait until he was confirmed. Besides, his father would not be released for almost 3 months, so there was still time for everything. Standing here and looking at those 4S stores, there are all kinds of brands here, such as pants, dung forks, bulls.
Yi Tianyang doesn't know much about these delicious brands. He only knows some of them roughly.
After all, the top ones have only a few car logos, most of which are Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Maserati, Porsche, Ferrari, and the like. You can just pick any brand among these and go out to show off. It is very useful, or go to places where there are many beautiful girls. There will definitely be beautiful girls who will come and chat with you. I accompanied Wang Yifeng to buy a G-Class yesterday, and today I don't want to buy a Mercedes-Benz anymore. He plans to take a look at them first before deciding which one to buy.
Are you Yi Tianyang?
Just when he was thinking about what car to buy, a surprised voice sounded behind Yi Tianyang. He looked back and saw a young woman in a professional suit walking towards him. When he saw what the woman looked like, Yi Tianyang was delighted.
Hey, isn't this our study committee member?
Of course. It's rare that you still remember me, your old classmate.
Tao Mengdai glanced at Yi Tianyang imperceptibly.
She was a little surprised in her heart, but she remained calm on the surface, showing the surprise of meeting an old classmate. It's been several years, and I haven't seen you contact me. I haven't seen you in our WeChat group or QQ group.
Let's go and sit over there and have a cup of tea.
Tao Mengdai greeted him familiarly, and then led him to the showroom of a nearby store to sit down and rest. After sitting down, Yi Tianyang looked at his old classmate sitting opposite him, Tao Mengdai, the study committee member when he was in high school. He never expected to meet her in the International Automobile City today.
Moreover, what was a coincidence was that he did not meet her yesterday. He met her today when he came alone.
If he had met her yesterday, with Wang Yifeng here, it would have been a little bit. You know what, after these few years, Tao Mengdai no longer has that dry and immature feeling she used to have. Tao Mengdai is now quite attractive, with fair skin, delicate facial features, light makeup, bright red lips, and a well-fitting professional suit. The white shirt inside the suit has been bulged out by the inside, and the fatal black stockings with letters on them further perfectly show the unique charm of this mature woman.
Yi Tianyang, it seems that you have lived a good life in the past few years. All this equipment of yours must have cost tens of thousands of dollars, right? Tao Mengdai said jokingly after helping Yi Tianyang pour a cup of tea. Chapter 33 Old Classmates. It's okay, I'll just make do with it. By the way, why are you here? Didn't you go to Shanghai City before? Why are you back to Haiyu City? As the former beauty and celebrity of the class, Tao Mengdai's whereabouts were naturally talked about by many classmates. Even though they had no private contact, Yi Tianyang knew that Tao Mengdai had worked in those big cities a long time ago, so he was a little curious about why he met her here. What's so strange about this? At this age, do you think I can still go out and hang around? I was caught by my family a long time ago, and they insisted on arranging a blind date for me. When Tao Mengdai said this, she suddenly threw a coquettish glance at Yi Tianyang, stared at him, and said with a smile. By the way, do you have a girlfriend now? If you don't have a girlfriend, consider staying with me like this. I remember when we were in school, you always asked questions on the pretext of not understanding English questions. You wanted to get close to me, right? Oh. Yi Tianyang felt a little embarrassed when talking about the embarrassing things in his youth, but he really liked Tao Mengdai at that time. He even had a crush on her and secretly wrote her several love letters. Those love letters were quite corny. It was a pity that he didn't send them out due to various factors. He. Seeing Yi Tianyang's somewhat embarrassed look, Tao Mengdai laughed even more happily. You are still so naive. I am just kidding you. I am already in love and have been engaged. It won't be long before we get married. I will send you a message when the time comes. You must come. Yi Tianyang. Simple? Are you kidding? I was with Li Shangxue and Shan Yufeng yesterday. The word simple has nothing to do with me. But he continued, of course, I will go there when the time comes. I also want to see who is the one who wants our study committee member. Yi Tianyang spoke really quickly, and he said this subconsciously and unscrupulously. Then do you want to be the study committee member? What was very strange was that Tao Mengdai didn't seem angry at all. Instead, she stood up from her seat and came closer, whispering in Yi Tianyang's ear. This time, this ambiguous little smell arose in an instant. Yi Tianyang had never expected such a result. However, since others had already made their moves, as a tall and strong man, how could he possibly give in at this time? Of course I do. When I was studying, I thought about it day and night. I couldn't sleep or eat because of it. Yi Tianyang replied. Yi Tianyang, you have really changed a lot, and you are getting bolder and bolder. Tao Mengdai rolled her eyes at Yi Tianyang and said with a smile, if it were in the past, you wouldn't dare to say these things to others. It seems that now that you have made money, you are more confident. From when she saw Yi Tianyang at the gate just now, looking at his clothes and his expression, Tao Mengdai could be sure that this poor boy who was once a very ordinary person in the team, Yi Tianyang, must have really made a fortune, so she took the initiative to say hello and reminisce about the past. Otherwise, even if we don't contact each other normally, the class WeChat group and QQ group are there, and we all know that Yi Tianyang is in US City, so how come we haven't seen each other? Tao Mengdai took the initiative to contact him privately, and she didn't even tell Yi Tianyang about her engagement news. In the past, Yi Tianyang was very self-aware. He knew that he was an orphan, had no family background, and generally did not make any money from his job, so he basically would not speak in these major groups. Even if someone tagged him or called him, he would try not to speak and would just look at them occasionally. Are you here today to buy a car? Tao Mengdai asked directly. Yes. Yi Tianyang nodded and replied, do you work here? That's great, can you recommend me a car that's suitable for me? Is it suitable for you? It mainly depends on what price range of car you want to buy, said Tao Mengdai. Of course the more expensive the better, otherwise how can it bring out my temperament? Yi Tianyang thought about it and expressed his idea of buying a car very seriously. Yi Tianyang is great. What kind of business did you do these days to make so much money? You are so arrogant now. Tao Mengdai was a little bit unconvinced, but also very envious. I just do some small things to make a living. Yi Tianyang said with a smile. If he told his experiences to others, it was estimated that few people would believe what he said, because the system seemed to exist only in novels. However, he really had a system to make up for it. This system allowed him to get rebates as long as he spent money on women. What kind of money-making business does Yi Tianyang have now? You'd better take him with you. I have a mortgage and a car loan now. I dare not take a day off for fear of being deducted. Life is extremely difficult. Seeing that Yi Tianyang didn't seem to be joking, Tao Mengdai said with some anticipation. Let's take a look at the cars first. Yi Tianyang smiled, stood up and walked towards the exhibition hall, where luxury cars were displayed one by one. This is a Porsche. If I take it down now, the total cost will be about 2.8 million. This one is a Mercedes-Benz S. If I pay full price, it will probably cost me 170 or 180 yuan. This BMW 7 Series costs more than 160. This latest Maserati is worth about 3 million yuan. This Bentley is also the latest model, about 6 million. When Tao Mengdai saw Yi Tianyang paying attention to these cars, she naturally hurried over to introduce these cars to him and also gave him a brief explanation of the prices and basic functions of these cars. Then choose this one. After roughly introducing more than a dozen models, Yi Tianyang was a little disappointed that no one at the scene came to refute him, so he casually pointed to the most expensive Bentley and said, do you really want to buy this car? In fact, it has been confirmed that Tianyi is really making money in business, but when Tao Mengdai heard that he really wanted to buy this Bentley, she was still very surprised. I want to drive this car away today, can I? Yi Tianyang asked directly. Of course you can. We already have temporary license plates as backup. As long as you fill in the information, we will go to the vehicle management office to complete all the remaining procedures. Tao Mengdai said with a smile. Chapter 34 Tao Mengdai. Ordinary cars naturally cannot have such treatment, but all the cars sold in their showroom are luxury cars and luxury car services, and they are all bought by these wealthy bosses. Most of them just need to pay and sign, and their company will take care of all the rest of the procedures. After all, the time of rich people is much more valuable than theirs, so how can they be asked to run around to do these things? Xiao Wu, please go get me a car purchase contract. Tao Mengdai asked another staff member in the exhibition hall to get a car purchase contract, and then asked Yi Tianyang. Boss Yi, do you plan to pay for this car in installments? Or do you want to pay in full? If it is paid in installments, they can get an extra few thousand yuan in interest commission. If it is paid in full, he can also get a lot of commission. After all, this car is worth more than 6 million yuan. Moreover, she could also see how strong Yi Tianyang's financial resources were now. Pay in full. It's not that he doesn't have the financial means to pay in installments, so why should he do so? And when he was poor before, he never considered buying anything in installments. Sure, boss Yi. Your business is so big now. Are you free today? Come to my house for dinner in the evening. Let me share your experience in doing business over the past few years so that I can also improve myself. When Tao Mengdai knew that Yi Tianyang could buy this Bentley in full, he extended his invitation very enthusiastically. Let us not talk about sharing experiences for now. Besides, do we have to wait until the evening to start such things? Of course, Yi Tianyang has a lot of things to do today, and he won't waste time here with him during the day. After paying the money and filling in the general information, Yi Tianyang drove away directly under Tao Mengdai's reluctant eyes. After leaving the international automobile city, he first went to the nearby Huawei mobile phone store to replace himself with the latest model of the far advanced 60 mobile phone. Then he drove to another high-end residential complex he knew before. He had thought about buying a 40 square meter apartment in Huawei City before, thinking about living a good life with Wu Mengyao, but unfortunately, it didn't work out. As for Wang Yifeng's villa complex, he couldn't go there anymore. After all, if they were seen in the same community, or if they were brought back and forth in the future, it would always be awkward. So he changed to another one. It's not like Huawei City only has one high-end residential area. Moreover, he planned to buy a few more houses in other places. One of the very important factors was for his convenience in the future. He believed that every man would have such an idea in his heart, to keep a beautiful canary in every community. Yi Tianyang had it too. He was poor and had no ability before, but now he was rich, so he naturally wanted to prepare this and give it a good try. Maybe in the future, when he had more women, he could directly build a manor, gather all of them together, flip through the signs every day, and experience the life he once dreamed of. He even wanted to get these women together to hold some kind of competition so that they could compete for a place. This large flat has a total area of 340 square meters. It has 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, and 1 kitchen. It faces south and is very spacious. The living room and study are also very large. It's a rare good house here. The beautiful saleswoman in this community led Yi Tianyang into the house to visit. The house has been fully decorated, and now all they need to do is buy some furniture and daily necessities. What he requested just now was that the house should be bigger and more spacious, with everything good and ready for him to move in directly, so the beautiful salesgirl brought him this one. Mr. Yi, what do you think of this house? This saleswoman, the little beauty, had average looks and a very average figure, so he wasn't very interested. After carefully looking at it, he was very satisfied and nodded and said, "Okay, this is it. I want the key now at the price, and you handle the formalities." Huawei City is a new first-tier city with a population of tens of millions. The housing prices in this area have exceeded 30,000 yuan, not to mention that this one is fully decorated. The good one costs about 16 million yuan. In addition, he spent 6 million yuan to buy a Bentley today. His total consumption for the day has reached more than 20 million yuan. If it were in the past, let alone more than 20 million yuan, he would be heartbroken even if he spent 20,000 or more than 2,000 yuan a day. After paying for the house and getting the key, Yi Tianyang has suddenly transformed from a loser with no house or car to a rich and handsome man with a house and a luxury car and a mansion. Amid the reluctant look of the beautiful salesgirl, Yi Tianyang drove the two of them away. After earning the day's money, it was already past 5 o'clock. The sky was slowly getting dark. The street lights outside were on, and there was a lot of traffic. Just as Yi Tianyang was driving around, their previous WeChat group suddenly became a scene. Has any of you had contact with Yi Tianyang in recent years? This was the first question asked by the study committee member Tao Mengdai. He finally got home from work today and couldn't wait to lie on the sofa and ask. She really wanted to find out what kind of job Yi Tianyang had been doing since they graduated, how he could earn so much money all of a sudden, and also to understand his experiences during this period, and most importantly, whether he had a girlfriend. Yi Tianyang? Who is he? Why don't I remember there is such a person in our class? Is he from our class? Study committee member, you are not mistaken, are you? Someone answered. Oh, I remember. He seemed to be a loser at that time. Although his grades were good, he was too poor. I don't even know whether he went to college in the end. Some people also remembered the name Yi Tianyang. What happened to Yi Tianyang? Could it be that the study committee member is still pursuing you? This is too exaggerated. Who gave him the confidence? I think he would pursue me, but there is no way these people would like me.
They sneered and replied. When she thought of Yi Tianyang's confident expression and his generosity in spending millions at the company today, she felt itchy in her heart.
I couldn't help but squeeze my legs tighter. I couldn't help but want to contact him. Chapter 35, The Dream of Youth. Study committee member, you are kidding me.
I remember I saw him delivering takeout to our office on an electric scooter some time ago. A classmate immediately replied in the group that he did see Yi Tianyang at work, but he did not go to say hello to Yi Tianyang. He is now a white-collar worker no matter how you look at it, so naturally he looks down on Yi Tianyang and will not acknowledge this old classmate.
People are very realistic nowadays.
Many classmates will try to find ways to contact each other, but the ones they contact are those who are more capable than themselves and who may be able to help in the future. Someone like this who delivers food will only lower their reputation, so naturally no one will contact him.
How can I have time to joke with you? Tao Mengdai didn't say much to him.
She just sent a few photos of Yi Tianyang that she had taken secretly with her mobile phone in the afternoon.
These photos of him were actually quite detailed, including front, side and back photos.
From every photo, one can tell that Yi Tianyang looked very elegant and imposing at this moment, especially the kind of calm confidence he always had on his face, which was not something that most people could possess. He bought a Bentley worth more than 6 million yuan in our company today.
Oh my god, no. How is that possible?
The WeChat group, which was originally relatively quiet, suddenly became completely lively.
After Tao Mengdai said this, no matter whether the classmates remembered Yi Tianyang or not, they all didn't quite believe the news.
Now the best person in their group who relied on his own ability could only buy a BMW 3 Series at most, which cost 300,000 or 400,000 yuan.
How come in such a short time an orphan could already drive a truck worth millions?
They were unwilling to believe it and felt very unhappy.
Why is this impossible? He is really rich now.
You haven't seen him in person, but just look at the aura he has.
You can't fake that kind of fortune.
I have been in this business for so long and have seen too many rich people. Tao Mengdai tried her best to flatter Yi Tianyang, regardless of whether he could see the chat history in the group.
If he could see it, it would be a good thing. Maybe one day it would be spread by others.
At this time, Yi Tianyang had already driven his Bentley back to the Swan Lake Hotel. He was lying in the bathtub, taking a bath and browsing the short video platform. I don't know what is going on with these short video platforms nowadays. They always push these contents to his mobile phone. No matter whether they are young and beautiful women or young married women, the contents they shoot are very unified and they are all showing themselves directly.
His phone used to receive push news, how come it suddenly became like this?
The most important thing is that these beautiful young ladies all have very similar features, with fair skin, long legs and very thin waists. The feeling he got was that his big hand grabbed him and hugged him easily, and instantly he wanted to have a good discussion about life. After Yi Tianyang had this idea in his mind, he immediately started to act. Today, he took a few photos when he bought this Bentley car, and also took a short video while driving. Then he took a few selfies of himself in the hotel, downloaded an Deepening app, quickly edited them into a short video, and then uploaded it to Douyin. In this era, although Yi Tianyang does not have a very handsome appearance, he is at least above average. Coupled with the confidence and aura of a rich man after becoming rich, this is a huge plus and very attractive.
After uploading, he began to search for local videos.
It's no wonder that nowadays, this short video platform has all kinds of videos on the local platform, and there are many people who have the same idea as him.
Short video platforms are very popular now.
Men, women, young and old all play them to kill time.
With just a simple hype, an ordinary person can instantly become an internet celebrity and become famous. He randomly picked a few pretty girls nearby and said hello.
He didn't have to wait for more than a few minutes before he received replies from them.
Several girls even took the initiative to ask for his contact information. Those on WeChat said they were a bit bored at night and wanted to chat on WeChat. Yi Tianyang had anticipated such a result.
It was not because of how good the videos he shot were, how handsome he was, or how he was an internet celebrity. Mainly where he lived and the car he drove.
It's all about money.
As the saying goes, if you bloom, butterflies will come to you.
As long as you are good enough, you will never lack a girlfriend.
If you don't take the initiative, those beautiful women will flock to you in an endless stream.
Now in this society, the easiest way to prove whether a person is good or not is to see whether he has money.
Whether a person is excellent or not, it is not certain whether he has money or not, but a rich person is definitely not bad.
This is the inherent thinker of everyone now.
No matter whether the car in Yi Tianyang's video is real or fake, or whether it is him, there will always be some women willing to come and test it out.
I am willing to come and see whether it is true or not. What if it is true?
There will always be some princes living among the people in this world. They have read these fairy tales since they were young. They are willing to give it a try, thinking that at worst they will suffer a loss without any damage to their skin or flesh. Just when Yi Tianyang was about to go out for a midnight snack with a so-called female college student, Tao Mengdai called.
"What's the matter, study committee member?" Yi Tianyang said with a smile. "Didn't I ask you to come to my house and sit down tonight? I want to hear your experience. Have you eaten?
If not, I estimate it will take about half an hour to finish cooking.
You can come and try my cooking." Tao Mengdai on the other end of the phone was very enthusiastic. "Forget it then. I'll go to your house for dinner. You two will show off your affection to me. It will be so boring for me as a single dog. Is it better to go to see others show their affection than to have a midnight snack with another beautiful woman?" So Yi Tianyang refused without hesitation. "What do you mean by showing affection?"
"One of us went on a business trip recently, so there's no time to show affection."
"And why is it so fussy to invite an old classmate like you to my house for dinner?" Tao Mengdai's answer seemed very casual, but the signal it sent out was completely different. At least from Yi Tianyang's point of view, the meaning was quite clear. It's even very tempting. Who hasn't had some frivolous dreams when they were young?
Tao Mengdai is the dream he has had the most.
Chapter 36, Appointment.
Hearing her say this, Yi Tianyang remembered how many times he had dreamed about Tao Mengdai in the middle of the night when he was young and frivolous. So after receiving the signal, he will definitely go to this invitation tonight.
He wanted to pass on his experience to this woman. According to the location she sent on WeChat, Yi Tianyang drove his Bentley and quickly arrived at the community.
When he passed by a tobacco shop just now, he deliberately bought 2 bottles of the most expensive red wine in the tobacco shop. The 2 bottles of red wine are worth 10,000 yuan in total. Of course, this is also the most expensive thing he can buy at the moment.
You can't drive all the way there just to buy a bottle of wine. And as long as the intention is there, it's enough. You can't just go to someone's house for a meal empty-handed. You have to bring a small gift with you. Bringing wine is the perfect thing to do at this time.
Spend 11,000 yuan, rebate 1,100,000 yuan, has been credited.
It's so nice.
If you spend money on women, you will get a 100-fold rebate, and another 1 million will be deposited into your account.
I thought you stood me up today and didn't come. Tao Mengdai said with a smile when she opened the door and saw Yi Tianyang standing at the door.
At this moment, when Yi Tianyang saw Tao Mengdai, his heartbeat instantly accelerated. It was obvious that Tao Mengdai had dressed up specially tonight. And because she is at home now with the air conditioner on, it is quite warm, so the clothes she wears are much thinner than when we saw her today, and her mature, voluptuous figure can be seen very clearly.
The study committee member called me personally, how could I not come? Yi Tianyang smiled knowingly.
He was no longer the ignorant guy who knew nothing. Ever since Tao Mengdai took the initiative to contact him and invite him, he had already determined that something would happen tonight. Not to mention that Tao Mengdai is dressed like this now, it is obvious that she is deliberately trying to seduce him. This also forced Yi Tianyang to admit that money is really a good thing. He was really lucky to get this system, otherwise, he and Tao Mengdai would never have had the opportunity to have such close contact in their lifetime. Dreams are just dreams after all. After entering and taking a look at their living room, I found the decoration was average, but the furniture was arranged very warmly. It can be seen that Tao Mengdai and her husband have a good relationship.
I came here in a hurry. I just bought 2 bottles of red wine nearby.
Yi Tianyang said with a smile as he put the gift box in his hand on the dining table.
My boss Yi, you took 2 bottles of wine at once so late at night. Are you just trying to get me drunk? What do you want to do? Tao Mengdai asked with a smile. What do you think? Of course I did. Yi Tianyang was very direct.
There was no need to be tactful.
It was boring. We were all adults. Why would we do that?
And at this time, his eyes were fixed on Tao Mengdai. Start to appreciate this surging body and slender waist. His mind began to float back to the videos he had seen today while taking a bath. Such an impressive performance, coupled with this slender waist, must be quite exciting when she twists it.
What nonsense are you talking about?
She already has a husband and is about to get the marriage certificate. Tao Mengdai rolled her eyes at him coquettishly.
But it was obvious that he was not angry.
Instead, he turned around and walked towards the kitchen.
You cook for a while. I have another dish that will be ready soon. I'll have a drink with you later. Okay. Yi Tianyang smiled and watched Tao Mengdia's back as she walked towards the kitchen, then he lay down on the sofa. Boss Yi, what kind of business have you been doing in recent years? They asked after a few minutes. I don't do anything. I just carry bricks to make a living. He answered 100% seriously and did not mean to lie. What a joke. Tao Mengdai came over with the dishes.
A homemade version of sweet and sour spare ribs, steaming hot, looks very good and you can smell the fragrance from afar.
Oh, to be honest with you, you just can't believe what's going on in today's society? Yi Tianyang said helplessly. Then tell me where you are moving bricks. I will go with you tomorrow. I have never had high requirements. If you can move bricks and a big Bentley, I only need to move a small BMW. Tao Mengdai said jokingly after bringing all the food to the dining table. Yi Tianyang really didn't know how to answer this question. Look, we are such good old classmates, but you have a way to make money but you don't even take me with you, huh?
Tao Mengdai snorted, and her big watery eyes looked at Yi Tianyang with great anticipation.
Facing Tao Mengdia's expectant eyes, Yi Tianyang smiled, and his smile was very happy. The location of their restaurant is not big, so when the two of them were facing each other, they were very close. Yi Tianyang could clearly smell the faint fragrance emanating from Tao Mengdai. This is the smell after taking a shower. We are all adults in our 20s, so there is no need to pretend that we know nothing. Now Tao Mengdai was able to invite Yi Tianyang over late at night, and he even took a shower and changed into such a set of clothes. Naturally, he had made this preparation early. Just like when everyone held a reunion with old classmates in the past, there would inevitably be some minor frictions between those former sweethearts and those classmates who have now become rich. As for men, they naturally want to fulfill their dreams from their youth, and these former white moonlights, beauties, also think that they can take this opportunity to change their fate. For example, Tao Mengdai now has some extraordinary ideas in her mind. Very confused, but very eager. Boss Yi, what are you doing? Tao Mengdai could now feel Yi Tianyang's hot breath very clearly, and she couldn't help but start to get nervous. You are beautiful. I want to see more of you.
Yi Tianyang moved his body closer and stretched out his hand to actively hug Tao Mengdia's slender waist.
Oh, stop being naughty. I haven't served you a dish yet. Tao Mengdai said shyly and coquettishly. Chapter 37, Normal People's Decisions. At this moment, Tao Mengdai seemed to have forgotten that she was at home and that she already had an engaged fiancé. But for Yi Tianyang, he did not feel any guilt at all. It can even be said that this is the way society is now. Can you be sure that your girlfriend or your wife will remain chaste for you when you don't know? So after this incident, Yi Tianyangson became a little more cautious. In the future, he must be more sincere and put more effort into his woman. He likes to give hats to others, but he will never allow others to give him hats. It took nearly an hour to carry this dish back and forth, and we finally finished, looking at the food scattered on the ground. Tao Mengdai endured the numbness in her legs and said weakly, "Why are you still so anxious?" Ha ha. I can't do anything about my childhood dream. I'm really impatient and can't wait any longer. Look, many of the dishes are already cold. Tao Mengdai glared at him coquettishly. It doesn't matter what you eat, and what can be tastier than you? Yi Tianyang said jokingly, and then asked her, how am I compared to your guy? Tao Mengdai. Although she didn't answer, she had actually decided who was better in her heart, and she also knew what was the most correct answer. It seems that you like being the study committee member very much. Tao Mengdai did not answer the question directly, but asked instead. How about this, I'll marry you. That way I can do it whenever you want, and I don't have to rush. Hey, study committee member, what you said is killing me. Aren't you harming me? There are Taoist priests like you who would demolish 10 temples but not ruin a marriage. How can you let me do such a wicked thing? Yi Tianyang immediately expressed his attitude without hesitation. You sound so righteous, but what did you do just now? If you have the guts, why don't you just do nothing? Tao Mengdai said relentlessly, you've made me betray my marriage just now. What betrayal are you talking about? If you don't know, then it doesn't matter, right?
Yi Tianyang said a sentence that is now being praised by many people on the internet, although this sentence is extremely unhealthy and has extremely distorted values.
Okay, let's clean up quickly and eat.
I didn't have anything to eat tonight, and I'm really hungry after being tired for so long. Seeing that Tao Mengdi wanted to say something, Yi Tianyang quickly changed the subject and then used a corkscrew to open the red wine next to him. Looking at this guy's current performance, he also knew that there was no need for him to worry about this matter any longer. Tao Mengdi sighed softly in his heart and quickly adjusted his mood.
How should I put it? She didn't really suffer any loss.
After all, she was very happy just now and she did it voluntarily. After simply heating up the dishes and drinking some wine, the atmosphere, which had been a little dull just now, began to sublimate and gradually became ambiguous. I don't know how long they had been eating before the two of them were cuddling together again. Gradually, the blush on her face that had not faded just now became redder and redder.
Tang Mingjie also became more and more relaxed. After drinking the glass of wine, she went straight into Yi Tianyang's arms and said,
I told the group about you after get off work today, but no one believed it.
No one believed that you could be so successful.
Looking at the woman in his arms at this moment, her charming and hazy peach blossom eyes, and her delicate red lips, opening and closing. I believe that any normal man seeing this scene would not be able to control the flames of his physical strength. Unless it is one of those so-called decent novels, well, those male protagonists are outrageous and can remain calm and even righteously accuse these girls, but Yi Tianyang is not that kind of person. He is a normal man, both mentally and physically, so he accepts the fact calmly. About an hour later, there was a noise in the bedroom.
The two people soon separated. You are really too awesome.
Tao Mengdi had no strength left in her body now, and her body was covered in sweat.
She said weakly. Yi Tianyang smiled and lit a cigarette.
A cigarette after a meal and a cigarette after sex are both the most relaxing moments. I feel refreshed. Tao Mengdi rolled her eyes and said coquettishly, You are always like this.
Aren't you afraid that I will get pregnant? I am preparing for pregnancy recently.
Everything was prepared just now, but this guy just didn't need it.
Don't worry about that. I've already had a sterilization. Yi Tianyang said affectionately and comfortably. He didn't believe it. How could this woman not take some remedial measures afterwards? Boss Yi, you really know how to joke. Tao Mengdi teased.
He looked at his cell phone and suddenly jumped out of his arms in surprise.
This allowed Yi Tianyang to appreciate the scenery more completely. It's almost 11 o'clock, you should go back quickly.
After saying that, she no longer had time to care about Yi Tianyang. She rushed into the bathroom quickly. After a few seconds, the sound of splashing water came from inside. It was obvious that she was cleaning herself now.
Seeing this, Yi Tianyang finally understood that Tao Mengjie's fiancé was not on a business trip at all and would probably be back soon.
He had no intention of staying here and getting caught, so he stood up and went into the bathroom.
Hey, why are you here?
I beg you, good man, please stop making trouble.
Woo. Although it sounded like something was wrong, Yi Tianyang actually did nothing. He just quickly rinsed it, kissed a few times and left. After putting on her clothes, Tao Mengdi also cleaned up.
When she came out of the bathroom, she was wrapped in a short bath towel, with water droplets still dripping from her face and hair.
You should go back quickly and come to our house for a visit when you have time. Tao Mengdi said with reluctance in her heart as she watched Yi Tianyang leaving. Sit? Or sit? Yi Tianyang raised his eyebrows and laughed. Bad guy, what do you think? Tao Mengdi glared at him with a snort.
In the end, the two of them chatted for a few words and Yi Tianyang left. Today he waved his sleeves, leaving behind no cloud, but leaving behind hundreds of millions of descendants. After Yi Tianyang left, Tao Mengdi began to quickly clean the kitchen, living room, dining room, bedroom, and bathroom, clearing away all traces of what had just happened and restoring them to their original appearance. She also opened all the windows in the house for ventilation. After she had finished cleaning up, she returned to the bedroom, opened the drawer, and found a box of pills in the drawer. After opening the box, there was only one pill inside.
Do you want to eat one? Just at this moment. Wife. I'm back. Chapter 38. The most annoying thing is being woken up.
Just when Tao Mengdi was very conflicted, a cheerful voice came from outside. It was his fiancée, who came home from get off work. When she thought of the man she was about to marry, his love and tenderness for her, and the indifference in Yi Tianyang's eyes when he was about to leave, Tao Mengdai took out the pill without hesitation and swallowed it in one gulp, giving up the last bit of fantasy.
Tao Mengdai actually felt completely relaxed physically and mentally.
She changed into her pajamas in one breath and walked quickly towards her husband.
"Honey, why did you get off work so late today?" Tao Mengdai asked tenderly. "Recently, this project in the province is about to take off. Someone needs to keep an eye on it. Whether we can make money depends on this." Tao Mengdai's husband looks very honest.
He should be a few years older than Tao Mengdai, probably in his early 30s.
"You are so busy. Have you had dinner today? Otherwise, I will make some for you."
Tao Mengdai was very enthusiastic and asked with concern after taking the bag from her husband.
"No need, wife. I ate a bite at night. It's too late now. Go to bed quickly. You have to go to work tomorrow."
After hugging his wife, her fiancé went to the bedroom after a while, ready to take out the clean clothes. "Okay, then you take a shower first and I'll finish watching this episode of the TV series."
Tao Mengdai nodded and said. Her husband didn't think there was anything wrong.
After returning to the bedroom, he prepared his clothes, took off his clothes, and put all the coins and keys in his pocket on the bedside table. He happened to have a piece of waste paper in his hand, so he threw it into the trash can. As his eyes swept towards the trash can, he saw a box that had just been opened.
Yuding. All kinds of imaginations suddenly popped up in his mind.
This man was not born. He just kept staring at the box in the trash can. Finally, he took a long breath, reached out and took the box out of the trash can, walked to the window, and threw it out of the window, just as if he didn't see it, just as if this thing didn't happen. After doing all this, he went to the bathroom to take a shower. Not long after he finished taking a shower and lay down on the bed, Tang Mengdai, who was watching TV in the living room, suddenly came in, looking a little hurried, and walked towards the trash can.
How could it be gone? Was it thrown somewhere else?
Tao Mengdai was a little surprised when she saw that there was nothing else in the trash can.
Is there something wrong with her memory?
She remembered that she had thrown it into the trash can and just now she saw a TV show halfway through and remembered it and quickly came to look for it. However, looking at the man lying on the bed, breathing evilly and obviously asleep, Tao Mengdai thought to herself that he should not have noticed it, and that she must have thrown him somewhere else. The whole night passed in silence, and Tao Mengdai was a little absent-minded. She didn't go back to the bedroom to sleep, but lay on the sofa in the living room. Although the TV was on, her mind was not on it at all. It was not until around 7 o'clock the next morning when her man got up that he saw Tao Mengdai lying on the sofa, asleep, and he sighed deeply.
"Hey."
Then he went back to the room and took a thin quilt to cover his woman.
Around 9 o'clock in the morning, Yi Tianyang was awakened by the sound of the phone. Someone sent him a video on WeChat. He's crazy now, why is he calling? Yi Tianyang was very unhappy. He took out his phone and opened it. It was the girl he added on TikTok last night. If it weren't for Tao Mengdai last night, he would have gone out for supper with this girl. He only remembered that this girl had an amazing figure. Is there something wrong? Why are you calling so early? After answering the video, Yi Tianyang didn't have any interest in caring about what the other party was wearing, and asked lightly. Brother, didn't you tell her last night that you were going to take her for a ride on the ring road? How come she disappeared in the end? The girl didn't care at all. Until now, Yi Tian was in a bad mood and was still showing off his figure on the other end of the phone. Go away. Beautiful women definitely have privileges, but Yi Tianyang didn't give him any face at all. He snorted coldly and hung up the phone. It was really abominable that his sleep quality was affected so early in the morning. And the beautiful woman on the other end of the picture was looking at her phone in shock. She had gotten up early in the morning and dressed up carefully. She had wanted to date a rich man for dinner and shopping, but he didn't even look down on her. This was really depressing. Yi Tianyang originally wanted to continue sleeping, but he was disturbed by the phone call. He couldn't fall asleep even if he closed his eyes. Finally, he had no choice but to get up with a sigh. This state of getting up made him very unhappy. Where are you? Yi Tianyang also sent a message to the girl he had just video called. Wu Xiaomei, who was originally very depressed and disappointed when someone hung up the video call, immediately became excited again. It seems that the rich man just now couldn't resist her charm and figure. She thought about it in her heart and replied quickly. I'm from the Agricultural University. After replying to the message, the location was also sent. I didn't expect it to be from the agricultural university. To be honest, Yi Tianyang was still a little surprised when he saw this location. He had thought about it before, and some gossip news he had read were about little stories in front of schools, such as if you drove a luxury car and parked it there. Put mineral water, black tea, or Red Bull on it, and then you just have to lie in the car and wait patiently. Soon, beautiful girls will come one by one, selecting the drinks suitable for them and put them in the car. Of course, this definitely involves risks. Not all of them graduated from this school. Many of them have fake certificates just to increase the price. After getting up and washing up, he drove his big Bentley to the agricultural university. Yi Tianyang was thinking in his heart how to deal with this guy who had disturbed his sleep. I was already very angry when I woke up in the morning, and I was forced to get up, which made me even angrier. I couldn't let her go so easily. Chapter 39 Choice. Agricultural University is located on West Changjiang Road in Haiyue City. In the past, this location was considered a very remote place in Haiyue City, but in recent years, Haiyue City has developed very rapidly and started to expand in this direction. Now it has gradually become prosperous. For example, the gate of the agricultural university used to be very empty and there were few people, but now there are many cars and people. A brand new black Bentley was parked in front of their school today. It was parked on the road opposite the gate of their school. This area is gradually becoming prosperous, and there are indeed many good cars, but cars of this level like Bentley will naturally easily attract the attention of the crowd. It seems that another person has been taken away. What's the point of being so sour? Your goddess is just someone else's. Do you think he's here to pick up his lover, or is he leaving drinks there to wait for someone? When everyone saw this car, they started to imagine all kinds of things. After parking the car, Yi Tianyang opened the window, leaned back, lit a cigarette, and watched the young people coming and going on the opposite side, feeling a sense of emotion in his heart. Although he was only 4 or 5 years older than these people, it felt as if many, many years had passed. His 4 years of college life were not as good as he had imagined. Compared with these students, it was a world of difference, because at that time he needed to work various part-time jobs to earn money to pay tuition and survive. When he had no classes every day, he did various odd jobs, such as handyman in the school and temporary worker outside the school. He did anything that could make money. Others spend those 4 years busy dating and picking up girls and relaxing, but his 4 years were more miserable than those of the average worker. Perhaps it was because of this that God gave him a compensation by giving him this life system. God raises him. God raises him. It seems that he really needs God to raise him. If God hadn't helped him, how would he have had the chance to drive a luxury car and wait for young girls in a place like this? He had only smoked half of his cigarette when Wu Xiumei gradually appeared at the school gate. Seeing him looking around for her, he finally found Yi Tianyang, who was across the street, and a happy smile broke out on his face. She is a beauty, with good looks and a good figure. At this age, she will attract people's attention wherever she goes. Now her beautiful smile makes her even more attractive. The classmates and pedestrians walking back and forth nearby were instantly stunned when they saw this scene. There were many classmates who knew this girl, and when they saw her walking step by step towards the luxury car, they were immediately moved. It's over. My goddess is no longer my goddess. She has completely fallen. What's wrong with these women nowadays? How come another one is so superficial? Can money really make them violate some principles? Some unwilling male classmates roared in their hearts. Logically speaking, they should be the first to get the moon because they are close to the water. Such a beauty and goddess of the school belle level should be their girlfriends, but now they are picked up by someone outside in a car. Alas, this is the society, this is the reality. We have to work hard and struggle. Only when we make money can we drive here one day and wait for the goddess to come up by herself. Some male students understood the reality of this society very early and secretly cheered themselves up. This is how society works. Only if you are rich enough can you enjoy things that the poor cannot enjoy. If you are rich but cannot exceed a certain range of rules and limits, then only a fool would work desperately to make money. Yi Tianyang didn't have time to sigh about these things. His eyes were always on Wu Xiumei. It was obvious that this girl dressed up when she came out. Her long legs, which were longer than before, were perfectly displayed. She didn't wear the kind of pants that might affect her leg shape. It seemed that this girl knew her own advantages. She wore a tight thermal underwear and a small jacket on her upper body, which showed her curvy figure perfectly. Get in the car.
When Wu Xiaomei approached, Yi Tianyang directly gestured for her to get in the passenger seat.
Oh. Wu Xiaomei didn't expect Yi Tianyang to be so direct.
She originally wanted to stand outside the car and give him a few charming glances and say a few ambiguous words.
But he was not a fool.
After hearing what he said, he trotted to the other side without hesitation, opened the passenger door and sat in.
Upon seeing this scene, the male students all looked gloomy. It's obvious. The goddess in their minds has completely fallen into the abyss and has completely degenerated. Of course, this is just what these male classmates think. Wu Xiaomei doesn't think so.
She feels that she has found a shortcut. As long as she has a relationship with such a rich man, even if she is not his girlfriend, she can be his lover.
It doesn't matter who you follow. Do you have to follow those poor classmates?
His idea is indeed the same as that of many young girls, and it is also very beautiful.
However, the reality is much more cruel than they imagine.
For example, Yi Tianyang had no intention of making Wu Xiaomei his girlfriend, let alone having her as his lover. After experiencing what happened with Tao Mengdai yesterday, such a woman must never be a lover. If such a woman is a lover, on the one hand, he can guard against her spending money indiscriminately, using his money to support a gigolo, and cheating on his wife.
That would be too troublesome. As for a lover, the most suitable one is someone like Wang Yifeng. Take off your clothes.
Wu Xiaomei was still fantasizing at this time, thinking that she would definitely live in a mansion and drive a luxury car every day. Suddenly, Yi Tianyang's cold voice came over.
Wu Xiaomei looked at Yi Tianyang in bewilderment, as if she hadn't understood what this sentence meant. If you don't want to delay, go down now. Yi Tianyang said bluntly.
He didn't want to spend too much time with the women here. Beautiful women are indeed attractive, but there is never a shortage of beautiful women in this world.
There are simply too many of them.
It is too easy for rich people to find beautiful girls, so the fact that he can come here is enough to express his sincerity.
Little brother, please don't be so anxious, okay?
Wu Xiaomei neither got out of the car nor took off her clothes immediately. Instead, she said with a charming smile. She wanted to rely on her looks, her figure, and her charm to completely impress this rich man. She hoped that something would happen between them.
But it definitely couldn't happen here, let alone at the gate of their school. Chapter 40, Shattered Dreams.
Even if you go, you should go to a star-rated hotel, book a luxurious suite, order a bottle of expensive red wine, a big bathtub, perfect roses, and a top-notch Wellington steak.
This is the normal process and everything will come naturally. He. Yi Tianyang was too lazy to talk nonsense with him.
He directly grabbed a dozen red banknotes from the briefcase next to him and threw them directly into his arms.
What are you doing? People don't come to see you for money. I'm different from the people there.
After throwing the dozen bills into his arms, Wu Xiaomei's heart trembled, but she still spoke with forced calmness.
Pa! Another dozen banknotes were thrown over. Little brother, do you really think they are those who come out to do business?
Wu Xiaomei licked her beautiful red lips and said.
Another stack of red banknotes was thrown over, and Yi Tianyang also spoke. Drag it on, or you won't have a dime. Little brother,
Looking at Yi Tianyang's eyes, Wu Xiaomei now understood, and then he slowly put the 3 dozen bills, which was 30,000 yuan, into his bag. Putting this in meant he had made the final decision, and then he reached out and took off his jacket. At this time, Yi Tianyang also wanted to be very considerate, so he pressed the electric button to slow down the chair. At the same time, all the windows slowly rose up. It was enough for him to enjoy the scenery inside the car alone. After a few minutes, the Bentley sedan that was originally parked quietly on the side of the road suddenly shook a few times, like a lone boat in a tsunami. Before one wave subsides, another wave rises, and we have no choice but to go with the flow.
That car?
Someone soon noticed this situation and looked surprised.
We are not fools. Many people have done these things. Do they understand what is happening now?
Oh my god, I think I saw Sister Wu Xiaomei getting on this car just now. When several boys saw the scene, they felt extremely painful in their hearts.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There are also a few Wu Xiaomei's bootlickers who don't believe that their goddess would do such a thing. As more and more people talked, more and more people came from the vicinity. They watched from afar and did not leave them. They just wanted to know who would come out of the car next. They wanted to make sure whether the person in the car was their goddess Wu Xiaomei. Although many people saw Wu Xiaomei get into the car at the beginning, many people did not believe that their girls would do such things.
In the waves, the lone boat swayed with the wind at night, leaving Wu Xiaomei with no time to think about what was happening outside the boat. At this moment, he had to try hard to control the direction and immerse himself in it. It was freezing cold outside in November, but warm as spring inside. A large group of people were waiting outside. Yi Tianyang had thought that something like this might happen, but he didn't expect that there would be so many people around. If he had known, he would have been even more excited. Perhaps it was because of the change of environment. This time he was much faster than before, about 20 minutes. The sea began to calm down gradually. Only then did they notice that there were so many people watching outside. Now you are satisfied, you are happy. Slowly coming back to her senses from her excitement, Wu Xiaomei also discovered that there were many people gathered outside. When she saw that everyone's eyes were focused on this car, she suddenly felt some regret in her heart.
Satisfied and happy. Yi Tianyang nodded. To be honest, he was really happy. He had accomplished something that he had only dared to imagine before but never had the chance to do. He took the school beauty away in public and did it in public. This kind of picture in one's mind must have been the dream of many young and frivolous people. Can you drive a little further forward? Wu Xiaomei asked after she had tidied her clothes. If she got off the car now, she would be completely exposed in front of everyone, and her reputation in the school would be completely ruined. Of course, this reputation would definitely be negative. What's wrong? Are you afraid that if you get off the car now, these people will look down on you? It will affect your reputation? Yi Tianyang's face was calm. He pointed at the onlookers and continued. These people will definitely say behind your back that you are shameless and materialistic, but I can tell you 100% that they will still fantasize about having something happen with you and still want to lick you. And your female classmate will probably find you privately in no time and try every means to get my contact information from you. After saying this, Yi Tianyang stopped talking nonsense with her and opened the car door directly. You really are cold-blooded and heartless, bah. Wu Xiaomei said sarcastically. He originally thought that today would be a wonderful day, but it was completely over in just half an hour. Yi Tianyang had a blank expression on his face, as if he didn't hear his complaints. He just watched Wu Xiaomei packing up. After 10 minutes or so, no matter how slow or hesitant Wu Xiaomei was, she had finally finished packing and put her clothes in place. It's really her? Oh my god, it's the goddess Wu Xiaomei. Seeing the person getting off the car, the crowd became completely excited, and several boys even burst into tears. The goddess in their hearts, the white moonlight in their hearts, was completely shattered at this moment. This feeling made their eyes red, and they could not hold back at all, and tears flowed down. Chapter 41. His words came true. The perfect dream lover was completely shattered at this moment. The boys at the school gate could not bear this feeling, and many of them were completely heartbroken. After getting down from the car, Wu Xiaomei's expressionless face was much calmer than everyone imagined, as if everything that had just happened in the car had nothing to do with him, as if nothing had happened. After getting down, he looked straight ahead with a firm gaze, not caring at all about the people watching. However, Wu Xiaomei also knew in his heart that everything that happened to him today would definitely be posted on his circle of friends, school forums, and major social platforms. Yi Tianyang, who was sitting in the car, was watching everything outside with great interest. He understood that most of the male compatriots outside must hate him very much, hating that he had tarnished the whiteness in their hearts, and the moonlight had tarnished the goddess in their minds. But so what? The goddess in your mind is only worth 30,000 yuan, and you can get her with 30,000 yuan. Unconsciously, Yi Tianyang's state of mind had changed greatly. In their school dormitory. Xiaomei, you really know how to have fun. One of Wu Xiaomei's roommates said sarcastically as soon as they entered the dormitory. They are already junior students this year. In fact, they have very few courses. They will start their internship next year and spend more time in school. Most of them are just bored and wasting their time in school. There are actually not many people who are considering taking the postgraduate entrance examination to continue their studies. Most people are just messing around in school. Men are always picking up girls, surfing the internet and sleeping everywhere, while women are just having all kinds of love affairs. There are not many people with real talents after graduation from a good university. No wonder their salaries and benefits after graduation are very average. Nowadays, there are often sarcastic comments on the internet. If you hire a migrant worker at a construction site for 4,000 yuan, no one will pay attention to you. But if you hire a college student, thousands of people will rush to grab the position in an instant.
It's not that there's a lot of pressure in society nowadays, but that there are too few people with real talent. When you have the ability and capability, the salary will not be low. Yes, look at our school forum, Moments, and TikTok. There are so many videos there. Soon, a roommate opened his phone with a smile. A short video was playing. In the video, a Bentley was swaying in front of the school gate. Not long after, a person walked out of it and got off. The person was clearly captured in the video, and it was Wu Xiaomei. He. Wu Xiaomei sneered and opened her bag expressionlessly. He took out 3 stacks of red banknotes and threw them on her table. Hiss. When they saw the 3 stacks of banknotes, they gasped. Their eyes were shining. For many people, 30,000 yuan might not be a lot of money, but for ordinary students, especially those from ordinary families, 30,000 yuan is not a small amount of money. What's more, they also knew where the 30,000 yuan came from and how long it took.
TSK. This money is so dirty.
There was a girl in the dormitory who had been silent. She spoke at this moment, her tone full of disdain and her eyes full of indifference.
He. I can get 30,000 this time. What about you?
You spend every day with your poor boyfriend, but he has never bought you anything.
Has he ever returned the gifts you bought him?
I remember the last time you bought him a pair of sneakers, you ended up eating instant noodles in the dormitory for so long. You even have to use our shampoo and toothpaste. Wu Xiaomei was not going to be bullied like that, so she fought back immediately.
Ours is love, what's wrong with giving for love?
What is this of yours?
Are you selling it?
Her roommate continued to mock and attack her.
Love is funny. Wait until they are really married before telling me about love. What you think is love now is just others playing with you.
Believe it or not, if I flirt with your boyfriend a little bit, he will dump you immediately.
Wu Xiaomei sneered.
Everyone yearns for love, and everyone wants to have it, especially these young girls, who all yearn for the perfect love and idol dramas, but at this time, at their age, how many people can finally achieve a happy ending? It is because boys of this age are not mature at all, and have not seen the outside world, so they break up easily.
All right, stop arguing. We are all good sisters in the same dormitory.
There is no need to argue.
What are you arguing about? Let's talk it out.
The other 2 girls in the dormitory felt that something was not right and that they should get out of the house.
If they didn't persuade them and let Wu Xiaomei continue like this, these 2 guys would definitely fight.
After the 2 of them calmed down, one of the girls couldn't help but come over out of curiosity and asked in a low voice.
Xiaomei, who is the rich man who came to pick you up today? He drives such a beautiful car, it's a Bentley.
That's right, how did you 2 know each other? I just checked online and found that his latest model is much more expensive than yours, and it costs more than 6 million. At this moment Wu Xiaomei recalled what Yi Tianyang had said to her just now. As expected, it had only been a short time and they had already started to inquire about Yi Tianyang's information.
It's okay. Let's talk about this later.
I'm tired and I'm going to take a shower.
Wu Xiaomei shook her head and didn't say anything else.
She went straight to their bathroom to take a shower. Even during this process, he came over to get clothes and bath towels, etc. She didn't even take the 30,000 yuan in cash on the table, and just left it there. The 30,000 yuan now placed here is like a blooming flower, exuding its alluring fragrance.
What is the pursuit of a person in his life? Few people can figure out what he wants to do in his life.
Some people even know that at the moment of their death, after their life is over, they still don't know what they have lived for. But no matter what, one thing is certain, if he had been born rich, extremely wealthy, then he would definitely not have had so many problems, so much pain, or so many difficulties in his life. For example, Wu Xiaomei's 2 roommates were thinking at this moment that if they had the 30,000 yuan in cash on the table, they could choose to buy the skincare products, clothes, shoes, and bags they wanted, and by the way, they could also change to the latest model of Fruit 15.
Chapter 42, Met an Acquaintance.
I believe that when they change into new clothes, new bags and new mobile phones, their friends around them will only envy them.
Are they too realistic? Obviously not.
It's just that society is like this now. People laugh at the poor but not at prostitutes. I don't know when it started, but such distorted values have been considered normal in everyone's mind, and everyone is addicted to these values.
This is also why these short video platforms are so popular now. These beauties and girls are willing to show off their figures.
They just want to climb up the ladder through this platform, trying to take shortcuts and reach the sky overnight.
XX Internet Cafe.
After coming out of the agricultural university, Yi Tianyang had nothing to do beforehand, so he parked his car on the side of the road and found an internet cafe to sit in. In the past, he often saw videos posted by internet cafe ladies on short video platforms, and he also saw many people deliberately teasing these ladies. He suddenly wanted to see if he could meet beautiful ladies by using this professional-level network card. However, it was obvious that Yi Tianyang's luck was not as good as he thought. He walked to the cashier's counter of the network card and saw a man cashing out. He originally planned to take out his ID card and top up 10,000 yuan to pretend to be a cool guy. But at this moment, there was no such quality at all. But since he was already here, he did not just turn around and leave because there were no pretty girls. Instead, he took out his ID card, recharged 50 yuan, and turned on a machine. To be honest, he had not been to the internet cafe for a long time. On the one hand, it was because he was busy with work and he needed to earn money to support himself. Another reason was that he had no friends to accompany him. Even in recent years, when domestic gaming teams have won championships, he was very excited when he saw the news online, but he had no friends to celebrate with him, and no friends to go to the internet cafe with him to have fun. Yi Tianyang casually chose a relatively remote location, turned on the machine and logged in. He hadn't logged into his LOL game account for 2 years. The account level is still the same, and I haven't played for 2 years. After logging in, looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar interface, I actually miss it a little bit. In the past, his life was very boring and the only fun seemed to be the days of galloping in this canyon. To be honest, his skills are very average, even pretty bad. His teammates often scold him, saying he is too bad and ask him to get out, but he is still very happy and has a lot of fun. Reminiscing about his past youth, Yi Tianyang quickly drew his attention to one of the interfaces. On this interface, there was a woman wearing a plain dress. The dress was very close-fitting, showing off her perfect curves to the fullest. Even though he hadn't played this game for 2 years and hadn't paid attention to any competitions in this game for 2 years, he knew who this woman was. Sister Zhou. She is one of the 4 new beauties in the LOL region. Compared with the previous Miss and several others, she looks younger and more beautiful. In other words, she is more attractive to men and her figure is more seductive. After all, she came from a girl group. Click on this page to see the introduction of the most recent game, which should be held in China after the last finals. It is a LOL game with some value. The competition starts on November 29th, today is November 20th, and there are still 9 days left. After looking at the details and the information of several beautiful anchors on the page, Yi Tianyang suddenly became very interested. To be honest, every game geek has fantasized about having a game commentator like Miss. He even fantasized about several of the game commentators before, but it was all in vain before because he had no money. Now that he has money, Yi Tianyang's midnight dreams are about to come true. So at this moment, he looked at the beauties on the screen, his eyes gradually became blurred, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Maybe he can really fulfill those dreams of his youth. He even fantasized about those celebrities who were once the focus of everyone's attention in his mind. The sense of accomplishment he felt when he saw them doing it was absolutely indescribable. After determining the target, Yi Tianyang didn't think any more about it. He simply took a look at some information and photos of these beauties and closed the web page. Anyway, these people would appear in his mobile phone sooner or later, and by then there would not only be photos, but even some interesting videos. Yi Tianyang naturally knew that a woman like this was not like Wu Xiumei, who could be easily obtained with just a few tens of thousands of dollars. She is not like those small internet celebrities who broadcast live on short video platforms, where you can just spend some money to break her legs. Of course, it's not to say that money can't break their legs. I believe that as long as the women are in this circle, money can make them undress and surrender. It's just that the amount is a little bigger. However, although Yi Tianyang earned his money effortlessly, you can't just give any beautiful woman you see millions or tens of millions of dollars to her. If that doesn't work, just give her hundreds of millions. If you do that, you're driving up the price and destroying the market. The price was originally rising, and if your outburst caused the market to rise further, on the one hand, it would be unfair to the majority of male compatriots, and on the other hand it would also attract the attention of some people with ulterior motives. Now Yi Tianyang is just rich, simply rich. He has no ability to protect himself, and he has no social status at all. He is just a nouveau riche. If someone wants to deal with him, any casual person with social status can make him miserable. So, what people say about having money allowing you to do whatever you want is not always true, at least not relative to his current social status. So now Yi Tianyang is thinking about gaining a firm foothold in this society with the huge amount of money in his hands, and then maybe he can really do whatever he wants.
But isn't there a saying that is true?
If you can't stay here, you can find another place that will stay. If you have money, you can be called a big shot wherever you go. When I came out of the internet cafe and was about to go out to find new scenery, I met a beautiful young lady.
I guess she was an acquaintance, a patrolman. Zhang Jinyu.
But at this moment she was not wearing her uniform, but a very casual outfit.
Oh, Patrolman Zhang, I didn't expect we would meet so soon. Chapter 43 Patrolman, Zhang Jinyu. Yi Tianyang walked over and greeted Zhang Jinyu. To be honest, he and this patrolman had a very good relationship. After all, he was caught by him last time, which was a bit embarrassing. So this is a small vendetta. Before, he was powerless in the face of such a beauty. But this moment, he wanted to try it and get some revenge. You? Zhang Jinyu frowned slightly when she saw Yi Tianyang.
After several seconds, she remembered who was the person who greeted her.
Isn't this what I caught when I was sweeping somewhere some time ago? Is there anything I can help you with?
Zhang Jinyu asked without concealing the disgust in his eyes.
Yi Tianyang didn't take Zhang Danhua's look at all to heart.
Instead, he looked at her carefully with great interest.
This beauty was really amazing.
Zhang Jinyu, wearing this casual outfit, didn't have the heroic look she had before, but looked more charming and beautiful. Especially at this moment, the slender, straight long legs wrapped in this pair of leggings are eye-catching.
It's just a small matter. I just wanted to invite Sister Lu to dinner to thank you for your previous education and to prevent me from continuing to degenerate. Yi Tianyang said very seriously. How should I put it about the last incident?
Yi Tianyang naturally had no money and no qualifications to go to that place to play.
He was entertaining customers.
What's more, if he dared to go to that place to play, Wu Mengyao would cut him to pieces if he was found out. So when there was no substantial evidence, his boss Zhang Fengwei came over and took him away for some money.
No need, it's just my duty. Zhang Jinyu's voice was still lukewarm, and she directly rejected Yi Tianyang's invitation. No need for meals. How can I not use it? I was planning to customize a silk banner these 2 days and personally present it to you, Inspector Zhang. Yi Tianyang said seriously.
If an ordinary person saw this scene, he would really think that this was a prodigal son who knew how to correct his mistakes and who had suddenly realized his mistake and turned back.
I appreciate your kindness, but you don't need your banner because I have already resigned. So you don't have to call me Patrol Officer Zhang anymore.
As a patrol officer, no, as a former patrol officer, Zhang Jinyu actually felt very touched by Yi Tianyang's words and felt a little happy.
But I always feel like something is not right.
But one thing is certain, if the man in front of her really realizes his mistakes, then it would definitely be a good thing, which means that her previous work was correct and beneficial to the people.
Hearing this, Yi Tianyang was happy. Resigned?
It seems that I will never have the chance to become President Lu in the future, and I will never have the chance to see his graceful look when he is wearing that uniform.
However, he still maintains a gentle smile on the surface. You've resigned. That's even better.
I may need an assistant to help me with my daily life.
Why don't you come over and give it a try, Miss Zhang? Don't worry. Food and accommodation are provided. You have the final say on how much salary you think is appropriate.
Hearing Yi Tianyang's words, and his tone so loud, Zhang Jinyu suddenly laughed and laughed very happily.
Yi Tianyang. Male. I grew up in an orphanage in Haiyue City. 27. I'm currently working in an IT company, but I think I was fired because of a mistake. I happened to check your information when I was organizing my work a few days ago. I still remember it. Now you are bragging about your wealth in front of me. Did you find the wrong person?
Zhang Jinyu pointed at the people in the distance, and asked curiously, why are you still hanging around outside at this hour?
Have you not found a job yet?
When Zhang Jinyu finished saying these words, she suddenly discovered a problem. It seemed that the man in front of her was a little different from the man in her memory. She couldn't figure out exactly what was different, but one thing was certain, the clothes this guy was wearing were very different from what she had seen before.
It's true that I haven't found one yet.
Yi Tianyang shook his head and continued, it's just that a few days ago I suddenly realized that there is no future in working for others, so I decided not to look for a job. I have to start my own business. This is indeed what Yi Tianyang is thinking in his heart now, and he had it in his mind a long time ago. However, Yi Tianyang before had no connections and no funds. Even if he had a good project, it would be useless. But now it is different.
He no longer has to worry about money.
Suddenly, his life has lost a struggle and a lot of troubles.
Well, that does make some sense, Zhang Jinyu said very politely. In fact, he didn't want to discourage Yi Tianyang.
At his age of more than 20, no matter who he was, he would have a little capital to start a family or a career. But this young man in front of him was still wandering around outside at such a good time.
How much could he achieve? How much capital did he have?
So, I now cordially invite Miss Zhang to join my team and become a member of my team.
In the future, we will work together and make progress together. Yi Tianyang once again extended a sincere invitation to him.
As for secretary and assistant and the like, they were just superficial jobs. He just wanted to find a reason and an excuse to keep this woman by his side so that he could take her down step by step and train her step by step. Of course, he also knew that it was just empty talk and no one would believe him even if he talked to the woman for a long time, so Yi Tianyang pointed to the new Bentley parked next to him and said with a smile, "Look, this is the car I built for myself first." Looking in the direction Yi Tianyang pointed, a new luxury car came into Zhang Jingyu's sight. She was a little surprised and said with disbelief in her eyes, "Is this car yours?" Then she simply shook her head and said, "But this has nothing to do with me.
I have things to do here. Let's leave it at that for now."
After saying that, Zhang Jinyu turned around, found a taxi parked nearby, got in, and left. Judging from her appearance, she is indeed quite anxious.
Yi Tianyang naturally wouldn't stop her.
The other person was so cold, he couldn't just stick his head in front of him. That would be too embarrassing, and it wasn't like a rich man like him to do something. Just as Yi Tianyang was about to drive away, he suddenly saw an interesting scene. At this time, there was a slim young lady wearing a down jacket standing there. From a distance, this young lady's figure can't even be hidden by her down jacket, which is quite amazing.
This made Yi Tianyang's eyes light up. Chapter 44, Newcomers. Because of the weather, the heater in his car is always on, which results in a thin layer of mist appearing on the car windows outside for a period of time. At this time, the young and beautiful lady in a down jacket is gesturing with her slender fingers on it. You don't need to look to know that this young lady must have drawn simple patterns like kittens, puppies, pets, and hearts. But Yi Tianyang was a little confused. Few adults would do such things nowadays. How come he met such a loving young lady today? Is the painting finished, miss? Yi Tianyang took a few steps forward and asked with a smile. Ah.
The drawing had been completed and recorded with a mobile phone. At this moment, Wang Liqin was about to change the camera to record her own charming and beautiful appearance so that it would be a complete short video. Suddenly, she heard this voice coming from behind and was startled. When she looked back, she found that it was a handsome boy. She was immediately relieved. At the same time, she had some different expectations in her heart. Because now he can see very clearly that the handsome boy walking in front of him has an appearance score of over 70 and is very elegant. The most important thing is that with a set of branded clothes as a foil, his appearance and temperament have been greatly improved. And Wang Liqin also has a feeling that the Bentley in front of him may very likely belong to this boy. With the backdrop of this Bentley car, he is even more moved. Maybe it was because the other person was a rich man, or maybe it was because today's weather was just right with a light breeze that added a touch of warmth to this cold winter, or maybe it was because this strange little brother wore clothes of the color she liked, and the smile on his face made her feel warm. All of these things about him combined quickly wandered around in her mind. It all seemed to take a long time, but in fact it was only a matter of 1 or 2 seconds. When Wang Liqin turned around, she already had a charming smile on her face.
Well, I've finished it. Finally, with a hint of surprise and expectation on her face, she asked, I'm sorry, did I bother you? What Wang Liqin means is, whether this car is yours or not, does it affect your normal use? Not really. If you haven't finished painting yet, I can wait until you finish before I leave. Yi Tianyang shook his head, appearing very gentlemanly.
Of course, the main reason was that this woman was quite good looking and had a great figure. To be honest, if he hadn't spent an hour in the car with Wu Xiaomei, he would most likely flirt with this young lady now. But now, he is no longer very interested. After all, this sage time has not yet passed. Oh, this car is yours, sorry. After hearing Yi Tianyang admit that the car was his, Wang Liqin felt more certain in her heart, and then she had an apologetic smile on her face. I'm really sorry for scribbling there without your permission.
How about this? It's almost time for dinner, I'll treat you to dinner. Yi Tian Yang. No way, this can be used as an excuse to treat someone to a meal? Yi Tian Yang was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the girl in front of him was much more proactive than he thought. It's just that he really hasn't spent the sage time yet, so he shook his head and refused without hesitation. That's not necessary. I just happen to be busy and don't have time to eat tonight. Oh, so, let's add each other on WeChat. When you are free, tell me and I will treat you to a meal then. Wang Liqin did not intend to miss this opportunity. After hearing Yi Tianyang's refusal, she hugged Yi Tianyang's arm openly. Although the down jacket she was wearing now had some layers of obstruction, Yi Tianyang was still able to feel the connotation very easily. Well, it's also quite soft. Feeling the kindness and connotation from strangers, when Yi Tianyang was about to turn around and drive away, two good-looking women came over from the opposite side, and one of them scored over 90 points. Just by looking good one could achieve this score, which made Yi Tianyang's eyes light up. Of all the girls he has met so far, Yuan Shishir scores above 80 points, and with her dressing and usual skills, she can reach 90 points. Wang Yifeng's appearance is definitely above 90 points. Study committee member Tang Mingya's appearance barely scored 80 points, but her skills are quite good, so she can get an extra 5 points to 85 points. Lu Danawa's appearance is rated 75 points, mainly because she was wearing a uniform before and we could only feel her heroic spirit. More details need to be explored. Wu Xiaomei, who had just been exercising in the car for over an hour, scored 80 points for appearance, 80 points for technique, 80 points for figure, and 80 points for coordination. All in all, she was quite good, and the 30,000 yuan was well worth it. Of course, I don't know whether she can use it a second time. With Yi Tianyang's current financial resources, the beauties he can look at must score at least 80 points. Beauties who score 90 points are hard to come by. Of course, this is also the goal he has been working hard for, otherwise there is no use having so much money. Qin, you asked us out for hot pot, but you secretly came here to flirt with this guy. Isn't that too much? Before the man came over, he heard one of the girls snort. There was some dissatisfaction in her voice, but Yi Tianyang could see very clearly that this girl's eyes were all on him. Yi Tianyang was originally planning to leave, but now that he saw two acquaintances coming with this girl, he thought that maybe they could have dinner together tonight. It can be seen very clearly here that some of the decisions and principles he talks about are actually very unsteady, and may be completely changed because of other factors. If Wang Liqin was alone tonight, he would probably leave directly before his idle time was over, but now he is not alone at all. 1 plus 1, sometimes it is not necessarily equal, it may be greater than, and the effect is completely different. Moreover, now it is 1 plus 2. At least 4 people can get together to play mahjong to kill time. Just when Yi Tianyang was thinking about it, Wang Liqin's two best friends had already passed by. The first person to speak was Wang Liqin, who looked and had a similar figure, but her personality was much more lively than theirs. When she came closer, she walked towards Yi Tianyang with confidence and asked with a smile. Qin, who is this handsome guy? I've never seen him before, why don't you introduce him to me? Chapter 45:4, Now we can play mahjong. While she was speaking, the woman's eyes were always on Yi Tianyang, and your sister would occasionally glance at the big Bentley next to them. Yuan Yanyan, stop making trouble. You definitely don't know him because we just met. Wang Liqin was also a little unhappy. She was originally feeling a little depressed. She wanted to have a perfect encounter with this handsome guy she just met, but she didn't expect that this thing didn't work out. Instead, it was ruined by the two best friends she called over. This was a bit depressing. If she had known earlier, she would not have asked them out for hot pot today. Is that so? Yuan Yanyan was a little surprised. It seemed that she would not be sorry for her friend. After all, they just met. So she asked without hesitation, "What is your name?" "My name is Yuan Yanyan, you can just call me Yanyan." Yi Tianyang. Yi Tianyang answered casually, and cast all his attention on the beauty next to Yuan Yanyan, who was also the only beauty with a score above 90. He smiled and asked, "What is the name of this beauty?" Su Yumei. Su Yumei's voice was rather flat, and it seemed that she was very introverted and not used to communicating with others. However, Yi Tianyang was confident that this discomfort was only temporary, and he was not in a hurry to do his own things at this time. Anyway, as for those games and commentators, it would be easy to solve the problem if there was a before or after. A few days earlier or later, actually there was not much difference.
The most important thing was that it was not easy to meet a beauty like this with a score of 90.
Did you mean to go eat hot pot? Yi Tianyang asked directly.
Yes, eating hot pot is definitely the most comfortable thing in this weather, so a few of us made an appointment to go to the nearby Haidilao to eat hot pot.
Yuan Yanyan answered the most lively question. I see.
I also like to eat hot pot, but that place is too noisy and boring.
Why don't you go to my house? I just bought a house and I'm ready to start cooking.
I haven't thought of what to eat.
Isn't today a coincidence? We can just buy some hot pot ingredients and start cooking.
When he woke up this morning, the young lady from the sales office who sold him the house last time sent him a WeChat message, saying that everything had been arranged for the house, and he had helped to purchase all the items on the list that Yi Tianyang needed, including furniture, electrical appliances, bed sheets, quilt covers, etc., all of which were the best and newest ones purchased according to Yi Tianyang's requirements.
There is no time in the day, but he has time.
This sales lady also got to know these big brands for the first time, and it was also the first time for her to spend so much money on these daily necessities at once, which made him enjoy the extravagance of rich people when buying things, especially when he saw that the glass was just a cup for drinking water or wine. Usually, he would buy it for 5 or 6 yuan at most at the night market stall, and a better one would cost 10 yuan. However, according to the brand that Yi Tianyang requested, a glass would cost 7 or 8,000 yuan, which was more expensive than a cup made of gold.
It was simply outrageous.
The total decoration of his house and the daily necessities cost more than 1 million yuan, which was enough for her to buy a smaller house in Haiyue City. This made the young lady in the sales office almost unable to close her legs. She had all kinds of fantasies in her mind, but because she was not rich enough, she could not hold on to such a rich man.
Sure, we just want to eat, and you need to start the fire over there, so let's make it a deal.
Yuan Yanyan agreed very happily, and Wang Liqin, who was standing next to her, nodded in agreement. It would certainly be great to be able to visit the home of this young man you just met and see if he is really a rich man. Only Su Yumei, who was standing next to her, remained silent for a moment, and finally, with the help of her 2 little sisters, she nodded and agreed.
Okay, we have decided. Let's set off now. It is still quite cold outside in the winter.
Standing outside and chatting is not as comfortable as chatting at home, Yi Tianyang said immediately. It's just that I just bought some things and piled them in this car. Now there is no room for only one person. I wonder which beautiful lady would like to go with me.
This was a bit of a mistake.
When he came out just now, he bought a lot of things and stuffed them in the second row, and the trunk was also full.
Now he can only take one of the 3 beauties away. I.
Yuan Yanyan immediately raised her hand to indicate that she wanted to take this car. Without waiting for anyone to answer, she opened the passenger door and sat in. Wang Liqin next to her looked a little unhappy, but there was nothing she could do.
The other person had already gotten in the car, so how could she get angry?
She could only remain silent.
Seeing that Yi Tianyang didn't say anything else, she and Su Yumei got a taxi. Master, don't be anxious.
I will drive slowly and you just follow my car.
Yi Tianyang also came closer and greeted the taxi driver.
And he whispered to the driver, "Brother, please don't lose it.
I won't drive too fast. If I lose it, it will be a little less fun tonight."
The taxi driver was about 50 years old. From his expression, one could tell that he had experienced a lot. After hearing what Yi Tianyang said, he looked up at the 2 beauties, Yuan Yanyan and Su Yumei, sitting next to the taxi, and the big Bentley in front. Now you know what this young man is planning.
Alas, he is another rich second generation. These girls will definitely not be able to escape tonight. There is no need to think that tonight will definitely be a 4-person mahjong game. It is clear at a glance who will win and who will lose.
"Brother, do you have a girlfriend?"
Yuan Yanyan asked impatiently as soon as Yi Tianyang got into the car, started the car and just started driving.
As she spoke, she turned her body to this side. When it comes to this, we have to admit that Yuan Yanyan has unique advantages. Although her appearance is much inferior to Su Yumei's, and her long legs are not as long as Wang Liqin's, her whole figure is quite round, and there is a prominent point that makes people unable to divert their eyes.
It was her towering beauty that attracted me the moment I saw it from afar just now.
This is why Yi Tianyang noticed it instantly just now, and it is also one of the important reasons why he immediately changed his mind.
Not yet. Even just a quick glance would make Yi Tianyang feel dry mouth. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen it so real. Such capital has never been seen in reality. Chapter 46. Even just a quick glance would make Yi Tianyang feel dry in the mouth.
To be honest, in such a large reality, he had never seen anyone with such capital. He had only seen such things on the internet before and thought that those educational films were indeed a bit exaggerated.
How exaggerated must it be? One must bend over when walking and must be exhausted.
Who would have thought that he would actually see it in real life, which was even more shocking than what he saw on the internet? If he gave up such a rare opportunity and didn't try it, he would probably not be able to sleep in the middle of the night.
Yuan Yanyan had noticed Yi Tianyang's look a long time ago. She was neither angry nor shy. Instead, she straightened her back very calmly.
The scene now seems even more exaggerated, and I dare not use any words to describe it.
That's really fate. It's such a coincidence. I don't have a boyfriend and I've always been single. Yuan Yanyan said in a coquettish tone. Suddenly she turned her head and looked at him seriously and said, "How about I be your girlfriend?" "It's not that simple or easy to be my girlfriend." Yi Tianyang smiled when he heard this. This smile could be described by a very popular word in the past, an evil smile. So what does it take for someone to be your girlfriend? Do you have any specific criteria for being your girlfriend? Yuan Yanyan asked very seriously. Women today are very different from women in the past. To be more precise, their nature has been released. They are much bolder now than before.
When they meet a man of their favorite type, they are no longer shy and embarrassed to wait for others to make a move.
Now there are very few good resources and good men. When they meet one, they will take the initiative immediately. Take today's scene for example. Yuan Yanyan took the initiative to get into the passenger seat without any hesitation. Of course, if it is just a good-looking woman, they certainly can't do this. Nowadays, women are very much following their hearts.
This is the project standard, and they are far from being so proactive.
Then will you bite people?
When Yi Tianyang said this, his eyes also squinted.
In fact, even if Yi Tianyang didn't have that look, Yuan Yanyan would have understood after hearing this sentence. Nowadays, girls are not fools.
They understand what they should understand, but even if they understand, they can't understand it immediately. They have to pretend that they don't understand anything, and have a little shy and confused expression, as if they are not used to others making jokes with them that go beyond normal friendship between men and women.
Huh? What? Oh, if you don't know how to do this, then forget it. Yi Tianyang didn't expose him directly.
Instead, he said with a regretful expression, and finally shook his head inside.
I can learn. Seeing this situation, isn't this a waste? Yuan Yanyan spoke immediately. Ha ha. This guy seems to understand something. Yi Tianyang nodded with satisfaction and then asked. So, can you do it? Oh.
After thinking about it, she understood this word, but she had never tried it before. However, when she saw Yi Tianyang's calm eyes, she nodded decisively and said, I really haven't done this before, but it doesn't matter, I can learn.
It seems that Yuan Yanyan is indeed a normal, good girl who is willing to pay any price for their love.
She will try her best to fulfill any request made by her boyfriend. But you have to understand one thing, that is, they have only known each other for half an hour at most, and they can actually talk about these things so frankly. So, the distance between men and women is not as far as imagined. Sometimes all it takes is a car, a house, and a bunch of bank card balances.
In this process, you don't even need to pay anything, you can get everything.
I remember there was a famous saying that this money is just for these women to look at, not necessarily for them to spend.
Of course, Yi Tianyang does not agree with this scumbag's theory. First of all, it's the system. If you spend money on women, you get a rebate. How can you miss this way of making money? According to another point, isn't it good for everyone to give to each other?
It's the best thing to solve it with money and not mix emotions, so as to save all kinds of troubles in the future.
In that case, let's practice now. Yi Tianyang's personality was very straightforward now.
Since Yuan Yanyan agreed to study, he would not be polite and signaled her directly with his eyes.
Brother Tianyang, aren't we going too fast?
And it's not safe now since you're still driving. Yuan Yanyan had never encountered such a situation before, so she was a little hesitant and a little nervous.
After all, wasn't it a bit too casual to pay like this?
In the end, she wouldn't get any benefits and it would be a waste of time. It just so happens that we need to wait for the taxi behind us, so I'll drive a little slower. Yi Tianyang naturally released the accelerator and slowed down the car a little. He beat the taxi driver behind him and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that the big Bentley in front was driving too fast and he could not catch up.
At this time, Wang Liqin, who was sitting in the passenger seat of the taxi, could see Yuan Yanyan's actions very clearly through the glass. This bastard actually stuck his head towards Yi Tianyang. This bitch.
Wang Liqin cursed fiercely in her heart.
How come you don't know anything at all?
Be reserved.
How can you be so casual?
The taxi driver had naturally noticed this a long time ago, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, sighing, "It's really good to have money."
Chapter 47. Should I be like them?
It would have taken only a dozen minutes to drive there, but because of Yi Tianyang's sudden interest, it took him half an hour longer. By the time they arrived at the gate of the community, the sky had gradually darkened.
Not bad, you are very talented.
Practice more in the future. Yi Tianyang handed over the tissue box next to him, and then praised Yuan Yanyan. Finally, I turned off the engine and stopped the car. He opened the car door and walked out, and Wang Liqin and Su Yume, who were in the taxi behind, also got out and walked towards the side.
Even if I knew you first, what can I do?
If you don't give it to me now, I still took it down easily. I didn't expect that this big local tyrant was actually standing very well.
Now Yuan Yanyan actually had some expectations in her heart, and then she went deeper into the battle.
Ha ha. Wang Liqin sneered, and then said directly, "I advise you to go back quickly, otherwise your boyfriend will call you for the fatal year. Can you bear it?"
Yan, you already have a boyfriend. Hearing Wang Liqin's words, Yi Tianyang next to her pretended to be very surprised and said, "How could he care about these things?
Whether Yuan Yanyan has a boyfriend or not is none of his business."
Oh, that's not right. This aspect is really relevant.
But this doesn't seem to be very important.
Their relationship is not that deep yet.
They are not in love, and they are not going to get married. It is just some in-depth discussions and exchanges between men and women. It has nothing to do with whether you have a boyfriend or a girlfriend.
Chin, what are you talking about? When did I fall in love? How come I didn't even know it? I haven't been in a relationship, so how could I have a boyfriend? Yuan Yanyan naturally shook her head and denied it immediately.
She said very firmly that she was not in a relationship and that she was single now.
You really are a cold-blooded and heartless person. Hearing this, Wang Liqin couldn't help but complain. Okay, these are not important. Let's just eat hot pot. Okay, let's talk about it after we finish eating hot pot.
I'll take you home first. Yi Tianyang immediately stopped his best friend. Seeing that they were about to fight, if he let them fall down, then he would have wasted his time tonight.
That would be so boring. If they really want to compete with each other, that is fine. They can go to the bedroom and have a good competition.
Just like that, the four of them went together.
Yi Tianyang walked in the front, leading them.
Yuan Yanyan and Wang Liqin were on his left and right, holding his hands. Su Yume, who had been silent, followed behind the three of them. To be honest, the one who was most interested was naturally the girl named Su Yume.
Wow, brother Tianyang, your house is so big. As soon as she entered the door, Yuan Yanyan couldn't help but exclaimed.
This 300 square meter apartment was empty at first, but now it is completely different. Now all kinds of high-end furniture, expensive electrical appliances, and luxurious decorations are put back in their respective places, and the whole house looks much more magnificent. It's just that because it's a new house and no one lives in it, it looks a little lonely.
But now it's different.
After I came in, the air conditioner had already been turned on using my mobile phone. It was warm inside, and with the addition of 3 beauties, it became very lively. Isn't there a saying that goes, 1 woman is 500 ducks, 3 women are 1,500 ducks? Suddenly, everyone started to chatter.
I just don't know what kind of drama Yi Tianyang and these 1,500 ducks will perform next.
We need to buy some hot pot ingredients now.
Who will come with me?
After resting for a while and giving each of them a bottle of mineral water, Yi Tianyang asked.
I'll go. Yuan Yanyan was still the most active. In her opinion, the little interaction they had in the car just now had greatly deepened the relationship between her and Yi Tianyang. At least it was much closer than those 2 women, so she took the initiative to put her arm around Yi Tianyang and said, "Let me and brother Tianyang go. You've been so busy on the way here. You must be tired. Now is a good time to take a break." How could Wang Liqin do everything as he wished? She interrupted.
If Yuan Yao and Yi Tianyan were allowed to go out alone again, how could she have a share in this rich man's business? It is estimated that she has already been taken advantage of by Yuan Yanyan, so there is really no chance at all, so she must take the initiative. Yi Tianyang had already guessed that such a situation would occur after the two women discussed it. Finally, it was decided, but because the discussion was too intense, no one was satisfied with the final result. Even if Wang Liqin and Yuan Yanyan went together, no one felt at ease and no one wanted to be left behind. As for Su Yumei, who didn't speak, she stayed at home and waited for them to come back. After the three of them left, Yi Tianyang and Su Yumei were the only ones left in the large flat. Su Yumei sat on the wide sofa, looking at the new TV on the wall with an indifferent expression. She didn't seem to focus on what was on the screen. It was obvious that she didn't have much interest in other things. The more indifferent this woman was, the more interested Yi Tianyang was. Yi Tianyang walked over, sat next to the sofa and said to her with a smile, "Are you three good friends? It seems that you are very different from them. What's the difference between us?" Su Yumei's voice was very calm, her face still lukewarm, and she continued, "Do you feel that I don't stick to you like those two do?" Her reply made Yi Tianyang even more surprised. Could it be that he really met a woman who was not interested in money? Are there really such women in reality? Are there any girls in this society who are not looked down upon by the world? Just when Yi Tianyang was feeling emotional, Su Yumei continued talking. His words surprised him even more and made him start to reflect on himself. If I'm the same as them, then the result is obvious. It will only make you look down on me even more. Compared to them, I won't be taken seriously at all. In the end, it's obvious that I'm the same as them. I'll just be a woman for you to satisfy your sexual desires. In the end, you'll take a little bit of me and try it casually. Then we'll go our separate ways. As for you men, you all have the same problem. The more you can't get something, the more you get agitated. The harder it is to get something, the more you cherish it. Even a successful and wealthy man like you can't avoid this common problem. So, do you think I should be like them? Chapter 48 Transaction. Is she an actress? Is she a scheming bitch? Or extraordinary acting skills? Several thoughts appeared in Yi Tianyang's mind at once. At first, he thought he was lucky and met such a good girl who was untainted by the world. After all, it was very rare to meet such a girl in this society. As a future rich man, if he could meet such a girl at the beginning, he would be willing to cherish her, keep her by his side, give her a lifetime of wealth and glory, and a carefree life. But until he heard these words from her. Yi Tianyang then realized that this woman Su Yumei was just pretending. The word pretend is a little bit inaccurate. Su Yumei knows very well where his advantages lie. She is much taller than Wang Liqin and Yuan Yanyan, and her figure is also quite perfect. Such a top-level beauty is very popular anywhere. And Su Yumei is very clear that the man in front of her was attracted to her at first sight. She can sense that this man has feelings for her. When they said that they would come to his house for hot pot, he did not refuse, just wanting to strive for the greatest benefit for himself under the right circumstances. Of course, at the same time, he would not harm the interests of his best friend. Very good, very good. It is rare to have such a precise and thorough understanding. Yi Tianyang said with interest. There is nothing wrong with a woman being able to see herself clearly and use the most correct method to maximize her own interests. But for a woman as beautiful as you must have had a lot of people pursuing you since you became an adult. You must have been a celebrity in college. Yi Tianyang asked. Yes, there were indeed a lot of people pursuing me when I was in school. However, inside the school, they were all a bunch of poor, self-righteous guys. Outside the school, they were all a bunch of old men in their 50s and 60s, smelling like old men. Su Yumei also said it very directly. He looked down on both types of people. It seems that I can barely catch your eye. It's an honor. Yi Tianyang said with a smile. He now understood that the reason why this woman appeared in his house was that he caught his eye and was suitable to be his target. On the one hand, he was young, handsome and rich, unlike the other people who were either rich but poor, or rich but old. He was not the right age and had the right money. There is a big Bentley and this luxury house of more than 300 square meters. He. Su Yumei could naturally hear that the words were a mockery from Yi Tianyang, but she didn't take it to heart. Anyway, for people like her, as long as she could become Yi Tianyang's lover in the future, it would be a perfect ending. As for being his official girlfriend or wife, that was absolutely impossible, and she would never even think about it.
Moreover, Su Yume also understood that with her conditions, it was absolutely unrealistic for her to become such a wealthy woman or the queen.
So since she was in college, she has had a very accurate understanding of this society. Later, because of the malicious flattery among classmates, she became more certain of her own advantages. She has been working towards this goal, which is to become a secret lover of a rich man, so that she can become a woman who has no worries about food, clothing, or money. Of course, in this process, she needs to pay the price of her body.
At the same time, when she was in college, Su Yume was not like other female classmates who had just entered college.
She was like a completely aroused beast, eager to find a boyfriend or girlfriend, and couldn't wait to pick the forbidden fruit. She spent every day in college in the library, studying hard and cultivating her temperament. Of course, in this process, many classmates who admired her or teachers confessed to her, but she rejected them all bluntly. So during the few years in college, her reputation could be said to be very good.
She was simply the white moonlight among many male classmates.
It was precisely because of this reputation that Wang Liqin and Yuan Yinyan were not worried at all about her appearing here, and they firmly believed that she would definitely not compete with them. In their eyes, Su Yume was like a transcendent fairy who was not contaminated by worldly things, and there were no bad scandals about her.
I understood it when I was in school. Su Yume continued to talk about her school days. For a girl like me from an ordinary family, it is impossible for me to live the kind of worry-free and prosperous life I long for by working hard on my own. Take this house for example. Even if I am lucky, I may not be able to save up the down payment even if I work for 20 years. When I finally save up the down payment after 20 years of hard work, no one can predict how much the house will be worth. By then, I will be in my 40s.
Even if I can afford this house, for me, I will have wasted 20 years.
What you said does make sense. Yi Tianyang agreed with what he said.
If this system had not suddenly appeared, this would also be the course of his future life. He would spend the rest of his life pretending to be a grandson for that little bit of salary, and he would keep pretending for the rest of his life. How could I have the chance to sit with such a top beauty and talk about such romantic things? Then what price do you think I should offer to make you feel at ease and willing to be my lover? Meeting such a sober woman, Yi Tianyang became unexpectedly interested. There are many beautiful women in today's society, but a large number of them cannot see their own position clearly. They are also praised by too many people around them, and they feel that they can be so and so just by relying on their looks.
Nowadays, rich people do need a young and beautiful woman as their partner, but there are too many beauties now.
They need a woman who can clearly recognize her own status and position, and who knows how to please them, rather than the kind who has already sold herself and still builds a chastity arch for herself.
This makes Su Yume an even more precious woman. He would like to put a woman like this in a birdcage. Chapter 49. It's decided.
It is unrealistic for a man not to be lustful.
He originally wanted to raise a few more canaries, otherwise why did he buy this house in the first place?
He will buy more in the future and raise one in each house. Now that he has met a woman who is so suitable to be his lover, he will just satisfy her, as long as her conditions are right.
You can arrange the conditions as you like.
It's fine as long as I don't have to worry about food and drink. Su Yume said this very frankly, as if she was talking about a simple business matter. But I hope that after you get tired of playing with me, you will transfer this house to my name. After explaining the conditions, Su Yume solemnly assured him, during this process, I can assure you that I will not cheat on you.
As an ordinary girl, I cannot bear the anger of rich people like you. And there will be no messy social relationships in my life.
When she was in school, she was able to hold her own and not have any boyfriends. It has been 2 years since she came out, and she would not date anyone until she found the right one, so she doesn't have any messy relationships with exes.
You have a big appetite. Yi Tianyang smiled.
He didn't say that he was reluctant to give up the house. He was just considering whether this woman was worth it. If he bought the house in his name at the beginning, it would be better.
He would make 100 times the profit. Now it's different. Of course, he will not lose money. As long as he takes his woman out to spend money, he can get it back by just swiping his money. He has endless money now, but whether you, as a woman, are worth spending so much money on him is another matter. I just want to have a place to live in this city. Of course, if you are willing to support me for the rest of my life, I would love that. Su Yume spoke very naturally when she said this.
Anyway, she had no plans to get married or anything. She is very disdainful of being someone else's mistress for many years and then finding an honest man to take over. She also looks down on such women.
Why does she have to have a man? If she can be a lover for life, then she will be one.
If she really can't, she has a house, living expenses, and some savings. She can live the rest of her life in a carefree manner.
How wonderful it is. Why should she take risks and find an honest man? Are honest people necessarily honest? Will an honest person accept everything about her?
Disagreeing with others' attempt to hide their feelings, Tsuyume said it very frankly and directly, saying that she just wanted to be someone else's canary and lover for life, no matter how long it took.
You can interrupt at any time and continue.
You are indeed very different from other women I have met.
Yi Tianyang said frankly.
Well, I've never been in a relationship and I'm still a virgin, said Tsuyume. She is already 24 years old, and she can still maintain the purest body at this age. I can't say that she is unique in this society, but she is only one of the 1% of people. In today's society, the so-called open atmosphere is very strong, and those Western dregs of ideas have been introduced to many girls in China. Not to mention in college, it is very likely that they have tasted the forbidden fruit before that.
Of course, according to some unreliable information, many of them are gone at an age you can't imagine.
It's really outrageous, but that's the trend nowadays. He didn't know if there were any pure women out there, but he was very surprised that Tsuyume was still a virgin. But he soon figured it out. He wanted to get a good reputation for himself and become someone else's relative. The more perfect he was, the higher the benefits he could get. If he used his looks and figure like other people during college, and fell in love crazily and had boyfriends, then others who were relaxed would be able to find out. Of course, there are also some who package themselves very well and build a good reputation. For example, the very famous milk tea sister in the past few years is a very successful case. Everyone knows that she has a lot of negative news in her many shameful pasts, but she still became the boss lady of Dingnan.
This is the benefit of packaging.
If you package yourself successfully, you can sell it at a good price.
If you need help with your business in the future, I think I should be able to do it.
Tsuyume continued to tell him that although she wanted to be a vase with no worries about food and drink, she didn't necessarily have to be just a vase. When others need her to be a vase, she can be a vase. When others need her to do something practical, she can immediately transform from a vase to a doer.
This is a truly amazing place.
When Tsuyume was in college, she took various courses on business administration. It can be said that during these years, she really did not think about any social matters and focused on learning these courses. This also led to her very good grades in this area, and many instructors valued her very much. In fact, if someone like him goes out to find a job and joins a company, relying on his own hard work, he might be able to quickly realize his life value and get a good salary.
However, Tsuyume doesn't want to do that. He thinks it's too tiring and meaningless.
That's perfect.
I recently need a personal assistant and secretary.
The specific job content will be determined later, but as for the salary, I'll first confirm an annual salary of 1 million for you.
Yi Tianyang was very satisfied with Tsuyume and offered a price he had in mind.
1 million may seem like a lot, but it's actually too easy for him.
Okay, boss. Happy cooperation. Hearing Yi Tianyang's words, Tsuyume revealed a satisfied smile.
Coupled with her exquisite facial features, this smile and frown was indeed quite touching. The moment he stretched out his hand and shook hands with Tsuyume, Yi Tianyang could feel the soft and boneless touch described in the book. After the two of them had talked, Wang Liqin and Yuan Yanyan, who had gone out to buy hot pot ingredients, finally came back, both of them carrying a lot of things in their hands. However, they had never expected that in just the time it took them to go out to buy food, their good friends had completely transformed themselves and reached a much higher level.
Chapter 50 Playing Mahjong I. Where is Yume? Wang Liqin asked with some confusion after not seeing Tsuyume after coming in.
She's in the bathroom. Yi Tianyang replied, and then symbolically comforted her, it's really too much trouble for you.
What's the trouble? Isn't this what we should do?
I'm telling you, I bought a lot of delicious food today. In the bathroom, Tsuyume changed her indifferent expression and looked much more anxious than before. She took out her mobile phone from her pocket and quickly edited a WeChat message. Doctor, I have found a good solution regarding the surgery costs.
You must not give up on treating my mother.
After sending the WeChat message, Tsuyume took a long breath and tried to restore her expression to what it was just now. After about 10 seconds, she returned to her previous state. And at this time, outside, Wang Liqin and Yuan Yanyan, who had already bought the ingredients, moved them to the kitchen and started working. Some dishes needed to be washed, so they were washed quickly. There were also many pots and pans that Yi Tianyang had just bought suddenly and had not washed yet. He needed to wash the pots and boil water, and he had to complete it step by step.
Yi Tianyang sat quietly on the sofa.
He just sat there, leaning back, watching the two pretty figures busying around in the kitchen, his expression very comfortable. Of course, his main focus was still on that perky buttocks. Now the air conditioning and heating in the house were quite powerful, and the temperature in the house was very warm.
When they got home, they had already taken off their coats. Wang Liqin and Yuan Yanyan have quite different shapes. One is like a perfectly round apple, while the other is like an oval peach. Of course, each one is very ripe, waiting for her owner to come and pick her at any time. And Yi Tianyang is the person they need to wait to pick recently. When the time is ripe, he can go over and take action at any time. Xiaoyu, I heard from Wang Liqin that your mother is sick and in the hospital? Yi Tianyang asked in a low voice after Su Yumei came over and sat on the sofa. Yes. That's right. Su Yumei nodded.
When she heard this question, she started to feel nervous for some reason. Now all her mother's medical expenses will be given to the rich man in front of her.
If she makes him unhappy and feels that it will be very troublesome to support her, what should she do? He. Yi Tianyang laughed, looked at Su Yumei deeply, and then said, how much medical expenses does this disease cost? The hospital asked me to pay 400,000 yuan first. Facing this man, whose eyes seemed to be able to see through everything about her, Su Yumei felt the pressure doubled and answered honestly. Then add me on WeChat and tell me your card number. I'll transfer 500,000 to you first. Yi Tianyang said casually. Before Su Yumei could react, he leaned over and whispered in her ear. To me, money is just a number. As long as you behave yourself and don't try to be my lover, these are minor issues. After saying this, Yi Tianyang opened his mouth and gently bit Su Yumei's delicate earlobe. Su Yumei trembled all over after being suddenly attacked. The earlobe is a very sensitive part of a woman, and it can be said to be the most sensitive part for him. At this moment, Su Yumei no longer had the indifference she had at the beginning. Her pretty face was slightly flushed because of Yi Tianyang's sneak attack just now, and her eyes were much more flustered than before. She licked her lips relaxedly. She didn't know what to say, and could only nod it instinctively to indicate that she understood. They stayed here for about 7 or 8 minutes, and everything was ready over there. The water on the stove was boiled and adjusted, and everything was ready. The 4 of them were all from Anhui province, so there was no need for them to worry about whether the soup base was spicy or not. The Yuanyang one is a bit more troublesome, so just go for the spicy one. Try to see if this base sauce is spicy? Yi Tianyang asked after seeing the soup turning red after the base of the pot boiled. In fact, the main reason was that he was a little worried. If the hot pot is too spicy today, it will actually be very bad. If these girls eat too much, it will definitely have a big impact on themselves. I may not be able to bear it. Brother Tianyang, can't you eat spicy food? Yuan Yanyan asked with concern. No. Yi Tianyang shook his head and said. Then let's eat. I want to eat shrimp paste. I want to eat the duck blood. I want chicken wings and beef balls with toppings. Various fresh ingredients were put into the hot pot, and they just had to wait until the bottom of the pot was burned out. However, while waiting, Yi Tianyang still used chopsticks to pick up a piece of the thinnest 1,000-piece bean curd slice to taste it. Yuan Yanyan is a very lively person, and she also stretched out her chopsticks to pick up a piece. You see, it's not like I can't eat it. This level of spiciness is no problem for me. Yi Tianyang said with a smile. Brother Tianyang, you are so funny. Why can't you even respond to the slightest criticism? Where are men? That's right, how can you say no? If you say no, Brother Tianyang will definitely prove it. If Brother Tianyang really couldn't do it, he wouldn't have been so anxious just now. Wang Liqin said sarcastically with some displeasure. What's wrong? So what if you're in a hurry? Yuan Yanyan naturally knew that she was talking about what happened on the road just now, so she retorted. Su Yumei just sat there silently, the atmosphere was too ambiguous and she didn't know how to interrupt. She also had a feeling that tonight, she would lose her virginity, which she had only preserved for 24 years, completely. Even her 2 little sisters will come along tonight. But the question is whether this process tonight is worth him savoring in the future. Yan, you said you already have a boyfriend, but you still went to seduce Brother Tianyan. Aren't you a little too cheap? Su Yumei, don't you think so? Wang Liqin pulled Su Yume to help. That I.
Su Yume was about to say something, but paused again. If it were normal times, she would definitely help and say a few words, but now it is different. She has now completely sold herself to Yi Tianyang. How can she still say those words at this time? She is still waiting for this financial sponsor to transfer money to her to save her mother.
Eat this fried dumpling.
Yi Tianyang spoke at this time, putting the fried dumpling that had just been heated in the microwave in the middle and said,
I want to eat, I love to eat. Yuan Yanyan had already got what she wanted on the way here today, so she was very happy. In addition, she was sitting next to Yi Tianyang, very close to him. Chapter 51 Playing Mahjong Part 2. Yuan Yanyan was the most open-minded and directly hugged Yi Tianyang's arm. Instantly, that softness. It strikes again. This made Yi Tianyang feel uneasy.
But it's not time to start playing mahjong yet, so there is no rush. As for Wang Liqin, who had been emphasizing that Yuan Yanyan had a boyfriend, he didn't think about it at all and didn't care about it.
Su Yume, why are you silent? After Yuan Yanyan glanced at her, she took out a can of beer and opened it, then handed one to Yi Tianyang and said, Brother Tianyang, let's have a drink. Come on, let's drink together. Taking the beer, Yi Tianyang greeted them. We must drink some wine tonight. How can we proceed to the next step without drinking this little bit of wine? Isn't there an old saying?
If a woman is not drunk, a man will never have a chance. Nowadays, if a woman meets someone she doesn't like, she will drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. But if she meets someone she likes, she will get drunk after just one drink.
This is now a rule of social etiquette, a rule that everyone understands.
Although Yi Tianyang doesn't need to rely on alcohol to create an ambiguous atmosphere, if she drinks a little, it can add some small emotions, just like Su Yume now. It was obvious that she would blush easily after drinking a little. She had just taken a few sips of beer, and at this moment, her delicate and fair face became flushed, adding a different kind of charm to her already beautiful face. From the moment they started drinking beer, the atmosphere changed from harmonious and normal at the beginning to something a little ambiguous, and the ambiguous atmosphere became more and more intense.
The heating in this room is very sufficient.
When everyone came in just now, they just took off their coats and down jackets. Now, after drinking some wine, the temperature is getting higher and higher. The sweaters and thermal underwear they are wearing inside will make people feel hotter and hotter, even to the point of being unbearable. So at this time, they began to take off one more piece of clothing unconsciously and threw it on the carpet next to them.
Now there are only a few pieces of clothing left.
These three young and beautiful women have their figures fully displayed, with curvaceous figures and slim waists.
Especially Yuan Yanyan, she had always looked down upon other women, and this was now even more obvious.
To call her a dairy cow is to underestimate her.
Looking over, Yi Tianyang remembered that he had a dry mouth on the way back.
It is indeed a top-notch product, rarely seen. Originally Su Yume was still a little embarrassed, but under Yi Tianyang's gaze she was very obedient. After taking off her coat, she took off a small sweater. This time, she was only wearing an ultra-thin thermal underwear. Although her size is not as exaggerated as Yuan Yanyan's, and the difference in size is not that big, but a little more is too big and a little too small is too small. It fits her face and figure very well, making her look more classy.
If she were like Yuan Yanyan, she would appear quite vulgar and lack some charm.
After drinking several bottles of beer in a row, Su Yume, who had the worst alcohol tolerance, was now drunk. Her pretty face was no longer as delicate and fair as usual. Even her neck was red. She was now trying her best to support herself on the table with both hands to prevent herself from falling down.
Yuan Yanyan was a little better.
She had drunk a lot of wine, but her face was just a little red. She was still very sober, except that her reaction was a little slower than before occasionally. What made her very unhappy was that the bitch Wang Liqin had actually gotten close to Yi Tianyang, and their behavior was quite intimate, as if she was almost sticking close to him.
Brother Tianyang, let's drink again.
Wang Liqin actually lifted up the beer that she had just taken a sip of and put it into Yi Tianyang's mouth. This was very obvious. This time Yuan Yanyan couldn't sit still anymore, she squeezed over to have her own can of beer, and at the same time she used a pair of proud breasts to completely press over. Looking at the two of them vying to offer wine, each trying hard to squeeze over here and trying to get closer, Yi Tianyang smiled and accepted this situation calmly.
Brother Tianyang, what kind of business are you in? How can you afford a Bentley in this mansion at such a young age? Wang Liqin asked curiously under the influence of alcohol. What about me?
Yi Tianyang pondered for a moment, shook his head, then reached out and hugged Wang Liqin, and put his hands on her waist, and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter what business I did before.
What's important is what should I do in front of this beautiful woman." "Oh, brother Tianyang, you are so bad. How could you do such a thing? Where are the others?" Wang Liqin shyly twisted a few times.
Of course, her shy twisting was not a big movement, and she would not break free from Yi Tianyang's arms at all. Wang Liqin still hoped that Yi Tianyang could understand her idea, which was to let Yuan Yanyan and Su Yumei leave, while she stayed alone and had some in-depth exchanges and discussions with him in this big mansion.
It's a pity that even if Yi Tianyang understood, he would not do that. Would he just leave her here alone? How could he be satisfied?
The three of them have been gathered here today, so there is no way they can be missed. In the past, we had no ability, no money, and no options. Now he is determined not to let himself miss any regrets.
You can't see a beautiful woman and not take the initiative to try to get her, but wait until you go to bed at night and then imagine the scene in your mind, and then feel upset. That's simply stupid and absolutely stupid. Even if he was a loser before, he would not bother to do such a thing. He didn't want to do that before, but he doesn't have to do that now. As long as he shows off his financial strength, more than 90% of women will open their arms and wait for him to leave, just like Yuan Yanyan and Wang Liqin. To be honest, he hasn't taken the initiative to give anything to these two women. He just let them see his financial resources. At first, when they saw his Bentley, these two people couldn't wait to get close to the rich man. As for whether it can succeed or not, it is not important. Success is naturally the best, and failure is actually no big deal. It is just an in-depth communication with different people. It could even be said that this could become something she could show off in the future. Look at you, little rubbish, you only know how to find these hanged guys as boyfriends and sleep with them. Is it interesting?
Sister, I am a woman who has slept with that kind of super rich man. Although such values are very distorted.
But in this day and age, there are quite a few such things. Chapter 52, Playing Mahjong Part 3. Wang Liqin, don't think too much. Will brother Tianyang like you? Brother Tianyang likes people who are as capable as me.
While Yuan Yanyan was speaking, she deliberately moved closer to Yi Tianyang, puffed out her chest, and said flatteringly. These two women were so attractive that Yi Tianyang was placed in the middle.
He was really enjoying the blessing.
In addition, the mixture of alcohol and the faint fragrance emanating from the women made his hormone secretion very vigorous. Few men could resist the impulse in such a situation, not to mention that Yi Tianyang had taken out his ultimate move at this time. He bought a lot of things and loaded a lot of things into the second row of the car, part of which was stacks of cash he had withdrawn from the bank. A bank can only withdraw tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time, so he went to several banks and took out more than 3 million in cash in total. He also made an appointment to withdraw 10 million in cash next time. The two suitcases that were just taken out of the car were full of cash. Sometimes the impact of this numerical balance is not that great. For example, if you have 100 million or 200 million in cash, others may take a glance and it may not seem like there is much difference. But when you change it into real banknotes, you will realize how exaggerated it is. Even if it is just 200,000 or 500,000, there is a big difference, not to mention 1 million or 2 million. So when Yi Tianyang took out some digital cash from his bag and casually placed it on the table, the scene changed completely. The red color of these piles of banknotes is like the demon in the abyss, tempting people to come closer. Later, during the drinking process, Yi Tianyang began to persuade them intentionally or unintentionally, and before long, the three beauties took off less and less clothes. On the contrary, Su Yumei had already confirmed that she was Yi Tianyang's person. The speed at which her clothes were removed was not that fast, and she was the one who was the most dizzy from drinking. She was now half lying on the table, looking at the scene with sleepy eyes. Do I have a masochistic tendency? It shouldn't be like this. Yi Tianyang was thinking silently in his heart at this time. He couldn't help but think of the funny news he saw some time ago, which was the rich woman's happy ball that was circulated on the internet. Impossible, impossible, I must be very normal. Yi Tianyang gave himself confidence very firmly. However, this lively scene did not last long as someone's cell phone rang. Yuan Yanyan, your boyfriend must have called to urge you, why didn't you answer the phone? At this time, Wang Liqin, who was hugging Yi Tianyang's arm tightly, slowly opened her eyes and said teasingly with a look of enjoyment on her face. Brother Tianyang, don't worry about him. Although it was a little inconvenient to talk now, Yuan Yanyan still tried her best to answer.
Yi Tianyang smiled and took the phone from the table.
And he also pressed the button to answer the call.
A funny smile appeared on his face. He has never cared whether Yuan Yanyan has a boyfriend or not. Isn't it just that he has already imagined the current scene in his mind?
To be honest, many men have this little quirk.
Yi Tianyang is now sure that he has it too. He pushed Wang Liqin away a little, then hugged Yuan Yanyan into his arms and handed her the phone. What's wrong? Yuan Yanyan tried her best to stay calm and said while biting her lip. Where are you now? Didn't you say you were going to have hot pot with them? Tell me the location and I'll be there right away.
The cell phone was between the two of them, so Yi Tianyang could hear clearly what was said on the phone.
Oh, we've finished eating.
Now the huge dining table was a mess. Yuan Yanyan replied with forced calmness.
Oh, I see. I'll pick you up.
The voice came from the phone again. I really didn't expect that Yuan Yanyan's boyfriend is such a warm-hearted man. He came to pick her up late at night out of concern.
You don't have to come pick me up.
I'll go back with Wang Liqin and the others later.
Also because of Yi Tianyang's little action, Yuan Yanyan can only bite her delicate red lips tightly.
She was afraid that she would not be able to control herself and hum accidentally.
By then, anyone who was not a fool would be able to hear it. Okay, that's it. We're almost done eating. I'll let Yanyan call you back later.
As a best friend, although not a very good one, Wang Liqin still kindly helped Yuan Yanyan and got her out of the predicament. After saying this hurriedly, she took the phone and hung up. At this time, on a street next to the agricultural university, a young man was standing there with a confused look on his face. This was the content of the phone call that kept repeating in his mind.
I must have been hallucinating just now. I must have been overthinking. Yanyan can't be like that.
The young man shook his head and threw away all the thoughts that had just popped up in his mind.
He also knew Wang Liqin. Since they were together, then it must be all right, right?
It's impossible for something like that to happen when they were together. What's more, everything about the sound just now was normal.
He didn't hear any heavy breathing, nor did he hear his girlfriend Yuan Yanyan say anything nonsense like she was running. So he could conclude that his girlfriend would definitely not do anything to let him down.
After hanging up the phone, the young man didn't think much about it, nor did he continue to call to ask questions. Instead, he directly scanned a shared bicycle and went home. He would play games honestly at home and bring his girlfriend back.
But he never imagined what kind of torture his girlfriend Yuan Yanyan was suffering at this moment. It would be a bit of an exaggeration to say that it was torture.
From the sounds coming out of her mouth at this moment, we can conclude that she should be happy and joyful now. At this time, her face was flushed, even her skin was blushing, her eyes were half open and half drooped, and she was curled up on the sofa.
Tonight's mahjong game was quite intense.
Looking at the situation now, it is impossible to tell who won or lost. Mahjong and cards were scattered all over the table and the floor, and there were red banknotes on the floor, table, and sofa. It seemed that this was used to add to the fun. Although it sounds a bit vulgar, this thing is really useful when it is really taken out and spread out. Because their door was closed, the author didn't know how Yi Tianyang played mahjong with the three of them. It is even unclear whether he tried to use Yuan Yanyan to deal with Wang Liqin, and it is even more unclear whether he and Wang Liqin would join forces to attack Yuan Yanyan.
Chapter 53 was intercepted.
However, at some point in time, there may be one less pure little girl in this world. This is just a rough guess.
After all, the door is closed, so who would know? There should be an extra charming, conservative, and nourishing woman. Early the next morning, Su Yume woke up from her dream.
When she opened her eyes, a slight pain made her frown. She has the charm of a mature woman. Next to Su Yume, Yuan Yanyan and Wang Liqin had not yet woken up completely. The corners of their mouths were slightly raised in their sleep. The scene was a bit chaotic and glaring. The most eye-catching thing was a pair of underwear next to it, which had plum blossoms printed on it. From today on, she is no longer a free person.
From now on, she will be bound by the golden cage.
Of course, all this is her own choice and something she is willing to do.
Where are the others? After looking around, Su Yume did not see Yi Tianyang.
Although all this is just a transaction, she still hopes that her man will be by her side and say some kind words to her when she wakes up the next day.
This is the result, which is bound to disappoint him. This is totally different from the overbearing CEO plots and idle dramas.
In the idol dramas they had watched before, even if it was a deal, even if she had no choice but to give herself to those domineering presidents, when she woke up the next morning, those domineering presidents would bring her a bowl of steaming porridge, look at her lovingly, and let her eat a little before continuing to rest. After waiting for a long time, only Yuan Yanyan and Wang Liqin slowly woke up. Ah! Hiss! Two screams broke the tranquility of the early morning. Although her mind was still very clear and she remembered everything that happened after dinner and drinking last night, it was still the same to her. It felt like a dream and it was so unreal. I must be dreaming. If it was 3 people playing mahjong, I would still believe it. But how could Su Yumei do such a thing? It's absolutely impossible. Yuan Yanyan still comforted herself in her heart, but when she spoke, her tone did not sound so confident even to herself, let alone that others would believe it. Su Yumei, you. At this moment, Wang Liqin also noticed the dress with plum blossoms on it on the ground next to her. Su Yumei nodded silently, then stood up. That graceful and slender body was completely exposed to the air. Fortunately, there were only women in the room. Oh, Su Yumei has been in great trouble. Seeing Su Yumei walk into the bathroom next door, Yuan Yanyan still felt a little regretful. Yeah, it doesn't matter to us. We've both dated several boyfriends anyway. One more or one less won't have much impact. But Su Yumei is the first blood. Wang Liqin also had an embarrassed expression on his face. He looked around and said doubtfully, that guy raised by Etian, he wouldn't have eaten us up and ran away, right? It shouldn't be possible. It's his home. How could he run away? And he's so rich. He shouldn't be a scumbag who takes advantage of everything. Yuan Yanyan said indifferently. She didn't care whether Yi Tianyang was there or not. I really didn't expect it. I didn't expect him to be so good. Thinking back on what happened last night, Yuan Yanyan was completely convinced. I couldn't help but rub my calves, feeling a little scared. That's right. I really have no strength at all now. Wang Liqin muttered. The two of them lay on the bed and chatted. Because the air conditioner in the room was kept at a constant temperature, even though it was freezing cold outside, they could not feel the cold at all in the room. So they were standing in the room without clothes, which was very comfortable, so they were too lazy to put on any more clothes. They just lay on the bed and chatted. After all, they were all women, and with the friendship they shared last night, there was no need to hide anything. You don't have to feel sorry for me. At this time, Su Yumei came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. The parts that were inconvenient to see were wrapped in a white bath towel, and her hair was wet and still dripping with water. Su Yumei, what do you mean? Wang Liqin was a little unresponsive. Yi Tianyang asked me to be his lover, and I agreed. Su Yumei said the whole thing succinctly and clearly. In this way, I don't have to think about the money my mother needs for hospitalization. No matter how much money the operation ultimately costs, it will be enough. After she finished speaking, she didn't care about their reactions and continued to say to them, there is a table on the ground now. The money on it is yours. You two can divide it up. After saying this, she quickly left the large bedroom and went to get dressed. She was extremely anxious and just wanted to go home quickly, send her mother to the hospital, and arrange surgery as soon as possible. How could this happen? Looking at Su Yumei's disappearing back, Wang Liqin was still confused and didn't understand. This stinky bitch. Yuan Yanyan slapped the bedside angrily and said, Su Yumei is such a scheming woman. I really didn't expect her to be so scheming. She was acting from the beginning, saying that she was doing it for her mother's illness, but in the end she fell in love with the rich and wanted to be a golden bird. Did you think I didn't know your little thoughts? On the surface, she looks like a young lady, but look at her expression last night. How frivolous she was. Yuan Yanyan quickly figured it all out. She cursed but felt unsatisfied. She quickly got up and prepared to talk to Su Yumei. She was clearly the one who hooked up with this rich man first, so how come she got there first? She was unwilling to accept this. Chapter 54 Zhang Jinyu, you are not my type. Obviously, she was the first to know this rich man, and she was the first to hook up with him, so how could she allow someone else to monopolize the benefits? As for the money on the ground that was given to us, let us share it, isn't that bullshit? What is this? Ticket price? Yuan Yanyan didn't care about this little bit at all. What she wanted was not just tens of thousands of dollars. What she wanted was to be able to enjoy luxury cars and luxury houses. She didn't care whether she was wearing clothes or not. She quickly got up from the bed and ran out. When she chased outside, she didn't see Suyume. Now the living room was empty, with several of her clothes scattered on the floor. Where's Suyume? Wang Liqin also ran out at this time, wrapped in a bath towel.
He's gone, Yuan Yanyan said weakly, slumping on the sofa. Balha district has all kinds of high-rise buildings and very few residential areas.
Because it is in the city center, there are more office buildings. Since the entire place was demolished, most of the companies in Haiyu City have moved here. The more powerful ones are, the more they want to squeeze in here. This is the place now, and behind it is the CBD center. Especially for those companies that open later, they would choose to be here first. Just on this main road, an extremely luxurious Bentley car was slowly approaching from a distance. The car stopped at the entrance of the building, and the person who got out was Yi Tianyang, who had crawled out from the crowd of women. At this time, there were many people coming and going at the entrance of the office building. Everyone looked at the car with envy, and looked at the man who walked into the office building with envy.
95 Media.
The best media company, which had just opened not long ago, was exactly the destination that Yi Tianyang came to when he came to this office building today. He came to these media companies not to start a company or to make money by investing in them, but mainly to have a circle and a platform so that he could more easily select those beauties. And owning a media company is also a ticket to open the door to the entertainment industry. Once you enter that circle, you will meet the stars who are usually admired by others, and the various goddesses that have been fantasized about by countless men.
As soon as I walked into the entrance of this office building, I met an acquaintance at the elevator door. This was the patrolman Zhang Jinyu who I met on the road yesterday. Wrong.
She is no longer a patrol officer.
Although Zhang Jinyu didn't wear that special uniform today, she still had a different kind of charm with her heroic look.
She was wearing a standard black professional suit today, and flesh-colored stockings on her straight and slender long legs. At first glance, she had the charm of a mentally retarded woman.
Beauty, I never thought that we are really destined to meet each other here again.
After staying on Zhang Jinyu's long legs for a few seconds, Yi Tianyang took the lead to greet her.
It's you? Why are you here too?
Hearing this familiar voice, Zhang Jinyu looked back and found that it was Yi Tianyang. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes.
Yes, do you work here? Yi Tianyang nodded, then looked at Zhang Jinyu who was dressed like this, and continued, from your appearance, are you an administrative secretary? This has nothing to do with you. Zhang Jinyu responded and the elevator arrived and opened, so she went in. Yi Tianyang also entered the elevator and then several other people came in.
Seeing Zhang Jinyu press the button for the 17th floor, Yi Tianyang, who was following behind, was a little surprised because this was the same floor he was going to. After they reached the 17th floor, Zhang Jinyu was the first to come out of the elevator, followed by Yi Tianyang. Looking at the sign of 95 Media clearly placed in the corridor in front, the corners of Yi Tianyang's mouth slightly raised. Zhang Jinyu, who was walking in front of him, frowned slightly. Even if she didn't look back, she knew who the person following her was. At the same time, she felt a little unhappy. Why was this guy like this? He was so persistent. She could meet this pervert wherever she went. This made her very unhappy early in the morning. What are you doing here? When they arrived at the gate of Zhouwu Media, Zhang Jinyu turned around and asked Yi Tianyang without looking into his eyes. Of course I come here to work, otherwise what would I be doing here?
Yi Tianyang replied calmly. Work? Zhang Jinyu didn't believe what he said. What's wrong? Do you think I came here just to see you? Yi Tianyang looked surprised, then smiled, shook his head and said, Police Officer Zhang, you really think too much. Although you are indeed very beautiful and your figure is also perfect, I can tell you frankly that you are not my type. Of course he said this to paralyze her and deceive her. Here, women cannot be too obvious in their purpose, otherwise it will be more difficult to get the guy. That's better. Zhang Jinyu snorted, and didn't bother to say any more nonsense with him. She pushed the door open and walked in. After looking at Zhang Jinyu, Yi Tianyang followed closely behind. Hello sir, what can I do for you? The girl at the front desk was a cute girl with a round face and a polite smile. She looked quite friendly. When she saw Yi Tianyang, a stranger, walk in, she immediately smiled and said, I'm here to see your general manager I've called him. Yi Tianyang said. Oh, you are Mr. Yi?
After hearing what Yi Tianyang said, the beautiful receptionist immediately understood and said with a smile, "Mr. He has already told us, please follow me."
Beauty, does that woman just now work here? What does she do?
After following the beautiful front desk lady to an office next door, Yi Tianyang sat down and asked with a smile. "I don't know the details, but I know she should be a relative of Mr. He." The beautiful receptionist answered. At the same time, she suddenly thought of something in her mind.
There have been a lot of rumors about the company recently, and he knew about some of them.
For example, there were some problems with the company's financial capital chain, and it was very likely that the company would eventually go bankrupt as rumored. Lu Jingjing brought over a cup of green tea from the bar next to her. She had a lovely smile on her round face. After she placed the cup in front of Yi Tianyang, she asked with curiosity in her big watery eyes, "Mr. Yi, what did you come to talk to us about, Mr. Yi?" Yi Tianyang smiled and was about to answer when the door of the small negotiation room was pushed open and a middle-aged man in a suit walked in. From his expression, one could tell that he had not had an easy time recently, as his brows were furrowed. Behind this middle-aged man, Zhang Jinyu, who was wearing a professional suit, also followed in.
When he saw Yi Tianyang sitting on the sofa, there was some disbelief in his eyes. Chapter 55. You are the best fit for this job.
After this middle-aged man with a sad face walked in, Zhang Jinyu followed behind him.
Zhang Jinyu couldn't believe that the person sitting on the sofa was Yi Tianyang. "Jingjing, you go out first."
After He Zhenwen said something to the beautiful girl at the front desk, he walked towards Yi Tianyang with an enthusiastic look on his face.
"Hello, Mr. Yi." "Hello. I waited for you all afternoon yesterday. I was planning to meet you at the Swan Lake Hotel today. I didn't expect you to have time to come to our company."
After briefly greeting He Zhenwen, Yi Tianyang directly expressed his thoughts.
He originally didn't like the nonsense in these situations.
As a businessman, he should at least ensure his own interests and adjust his bargaining chips to a suitable price before all negotiations.
However, Yi Tianyang is not a qualified businessman.
He has never taken these small amounts of money seriously. Even if he loses 1 or 2 million, 3 or 4 million can be easily earned by him if he goes out.
Why bother wasting time and racking his brains to negotiate?
And in the eyes of Zhang Jinyu, who had been watching the whole thing from beginning to end, Yi Tianyang was like a god of wealth at this moment, distributing money everywhere. "Mr. He, I can agree to all the conditions you just mentioned, and as long as you can handle these procedures as soon as possible, I can transfer the money to your designated account immediately."
Yi Tianyang was quite casual about the money.
Of course, he really didn't take it too seriously.
Finally, he continued. "But I'm a little curious.
Mr. He's business is doing well, but why is he so anxious to use the money all of a sudden?"
"Boss Yi, now you are one of us, so I will tell you the truth."
Hearing the question asked by Yi Tianyang, He Zhenwen looked disappointed, smiled bitterly and said, "It is the fault of the father that the son is not well educated. I have been in the business world for so many years, but who would have thought that I would raise such a bad son? He was set up by someone and caught by a group of friends who usually play together and taken to Mendao. They set him up and he owed a lot of money all of a sudden."
"Oh, I see." Yi Tianyang nodded calmly.
He didn't take He Zhenwen's family's experience too seriously, but he suddenly became interested in the place he mentioned. He had seen this place in many movies and TV series, and he really longed for it.
"I'll find some time to play a few games in a few days," Yi Tianyang said with a smile. "Mr. Yi, I advise you not to go to that place. Gambling is a game in which 9 out of 10 people will lose. Moreover, there are too many tricks involved and it is easy to be set up by others."
When He Zhenwen heard that Yi Tianyang wanted to go, he immediately spoke to persuade him. Although he was not a very good person, he did not want to help his people fall into an endless abyss at this critical moment. "Uncle, I've told you a long time ago that your cousin has been spoiled by you. You need to discipline him. You're reluctant and end up hurting himself. Look, he's in such a state now." Zhang Jinyu, who was standing nearby, couldn't help herself and was furious. She wished she could grab her cousin, give him a good beating, and throw him into a juvenile detention center. He is really hurting others and himself. The whole family has been harmed by him, and even the company that my uncle has worked hard for so many years has become like this.
"Oh." He Zhenwen off and sighed. He really didn't know how to educate the good-for-nothing bastard in his family.
"Mr. He, I have already agreed to all the conditions you requested.
Now I have another condition here. I hope you can agree to this one and only one."
Yi Tianyang looked at Zhang Jinyu next to him and continued, I hope that Miss Zhang can continue to work in the company in the future and continue to complete her previous work. Mr. Yi, although I am Xiaoyu's uncle, I cannot make the decision on this matter.
I have to ask her herself.
He Jinwen said with a wry smile.
Uncle, I'd better go out and find another job. Zhang Jinyu said somewhat unhappily. That's really a pity. Let's just leave it at that for now.
I hope we can have the opportunity to cooperate again in the future.
Yi Tianyang didn't care.
He said with a smile, then stood up and prepared to leave.
Mr. Yi?
He Jinwen didn't expect that this young man was so direct.
He would just give up as long as she didn't agree?
When doing business, everyone comes to bargain with each other and negotiate conditions step by step.
You are not the one who walks away as soon as there is a sign of disagreement.
But since others were the financial sponsors, he had no way of asking them for anything, so he could only look at Zhang Jinyu with a request. Although he knew very well in his heart why this sponsor wanted to keep his niece was young and beautiful, and he knew very well how many suitors there were. Now Mr. Yi wanted to keep him, and everyone could see his little calculation. But after comparing in his heart, he felt that saving his son was the most important thing at this time. Compared with his niece and his own flesh and blood, his son was naturally the least important.
Xiaoyu, please help your uncle. Your uncle is my only child.
In order to get Zhang Jinyu to agree, He Jinwen's eyes were red at this time.
You. Zhang Jinyu never thought that Yi Tianyang would actually put forward such a condition.
At the same time, he naturally understood why his uncle was reluctant to give up this deal, because now except for someone like Yi Tianyang who was stupid and rich, there is no way that there would be a second person who would take over his mess. Although she had only been in her uncle's company for a few days, she was already aware of the company's current operating conditions. It could be said that except for a wealthy man like Yi Tianyang who had a small number of people but a lot of money, no one else could take over. Yi Tianyang is now standing in front of Zhang Jinyu, with a smile in his eyes, looking at her, waiting for her final decision. Zhang Jinyu bit her red lips with her pearly teeth. She was naturally very angry in her heart. She clenched her fists tightly, and she wanted to punch this bastard in the face.
Xiaoyu.
He Jinwen next to her was still persuading her in a low voice. He naturally hoped that Zhang Jinyu would immediately agree to sign the contract.
Yi Tianyang, what do you want to do? Without his uncle's persuasion, Zhang Jinyu stared at Yi Tianyang and asked seriously. I don't have any plans.
I told you yesterday that I would like to hire you as my personal assistant.
Facing Zhang Jinyu's gaze, Yi Tianyang smiled calmly and said, You have been a patrol officer before, you are quite skilled, and you can drive. You are the most suitable person for this job.
Chapter 56, Monthly Salary of 3,000 and Annual Salary of 1 million. You have been a patrolman, so you must be quite skilled.
You can also drive. What I lack now is someone who is proficient in all aspects like this. Yi Tianyang said frankly. Xiaoyu, you have to believe in Mr. Ye's character.
A young and promising man like him would definitely not do anything excessive.
He Jinwen, on the other hand, spoke well of Yi Tianyang.
If he really didn't know Yi Tianyang at all, he could really list dozens of advantages for him.
This is outrageous. He. Zhang Jinyu sneered. She certainly couldn't believe the nonsense Yi Tianyang said. How could the character of a person who was swept out by her sweeping emperor be good? But what made her very curious was Yi Tianyang's previous information. He could be said to have specially investigated and examined it carefully. It was impossible for him to have such a large amount of funds and ability to acquire her uncle's company. Although her uncle's company was not worth much money now, this amount was not what Yi Tianyang could afford according to the information. Could it be that his previous information was forged and we were deceived? Zhang Jinyu began to have doubts. Xiaoyu, you'd better agree to Mr. Yi quickly. Even if you don't want to help your uncle, you have to help your aunt. Your aunt loves you the most. Seeing Zhang Jinyu still hesitating at this time, He Jinwen was anxious. He was afraid that he would offend Yi Tianyang, a financial sponsor, and leave in displeasure. Your aunt has been waiting for this money and went to Mendao to bring your cousin back. If this wasn't an act, He Jinwen would have been a real talent at this moment. The true feelings revealed, the slight choking in his voice, the scene with tears in the corners of his eyes about to fall, really made people feel sympathetic. I'll call your aunt right now and tell her to give up on this idea and just pretend that we never had this son. As he said this, He Jinwen was about to take out his cell phone to make a call. Third uncle, you.
Zhang Jinyu stopped his uncle from making a phone call, sighed deeply, and said to Yi Tianyang helplessly, "Okay, I promise you.
Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation."
After hearing the final decision, Yi Tianyang smiled, took the initiative to stretch out his hand and said. At this moment, when holding Zhang Jinyu's slender hand, it still felt so soft, but Yi Tianyang could feel that there were some differences between Zhang Jinyu's palm and that of ordinary people. This should be caused by long-term martial arts or gun training. It's just that she is no longer a patrol officer and will have no gun to practice in the future. Of course, Yi Tianyang will definitely give her another gun in the future so that she can practice well.
As for what the result will be, Yi Tianyang is also very much looking forward to it. Okay, since you agreed, let's talk about the treatment.
The monthly salary is 3,000 yuan without 5 insurances and 1 fund, no lunch, no meal allowance, etc.
Yi Tianyang said. Didn't you tell me yesterday that as your personal assistant, you would earn 1,000,000 yuan a year?
Zhang Jinyu felt a little uncomfortable, thinking that this guy had told her about various welfare policies yesterday, and the salary was still 1,000,000 yuan a year, and there would be various promotion opportunities in the future.
How come it has become only 3,000 yuan a month today, and there is no welfare policy at all?
Yes, you also know that was the condition yesterday.
Yi Tianyang said with a smile. Boss Yi, isn't your salary a little too low?
My niece interned in my company for a long time after graduating from college and before she became a patrol officer. She has a basic understanding of the company's job content and can get the hang of it quickly. With her help, you can quickly take control of the company. He Jinwen couldn't stand it anymore, so he spoke up at this time because he wanted to get more salary for his niece. Not to mention 1,000,000 a year, at least 10,000 or 20,000 a month.
The salary is decided by me as the boss, so you don't need to worry about it.
Yi Tianyang said calmly, after we sign the contract letter and pay you the money, everything here belongs to me.
It has nothing to do with you. I hope you understand.
Seeing a hint of displeasure on He Jinwen's face, Yi Tianyang continued, of course, our contract hasn't been signed yet.
If you regret it now, just tell me. I can leave immediately and won't affect you.
After all, there are too many companies like yours.
I can buy one at any time. Those who spend money are naturally always the boss, so should we still spoil them? Mr. Yi, you are right.
After a few seconds of silence, He Jinwen lowered his head dejectedly. If the company was still at its peak and there were no worries at home, he would definitely not suffer such humiliation.
But there is no way now.
The company's performance is mediocre, and this incident has happened at home. He must get the money back as soon as possible, otherwise his son's life may not be saved. Even if it is saved, it is still a question whether the family line can be passed on in the future. Therefore, when you are under someone's eaves, you have to bow your head, and you have to bow it very low, and your attitude must be correct.
I'll ask them to draft the agreement right away.
After saying this, He Jinwen immediately left the small negotiation room to prepare the agreement.
Now only Zhang Jinyu and Yi Tianyang were left in the negotiation room.
After He Jinwen left, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became very quiet. Yi Tianyang returned to the sofa where he had just sat. Zhang Jinyu was still standing there, with a straight mind and a well-proportioned figure.
Am I handsome? Zhang Jinyu stared at him and Yi Tianyang asked with a smile. How do you have so much money? Zhang Jinyu couldn't figure it out, so he asked directly. Let's be honest. I'm actually a rich second generation.
Yi Tianyang took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out a cigarette, lit it and said calmly, in fact, I arranged for you to catch me in that place that day, so that we could have a chance to meet and get to know each other.
Now I bought your uncle's company for you.
If these words were coupled with an affectionate expression, I believe Zhang Jinyu would definitely be somewhat moved. But these words coming out of Yi Tianyang's mouth seemed so frivolous, and that expression and eyes seemed to be telling Zhang Jinyu that if you believe these words of mine, then you really have a bubble in your head, and you are definitely a big idiot.
Are you doing anything illegal to raise funds? Zhang Jinyu couldn't help but doubt Yi Tianyang's situation. How could an ordinary person have so much money? Chapter 57 Suyumei's Home. Now Zhang Jinyu is very suspicious of Yi Tianyang. An ordinary person suddenly has a very, very large amount of money. How did he get it? Did he really have the guts to rob a bank? Impossible. There has been no news about this recently.
Even if it is pornography, gambling, or drugs, it is estimated that it is impossible to earn so much money so quickly. The only possibility is that it is illegal fundraising. Don't worry about this.
I am a good citizen who abides by the law. Yi Tianyang said very seriously. Really? Then who did I arrest some time ago?
Zhang Jinyu laughed, with a look of sarcasm on his face.
This isn't a crime, it's normal for men, they always have some needs.
Yi Tianyang said as he looked at Zhang Jinyu meaningfully, especially at those more prominent places.
Stop talking nonsense. Why? Why do you want to buy my third uncle's company?
Zhang Jinyu looked at his eyes, suppressed her inner anger, took a long breath, and asked.
Even if you don't understand this business, you can probably tell that my uncle's company is almost unable to survive.
The capital chain is broken and many businesses have stopped. In addition, the conditions he proposed are very harsh.
He is selling the company as if it were its peak.
Even if you are rich, you shouldn't do business this way.
Very good, very good.
I didn't expect you to adapt to your new job so quickly.
I'm very satisfied. Yi Tianyang was a little surprised.
He never expected Zhang Jinyu to say these words. He looked at her with appreciation and said with a smile.
It seems that giving you 3,000 yuan a month is really too little and unfair to you. So how about this, I will give you an extra 1,000 yuan. Remember, this is for full attendance.
If you are late or miss a day at work, it will be deducted directly.
You.
Seeing that Yi Tianyang didn't take this matter to heart at all, Zhang Jinyu felt that her good intentions were completely wasted. She snorted coldly and turned around and left the small negotiation room.
Just wait till you regret your decision today. Huyues City, Shushan District, Dapu.
One place, the fringe of urban and rural areas.
This place is so representative.
It is clearly in the urban area, but all of it are small buildings built by private residents.
The place is dirty and messy.
Because most of the people here are from other places or have relatively low wages locally, it is very difficult to control them. The only thing we can wait now is that it won't be long before they are demolished.
Of course, the most important thing is that the rent here is very cheap.
As it is located in the city, transportation is naturally very convenient, with bus stops and subway stations not far away. Just at this moment, a taxi stopped at the downwind side of the intersection.
After the door opened, Su Yume got out of the taxi.
At this moment, he was still wearing the same down jacket as yesterday, but it was obvious that the clothes underneath were left on.
Of course, people outside could not see this. They could only see that a beautiful woman got off the taxi.
Xiaoyu, where did you go yesterday? Your mother was waiting for you at home, but she was so anxious.
Su Yume was seen by an acquaintance who was their neighbor living nearby. Well, auntie, I was busy yesterday and couldn't come back. Hearing the words of the neighbor next door, Su Yume's face was full of anxiety. After answering, she ran home quickly. Su Yume's mother is the same as most people here.
They all came here from the countryside to work. About 10 years ago, they were still the couple raising this daughter and her family of 3. Although they were not rich here, they lived a good life. Who would have thought that after living in the city for not long, Su Yume's father could not resist the bright lights and women of the city, and the various temptations here, and eventually ran away with an old woman in her 60s. From then on, there was no news of him at all, leaving them an orphan and a widow to live here. Even when Su Yume's mother became seriously ill later, he did not care about her. The house where Su Yume and her daughter live now can be said to be very simple.
It is just a small single room with a small kitchen and a small bathroom.
It seems to have everything, but the whole house is only about 12 or 13 square meters at most.
The total area is not even as big as the bathroom in Yi Tianyang's house. And there are 2 bathrooms in the house where Yi Tian lives. The furniture in this small house is also very simple, and there are basically not many electrical appliances to be seen. There were various daily necessities on a large table, the most eye-catching of which were piles of medicines. There was a computer next to it, but it was obviously an older computer. Mom!
When she opened the door, she was hit by the strong smell of various medicinal herbs. However, Su Yume was already used to it, so she just called out softly. Xiaoyu, where did you go yesterday? Why didn't you come home? Hearing her daughter's call, Su's mother, who had been sleeping just now, slowly opened her eyes, stood up and leaned against the bed, and asked anxiously. Su's mother's complexion looked very bad, with almost no trace of redness on her face. However, even so, it was difficult to conceal her beautiful appearance. It could be seen that a large part of the reason why Su Yume was so beautiful now was probably because she inherited her mother's excellent genes. Mom, I've already borrowed the money for the surgery. Su Yumei put down her bag, poured a cup of water from the thermos next to her, handed it to her mother, and said, "I've already called the hospital. They will arrange a car to pick us up and take us to the hospital soon, and they will also arrange surgery for us as soon as possible." As if she had already imagined what her mother would look like after the operation was completed and her body was completely recovered, Su Yumei's face became much more relaxed and her smile became even brighter than before.
Xiao Yu, you.
Her daughter handed her the cup, which was intended for her to drink water. When Su's mother heard what her daughter said, she was dumbfounded. Her pale face gradually turned into anger, and her eyes were full of disappointment.
Xiao Yu, who would lend you so much money?
From Su's mother's perspective, her daughter must have sold her body, or had an affair with an old man in his 70s or 80s, otherwise how could she have such a large sum of money?
Xiao Yu, how could you do such a thing?
Thinking about the fact that her daughter did not come back all night last night, it must be because of this incident. Mother Su suddenly became agitated, and her huge breathing made her cough frantically. What parents fear most is that their children sacrifice themselves like this for them.
She might as well be dead. Chapter 58 Mother's Concerns. Mom, don't get excited. I didn't. I really didn't.
Su Yumei quickly went forward to support her mother, patted her chest and back, and explained to her, "I didn't have time to tell you about my previous boyfriend. I don't know where he found out about our family's current situation. Then he lent me all the money he had saved for our wedding. He said that he would definitely be with me and marry me in this life, so it doesn't matter how I spend the money." In order to make her mother believe what she said, Su Yumei tried her best to pretend a very happy and sweet smile. She looked as if she really believed that she had met her Prince Charming.
Xiao Yu, are these all true?
Mother Su's face was still full of doubt.
It must be true, Mom, look, this is his photo.
In order to make her mother believe what she said, Su Yumei quickly took out her mobile phone and opened the album. There were many photos in it, all of which were some sweet photos she took last night.
Of course, there were many photos in his album that Yi Tianyang took from his perspective. These photos and videos naturally could not be released. As long as they were released, they would definitely be explosive. So on the way here, Su Yumei tried every means to make her mother believe her. After thinking through all the joints, she quickly deleted all the shameful photos and videos. However, in order to prevent Yi Tianyang from looking at these photos in the future, she also deliberately uploaded all these photos to the cloud, and downloaded them in a few days. These are the photos in the album. Yi Tianyang is sitting alone on the sofa with a focused expression.
He looks at the camera affectionately with a slightly upturned curve at the corners of his mouth. From an outsider's perspective, one would think that the two of them are very loving and sweet.
What's his name?
Looking at the young man in the photo album, Su's mother was silent for a moment and then asked,
Yi Tianyang. What do you do? Do business and open a small company? Su Yumei answered her mother's questions very seriously.
She was very smart. On the way back, she had already thought of this situation, so she had reviewed these questions in her mind many times.
Then how did you two know each other? It was impossible to tell what Su Yumei's mother Yinshan's expression was. What was he thinking now?
He is also from our school, but I met him at a school club activity 3 years before I graduated.
Su Yumei had thought about this before.
If they had just met and hadn't been dating for long, and they were lending so much money all at once, no one would believe it. So he said that they had known each other for a while, and it would be much more reasonable to talk and borrow money this way.
Were you with him last night? Asked Su's mother.
She was very serious about the issue of her daughter's innocence.
Yeah.
Su Yumei nodded very quietly.
Hey, you. Mother Su sighed deeply. Then something must have happened last night.
As someone who has experienced this, he would never believe that this young man was with his daughter last night and did nothing the whole night.
It was unrealistic. Is he sure he will marry you in the future? Su's mother's expression was very serious.
She kept thinking in her heart that she was gambling on her daughter's lifelong happiness.
He will definitely marry me.
Su Yumei nodded very firmly, with a happy smile on her face, but at this moment she sighed deeply in her heart, thinking in one breath, how could he possibly marry me in this life?
That's good.
Then bring him to see me as soon as possible. I need to have a good talk with him, otherwise I won't go to the hospital for surgery.
Su Yumei's mother said. Mom, Tianyang is very busy at work. I can't tell him that he can come all of a sudden. How about this? Let's finish the surgery first, and then I'll ask him to come to us as soon as possible, okay?
Although she was very anxious in her heart, Suyume still pretended to be helpless and continued to talk to her mother. Mom, can't I accompany you? I'll tell him later and ask him to come as soon as possible.
Don't say anything more.
I won't have this surgery before I see him. After saying that, Suyume's mother closed her eyes and ignored him. Suyume tried several times, but her mother refused to give in, so she had no choice but to wait and see if Yi Tianyang was willing to help her again. But at the same time, Suyume was very clear about her status.
She was just one of Yi Tianyang's many lovers. To Yi Tianyang, she was just a canary that came and went at will. She was already very clear about this when Yi Tianyang asked for her last night. It was very reliable that Yi Tianyang was able to transfer the money to her last night before doing anything else. Just as Suyume was thinking about how to properly resolve this matter, the sound of an ambulance from the hospital outside came over. Mom, the ambulance from the hospital is coming now. Let's pack up and go to the hospital first, okay?
Suyume held her mother's hand anxiously and said, the hospital has finally arranged a car to come here. If we leave, we will be in trouble and it will be difficult to explain to the hospital.
Don't worry, Mom, I will definitely tell Tianyang. Let's go to the hospital first, and he will come to the hospital to find us later, okay?
Just as Suyume arranged for her mother to be taken to the hospital by ambulance, in another place, that is, the house where Yi Tianyang lived, Wang Liqin and Yuan Yanyan had not left yet. However, they had already washed and dressed, and were sitting on the big sofa in the living room. In front of them were the stacks of red banknotes on the coffee table. The two of them had roughly counted the money just now, and it was at least 60,000 or 70,000 yuan.
Yuan Yanyan, when do you think Yi Tianyang will come back? Looking at the stacks of red banknotes, Wang Liqin's eyes were shining.
Even if I put on my clothes and leave now, and have nothing to do with this rich man in the future, it is still very good to have these tens of thousands of dollars. At least all my hard work last night was not in vain. I got at least 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. My monthly salary is only 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, and I can't save that much money even after working for a year. Everything was worth it last night.
How should I know? I forgot to ask for his contact information yesterday.
Yuan Yanyan sighed deeply. Even though she had already thought of this possible outcome, she was still very unwilling to accept it.
Chapter 59 Acquisition Success. Yuan Yanyan, how much money do you think Suyume can get in a month if she becomes Yi Tianyang's lover? Wang Liqin asked curiously. Don't mention that bitch to me anymore, you stinky whore. Yuan Yanyan was furious when she mentioned Suyume.
If it weren't for that stinky woman who had been pretending to be the white moonlight in Pure last night, maybe I would have become the lover of that rich man Yi Tianyang. Although the possibility is very low, it is still possible, right? So at this moment, Yuan Yanyan was very upset about her good friend Suyume who made her miss this opportunity. If only I had never had a boyfriend before, and this was my first time. She felt that this was most likely the reason, otherwise how could Suyume be favored by that rich man? Yuan Yanyan felt very regretful when she heard this. If he had known that he might meet such a rich man in his life in the future, he would definitely not have fallen in love so easily, and would not have given himself up so easily. Although she knew that there was a big factor in her heart, Yuan Yanyan was still very unhappy. What era is it, and the thinking is still so futile? Look at the princes of those countries, haven't they dated many girlfriends, and it's not the first time, right? When she thought of this, Yuan Yanyan actually had a little more contempt for Yi Tianyang. Obviously, they are not as good as those royal families, but they still have such futile thinking. It's really too much. In her heart, no matter how rich Yi Tianyang is, he can't be as rich as this rich man who ranks among the richest in the world. Yuan Yanyan, let's go back. The two of them remained silent here. After about a few minutes, Wang Liqin spoke. Aren't we waiting for him here? Yuan Yanyan was a little surprised. Didn't they just agree on this? The reason they hadn't left yet was because they were waiting for the rich man to come back and meet him again to see if there was any chance. Forget it, even if we come back and see him, what's the use? He definitely doesn't like us. Wang Liqin figured it out quickly and was very decisive. She took half of the money from the table and put it in her bag. She smiled and said, since it's useless, let's just treat it as a date with a rich man. 30 or 40,000 yuan, we won't lose anything. Okay, then I'll call my boyfriend now and ask him to pick us up. After thinking about the reasons carefully, she felt that Wang Liqin was right and that forcing it would probably not have any good results, so she took out her cell phone and called her boyfriend.
Hello, baby, what's wrong?
The call was quickly connected, and the person on the other end of the phone said with great concern,
I'm at the central square now. Please come and pick us up. Wan Liqin is here too. Yuan Yanyan said bluntly.
She had already firmly supported her boyfriend. She had the absolute right to speak and always had the final say. Okay, send me your location now, and I'll drive my dad's car to pick you up later, don't worry. The man on the other phone agreed very readily.
He didn't even think about rejecting Yuan Yanyan's request.
And at this time he often felt relieved in his heart. As long as his girlfriend was with Wang Liqin, nothing else would happen. Even if they had special hobbies, he would not take it to heart.
It didn't matter. As long as there was no cuckold, it would be fine.
After hanging up the phone, Wang Liqin, who was standing next to her, looked at Yuan Yanyan and sent her boyfriend a location on WeChat. She smiled at him with some envy and said, Your boyfriend really has nothing to say about you.
He is so nice and always responds to your requests. It's useless to be good. It would be really good if he had money. Yuan Yanyan sighed deeply, looking quite helpless. You said I drove the big Bentley of the rich man yesterday. Will I be uncomfortable if I drive his father's shabby Accord later? Don't think about it anymore. What's the point?
Wang Liqin was speechless when she heard her best friend say this. In the office building just now, the general manager's office originally belonged to He Zhenwen, but now the person sitting in his seat is Yi Tianyang. Now in front of him, in addition to some simple office supplies, there are 2 acquisition contracts that have been drafted and are waiting to be signed.
Mr. He, you won't set any traps in the contract, right? Yi Tianyang casually flipped through the contract. To be honest, he couldn't understand it at all. There were so many rules and regulations on it. After glancing at it, he put it back on the table and said to He Zhenwen with a smile. Boss Yi, how could I possibly do such a thing? If that were the case, we would have to go to court in the future, and I would have to return the money to you then. How could I possibly do such a thing that would harm others and not benefit myself? He Zhenwen smiled bitterly and assured him, Boss Yi, I'm still waiting for the money to go to Mendao to redeem my son, and they can't afford even a minute now. Secretary Zhang, can you help me check if there are any problems with this contract? Yi Tianyang waved to Zhang Jinyu, who was standing next to him, and then said. Yi Tianyang was not afraid at all that the 2 of them would do anything small. Even if it was some small trap, so what? The point was just losing some money. So could they withstand his anger afterwards? Zhang Jinyu. She didn't say anything, but just walked over and took the contract in her hand, checking it carefully line by line. After about 10 minutes, she was sure that there was no problem on her side and nodded to Yi Tianyang. Since my secretary said there is no problem with the contract, then it's fine. Yi Tianyang nodded, very satisfied. He did things very quickly, without any of the shrewdness of a businessman. He directly picked up the pen beside him and signed his name on the contract. Seeing this scene, He Zhenwen doubted what kind of luck he had to meet such a wealthy sponsor. He was afraid that Yi Tianyang would regret it, so he quickly stepped forward and signed his name. Until everything was settled, he breathed a long sigh of relief and a bright smile appeared on his face. Mr. Yi, it's a pleasure to work with you. Well, it's a pleasure working with you. Yi Tianyang was also very happy. This time he not only bought a key to enter the entertainment industry, but the key also came with a small trinket. He looked at Zhang Jinyu next to him without looking for any traces. Thump, thump, thump. A call from Su Yumei. Chapter 60, Becoming the Boss. When he took out his cell phone and saw Su Yumei's name on it, Yi Tianyang was quite surprised. Hey, when did I save her number? Yi Tianyang was also a little surprised, but then he quickly answered the phone and immediately heard Su Yumei's anxious voice coming from the other end. Yi Tianyang, can I ask you to do me a favor? Yi Tianyang? That's not what you called me last night. Yi Tianyang responded jokingly, then turned back to He Zhenwen and said, Mr. He, now that our contract has been signed, the matter is settled. You should leave here first. As for the money, I will arrange for my assistant to transfer the money to you right away. And Secretary Zhang, please notify everyone right now and start the meeting later. After saying this, he didn't wait for He Zhenwen and the others to leave and continued. He picked up the receiver of the mobile phone, ready to listen to how Su Yumei would answer him. Jinyu, your uncle is sorry for you. After leaving the general manager's office, He Zhenwen said to Zhang Jinyu with an apologetic look on his face. Third uncle, you don't have to take this to heart. I'm just his secretary.
If he dares to mess with me, I will break his legs,
Zhang Jinyu said with a relaxed look. She has learned Sanda martial arts, so why should she be afraid of Yi Tianyang?
Then Jinyu, you have to be more careful in the future. He Jinwen did not let go of his worries and reminded her again.
I understand, third uncle, don't worry. Zhang Jinyu said indifferently, third uncle, go back quickly. Aunt must be waiting anxiously at home. I will remind Mr. Yi again and ask him to transfer the money to you as soon as possible. At this time, at the gate of a ward in the provincial hospital of Anhui province, Su Yumei was holding a mobile phone to her ear. She became very nervous and hesitant, but she did not hesitate for long. Her beautiful red lips slightly opened and she called out the name that she had called out many times last night. Husband, can you please go and help me?
In order to get Yi Tianyang to agree to help her deal with this problem, Su Yumei deliberately acted coquettishly.
No more?
Yi Tianyang on the phone naturally couldn't let Su Yumei go so easily, and continued with a smile.
Onar. Elder brother. Dad.
Trying hard to suppress her shyness and the urge to hang up, Su Yumei called out several names in succession. Last night, under Yi Tianyang's attack, Su Yumei couldn't bear it at all and shouted helplessly many times. Of course, there might be some coercion in the beginning, but it was completely different afterwards. This also made Yi Tianyang remember the scene of last night vividly, so he couldn't help but tease Su Yumei, who was so charming at that time.
Okay, tell me what you want to say. After getting a satisfactory answer, Yi Tianyang asked.
I told my mother that you are my boyfriend and we have been dating for several years, so he lent me so much money. My mother didn't quite believe it and said that you must come to meet him.
Then Su Yumei gave a brief account of what happened today, and after she finished, she continued to beg.
I know you're probably very busy with your business, but my mom said she doesn't want to have surgery if she can't see you.
My mom's surgery has been delayed for too long. I beg you to come and help me, okay?
Oh, so that's how it is.
Yi Tianyang responded and fell into silence. At this moment, Su Yumei's voice also sank to the bottom, as if she was waiting for the judge's verdict, or perhaps Yi Tianyang's final answer also came at this time. Sure, I'll go over tonight.
I have to thank your mother for giving birth to such a beautiful daughter and being so filial.
It's really rare. Tianyang, thank you. After getting Yi Tianyang's response, Su Yumei was really surprised and very happy.
Originally, he thought that a mountain river like a nightclub would not be very important and he would not waste time on it. Who would have thought that he would agree to his request so easily? You should arrange your mother's affairs first.
Pay the money you need and don't worry about how much it costs. Tell me if you need money.
I have other things to do here and will contact you after I finish them.
After Yi Tianyang gave these instructions, he hung up the phone. Hearing the dead tone on the phone, Su Yumei finally breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed.
She was going to wait for Yi Tianyang to come over and discuss with him to deal with the issue of his mother, and then arrange for the surgery.
Everything would be fine. Xiao Yu.
At this moment, the door of the ward opened from the inside, and a middle-aged doctor in a white coat came over. The man wearing myopic glasses walked to Su Yumei's side and said anxiously, "Are you going to?" Suddenly, Dr. Ding received a call from Su Yumei, saying that he had collected all the money, and this was the only way he could think of.
Dr. Ding, you're overthinking it. This money is temporarily lent to me by my boyfriend. Su Yumei looked very relaxed and smiling, without any sign of displeasure on her face. Xiaoyu, please stop lying to me. There are no such good men in the world. You haven't even gotten married yet, so how could I lend you so much money? Dr. Ding is already in his 40s. He has extremely rich social experience.
He doesn't believe that there are such good men in the world, so he doesn't believe Su Yumei's words at all.
Dr. Ding, I really didn't lie to you. My boyfriend will come over later in the evening, and you will know when you see him.
Su Yumei naturally would not give in, and insisted. Although Dr. Ding is a very nice person and helped them a lot during the time when his mother was ill, and even helped him raise funds through the online Waterdrop fundraising platform, the results were far from satisfactory. The hospital provided all the medical records to prove that the illness was real, and their family was also very poor, which was also proven. However, under such circumstances, only a small amount of money was lost. Most of the people on this platform who have successfully raised hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars are from very wealthy families. Basically, they have no shortage of money and their families have houses and cars. Some families are even very wealthy, some of them own more than a dozen houses, drive luxury cars, and use high-end mobile phones.
After being exposed, they just don't want to sell their houses to save their relatives.
Now think about it, their reasons were so ridiculous.
Chapter 61 Salary Doubled. If it's not, that's best.
Seeing Su Yume so determined, Dr. Ding's guess was shaken a little, so he changed the subject.
Your mother is in good condition now.
Her condition has not worsened.
We will arrange the surgery as soon as possible. I believe she will be able to recover. That's good, that's good. Thank you, Dr. Ding.
Please help us arrange the surgery as soon as possible.
Su Yume said gratefully. Now everything is developing in a good direction just as he had imagined. Of course, all this is thanks to that man.
Inside the largest conference room of Jiawu Media Company, Yi Tianyang is now sitting in the boss's seat looking at the employees who have already taken their seats. There are only so few people, and at first glance Yi Tianyang took a look and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Although he had expected the situation to be bad, he was still a little surprised when he saw it with his own eyes. A media company that was known to be good actually only had a dozen employees, which was much smaller than their previous companies. Of course, these are not important to him. The reason why he bought the Jiawu Media Company was that he was too lazy to go through all the business procedures.
Moreover, if all these business procedures are completed, it will take 1 or 2 months, which is too troublesome.
Another point is that he thought this name was very good, meaning 9595, the Supreme. As a rich man, sometimes he just does things according to his own heart and can be willful as he pleases. As long as he is happy, money and other things are not important to him. At this time, Zhang Jinyu, who was standing behind Yi Tianyang, saw that Yi Tianyang's expression had changed a little, and smiled in his heart.
You know you regret it now, but it's too late to regret it now. The contract has been signed. It's too late even if you don't want to pay the money.
Even if you go to court, you will have to pay a large amount of liquidated damages.
The meeting was very quiet at this moment. No one dared to speak. Everyone looked at Yi Tianyang, who was sitting in the first seat. Everyone's eyes were full of curiosity. Who is this guy? Why is he sitting in Mr. He's seat? Where's Mr. He? Why isn't he here at the meeting today?
However, Lu Jingjing, the pretty receptionist sitting at the very end, had a look of surprise in her eyes.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Yi Tianyang. From now on, I will be your boss.
Yi Tianyang stood up, briefly introduced himself, and then announced his first decision as the boss. I know that our company's business situation is not very good. I believe everyone knows that under normal circumstances, it will not take long for it to completely close down and go bankrupt, and you will need to find a new job. In this market economy, it is difficult to find a suitable job. I don't need to tell you, but now you don't have to worry about it, because I'm here. Yi Tianyang paused and continued. Of course, during this process you have already found a better job. Now you can go to the finance department to get your salary and leave.
Speaking of finance, Yi Tianyang asked, who is in charge of finance in our company?
He glanced at the dozen or so people, and found that no one stood up. But at this moment, a voice came from behind him.
It's me.
Seeing Yi Tianyang's puzzled look, Zhang Jinyu explained to him, before, it was my third uncle, Mr. He, and my aunt who jointly managed it.
Because of some things that happened at home, I took over the financial aspects.
Okay. Yi Tianyang nodded casually, and then continued, if you want to leave now, you can go.
The salary you need to pay will not be reduced by a single cent.
Yi Tianyang said bluntly that for this company, he just wanted the name and the shell, it didn't matter whether they were former employees or not.
He had money anyway, so would it be difficult for him to recruit people?
After he finished speaking, no one at the scene chose to leave immediately.
In fact, many people were like this. Well, just go with the flow.
After staying in a place for a long time, it takes a lot of determination to change jobs.
Since no one is willing to leave, I have some good news to announce.
After waiting for about a minute, no one showed any intention of standing up.
Anyway, this was a good start for Yi Tianyang.
He nodded with great satisfaction and said with a smile. Then from now on, no matter how much your previous salary is, it will be doubled immediately. As for the fact that the company has changed its boss, this news is very important, but for ordinary employees, it can be said that it is not very important. After all, it is still an employment no matter who they work for.
But doubling the salary is a completely different matter. This is related to the most principled matters, and it makes everyone present unbelievable. No? Did I hear it wrongly?
You heard it right, it is indeed doubled. Our new boss is really generous. Sitting at the end of the conference room at this moment, Lu Jingjing's eyes were shining with happiness. Not only was she lucky, the 4,000 yuan salary suddenly became very considerable, but there were also some things she hadn't figured out yet. After letting this group of employees who would become his in the future chat happily in the conference room for a while, Yi Tianyang coughed a few times, waited until everyone calmed down again, and continued.
Now who can tell me about the company's specific operating conditions?
Although Yi Tianyang did not open this media company for the purpose of making money, at the very least, he should know more about his company.
He can't be completely ignorant. Let me tell you.
Zhang Jinyu, who was standing behind him, walked out. Although he had not been working in his third uncle's company for a long time, he had interned here for a long time before he became a patrolman. He was very familiar with most of the company's situations. Zhang Jinyu maintained the same vigorous and resolute working style as a patrolman, speaking directly without any nonsense.
The most important project of our company now is live streaming.
Speaking of the company's current main projects, Zhang Jinyu was a little helpless. Although the company now has a nice name and an attractive track, it looks like a big and powerful company. However, they are only touching the small cake of the live broadcast field, and the category is still relatively narrow.
There isn't even a single beautiful anchor. How can we develop like this?
If you want to quickly develop online live streaming, the easiest way is to hire some beautiful women with fair skin and long legs, but this costs money.
Chapter 62 New Business Direction.
Our company had its own live broadcast account before, but due to poor management and subsequent funding issues, we had no choice but to suspend it. Now we only have 1 or 2 anchors, and we are broadcasting intermittently. Zhang Jinyu explained the general situation.
It's really on the verge of bankruptcy. After hearing this, Yi Tianyang was not too disappointed.
Anyway, he didn't have too much hope in the beginning, so naturally he couldn't be too disappointed.
In the beginning, we chose live streaming, and it was actually doing pretty well.
Of course, live streaming requires a huge amount of money in the early stages, and we also hired a lot of famous anchors. We could get a lot of advertisements, but recently the company has had financial problems, which has led to a significant decline in publicity.
Some anchors have also stopped live streaming because they couldn't get paid. After listening to Zhang Jinyu's explanation, Yi Tianyang had a general understanding.
He also understood that, in fact, every famous anchor must have a strong financial chain to support him, otherwise his fame will quickly decline, and then gradually disappear among the crowd. I originally thought that our company could make movies, but now it seems that we can only be regarded as a small agency at best. After Zhang Jinyu finished speaking, Yi Tianyang finally understood some of the real situation. He smiled, of course, but he didn't mean to laugh at her.
He just thought it was funny that he knew so little.
It was no wonder that Yi Tianyang thought so, mainly because the name of Zhouwu Media was too big. Anyone who hears this name will think that this company is very powerful, and he also saw it casually on the internet through the network card yesterday and did not pay much attention to it. Fortunately, there is one good thing, at least this company is doing live streaming.
Mr. He, you are cheating me. Yi Tianyang smiled and was not angry about it. Since I was cheated by his uncle, I will get the rest back from his niece.
When he thought of this, Yi Tianyang's eyes turned to Zhang Jinyu next to him. Her figure is well proportioned, and due to long-term exercise, her long legs appear even more sturdy. Now, wearing flesh-colored stockings, they look like 2 straight chopsticks, so attractive.
Who knew I was cheated? It's too late. Hearing Yi Tianyang's words, Zhang Jinyu felt a little proud.
Although I have some problems now, such as not having such a good name and having such a bad business, these are all things of the past and are not important. I believe that under my leadership, I will let the whole world know the name of 95 Media, and let everyone give a thumbs up and marvel at the name of 95 Media.
Yi Tianyang said with great ambition. Of course, Yi Tianyang did achieve this in the end.
Many people have heard of the name of Zhou Media, but this reputation is indeed very bad.
Everyone shook their heads when they mentioned this name.
Of course, this is all a matter for the future, so let us not talk about it for now. Our new boss is a bit immature.
Yeah, this seems a bit too crazy.
The employees in the conference room now all had doubts in their hearts. In their opinion, the new boss should be a child of a noble family or something like that. He really should have used the money given by his family to buy a company casually to gain some management experience. It is even possible that he had taken a fancy to a current female anchor and successfully hooked up with her online, so he bought a company in the simplest and crudest way to poach her. Such things are often circulated in novels and on the internet. When everyone thought of this, their eyes lit up and they wondered which beautiful anchor woman their new boss had taken a fancy to.
Is he a talented anchor? Or is this just to show off the body?
I haven't heard of any beautiful anchor suddenly appearing recently.
Could it be the one from before? Let us not talk about other things for now. Which anchors have been signed by our company and are currently doing live broadcasts?
Since he had already decided to engage in this line of work, Yi Tianyang naturally could not delay any longer and prepared to start immediately. Yes, Lu Miaomia was about to start today's live broadcast. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing glasses said, holding up the iPad in his hand.
Lu Miaomia? Yi Tianyang read the name and asked. Is this his online name or his real name? Mr. Yi, this is her real name. However, this girl started school late.
Although she is 18 years old, she is only in the third year of high school. She still needs to go to school on weekdays. She only has time to do live broadcasts after school. The middle-aged man continued to explain to Yi Tianyang.
No way, you guys signed something like this?
Yi Tianyang was speechless, but after thinking about it, there was no big problem. After all, they were not doing anything illegal, and they signed it voluntarily, so they just signed it since they had reached the legal age.
What's your name?
Boss Yi, I am in charge of the personnel information of the company's anchors.
You can just call me Lao Li. Mr. Yi, this.
It must be said that Zhang Jinyu is a very suitable secretary. Seeing Lao Li answering the question, she immediately opened the tablet in her hand, took out the resume of the middle-aged man in front of her and handed it to Yi Tianyang.
Then what is the most effective way to increase the popularity of our company's anchors? Yi Tianyang looked at the resume and asked directly. In fact, there is not much difference between internet anchors and so-called celebrity artists. The most effective way is to create topics. For example, someone offers a huge reward to the anchor, and then the company will arrange for internet trolls and some public accounts to spread the news quickly. This one allowed you to simply answer Yi Tianyang's question, which he thought was the most effective and fastest way. Before, all the funds in our company were used. Under normal circumstances, we could recharge large sums of money into it to help our company's anchors clean the house. This way, we could maintain their popularity and rankings. But there have been some minor problems in this regard during this period, so the fame of our company's anchors began to gradually decline. Old Li did not continue speaking because everyone already knew the reason. Reward? Yi Tianyang was a little confused.
Finally, he also asked the system whether there would be any rebate if he gave tips to this beautiful anchor.
The answer from the system was very clear: there would be rewards. Yi Tianyang was instantly excited. He was very familiar with online rewards. It was a way of spending money like water. If this is possible, then it is simply like finding a bug in making money. Chapter 63 Lu Miaomia.
At this time, Lao Li continued to explain to Yi Tianyang. In fact, companies like ours have cooperation agreements with each platform, that is, we have a 30% to 50% discount for recharges.
For example, if we recharge 1 million, we will probably get about 1.5 million to 2 million virtual currencies.
Then we give out all the virtual currencies as rewards, and our platform splits the profits 15-50. So in the end, we say the cost may be zero, and all the money will eventually flow back to our own account.
Only the money from retail investors is our profit point.
After he finished explaining, he was still worried that Yi Tianyang might not understand, so he continued to give him examples. It's just like what Jiang Wen said in the movie: the gentry's money was returned in full, and the people's money was split 70% and 30%. According to this ratio, these brokerage companies basically didn't spend any money. On the one hand, they can help these anchors become famous, and on the other hand, they can stimulate consumption. The data shown by the platform is quite good, which makes it easier for them to raise funds in the future. Although he had heard about such strange things in the live broadcast circle a long time ago, Yi Tianyang was still quite shocked when he heard it with his own ears for the first time. Now the naked reality is right before his eyes, and Yi Tianyang finally understands it. No matter where he goes or what he does, ultimately, whatever rules the capital says are the rules.
Open Lu Miaomiao's live broadcast room.
Yi Tianyang, who had already understood the reason, no longer wasted time and gave them orders directly.
This old Li is a veteran in the workplace. He is very smart and has a good eye.
He had already opened Lu Miaomiao's live broadcast room with his tablet early on, and he used the company's reward account, which is of a very high level and his name is easily recognized.
Brother Tian.
Most of the several anchors followed by this account are those signed by Jowo Media Company, but none of them have started broadcasting yet. You have opened the free live broadcast room, but it is black, which means the show has not started yet. However, there are already several people waiting in it to post comments. It seems that this little girl still has some loyal fans. Hello, boys and girls.
Miao Miao was here after class. Yi Tianyang and the others didn't have to wait for long.
About 3 or 4 minutes later, a little girl wearing an ordinary school uniform but with a very sweet look appeared on the screen. Her skin was wounded and bleeding, her big, clean and clear eyes, her face without any makeup, her black hair tied in the simplest ponytail. She walked and ran, jumping around. It was very interesting.
Miao Miao, come to your brother quickly. Your brother loves you.
I can finally open my takeout and eat with peace of mind.
Who isn't?
My takeaway has been here for 20 to 30 minutes, and I'm just waiting for Miao Miao to come over so we can start eating. If she doesn't come, the food will get cold. There were all kinds of comments at this time, and it looked very harmonious. There was no foul atmosphere or anything like that.
Everyone was very gentlemanly.
It might also be because the host was a young and lovely girl who looked so clean and pure, and no one would say dirty words. Young and beautiful girls are always so likable and always have a lot of suitors around them. If you are courageous, butterflies will come to you if you bloom. Now Lu Miao Miao is like a blooming flower, attracting all kinds of butterflies and bees. Indeed, the little girl in the live broadcast room is really beautiful. Even the simplest school uniform can't conceal her appearance and figure.
It only makes Lu Miao Miao look cleaner and clearer.
In today's materialistic society, many people feel suffocated. There are always some people who are very lonely psychologically, and they want to find a spiritual harbor to rest and hope to see some beautiful things in this world. It is precisely because of this that there were many interviews on the Douyin short video platform some time ago.
One of the screenshot videos of the interview became instantly popular.
At the same time, it also made this young girl completely popular and was regarded as the white moonlight in the minds of countless netizens. This Bai Yue Guang is very popular on the internet now, and her voice is very sweet, making her the most famous sweet girl. It was discovered that Lu Miao Miao in the live broadcast room was even more beautiful than Baiguan, and even cleaner and clearer. She looked like the most beautiful first love in everyone's mind. The reason why she was not as sweet and popular is that one was because she did not have a strong team behind her to support her. Many people can become a little famous at the beginning, but if they want to become so famous, they need a strong team to support them.
Otherwise, how can they survive so fast?
There is no shortage of beautiful girls in this world. There are many beauties out there, but they just don't have the opportunity to appear in the eyes of ordinary people. Of course, not all women in this world want to be famous and popular.
Not bad.
Watching Lu Miao Miao interacting with her fans in the live broadcast room, it was very harmonious and comfortable. I don't know whether Yi Tianyang saying not bad was a compliment to Lu Miao Miao for her good looks, or to say that he has the potential to become a top internet celebrity. The middle-aged man, Lao Li, was still thinking about what the boss who had just acquired Lao Air's company was thinking. After a moment of silence, he said, Miss Yi took the initiative to find our company to sign a contract. In fact, sometimes you don't need to say it so openly, just a little hint will be enough. For example, when Yi Tianyang heard this sentence, he could immediately figure out that this girl wanted to be popular and famous. If she didn't have this ambition, she wouldn't have to take the initiative to find a company to sign a contract.
She could be a wild anchor.
Although she wouldn't become famous, but she could earn some pocket money, which was more than enough for her. Having someone who is ambitious, has ideas, and has desires is actually a good thing. Yi Tianyang likes to have such a person working for her, especially when this person is a very young and beautiful woman.
Didn't you spend money to support her before? Yi Tianyang suddenly asked.
We haven't tried to promote him yet, because this girl's live broadcast time is not long and it is not stable, and she has just signed the contract, so the company needs to observe her carefully for a while.
This is for you to explain.
After all, this Lu Miao Miao still has schoolwork to do and is only in her 3rd year of high school. If not every sign anchor company will spend a lot of money to promote him, it depends on whether he is worthy of promotion.
Some people are worth promoting, while others are not. Chapter 60 for the rich are coming.
Of course, as a general brokerage company or team platform, etc., their business philosophy is like this, because only in this way can they maximize and make money, but Liquid doesn't need to support him.
The original intention of buying this maintenance company is not to make money.
It is not important to him whether the company makes money or not.
Does it make sense for him to make millions or tens of millions of dollars by doing a little bit of tricks? It doesn't make any sense.
The most important thing is that he must be able to achieve his goal, on the one hand, find a new way to make money, and it is safe and effective. Another point is that he can personally make several first-line female internet celebrities famous, which is a very interesting thing for him. At this time, in a school far away in another area of high US city, a girl in ordinary school uniform was leaving their school. This girl has a very delicate appearance. She holds a small selfie stick in her hand, and lets the phone camera face her. She has a faint smile on her face, and looks so young and beautiful.
How many people's youth is this? This girl is Lu Miao Miao, who is currently broadcasting live.
In addition to interacting and greeting the newcomers in the live broadcast room, she also greets many of her classmates nearby, because since she started broadcasting live, many people in the school know her. Everyone knows that she has a certain number of fans and that she is a small internet celebrity. In this process, naturally many people approach her with interests in mind. To be honest, she was a little annoyed at the beginning and thought these people were too powerful, but after a while, she gradually got used to it and enjoyed this feeling very much. She even hoped that she would get better and better in the future and become a female internet celebrity with tens of millions of fans, so that she could truly gain the support of everyone and be followed by everyone.
She could even just send out her WeChat account and many people would add her and transfer money to her.
Then, it would be easy for her to buy her favorite clothes, mobile phones, lipsticks and brand name bags. In the future, she will be able to completely break away from this ordinary life and switch to the level of life that she longs for. As a rich second generation, she will also be able to realize that from now on, she can be said to have truly reached the peak of her life. She has indeed gained some fame since she started live streaming, but most of her fans in the live streaming room are ordinary people who are too poor. Many of them were added through people nearby. She is indeed quite famous in the surrounding area, and people can often see her, but these people are all poor. If all the tips so far are added together, it is estimated that they cannot even make up 500 yuan. This is after she has been live streaming for about half a month.
How much money does she make on average per day? It's pitiful to think about it. At most, it's the money for a cup of milk tea.
According to the current development trend, it is simply wishful thinking for her to become one of those top-level internet celebrities with a salary of tens of millions. So at that time he decisively went to look for these media companies. She originally thought that the company she signed with would spend money to make her famous and increase her fame, but in recent times she has also heard some rumors saying that there is basically no chance now, because the agency she signed with seems to have encountered some operational problems. Thinking of this, Lu Miaomia took a look at the reward ranking list in her current live broadcast room.
The first place was still Brother Tian's account.
This account belongs to the company, but currently only 100,000 yuan has been deposited into the account, which means that 10,000 renminbi has been spent for him. This was the reward he gave to her to increase her popularity when he signed the contract with the company and started broadcasting.
He hasn't received any rewards since then. Miao Miao looks a little unhappy. What happened to Miao Miao? Was she scolded by the teacher at school today? Miao Miao.
Because she was thinking about other things, Lu Miaomiao's expression was not as smiling as before, so many people in the live broadcast room noticed something wrong.
Their favorite female anchor seemed unhappy. It's okay, it's okay. Thank you all for your concern.
Lu Miaomiao smiled, showing her sweet and invincible smile again. It was at this moment that the originally very peaceful live broadcast room suddenly became a storm. Brother Tian gave me a reward of 100 planes. Before Lu Miaomiao could react to the notification on her phone, another wave of planes appeared, leaving her a little stunned. Her cherry-like mouth, painted with light red lipstick, was slightly open, and she was dumbfounded.
It's Brother Tian. Has the company decided to start promoting me now?
After 10 sets of gifts in a row, the entire live broadcast room was very lively and about to explode, but Lu Miaomiao didn't have any intention to care about these things at all.
This idea popped up in her mind right now.
He was very clear about the reward account, which was used exclusively for its Yuwu Media Company.
Brother Tian's account will be on the reward list of any contracted anchor under the company. With the reward from the ancestral witch, the audience who were originally just watching the fun could no longer hold back. In addition, the female anchor Lu Miaomiao had a sweet appearance, which matched their first love memories at first glance, so naturally many people liked her.
They didn't know about it before, but now that they know about it, they will certainly donate generously to support her.
Thank you, Brother Tian, for sending me the plane. Thank you, Brother Tian.
After the special effects of the gift stopped, Lu Miao began to express her gratitude politely one by one. She felt hopeless before, but now it's different.
Even if there is no notification from the company, she can still see hope.
His face turned red with excitement, and his little body began to tremble slightly.
A rich man actually passed by here? This girl is pretty good. Why haven't I discovered this female anchor before?
I don't think I've seen this rich guy before.
Have you seen him?
Now there are people discussing all kinds of things in Lu Miao's live broadcast room. Some people are also discussing who is this brother Tian who gave rewards to the female anchor.
Is this young anchor favored by brother Tian?
Inside the meeting room of Zhouwo Media, Yi Tianyang put the tablet back on the table and knocked it. He looked at it, then stood up and said to Lao Li.
Is that so? Mr. Yi?
Even though he saw it with his own eyes, Lao Li was still a little dumbfounded about what he had just said. During this period of time, he witnessed with his own eyes watching this young man directly recharge 2 million cash into this account. He just opened his account and clicked on recharge, then selected the amount, and finally saw the boss and scanned the code with his mobile phone.
Ding!
The recharge was successful.
Without any hesitation. Chapter 65, Fire. What does 2 million in cash mean?
Perhaps some people may not be able to earn 2 million in their lifetime, let alone seeing someone casually exchange 2 million in cash for 20 million virtual coins. Although all the recharged amounts will eventually return to the company's account, it also allows him to see the wealth of this new boss. Naturally, the richer the boss is, the more motivated they are. Now not only Lao Li was stunned, he didn't think clearly. Everyone else in the conference room had all kinds of ideas. 2 million was just rushed in casually without even blinking an eye. Such a boss was really a rich man.
Everyone was very excited.
At the same time, they wanted to make sure of one thing, that is, the doubling of salary announced by the boss just now was absolutely reliable and definitely not bragging to them. Lao Wang, you need to contact the internet trolls as soon as possible. We need to spread this news to all major platforms as soon as possible. With what Mr. Yi did today, this anchor will most likely become a little famous. After the earthquake subsided, Lao Li and his colleagues, who were professionals after all, immediately spoke to another colleague opposite them. Lao Wang was also a middle-aged man in his 40s, who looked a little younger than Lao Li.
After listening to Lao Li's words, he stood up and asked Yi Tianyang, Mr. Yi? Just do as you did before. Yi Tianyang waved his hand casually and said with a smile. No wonder so many people like to watch these beauties' live broadcasts. It feels really great to have money to give out gifts. I just clicked casually and a soft eyebrow pencil worth 500,000 was given away so easily. This is even faster than throwing money at people. At least when you throw money at people, you can hear others' ah sounds, but when you give rewards to these female anchors, you can only see some simple special effects for a few seconds at most. Of course, there will be more thanks from these ladies. I guess this is why many people are willing to spend money to reward these female anchors. It is probably just to hear the words thank you brother, thank you, kiss, love you, in the end.
Now Lu Miao's live broadcast room is still going on, but Yi Tianyang's focus is no longer on this. Consumption of 500,000 yuan, system cashback of 50 million yuan, has been credited. Spend 500,000 and receive a cashback of 50 million. This also made Yi Tianyang realize that he recharged 2 million, but did not get 200 million in cash back. This means that how much money he recharged has little to do with the system's cash back, but mainly depends on the final consumption. In other words, he can only be considered a dog licker if he gives rewards to these female anchors, and the system will give you a rebate. Although there is a small condition involved, it is not a difficult thing. I just made 50 million without any effort. It is much easier than making money by starting a company. After that, he no longer needs to worry about the publicity of Lu Miao. The dozen or so people left in the company are all professionals, so he can just let them do these things and he doesn't need to worry about it. Okay, there's no rush for this matter. We can wait. Today is my first day as your new boss, and this is the first day we all know each other. Yi Tianyang tapped the table lightly and continued, I booked a hotel next door. You guys get ready. We'll go there for dinner today. After that, he said to Zhang Jinyu next to him, Secretary Zhang, please arrange a few cars. Thank you, boss. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi V5. Such voices were heard one after another in the conference room. So far, this boss was completely different from the previous ones. Apart from anything else, he was definitely rich and very generous. Lu Jingjing, who was sitting in the most seated position in the conference room, had shining eyes. She had already started to imagine some scenes of the overbearing president in her mind. For example, when they were having dinner together later, she accidentally fell down and was supported by the overbearing president. She was the first one to meet the new boss. She had a good chat with him and thought she should seize the opportunity as soon as possible. Even if she couldn't become the boss's official girlfriend, being his wouldn't be bad either. Just when Yi Tianyang and his friends were preparing to take all the employees to dinner, Lu Miaomiao's live broadcast room did not calm down because of Tiange and his friends' departure. Instead, it became more and more lively. More and more people gathered in Lu Miaomiao's live broadcast room. Everyone wanted to see what this female anchor who was followed by rich people looked like. When they came in and saw it, many people were shocked. Wow, this female anchor is so pure, with a face full of collagen, oh my god. When I saw her, I thought of my first girlfriend 20 years ago. Don't even think about it, my dear brother upstairs. It's already been reserved by a rich man. So many people came in at once and were discussing, and were all amazed at this pure female anchor. Everyone also understood why the rich man was willing to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to give him a reward directly. If she had money and met such a pure and beautiful girl, she would be willing to do so.
What are you talking about? You want to reserve my first love for 500,000? Who are you looking down on? Wait a few minutes and I'll go and recharge.
If this person is really a big shot, then there will be another wave of rewards of more than 500,000 in a while. If he is not a big shot, then Lu Miaomia will not be too sad, because if the company thinks he can be promoted, then there will be a steady supply of people like him in the future. It's just one less for the time being. So, now Lu Miaomiao's smile in front of the camera is even sweeter than before, and her body is simply radiant. I also have some small complaints in my heart about the sisters who had given her the news before. They lied to me and said that the company was about to go bankrupt and asked me to find the next one as soon as possible. Now it seems that they must have been lying to me. I was really too young.
The competitive relationship was too cruel. I accidentally fell into the trap of others.
Fortunately, I did not propose to terminate the contract.
If I had asked the company to terminate the contract, I would not have had this opportunity. Thank you all for the gifts, and thank you for loving me.
Also, because of the leadership of Yi Tianyang's account, the rewards in the live broadcast room continued sporadically.
Although there are no big names giving rewards, the scattered amounts are already a considerable income.
Lu Miaomiao made a simple estimate herself and found that just from the tips from these individual people, she would receive 3,000 to 4,000 yuan today.
It's only been a few hours. Chapter 66, a small profit of 50 million. This is a very considerable income for her.
Although she couldn't get a penny from the huge reward from the company, Lu Miaomia knew that because of this incident, there would be some of her information on major platforms after today. In a word, she might become a little famous. From today on, his QQ number and WeChat number would definitely be hard to come by. She had to start setting up everything and delete those who were irrelevant. The first step is to give 500,000 yuan in rewards, which is enough to create some topics, and it may even be on the tail of the hot search.
How to operate it specifically depends on the company.
When Lu Miaomiao thought of this, she wanted to go to the company to see what the company was planning. At the same time, Lu Miaomiao was also a little confused. Why didn't the company tell her in advance about the hundreds of thousands of yuan today, and say hello to her, so that she was not prepared at all? If she had been told in advance, she could at least change her clothes, or prepare some good words, so that the 500,000 yuan would be more effective. Not only Lu Miaomiao was unaware of this situation, but several other contracted anchors in Jiaowu Media Company were also unaware of it. They didn't even know that the company had changed its boss. The middle-aged man who was dominated by his wife had suddenly become a handsome young man.
Faced with a new boss who has no plans and doesn't have to take anything into consideration, they don't know what kind of situation they will have to face next. Will you need to face the boss's crazy output? Thinking that she still had many classes in the afternoon, Lu Miaomiao couldn't skip classes. After all, at this critical moment, she could only give up the idea of going to the company. She thought that she should wait for the company to take the initiative and she should be a little better. Then, they should take the initiative to tell her about the future arrangements. At the same time, Lu Miaomiao began to fantasize about becoming really famous in the future and a female internet celebrity with tens of millions of fans. She was very excited. On the other side, Zhang Jinyu contacted several cars, enough to take away the remaining dozen people in the company.
Just as she was about to get on one of the cars, Yi Tianyang's voice came over.
Didn't I tell you? You will be my full-time secretary and driver from now on.
Oh, okay.
Turning around and seeing Yi Tianyang standing next to the Bentley, Zhang Jinyu nodded and walked over obediently.
She went over first and obediently opened the second row door, then she went to the driver's seat, opened the door and got in.
I've never driven a car like this. Aren't you afraid that I'll crash your car the first time?
Although I have passed the driving test, I have never had the opportunity to drive a car in recent years.
What's the big deal? Just install it.
Yi Tianyang said seriously, then smiled and said to Zhang Jinyu, I believe in your skills, just drive it with confidence.
TSK, I wouldn't believe you.
Zhang Jinyu rolled his eyes at him and didn't take it to heart. However, before starting the car, he still checked it very carefully and took out his mobile phone to roughly scan what was wrong. He couldn't expect something to really happen the first time he drove for his boss. The most important thing was that it didn't matter whether the guy sitting in the back was dead or alive. He couldn't risk his own life.
That would be a huge loss.
Before deciding to go to the hotel, Zhang Jinyu took a rough look at the route when calling a taxi. So although he was delayed for 3 or 4 minutes in checking the car, it did not affect the time he took to arrive at the hotel. After starting the car, he drove directly to the hotel.
Life is so unpredictable.
Yi Tianyang, who was sitting in the back, looked at Zhang Jinyu and sighed in his heart.
Zhang Jinyu.
She was concentrating on driving and had such feelings in her heart. A few days ago, she was still alone, a patrol officer serving the people. She thought that not long after she resigned and went to work for her uncle's company, she met this guy. The most important thing was that this guy was arrested by herself some time ago. This guy has now become his own boss, and she has become his personal assistant and full-time driver. This banquet, specially arranged by Yi Tianyang, lasted from around 10 o'clock in the morning until it was almost dark, and then it slowly came to an end. Everyone who came here today drank a lot of alcohol, especially those pretty young girls, including the receptionist, the beautiful girl Lu Jingjing. Their faces were all red and their eyes were blurry. They were not as steady as before when they walked. It looked like they might fall down if they were not careful. If they left the hotel in this state, they would definitely be targeted by some men with bad intentions, or even taken away by some professional surveillance personnel. Of course, this is Yi Tianyang, his own employee, so he will not allow such a thing to happen, so he booked the entire hotel. Now, except for the waiters and people from their company, there are no other guests in the hotel. All the service staff of this hotel are serving the few people at this time, and there are guest rooms in this hotel. If everyone gets drunk, the waiter can help them to rest in one of the rooms. There is no need to worry about encountering any dangerous things when they go home after drinking too much.
Among so many people present today, only Yi Tianyang was the most sober.
Although many people came to toast and force him to drink during this process, after all, he was the boss of the company, so naturally everyone would come to toast him. What's more, they were in a hotel like this, so these employees were even more grateful. Red, white and yellow, he no longer remembered how many cups he had drunk. But he is still in high spirits. Drinking so much alcohol was like drinking water. At most, I went to the bathroom a few more times, but I didn't feel anything else.
In addition to Yi Tianyang, Zhang Jinyu's condition was also pretty good.
Although her delicate, fair little face was red, you could tell from her eyes that she was awake now.
Of course, this is also because Yi Tianyang didn't force her to drink.
With good intentions, he didn't let her drink too much, but just let her drink a few words. The reason for this is that when they were drinking, Yi Tianyang was completely entangled by Lu Jingjing's girls.
Who would have thought that the cute Lu Jingjing was so free and easy when she drank?
With the help of the little bit of alcohol, she kept getting into Yi Tianyang's arms.
That said, there are still some things to do tonight. I'll leave it to you. Please make arrangements.
Yi Tianyang stretched out his hand and called Zhang Jinyu, who was in the distance. When she came over, he whispered the arrangements.
Chapter 67. Why is it her? Okay.
Zhang Jinyu was a little surprised. She looked at Yi Tianyang, then at Lu Jingjing, who was already drunk next to her.
Something was wrong. How could this be possible?
This pervert was willing to let go of such a good opportunity. He even suspected that he had a hearing problem and heard it wrongly.
You have been drinking and cannot drive.
No matter what the reason was, as a former patrol officer, Zhang Jinyu still reminded him very seriously about this.
I'll take a taxi there later. Looking at Zhang Jinyu in surprise, Yi Tianyang nodded and said, My car is right here. You can come and pick it up tomorrow when you have time. After saying this, Yi Tianyang stood up and left. Before leaving, he looked around, and Zhang Jinyu looked at him again. The most unfortunate thing at this time was that the corner of Lu Jingjing's mouth, who was lying on the sofa, slightly raised. A mysterious rich man suddenly appeared on a certain fish platform. Shocked, mysterious patois spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on a new anchor but said nothing. A mysterious rich man falls for a beautiful young girl. Is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? The most beautiful girl in school uniform, the white moonlight in my heart. Around 7:30 in the evening, Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, and a few other people from the company gathered together, and the water army began to make their efforts on time. Random articles appeared on major online platforms. This morning, Yi Tianyang casually gave hundreds of thousands of rewards. The content of this article is basically the same. Most people are curious about who this rich man is, and then the attention turns to today's female anchor Lu Miaomiao. Later, in those articles about female sisters, there were some photos of Lu Miaomiao attached, some were screenshots and some were high-definition pictures. In any case, in these pictures, Lu Miaomiao was wearing that ordinary blue and white school uniform, a high ponytail, a delicate, youthful and cute face, clean and clear eyes, and exuded that unique youthful atmosphere all over her body. I don't know how many of my male compatriots who were online tonight were captured at once. There are also many male compatriots who have graduated and started working for several years and left messages saying that this female anchor is truly the most perfect white moonlight and the most perfect first love in their minds. In a resettlement community in US City, Lu Miaomiao lives in a house in the residential area. This house looks quite old. Lu Miaomiao lives in one of the small rooms, which is her bedroom. Her room was not big, only about 6 or 7 square meters, but it was very cozy and clean, full of the little thoughts of young girls of this era. At this time, Lu Miaomiao was lying on his bed. Of course, at home he had changed into his blue and white school uniform, and was wearing his home pajamas, with his slender legs lifted up, swaying slowly in the air. Hee, I'm really going to be famous this time. Lu Miaomiao checked the various messages on her mobile phone, her little face flushed a light pink with excitement. When she was reading these online articles, she also carefully checked the various comments below. More than 90% of the people here still liked her, Lu Miaomiao. Only a very small number of netizens just said some angry and dirty words in the online world. But you just glanced at these and directly skipped them without taking them to heart. It is impossible for a person to like everyone, and the most important point is, she knew that the company was now starting to really support her. This is the most important thing right now, everything else is really not important, so he was about to call the agent who signed him in the first place. Just as she was about to dial the number, her cell phone rang. Seeing that this was the number shown on the caller ID, Lu Miaomiao frowned slightly. Lu Miaomiao answered the phone very reluctantly and spoke simply with a Has the company contacted you? A woman's voice came from the phone, and the voice sounded quite nice. The company contacted me? No, what's wrong? Sister Yaye. Lu Miaomiao answered casually. She knew why the other party was looking for her now. He must have seen various information articles on the internet tonight and now wanted to come here to inquire about the situation. Of course, he was not trying to inquire about her situation. He probably wanted to find out about the company's situation. Miao, please don't lie to me. There are so many articles about you on the internet. Sister Yaye's voice came from the phone, obviously with a hint of displeasure. She is not only unhappy with Lu Miao, she is also very unhappy with the company. After all, she is one of the earliest anchors signed in the company. In terms of appearance, she is definitely a goddess. In terms of figure, she is definitely a goddess liked by otakus. She also has talents and can sing and dance. If the company wants to promote a host, it will definitely promote her first. Why is it promoting a little kid now? Tonight, she will go online at 7 o'clock as usual and start broadcasting at 8 o'clock. During this 1 hour, she needs to adjust her emotions and prepare the content to be broadcast tonight. She did not receive any notification or call from the company. At noon today, the company suddenly gave out hundreds of thousands of rewards, and the anchors affiliated with the company naturally knew about it. But there has been no notification so far, which means it is impossible for such a huge amount of money to be transferred to me tonight. In other words, the company has already made its decision. Yaya didn't know that Lu Miao didn't understand the company's sudden reward, but the benefits of this to her were self-evident. Sister Yaya, I really don't know anything about this matter. I'm not lying to you. Lu Miaomio told the truth.
She didn't know a word more than others about what kind of decisions were made in the company.
Okay, then I get it, sister. I'm about to start the live broadcast here, so I won't talk to you for now. Ye on the other end of the phone saw that she couldn't find out anything, so she hung up the phone decisively. In a single apartment in US City, this is the residence arranged by Jowo Media for the female anchors they signed.
Each female anchor has a separate apartment, which is generally 2 floors. The first floor is where they eat and broadcast live, and the second floor is for rest.
At this moment, Ye was not the only one in her room.
There are also 4 or 5 other anchors from 95 Media, all gathered here tonight. They all wanted to know more information about today's situation.
Chapter 68, Appointment.
Clearly, everyone had heard the news a while ago that Jowo Media had lost its funding due to some factors and was likely to close down.
Why did this series of actions suddenly happen this morning?
And seeing how quickly the online article spread tonight, it was obvious that the company was behind this.
I'm so pissed off. After hanging up the phone, Ye angrily threw the phone on the table.
There are a total of 5 people in the living room now, including Ye. Each of them is youthful and beautiful, no matter in figure or appearance. Any one of them who walks out will definitely make more than 90% of the boys fall in love with her, not to mention the clothes they are wearing now.
On the one hand, it is because they are now in the room.
On the other hand, the air conditioning in the room is quite powerful and the heating is sufficient. Even though it is freezing cold outside, they only need to wear casual clothes in the room. For example, the girl sitting next to Ye, she is the cool and domineering type. In fact, he was wearing a super short sports vest, his flat belly and slender arms were completely exposed, and his lower body was also wearing very short black hot pants, his white flesh, which was longer than before, was completely exposed.
Who could bear being seen by those young boys outside? Sister Ye, what is going on? Another female anchor asked with a confused look on her face.
The female anchor who asked the question had a look that was more in line with the temperament of an internet celebrity, with a very standard oval face, a straight small nose, and fair and delicate skin. Although her outfit was not as wild as the queen-like one just now, the super tight light blue jeans she wore on her lower body completely showed off her buttocks that were always straight and restored like her big bed legs.
How would I know? The company didn't give me any news. I'm in the same boat as you all. I'm completely in the dark.
Ye shook her head, looking quite depressed. In fact, she knew the situation in Jowo Media better than anyone else present. She knew that the company was already preparing to sell it off, but she was very surprised by such a move suddenly. She now had to think carefully about how to maximize her profits.
Should we give Manager Lee a call and ask him what's going on?
The anchor with the melon seed face suggested. I called him just now before you came, but he didn't answer.
Ye said with a sigh.
How could he know that when he called, Lao Li, Lao Wang and a few others were drinking with the new boss of Jowo Media? When drinking with the boss, naturally everyone turned their cell phones to silent mode, as they didn't want the ringing of the phone to disturb the boss's drinking pleasure.
Just when the women were feeling depressed and didn't know what to do, suddenly each of their cell phones rang.
It was the WeChat notification tone for everyone.
You are going to be famous, so take some personal time.
A WeChat message was sent to each of them on their mobile phones, with only this sentence. The person who sent them the message was Manager Lee, who was in charge of them, also known as Old Lee in Jowo Media.
Everyone in this hotel was drunk today.
After drinking a few cups of sobering soup or tea handed over by the waiter and vomiting a few times, everyone felt much more sober.
Only then did they realize that the boss Yi Tianyang was gone.
Except for a few young female colleagues who were still there, the older people breathed a sigh of relief. Although their new boss looks very young, like a rich second generation who knows nothing, for some reason he always gives them a lot of pressure.
Sister Jinyu, where did Mr. Yi go?
Lu Jingjing asked, rubbing her still dizzy head.
Boss Yi has gone out for something.
Zhang Jinyu responded and turned his gaze to the key personnel who were sobering up nearby. Although Mr. Yi didn't tell you anything when he left, you must finish your work today. Boss Yi gave Lu Miaomio hundreds of thousands of dollars this morning.
I think the other anchors should have known the news.
Manager Lee, please contact them later. Comfort them and prepare them for their future work. After saying that, he continued to talk to Lao Wang and the others.
The crystals I contacted today are quite good.
The soft articles about Lu Miaomio from our company on the internet are getting very good responses. With Zhang Jinyu's few words, everything that needed to be prepared for today was made clear. It must be said that she does have a talent for being a secretary.
Secretary Zhang, what should we do now?
Everyone thought that Zhang Jinyu was now the boss's secretary, so everyone called her that. When Zhang Jinyu heard Manager Li calling her this, her heart skipped a beat.
She was not a newbie.
Everyone knew the saying circulating outside, so she still felt a little uncomfortable with the title of secretary.
But what can we do? We are already on the pirate ship. Let's wait for Mr. Ye's instructions on the final matters. I'll go back and rest first.
It's inconvenient for you who have been drinking, so if you are driving, you can stay in this hotel. The rooms have been arranged. After Zhang Jinyu said this in a serious tone, she got up and left with her bag. After Zhang Jinyu left, the largest private room in the hotel became lively again. At the beginning, everyone was discussing some hidden stories between Mr. Yi and Secretary Zhang. After all, gossip is always the most exciting and can arouse everyone's curiosity. After chatting for a while, the topic turned to the future development prospects of the company. If the future new boss is not short of money, then it will definitely be possible for them to achieve great things. In this line of work, as long as the boss has money and is willing to spend it, it is really not difficult to do it.
Anhui Province, Provincial Hospital. After receiving the message from Yi Tianyang, Su Yumei was waiting at the door early. When she saw Yi Tianyang getting out of the taxi, she breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you weren't coming tonight. Su Yumei trotted to Yi Tianyang's side and smelled the strong smell of alcohol emanating from him from a distance. Why did you drink so much? I will definitely do what I promised you.
Yi Tianyang answered casually with a smile, then put his head close to Su Yumei's ear and whispered softly.
Chapter 69 Smooth. Last night I said I would make you obey, and I did it in the end. See, you were able to call Daddy smoothly in the end? Hearing Yi Tianyang's teasing, Su Yumei's face flushed slightly and she said a little embarrassedly. Oh, stop talking, okay? Go see me first? After saying that, he took Yi Tianyang's big hand. Su Yumei suddenly had a special feeling. This feeling seemed to be best described as warm. At this time, she felt very warm and at ease in her heart. She felt that the man she owed now was really like her boyfriend, not a financial sponsor who had been supporting her for a long time. I told my mom that we were from the same school, but you graduated a few years earlier than me. You were my senior, and we've known each other for a while. We met at a school social event. You started a business outside, and the money you gave me was for our future marriage, so you gave it to me in advance so I can use it. On the way to the ward, Su Yumei quickly explained the situation. When she said the last sentence, she secretly glanced at Yi Tianyang next to her with her big eyes. After all, this man is her first man. According to the current situation, she also hopes that he will be her last man, no matter how old she is in the future, or for what reasons. Women like this know in their hearts that there will be some dreamy fantasies about these things. This is also one of the main reasons why marriage is not expected in today's society, or the probability of cheating after marriage is increasing. Many married women always feel that the man who is truly good to them has not really appeared yet, or that he appears too late or at the wrong time, but because it is the so-called true love, they are willing to contribute their bodies regardless of the fact that they are already married. Do you want to marry me? Yi Tianyang also noticed Su Yumei's eyes and asked with a smile. I do.
Su Yumei basically blurted out this answer, but when she saw Yi Tianyang's calm eyes, she quickly shook her head, calmed down, and replied calmly, I don't want to, you are not the type I like.
Ha ha. Hearing Su Yumei's answer, Yi Tianyang suddenly burst into laughter. When he reached the door of his mother's ward, Su Yumei suddenly became nervous.
He knew his mother's character best. If she really showed her true colors tonight, it would be very difficult to get her to have surgery given her current temper.
Don't worry, there will be no problem. Oh, by the way, are you going back tonight? You patted Su Yumei's shoulder to reassure her, and then Yi Tianyang asked. Su Yumei was a little embarrassed. She was about to nod and say that she would go back tonight, but was interrupted by Yi Tianyang again. You should stay here tonight and take good care of your mother. After saying that, Yi Tianyang pushed open the door and walked in. His eyes were fixed on the middle-aged woman lying on the bed. This person is naturally Su Yumei's mother. Su Yumei's mother had a pale complexion, perhaps because she had been suffering from this disease for many years. Her figure was very thin, and even her face looked much thinner than that of ordinary people. But no matter what, Yi Tianyang could see that when Su Yumei's mother was young, she was definitely the most beautiful girl in their area. This is also a normal phenomenon. If a mother didn't have a very beautiful appearance, how could she give birth to a daughter as beautiful as Su Yume? For example, in the current news, you see that many children born to female celebrities don't look much different when they are young, but when they grow up they all seem to be ugly and misshapen. It is obvious that they are not their children.
Tian Yang, right?
Xiao Yu told me yesterday that she is in love and has found a boyfriend.
Seeing her daughter walk in with a young man, Su Yume's mother sat up, half leaning against the wall, and spoke in a gentle voice with a gentle smile on her face.
Auntie, I'm sorry. I only found out about your physical condition yesterday.
Otherwise, I would have made arrangements early and come to see you earlier. Yi Tianyan walked over, sat beside the hospital bed, stretched out his hand, held Su Yume's mother's right hand in his own, and said apologetically.
Xiao Yu told me last night that you didn't want to have this surgery.
You see, I came here right after I finished my work today.
It doesn't affect your work, does it? Yi Tianyang was so enthusiastic that Su Yume's mother felt a little embarrassed.
It will definitely not affect your work, don't worry, Auntie.
No matter what, your health is the most important. The operation must be done as soon as possible, okay? Yi Tianyang's tone was very serious and solemn when he spoke.
It was the first time in her life that she saw her mother and Yi Tianyang chatting so smoothly and happily. Su Yume had been holding her breath, but finally she slowly let it go.
Thank you so much for today.
At the hospital gate, Su Yume looked at the man in front of her and apologized to him very seriously. She never expected that today's affairs would go so smoothly. When she thought of her mother holding her hand tightly and telling her that she had met a good man, a man worthy of entrusting her life to, she really didn't know how to describe the feeling in her heart.
Oh. Standing in the cold wind, Yi Tianyang sighed inexplicably. He didn't know what to say at this moment.
All this was too dreamy. Looking at Su Yume's charming little face, Yi Tianyang said very calmly, "Thanks are not something you can express with your mouth."
Well, don't worry, I will definitely be your lover. Inside the house is fantasy, outside the house is reality.
Su Yume bit her red lips lightly with her pearly teeth.
No matter what, I am just his lover, nothing more. Chapter 70. Don't say 30 million, 300 million will do. Yeah. Yi Tianyang nodded and asked suddenly. By the way, what major did you study when you were in college? I am studying.
Su Yume was originally planning to tell him that although she was studying art, she had taken many business administration courses, and the company might be able to help him.
But
she hasn't finished her words yet.
Then I heard Yi Tianyang continue speaking. It doesn't really matter what you're missing. I recently bought a company. If you're bored staying at home, you can take some time to check it out. If you feel that this place is not suitable for you, you can take a look at it again when I buy other companies in the future. Yi Tianyang's tone seemed very casual when he spoke, which also showed that his attitude was indifferent when he said these things.
But on Su Yume's side, she didn't think so in her heart. She was very able to express that she had other values. She wanted to tell Yi Tianyang that she was not just a golden bird that could only stay in a cage.
Yi Tianyang would not spend time to think about what Su Yume was thinking now, and he did not need to know.
He told Su Yume these things just to give her a brief reminder, and he wanted to tell Su Yume that he did not need to help him make any money, he just wanted his life to be less boring. Since leaving the hospital, Yi Tianyang did not choose to live back in the house he bought, but returned to the hotel. He needs to go home and have a good rest tonight because Wang Yifeng sent him a message saying that the owner of the villa has made an appointment and they can meet tomorrow to sign the contract. Before going to bed, he deliberately sent a message to Zhang Jinyu to tell her that they would deal with the company's matters first and he would go to the company only after he was done. Early the next morning, he went to the door of the villa where Wang Yifeng lived to wait for her.
The car is still in the hotel now. He came here by taxi. He can wait and then take Wang Yifeng's G-class. Where do we go to sign the contract? Yi Tianyang asked after meeting Wang Yifeng. Don't worry, let's go to the mall first. He and I have already made an appointment. We have 2 or 3 hours left. We will meet at noon today to sign the contract. He will bring the contract and the lawyer. I will take you to dress up first. Although your clothes are nice, they still look a bit tacky. Wang Yifeng said as she looked at Yi Tianyang wearing a suit of branded clothes. After the car started, Wang Yifeng paused for a moment and said, "To be honest, from the day before yesterday until now, I always feel like everything is a dream." Are you sure you want to buy this house? It's not too late if you regret it now. Yi Tianyang. What's there to regret? Isn't it just tens of millions?
For example, it's only 30 million now, which is 300 million.
I will do it if I promise.
Before he could finish, Yi Tianyang said confidently.
He promised that he would definitely do it.
300 million is really a small matter, and now it really is 300 million. Moreover, after buying a house with 30 million, he will get a 100-fold rebate, which means 3 billion.
He has no pressure at all regarding money.
He can even be impatient to spend so much money at once.
The more expensive the product, the better. The more expensive the product, the more rebates you get. Those small rebates are not so useful anymore.
Hearing this, Wang Yifeng was silent for a few seconds, then said faintly, "Okay, based on what you said, no matter what you do in the future, even if you kill people or set fires, I will accept all kinds of messes. Even if you are going to be shot in the future, before you are shot, I will leave you everything and raise you to adulthood in the future."
Yi Tianyang. He couldn't help but cough a few times.
What this woman said was really creepy.
Are you sick? Can't you just hope your man gets well? Wang Yifeng's poem was about biting her red lips with pearly teeth, and she hummed and said, "I'm telling the truth, okay? I'm just a little panicked. No man in my life has been willing to spend so much money on me. It's not normal for me to be a little panicked. This is 30 million. Why should I let someone spend so much money on me? Even if it's for that, this is too much to spend. What kind of woman can't sleep with 30 million?
So, I think you might be one of those super bosses in old Hong Kong movies whose life and death are determined by fate and whose wealth and honor are in the hands of God."
Let me think about it. If you are really a big shot in that field, wouldn't it be exciting? If you are a big shot, then I am the big shot's woman.
As she spoke, Wang Yifeng suddenly seemed to become more interested. Instead, Yi Tianyang next to him said expressionlessly, "I haven't been the eldest brother for many years."
Wang Yifeng.
About 10 minutes later they arrived at Intai Mall. The car had not yet driven into the underground garage. When they just passed the access control, a security guard nearby directed them to park the car at the entrance of the shopping mall. There were also some parking spaces reserved for customers, which were specially used for luxury cars. After parking the car, Yi Tianyang walked into the Intai shopping mall holding the beautiful girl Wang Yifeng's hand in the envious eyes of everyone.
This feeling can be said to instantly arouse a man's vanity. It's a bit pretentious, but it feels great. Yi Tianyang is slowly experiencing the life of wealthy bosses and their happiness.
When you walk into a shopping mall, you will find that all kinds of men's products have the lowest presence in every shopping mall.
For example, the first floor of Intai is for women's cosmetics, jewelry, etc. Women's clothing on the second floor. Home textiles on the third floor. The fourth floor is for men's clothing. Chapter 71 Clothes Make the Man.
I'll buy you a watch, a few suits, a few shirts, a few pairs of leather shoes, a few sets of sportswear, casual clothes, and a few pairs of sneakers.
I know you are rich, but you must let me pay this time. This is my intention. Please, please?
There were only 2 of them in the sightseeing elevator of the shopping mall.
Wang Yifeng leaned close to Yi Tianyang's ear and breathed a sweet voice.
There was a hint of pleading in her delicate tone. This sentence was so devastating to him. It was like a nuclear bomb detonating in Yi Tianyang's heart. The huge explosive force shocked him and made him so confused that he could no longer tell the directions.
Yeah. Yi Tianyang nodded in a daze and agreed to her.
Then she entered into a rapid purchasing mode, trying on clothes and buying clothes from each brand. Wang Yifeng has high taste and a sharp vision. Every piece of clothing he chose could be matched well. Looking at himself in the mirror, Yi Tianyang became more and more convinced of a fact.
I'm actually a pretty handsome guy.
He had never felt that he was so handsome in his life.
What about Peng Yan? Wu Zhu can probably just barely draw on his own.
In this way, one set of clothes after another had been bought, and soon all his leisure and serious business needs were completed. We've already bought the clothes, but your hairstyle is just too ordinary.
Let's go, we'll get your hair done later. And watches, do you have any favorite brands? Wang Yifeng asked after buying the clothes. Watch? Yi Tianyang really doesn't understand anything about this stuff. Little genius, does a children's watch count? Yi Tianyang asked with a smile.
The corners of Wang Yifeng's mouth curled up slightly, and she looked like a new mother looking at her disobedient son.
He's always so unruly.
Conquered by the woman's expression, Yi Tianyang once again became honest and said, I have never studied watches, but I have heard of some brands, such as Patek Philippe. Oh, and there is also a movie starring Stephen Chow, in which Brother Chow threw his multi-million watch into the water.
Oh, it's not Brother Chow, it's the one with the big breasts. Wang Yifeng said with a smile, that's a lady's watch. Besides, it's so expensive that I can't afford it.
Then it's those big gold Rolexes in Hong Kong movies.
Didn't you say I'm a lifer? If something really happens to that thing, I'll have to run away.
This thing can be exchanged for some money directly.
I heard that the higher-ups recognize this. Yi Tianyang complained. Wang Yifeng. What's wrong? I still can't get over this joke. Okay, you buy it first, right? Then let's try it.
In this way, they decided to buy a watch. It took only 5 or 6 minutes from the time they saw it to the time they paid.
Wang Yifeng paid the money.
They both returned home with a full load today. They went to a high-end barbershop in the mall and hired the professional Tony.
A design and haircut cost $1,288. A hairstyle is specially designed. Sometimes, the quality is good and the price is low, but there is really nothing good. It's expensive for a reason.
This hairstyle, which cost 1,288 yuan, does look much better and suits Yi Tianyang's temperament very well. It improves his overall appearance by at least 30 to 40%. Coupled with his well-fitting suit, white shirt, shiny leather shoes, and the big gold watch on his wrist, he more or less looks like a successful man. Considering his age, he is a successful young man. The waistline of this suit is not well made, and the material is also very ordinary. I'd better go to those professional shops to have it customized later.
How do you like this suit now?
After leaving the barber shop, Wang Yifeng's mood became much better. She looked at Yi Tianyang carefully from head to toe, and inexplicably felt a sense of satisfaction and accomplishment like an old mother.
It's simply perfect. I must have good taste. I made him look so handsome. After putting on this set of clothes, Yi Tianyang felt that his self-confidence from the inside out was greatly improved. It seems that the so-called big shorts and flip-flops are just a joke after all. You can see how many real powerful people would wear such clothes. They can only wear them at home. After wearing them, you need to look decent in the environment and with the people you face. For example, now. I feel like I'm standing on top of a mountain. I met the president at noon today, the richest man in the evening, and a top director at night. He specially arranged a healthcare program for me and said that he needed money to invest in his latest movie. Ah, the life of rich people is so dull and boring. It's just about spending money everywhere. Yi Tianyang's tone was a little low, with a hint of bubbles.
Wang Yifeng was laughing so hard that her abdominal muscles almost popped out. That's enough, if you keep saying that, I'm really going to laugh until my stomach hurts.
Wang Yifeng pouted, looking aggrieved. This guy is really good at talking.
His mouth is chattering non-stop. He can come up with all kinds of jokes, all kinds of memes, and all kinds of dirty talk at will, without stopping for a moment.
Ah! I finally know.
Wang Yifeng felt like she had discovered a new world.
Yi Tianyang asked in surprise, what do you know?
I know why you are so rich.
Wang Yifeng's nervous behavior was as if she had discovered the secret of Yi Tianyang's wealth. Why?
You must keep talking like this every day, making people laugh to death, and then you can inherit their Aunt Huabei as you wish.
Yi Tianyang. It's true, I don't know why Yi Tianyang would feel much happier and talk more when he was with a woman. Why do you keep looking at me like that?
On the way back from Intai, Yi Tianyang found that Wang Yifeng was not concentrating on driving.
She kept glancing at him every few seconds.
This look was quite strange, so he curiously asked her why she looked at her like that.
Actually, you know what, you look pretty handsome after a little sprucing up.
Wang Yifeng even had a smile in her eyes. It was clearly the same man next to her, but after changing his clothes, he looked quite different and much more pleasing to the eye.
Superficial woman, do you only see my beauty?
When talking about Yi Tianyang, one can't help but think of the scene when she was practicing yoga 2 days ago in the morning. She suddenly felt hot all over.
No wonder women like to practice yoga. Chapter 72 Sister Lu.
You mean I didn't look good before, I was very ugly?
Not yet.
What I mean is that you were quite handsome before, and you are even more handsome now.
It's just that you need to work out more. How about this, you should work out more with me in the future. The younger you are, the better it will be for you when you are older.
Yi Tianyang had already thought of the exaggerated poses she had done when she was training yoga in the morning 2 days ago. After she said that, that scene became even more deeply rooted in his mind. But it was quite thrilling.
Then how do you exercise? Yi Tianyang asked with a smile.
First, you should train your strength, then increase your muscle strength, abdominal muscles, buttocks, waist and kidneys, etc.
What happens next?
Yi Tianyang asked with a smile, but his smile gradually began to widen.
What then?
Wang Yifeng was somewhat slow to comprehend his deeper meaning.
Yi Tianyang continued, isn't there a famous joke on the internet before?
It says that when women practice yoga, men can't stand it, and when men go to the gym, women can't stand it. If both men and women exercise, then their bed can't stand it.
You really can drive on any kind of slope. Wang Yifeng was really speechless.
But after only a few seconds of silence, her eyes twitched slightly, and then she said seriously, then let's go back and find someone to weld a steel bed.
I don't believe it can collapse again.
After saying this, Yi Tianyang was stunned for a moment, then the two of them looked at each other and couldn't help laughing.
Oh, it's all your fault. I used to have the image of a cold and aloof queen, but now, being around you, I've been influenced by you and turned into a funny girl and a fool. What should I do in the future? Wang Yifeng's tone was full of coquettishness.
Yi Tianyang looked at her deeply and said seriously, you should be careful not to develop this aspect.
This is my job. You are definitely not as professional as me. Wang Yifeng? He reacted quickly after a few seconds.
The implication made her face turn red instantly. She had never experienced that before, and she could still think of those scenes, but her face became even redder.
Oh, you are so bad. Wang Yifeng said with resentment in her tone. Yi Tianyang laughed out loud. Thank you for the compliment, thank you for the compliment.
Yi Tianyang, who had suddenly become a rich man from the poor class and then went on a spending spree, and had been suppressed under feminism for many years, finally felt like spring had come, and all kinds of animals on the prairie were all right. His mind was full of all kinds of excitement.
Bad guy. Rogue.
You big pervert.
Wang Yifeng rolled her eyes at him coquettishly, but with this tone, was he blaming someone? Was he seducing someone? I don't really like you calling me like that in the car.
Yi Tianyang deliberately raised the volume of the word in the car when he spoke.
Wang Yifeng. It was such a drive all the way.
The time agreed with the landlord of the villa was 12:30 noon, and the destination was a coffee shop in a nearby residential area.
It was already 12 o'clock, so they drove the car over, parked the car, and insisted on holding Wang Yifeng's hand before going in.
For Wang Yifeng, this is her first time buying a house, and such an expensive one, so she is a little nervous. I hired a lawyer to help us look at the contract.
I have also investigated before.
Now there is no loan or mortgage on this house.
As long as we sign the contract and pay the money, we can go to replace the property certificate. Yeah. Okay.
Yi Tianyang nodded lightly, not taking it too seriously.
Next to this cafe, Yi Tianyang and his friends saw the lawyer through the window.
A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, he has maintained a very good figure. Generally, people of this age have a big belly, but it is quite rare to have such a standard figure. In addition, he is wearing such an exquisite high-end suit, and he looks like a successful person. When I saw them coming, I introduced myself as Zhao. Maybe they need to buy someone else's house, and their people have already arrived, but the other party has not yet arrived.
However, Yi Tianyang didn't care. He would rarely live in this house in the future. He just bought it for Wang Yifeng's family.
At the same time, he also wanted to gain some experience.
He would definitely buy villas frequently in the future.
So he took the professional contract prepared by lawyer Zhao and read it carefully. He had tried his best to read it attentively, but after reading several pages, he still didn't understand what was written in the contract. There were many key words in it, and he could recognize the words, but when they were put together, he had no idea what was written. This was too professional, so as an outsider, he decided not to get involved.
Never mind. He put the contract back on the table.
12:30, or to be exact, it should be 12:29 when they showed up at the gate.
The one sitting in front of the two people was a middle-aged woman in her early 40s.
She was dressed like a wealthy lady, with all the jewelry on her body. There was a fierce and aggressive look between her brows.
Behind this fierce woman is a young woman in a black suit.
The woman wore black glasses and had her hair tied in a ponytail. Judging from her appearance, she should be the other party's lawyer.
Sister Lu, you're here.
The moment Wang Yifeng saw her, she stood up and greeted her with a smile.
Yeah.
Sister Lu did not smile, but simply responded. She saw Yi Tianyang next to Wang Yifeng, and then looked at Lawyer Zhao next to them. Is this your boyfriend? Sister Lu asked, with a sarcastic tone that made people feel uncomfortable. Women like this who are in their 40s or almost 50 have an instinctive dislike towards young and beautiful girls. What makes them most upset is seeing these young and beautiful girls find a man who is equally young but very rich.
This is even more frustrating. They have also experienced that era and know how wonderful it was.
They could just wave their hands and countless men would fall for them. But now their faces have aged and the men who once loved them deeply are too lazy to even look at them.
It is obvious that Sister Lu is in this state now. Chapter 73. What are you? Yes.
With a smart mind like Wang Yifeng, she could naturally hear the sarcasm of this woman, but she still smiled and said, Sister Lu, our contract is ready. We have also negotiated the price you mentioned. It is not paid in one lump sum.
Take a look at the contract. If there is no problem, we will sign and transfer the ownership today.
As long as the contract can be signed today and the property can be transferred, Wang Yifeng doesn't care about these details.
Moreover, the nature of her buying this villa is different from buying other houses. When you buy other people's houses, you can only change the bad parts of this house. You can lower the price as much as possible for others. At worst, if you really can't reach an agreement, you can just not buy his house. As for her, since this house has a special meaning to her, from a certain point of view, she must buy this house. The most important thing was that Wang Yifeng was too careless at that time. When she was renting the house, she revealed too much information, letting Sister Lu know too much. So when she wanted to buy the house later, she became even more passive, as she was completely controlled by others. It was obvious that she spent a lot of money to buy the villa, but in turn, it was as if she was begging others to buy it.
Let's sign the contract today. It's not impossible to sell it to you. But a few days ago, a friend of mine knew that I was selling this villa and told me that my house is close to the high school next door. He liked it very much and wanted to buy it, and the price he offered is obviously much higher than yours, so. While saying this, Sister Lu looked carefully at Yi Tianyang next to her. When she saw him, her tone was much softer than when she spoke to Wang Yifeng just now.
This routine is too obvious. This is a deliberate price increase.
She has no friends who want to buy this.
Then Sister Lu, how much do you think is appropriate?
I sincerely want to buy your villa.
Of course, if the price is too high, then forget it.
Wang Yifeng said this with a smile on her face, but her tone was obviously much tougher than before. Yi Tianyang paid out 30 million, plus her own savings. If she could really buy it and suffer a loss it would be fine, but if she was going to force it, then forget it. Sister Lu continued to smile, and that smile had a special meaning. My friend is willing to add another 2 million, but I think 2 million is still a little too little.
The current housing prices are rising so fast, and my family is not short of this little money. I just sold it to you because I saw that you really wanted to buy this villa. Hearing her words, Wang Yifeng fell silent. It was obvious that the additional 2 million was not enough. She wanted to add more?
At this time, Yi Tianyang, who was sitting next to him, was about to speak but was stopped by Wang Yifeng, who also pinched his palm hard.
Sister Lu, I'm really sorry.
We don't have that much money to prepare so much.
Since we can't afford it, forget it. I'm sorry to bother you and waste your time. I have something else to do at the company. I'll leave first.
I'm really sorry, Mr. Zhao, for making you go on this trip in vain.
Wang Yifeng's tone was firm when she said this. She stood up and left her seat while pulling Yi Tianyang.
Lawyer Zhao behind him quickly collected all the documents on the table and followed quickly.
Wait a moment.
Sister Lu looked surprised and tried to stop them.
Is this little girl so decisive? She doesn't want it now. Am I overcharging the customer too obviously? No, we're not buying it.
You should add another 2 million and sell it to your friend. Wang Yifeng looked back at her and spoke to her in a very firm tone.
After that, she took Yi Tianyang and left without looking back. During this process, Yi Tianyang said nothing. He originally thought that spending more than 30 million to buy a small villa was not a big deal, but now he suddenly felt that this matter was a bit interesting, until he left the coffee shop and got into their Mercedes-Benz G. After getting in the car, Wang Yifeng sat there, staring blankly at the front, silent and not saying a word.
Why don't you buy it?
Yi Tianyang reached out and held her slender hand and said comfortingly, doesn't she just want to earn more? Then let her earn it. It won't cost much money. There's no need to get angry with such an old woman. Wang Yifeng remained silent.
This process lasted for about 2 or 3 minutes before she slowly opened her mouth to speak. Not entirely, because she raised the price at the last minute.
I just feel that if I ask you to pay more money to buy this villa, I will feel inferior to you after seeing it, and I won't be able to be on equal footing with you. In the beginning, it was true that I wanted to be with you because you were rich. But these past 2 days, when I thought about this, I felt that I shouldn't have done this.
I
can't accept this. My parents are my past and my memories.
Until you tell me, it is also my past and my memory.
But, you.
She spoke intermittently and stammeringly, and was almost unable to continue. Finally, she turned her head to look out the window, not daring to make eye contact with Yi Tianyang, her little mouth slightly pouting.
Such a beautiful profile.
Those slightly upturned red lips. Those big eyes filled with tears. Yi Tianyang was a little dazed when he saw her from this angle, and he didn't know how to comfort her with words. He wanted to reach out and hug her, but the span in the middle of this G-class was a bit too big, so it was not very convenient to hug her. It seems that I will have to buy sports cars more often in the future.
Sports cars have smaller space and are more convenient.
After taking a long, deep breath, Yi Tianyang decisively opened the passenger door and got out of the car.
Don't move here.
I'll go get you some oranges and be right back.
Wang Yifeng's big watery eyes were filled with tears. Chapter 74. I can't swallow this. After Yi Tianyang got out of the car, Lawyer Zhao did not leave. He was in the parking lot next to him and was preparing to drive away. Yi Tianyang waved at him, and Lawyer Zhao got out of the car, carrying his bag. After returning to the cafe.
Hello, Mr. Yi, do you still want to buy this house?
Lawyer Zhao asked curiously. He really couldn't figure out what this person wanted to do now. Of course I have to buy it. Why not? Yi Tianyang smiled and took him into the coffee shop. Where was Sister Lu at this time?
But she was sitting there making a phone call, and Yi Tianyang and Lawyer Zhao walked over and stood next to her. Sister Lu looked up at them with an unhappy expression, but she still hung up the phone.
What do you mean?
She was directly rejected just now and she was still very unhappy. Now that she saw this man coming back, she knew that he must still want to buy the villa she had, so she spoke in a controlled manner again.
Buy a house. Yi Tianyang said directly and concisely. Didn't the girl just say she didn't want to buy anything? Then what is there to buy?
Sister Lu said with a forced smile, but she was quite proud in her heart.
Besides, isn't that bitch very crazy? So what if she is crazy?
She still begs me obediently.
40 million.
The woman named Sister Lu had a red face, which made Yi Tianyang feel nauseous. He almost couldn't help but spit it out, and said with gritted teeth,
40 million? Hearing this, Sister Lu was stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. This is equivalent to adding 5 million to their money before.
He just wanted to add 2 million, but they ran away.
Are they crazy now? Adding 5 million all at once, what is the purpose? Is this a deliberate prank on yourself? Are you going to sell it? Hurry up. Yi Tianyang's tone couldn't help but become a little higher, a little condescending. What do you mean? Are you yelling at me? Is this your attitude when asking someone to buy a house? Sister Lu was immediately unhappy. 50 million. Yi Tianyang didn't even blink, and continued to add another 10 million.
He picked up the cup of coffee on the table and poured it directly over Sister Lu's head.
The actions are extremely exaggerated and rude.
This kind of behavior of taking money but not taking it, and throwing money around like a nouveau riche, really makes people feel greasy and vulgar.
But it feels really good. Sister Lu was completely dumbfounded when the coffee splashed on her.
It was as if she was slapped in the face. Her head was buzzing and seemed to have frozen.
How dare he? This made the two lawyers nearby tremble with fear.
One of them quickly took out a napkin from the table and helped wipe the coffee off Sister Lu's hair and face, while Lawyer Zhao quickly pulled Yi Tianyang back.
Are you sick? Sister Lu reacted after a few seconds and became completely furious.
She was shaking with anger all over and yelled loudly.
Yi Tianyang still had a smile on his face. 60 million.
He continued to quote a price, which shocked the three of them again, and the atmosphere that was about to become tense suddenly became peaceful.
You wouldn't even dare to write a novel like this, right? It's like treating people as non-human beings. This is really too crazy.
Sir, please respect my client. If you dare to insult me like this again, I will call the police immediately.
There are cameras recording everything here. As long as we sue you, you will be convicted of disturbing public order.
The lawyer with black-framed glasses hired by Sister Lou kept saying. He looked very shocked on the surface, but he was very panicked inside.
10 million yuan was used to attack someone.
She has been a lawyer for so long and has never seen such a thing.
What would she do if it was used to attack her? Of course she should do whatever she is asked to do.
If she doesn't know how to do it, she should learn it immediately.
Is there any posture that she can't learn?
No, it's such a waste of public resources to call the police for such a small matter.
Besides, what did I do? We were just chatting about business.
Sister Lou must have felt a little hot just now, so I gave her iced coffee to cool her down.
Yi Tianyang said sarcastically.
After saying that, he looked at Sister Lou and picked up another cup of iced coffee next to him. The muscles on Sister Lou's fat face began to twitch.
The pressure was really too great. Who is this young man? Which family is he from? How rich must one be to spend 10 million to attack someone?
Now he finally understood that the other party didn't care about the amount of money at all and just wanted to vent his woman's anger. On the one hand, there is her current face and so-called dignity, and on the other hand, the house has been sold for 60 million, which is equivalent to more than half of the assets that she and her husband have worked hard for over the years. Naturally, she began to hesitate. At this time, what Sister Lou was thinking about most was the identity and background of this young man.
He could not be an ordinary person who did things so rampantly.
Besides, it was impossible for an ordinary person to come up with so much money, let alone 10 million yuan at a time to hit someone.
He would be reluctant to do so even if you asked him to take out 1,000 yuan at a time to hit someone. Wait a minute, let me ask my husband.
After taking a long breath, Sister Lou said tremblingly that he had completely lost his momentum now.
Her husband? What does her husband do? Yi Tianyang spoke frankly and asked loudly to Lawyer Zhao next to her in front of her.
At this moment, Lawyer Zhao also felt very nervous. It could be said that he had never been as nervous as today since he obtained his lawyer's qualification certificate, completed his internship, and went to court for the first time. This was really too crazy, and the most important thing was that he had no ability to resist at all.
Damn it, I'm so envious. I do business in the company. Oh, so that's the case. That's not bad. I'm not someone I can't afford to offend. How about this, you call your husband over, and I'll talk to him face to face. Maybe there will be a chance for him and I to cooperate with him.
Yi Tianyang sat down, crossed his legs and started shaking. He spoke in a sarcastic tone with a fake smile on his face, and there was some different look in his eyes that made people tremble with fear.
Then no need. No need to look for him. I have the final say on this house. I'll sell it for 60 million. Sister Lou just picked up the phone and dialed it. After hearing what Yi Tianyang said, she quickly hung up.
Then she put the phone back in her pocket and spoke hurriedly. Her voice was trembling as she spoke.
Yi Tianyang smiled and said, "So you're selling it like this? If you don't think about raising the price, you might be able to get a little more." Chapter 75, Stand still and I'll buy you some oranges. Now that you're so sure, the price is really too cheap. I don't want to buy such a cheap house. It's boring. Forget it, forget it.
At this moment, all the dark emotions in his heart burst out, making Yi Tianyang feel very refreshed.
Doesn't this old woman like to rip people off? Doesn't she like to raise the price? She makes it seem like everyone is not good at it. Hearing Yi Tianyang's words, Sister Lou was stunned again. Are you just playing with me now? Okay, fine. I won't sell the house. Goodbye.
Sister Lou was so angry that her whole body was shaking. On the one hand, she was greedy and wanted to make more money, and on the other hand, she was afraid of the man's identity and background.
After thinking about it, I decided to just forget it and leave here. I can't afford to mess with such a person.
Her mentality had been completely shattered by a cup of coffee and the 10 million and 10 million that the man had just added.
Who could withstand such a torment? Oh, I'm just kidding. Why are you so angry? If you don't sell it to me, where can I buy it? I just hope the price is a little high. How about you make it a little cheaper? Yi Tianyang smiled and stopped Sister Lou.
But what he said still sounded like a joke, which made him look like a complete lunatic to others. You said 60 million just now, and now you say it's too expensive and ask me to lower the price.
Aren't you sick? I'm not selling it anymore. I really am not selling this house. Sister Lou is now mentally broken. Don't lend me money. You must sell it. I really want to buy your house. If you think the price is not right, then I will add a little more. 70 million. Isn't it just 7,200? These are small amounts of money.
There's no need to take it to heart.
Don't take it too seriously. Yi Tianyang still spoke in a nonsensical manner. Even the lawyer standing next to him couldn't stand it anymore. Let's go first and talk again when everyone is calmer. The female lawyer opposite pulled Sister Lou and prepared to leave. This is not a business negotiation, this is just a quarrel, okay? Just like two little brats. This time, after the two of them stood up, Yi Tianyang did not stop her again. He just smiled and looked at their backs. Sister Lou, it's 70 million, but you won't sell it. How about this? I'll give you a little more. How about 100 million? If you are willing, sign the contract now and I will transfer the money to you immediately. After hearing this, Sister Lou stopped. This voice tempted her like the devil from hell, and she really wanted to turn around and ask this man, "Are you kidding me?" But what if this man teases her again and humiliates her again? Sister Lou gritted her teeth and pretended that she heard nothing and left quickly. This man was simply a lunatic who could not be provoked. Moreover, he was most likely a super rich and powerful lunatic. If she provoked such a lunatic, she would be powerless to deal with him and could not afford to provoke him. At this moment, she also felt the feeling of powerlessness. Just like no matter how much money she spends now, she can't be as young and beautiful as before, and she can't be as tight as before. After watching the old woman and his lawyer completely leave the cafe, Yi Tianyang smiled. This time his smile was much more normal, no longer as weird and sarcastic as before. I didn't scare you just now, did I? Yi Tianyang said with a smile, looking at lawyer Zhao next to him. No, we are very professional. What you did just now is also a negotiation strategy, and it is a very powerful one. In fact, at this time, lawyer Zhao has already started to complain about this guy in his heart. Who is this guy? This is too weird, but on the surface he has to flatter others. Yi Tianyang waved his hand. Okay, what kind of negotiation strategy can I use here? I'm just unhappy and want to vent my anger. You still have to buy the house, but you have to negotiate with them in the end. I'll give you a total of 40 million yuan, and you can negotiate the amount yourself. As long as you buy the house, the rest of the money is yours. It all depends on your ability. Yi Tianyang gave instructions before leaving. Lawyer Zhao was dumbfounded once again and stood there for a long time without reacting. This is really exaggerated. He has served many rich people, but this is the first time he has seen such a woeful rich person. After drinking caffeine, Yi Tianyang went to the nearby fruit shop to buy some oranges, and then returned to the car carrying the bag. Here, eat oranges. Looking at the oranges he was carrying, Wang Yifeng didn't know how to answer him. It's too much. You try every possible way to take advantage of others. In fact, she knew very well in her heart that Yi Tianyang didn't go out to buy oranges just now. He must have gone back to find the landlord, Sister Lou. How was your talk with her? She lowered her head and pouted, feeling a little uneasy, as if she had been bullied outside and her man had gone back to help her get back at her. She felt warm and touched. At the same time, she was also curious about how Yi Tianyang talked to her. You don't have to worry about these little things. Why bother yourself with the troublesome things? I'm here for you, right? Yi Tianyang said casually, peeling an orange, taking out one of the segments and handing it to Wang Yifeng's mouth. Wang Yifeng was stunned for a moment. Someone feeds her? It seems like this happened a long time ago. I remember the last time I did this was when I was 8 or 9 years old. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years have passed. Wang Yifeng hesitated for a moment, but Zhang Kelong was still holding his cherry mouth and was ready to eat this. However, Yi Tianyang actually withdrew his hand and ate the orange slice himself. Combined with the smug smiles on their faces after their pranks, they looked like childish little kids. Wang Yifeng. She was really at a loss for words. This was the Prince Charming she had carefully chosen. Chapter 76, the favorability is full, and you can draw a prize. So where are we going now? Wang Yifeng asked. Yi Tianyang came today, and her life rhythm was disrupted by the car.
In the past, she went to her store in the morning, had lunch at noon, went to the gym as a coach in the afternoon, and went to the bar to sell alcohol in the evening. Although life was a little busy, everything was going according to her plan and in an orderly manner. Now there was suddenly one more person, which made her a little uncomfortable.
It must be time to eat. I've been so busy that I haven't had any food yet. Yi Tianyang peeled another orange, but this time he didn't act weird. He just fed her a bite and said, "So what do you want to eat?"
"Chives, oysters, grilled kidneys."
Wang Yifeng. It's only noon, you should eat this. I want to eat other things, but you won't give them to me. Yi Tianyang said with a smile.
At the same time, he gently squeezed the orange he had peeled in his hand, and a layer of light mist came out of it, which carried the unique fragrance of oranges. He deliberately sprayed Wang Yifeng in that direction.
Wang Yifeng. Oh. Wang Yifeng said coquettishly, and she couldn't help but laugh.
This man was really like a child. Then you don't have to worry about his house.
I've asked lawyer Zhao to take care of it.
I'll give him a total quota of 40 million.
It's up to him how much he can spend on it. The rest will be his commission this time. Let's go eat first, and then go buy a house. It will be a small gift for you. Let's buy a small villa. Ordinary commercial houses are a bit small. After eating a few more oranges, Yi Tianyang gave 2 to Wang Yifeng and said calmly.
Wang Yifeng was stunned when she heard this. His tone made it sound like he was just going to buy a small toy casually, and he wasn't tired of playing with this one yet, so he went to buy another one immediately.
You have to know that this is a house, something that many people have to work hard for their entire lives to own, and it's a villa. At least 60% of people will never have the chance to buy a villa in their lifetime. She didn't know how to answer him now. The person who was playing with him like a child just now was going to buy him a villa in the blink of an eye. One was like a little kid, and the other was a successful boss. The mix of these two completely different styles gave Wang Yifeng an extremely contrasting and subtle feeling. I also said that I don't want it.
Wang Yifeng said slowly. This kind of thing is indeed a good thing, and it is also quite tempting for her, but for some reason, she feels a little panic in her heart.
Me, am I worthy?
She kept asking herself this question in her heart. Only Wang Yifeng could give him this feeling.
Women like Wang Liqin and Yuan Yinyan would scream with excitement if you said you wanted to buy them a house.
We would immediately try every possible way to please you, using all her tricks. But after using a woman like this once, Yi Tianyang would never want to use her a second time. But the woman in front of him was completely different. I said I would buy it for you, so just accept it honestly. You have no right to refuse.
Remember, I will support you in the future. If you run out of money, just tell me what you want to do. If you are short of money, just tell me. Remember, in the future, just serve me well.
After saying that, Yi Tianyang leaned back in the chair with an indifferent look on his face, looking very arrogant and complacent. But it was this arrogant and complacent character that made Wang Yifeng feel less disgusted and more comfortable. She remained silent for several times and did not say anything. Suddenly, a prompt from the Shinhouse system came into Yi Tianyang's mind. System resources, target object Wang Yifeng, and the favorability has reached the peak, favorability 100. Now there are 2 options: 1. Harvest love, marry the target object and live a happy life. 2. Be a scumbag and get 10 consecutive draws from the system. Do you choose to marry the target person? Warm reminder, when you choose to marry the target person, the system will completely disappear from here. I wish you a happy life. Oh my god. When Yi Tianyang heard this system prompt, he was dumbfounded. You're crazy. If the favorability is full, then it's full. Do you have to get married? Let us get married. I could choose Wang Yifeng. After all, she is the woman he is most satisfied with. But you disappeared by yourself. Is this a joke? I still have a lot of money that I haven't spent, and I haven't earned as much as I wanted. How could he not want such a good thing if he could get 100 times rebate on everything he bought? He still had 300 million in cash, which could turn into 30 billion if he spent it. Are you kidding me? It is absolutely impossible to give up the system. Life is still long, who knows if you will always love someone? And most importantly, with only 300 million in hand, is it certain that you will have no worries about food and clothing in your life? Or is it not safe enough? The system is forcing me to be a complete scumbag. After taking a deep breath, Yi Tianyang chose the second option without hesitation. The system has started the first lottery, and the lottery is in progress. At this moment, a turntable appeared in a strip, making a rustling sound and spinning rapidly. It was spinning so fast that he could not see clearly what was written on it. Soon, the first item came out. Congratulations to the host, the lucky draw was successful and you won 1 billion in cash. 1 billion? Yi Tianyang carefully checked again and again several times before he finally confirmed that he was not dazzled. The first draw directly gave him 1 billion in cash, and his head was buzzing. Soon, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated. There was a message. Yi Tianyang opened the phone and saw a text message. It was the information about the 10 billion in cash arriving into the account. The long string of zeros was so glaring, and there was also a bracket after the text message, indicating that it was a dividend. Keep smoking. Yi Tianyang would definitely continue smoking. There are still 9 times left. It was only then that he realized there was a button for 10 consecutive draws next to him. Now he only had 9 draws left, so he chose the remaining 9 draws without hesitation. Drawing 9 times in a row. Chapter 77 Filter Effects. Congratulations to the host for winning the lottery and winning a 10 million level sports car, a Stinger. Congratulations to the host for winning the lottery and winning a beachfront villa. Congratulations to the host for winning the lottery and winning an office building. Congratulations to the host for winning the lottery and getting a 10% increase in appearance. Congratulations to the host for winning the lottery and obtaining a 10% improvement in physical fitness. Congratulations to the host for winning the lottery and getting a 10% increase in appearance. Congratulations to the host for winning the lottery and obtaining a 10% improvement in physical fitness. Congratulations to the host for winning the lottery and increasing the charm value by 10%. Congratulations to the host for winning the lottery and winning 1 billion in cash. Yi Tianyang. He was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that after raising a woman's favorability to 100, the rewards would be so terrifying: a sports car worth tens of millions, a villa by the sea, an office building, a total of 2 billion in cash, and a 20% improvement in appearance and quality. Now he really has everything. He is rich, beautiful, and has a good hand. He is a 100% winner in life. Why aren't you talking? Wang Yifeng was still holding Yi Tianyang's hand tightly, immersed in the emotion just now. She raised her head and glanced at him. It would have been fine if she hadn't looked at him, but as soon as she looked at him, she felt that Yi Tianyang had become more handsome compared to before. And he's a lot more handsome. It was simply like a banished immortal descending to earth. For a moment, Wang Yifeng was stunned. He doesn't speak as fluently as before. I don't know what to say. This is the first time someone has been so nice to me since I was a child. Even my dad can't do this. Although Yi Tianyang's words just now were very domineering, they were also very gentle. They were also the love words that women wanted to hear the most. Otherwise, how could his favorability instantly increase to 100? But now Yi Tianyang felt a little embarrassed. Enormous wealth is coming his way, but he cannot choose to marry Wang Yifeng. Therefore, he should handle the relationship between him and Wang Yifeng well. No matter what, he should make sure that Wang Yifeng has enough food and clothing. This way, he won't feel so guilty. After all, he used others as tools to make himself so rich. Well, there's no need for us to be like this. There's no need to be so affectionate all of a sudden. I'm nice to you because I simply have money and don't know where to spend it. Yi Tianyang said with a smile. TSK, I don't care about that. If you have no place to spend your money, why don't you give it to other women? Why do you have to spend it on me? Wang Yifeng pouted her cherry lips with a coquettish look on her face, transforming from a domineering queen to a cute little girl. Okay. Yi Tianyang smiled and pretended to be heartless. After Wang Yifeng glared at him, she said nothing more, started the car, drove out of the Intai parking lot, and got on the road. During this process, Yi Tianyang also took the time to check the benefits he had obtained. Now he had 2.3 billion in cash in his account and a villa by the sea, but this villa was not in Haiyu City. It was just that he could use it any time when he went there to play in the future. As for this office building, it was quite good, actually, in the city. All the assets given by the system have legal procedures. Now this office building is managed by a professional property company and rented out to others for office use. All funds and rents are normal. To be honest, if he were to give up the system now, with these funds, he would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life, including his next generation and the next generation. But people are greedy. After all, Yi Tianyang has gained such a huge benefit in the past 10 years.
How could he give it up so easily for a woman? 5 or 6 minutes later, Yi Tianyang asked with a grin. Why aren't you talking?
Even though he had teased her a little bit just now, the favorability was still full, not a drop had fallen. Yi Tianyang could be said to have hurt Wang Yifeng's heart a little bit just now, and the fact that the favorability didn't drop at all made him a little disappointed. He had just been thinking, if he adjusted the favorability by a few points, and tried to get it back to 100, would there be another 10 consecutive draws?
Let's go eat something, Wang Yifeng said. What to eat? Don't you want to eat kidneys and leeks? Wow, you want people to eat this in the middle of the day, what do you want to do to them? Wang Yifeng snorted and didn't answer him.
This time, when they came to the late-night barbecue restaurant again 2 nights ago, it was almost noon and the barbecue restaurant had just opened and there was no one there.
Yi Tianyang and his group were the first table of customers. The boss is doing the same thing as the night before last. Yi Tianyang walked in and greeted the boss warmly and raised his eyebrows at him.
This made Wang Yifeng blush.
This guy is simply.
They were eating the same dishes in the same position, but the situation was completely different from the previous 2 days. During these 2 nights, Wang Yifeng had more or less the idea of hooking up with a rich man in her mind. For the sake of that villa, she was willing to risk everything. But now, even though they haven't been together for a long time, he feels like he has fallen.
Is it because the other party is rich?
It seems that it is not entirely because of this. Another thing is that after you have money, you can live a free life without being suppressed or controlled by others.
You can do whatever you want and not do what you don't want to do. Naturally, this is something that everyone yearns for.
The man in front of her, besides being rich, also had many advantages that made her fall for him.
He was sincere, gentle, humorous, and interesting, sometimes a little overbearing.
However, those little lustful thoughts were gradually magnified and beautified by him because of the filter of being rich. The seductive force gradually increased and the shortcomings gradually decreased. For example, if there is a loser who is penniless, has no house or car, and if he is lustful, others will think that this person is good for nothing and lustful, and is simply a waste.
But
if a super rich man is handsome and rich, has a house and a car and is willing to spend money on you, but he is lustful. In this way, others will think, well, he is just a little lustful, it's no big deal. This is the effect of the filter.
Chapter 78 Half a Caddy. What are you thinking about? Wang Yifeng didn't say anything until the boss brought up most of the dishes.
She was thinking about her own little thoughts, especially her absent-minded look.
Yi Tianyang couldn't help but ask. I'm thinking of you.
Wang Yifeng came back to her senses, her eyes were smiling and her voice was sweet to the bone.
Even if you miss me, you can't interfere with your meal. Eat quickly. We still have some things to do after dinner.
Yi Tianyang showed an expression that said you know what I mean and raised his eyebrows at her.
Wang Yifeng's face felt red, and it was getting redder and redder, almost hot.
She subconsciously squeezed her thighs.
Sadder. Snort. After lunch, the two of them didn't say anything and drove directly back to the villa.
They spoke very little along the way, as if they were thinking about something tacitly. When they arrived at a convenience store at the entrance of the community, Wang Yifeng stopped the car and said she was going to buy 2 bottles of water. Back in the villa, the scene was the same as before, but there was a little tension in the ambiguous atmosphere.
For some reason, Yi Tianyang felt a little nervous today.
He is now like a soldier who has practiced martial arts for many years and is about to go to the battlefield, full of passion.
Wang Yifeng and Wang Liqin are completely different. They are just doing this for fun and have to show that both parties are satisfied.
At this moment Yi Tianyang suddenly remembered something very important.
Do you have that at home?
Wang Yifeng was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter the next second, and finally said to him seriously, how could there be such a thing in my house?
Oh, then I'll go out and buy it. Yi Tianyang turned and left. It was a good time to relax. He always felt a little nervous.
He had just taken 2 steps when Wang Yifeng grabbed him. She took out a small box. The exquisite packaging was the kind that would be displayed in the most conspicuous place at the checkout counter in a supermarket.
Yi Tianyang. So you didn't just go to buy water, right? Yi Tianyang asked stupidly. What else?
Well, I'm sorry, I have no experience in this, I'm sorry for the embarrassment.
Because of this incident, Yi Tianyang suddenly felt a lot more relaxed and said jokingly. TSK, I don't know if you have any experience or not, you are just pretending,
pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger.
Won't you know this in a moment?
In the end, it happened naturally.
10,000 words deleted. Perhaps because he liked this woman too much, Yi Tianyang was defeated as soon as he fought. This kind of thing ended completely before it even began.
He was humiliated so much some time ago that he really wanted to find a toy to hit himself to death. It seems that you really need to drink some wine and get drunk. I remember that they were having a great time playing mahjong.
One of them beat 3. Why is it like this now? I now believe that you are a good person.
Wang Yifeng had a smile on her face at this time, her little face was flushed, her eyes were sparkling, and her look was extremely gentle. A man who is so rich but so inexperienced and still has the opportunity or the desire to express himself, certainly cannot be a scumbag. The basketball game lasted for a long time.
It was not until around 4 o'clock in the afternoon that Yi Tianyang climbed out of bed. He was not wearing any clothes and just wandered into the living room.
The sunlight from outside poured in and shone on his body, giving him an indescribable sense of satisfaction. At this moment, Yi Tianyang was sure that he had conquered a woman.
Not long after Yi Tianyang got up, Wang Yifeng also got up.
She endured the discomfort of her body and changed all the bedsheets, quilt covers and other things. She was busy like a very virtuous and gentle young wife, and she didn't finish until the sun had completely set.
What are we having for dinner? Yi Tianyang asked. This seems like a joke that can be played forever. Chives and oysters?
Wang Yifeng said with a smile. It was the first time that I smiled so openly and freely in front of Yi Tianyang.
The feeling was completely different from any other time before. Don't quit. Don't eat such greasy food all the time. Let's eat something light tonight. Yi Tianyang was lying on the sofa gathering strength.
When he heard her say this, he became a little anxious. He said he won the game, but in fact, he was the same as the other.
People who exercise every day and practice yoga are completely different.
It may also be that he just started playing basketball and his skills are average.
Then let's steam it. I'll give you some oysters and put some vermicelli in them.
Wang Yifeng smiled and gently licked her beautiful red lips.
Yi Tianyang. I'm angry. This woman is provoking me. No, absolutely not. This is a man's dignity.
Just when he was about to say something in rebuttal, his cell phone rang. He took a look and saw that it was Zhang Fengwei calling. Last time he said he had something to talk to me about, a client he wanted to meet, but I didn't go at that time, so I made an appointment with Yuan Shishir. Now he must have called to ask about the latest situation.
After the call was connected, the first question was, how's it going? Is it done? When hearing this, Yi Tianyang was actually a little distracted. There were just too many things to do.
If you were to shoot a TV series, it would have to be made into 100 episodes. He was even too lazy to reply to Yuan Shishir's WeChat messages.
He was really too busy and couldn't handle it at all. He didn't have the energy to argue with this woman. It's okay if you don't get it done. Just take your time to pick up girls. Let's have dinner tonight. I still have some pocket money now.
Since Yi Tianyang didn't say anything, Zhang Fengwei thought that the situation was not going well, so he spoke directly to comfort him and even said he would treat him to a meal.
Zhang Fengwei is indeed a very good big brother.
Since he first joined the company, he has been treated very well and taken care of in many ways. Now even if he is fired from the company, he will still call to show his concern.
However, as a middle-aged man, he has a large family to support, although his salary is good, but is his living standard good?
Like most middle-aged men, he gives all his salary to his wife as soon as he gets paid every month, because he has to pay for the mortgage, car loan, and living expenses, leaving himself at most 1,000 yuan for living expenses. The 1,000 yuan is only used to buy some cigarettes and tea in the beginning and store them in the office. The rest of the money is just enough to live a carefree life. This carefree life is limited to going downstairs to drink some draft beer. At most, if you are a little richer, you can go for a foot bath or a foot massage occasionally.
Don't even think about anything else. Send the locations of those. Yi Tianyang agreed.
He should not forget those who had done him a favor. Now that he was rich, he should not lose any of these former good friends.
Who is it? Do you still want to go out for dinner? Wang Yifeng lay softly on his chest. Chapter 79. Just 3 days. Yes, we are going out for dinner later. Do you want to go? Yi Tianyang said with a smile. Is it a man or a woman? It mainly depends on whether you want him to go over there.
Wang Yifeng's words were very clever, but also meant to declare her sovereignty. It could be said that she was smiling but had a dagger hidden in her heart.
Yi Tianyang patted the basketball and said with a smile, "Then let me go with you. I am an elder brother who has taken good care of me before."
Hee, okay, then you can wait for me, I'll go find some clothes and put on some makeup. After Wang Yifeng got up, she quickly went to her dressing room.
Yi Tianyang lay on the sofa and lit a cigarette.
Looking at her jogging back, he felt very satisfied in his heart.
This feeling was really comfortable. About half an hour later, she came out. The moment she came out, Yi Tianyang was stunned.
Her originally high ponytail was completely loose, and she was wearing a white t-shirt on the upper body, comfortable jeans on the lower body, and a pair of ordinary white sneakers on her feet. This was simply the most ordinary and plain sportswear. She had light makeup on her face, very light, and even her lipstick was only a faint touch of color. She didn't have any jewelry on her body, not even a pair of earrings, and she carried an ordinary small backpack. This was simply the most beautiful ray of white moonlight when he was in school. If we go back to our school days, we would have had a crush on Yi Tianyang for 3 to 5 years.
May I? If it doesn't work, I'll go change into another one.
Wang Yifeng stood in front of Yi Tianyang and turned around.
Of course you can. Why do you suddenly want to dress so simply? Yi Tianyang asked curiously. Didn't you say you wanted to borrow one of your big brothers?
Of course I have to dress up as a good girl. And from today on I'm going to be a silly and innocent girl, a sweet girl.
Please don't ruin my personality and don't destroy my background.
Wang Yifeng said with a smile.
Yi Tianyang. That's awesome. Then can we change our character?
You are a beautiful, wealthy and beautiful girl from a rich family, and I am a poor boy who delivers takeout. After I delivered takeout to you once, you completely fell in love with me, and then began to pursue me madly, buying me a house, a car, and clothes. I had no choice but to succumb to your money and beauty.
Look how good this character is. Yi Tianyang said with a smile. Oh my, that's amazing, you can come up with such an interesting script. Wang Yifeng said in admiration, but she immediately asked, what's wrong? Don't you know that you are rich now? Are you going to continue to get along with him in the same capacity as before? Wang Yifeng was indeed very smart and she immediately guessed what Yi Tianyang was thinking.
Yi Tianyang also praised in his heart, then got up from the sofa and said, a little bit of everything, okay, then I want to change into a set of clothes, where is my previous set of clothes?
Yi Tianyang wanted to change into the same outfit he wore 2 days ago. Wang Yifeng. You really are a big wardrobe. What's wrong? You're really good at pretending I'm convinced. Yi Tianyang.
When going out, Yi Tianyang put on an ordinary sportswear and went to the location address sent by Zhang Fengwei. In the past, they would make plans to go out for barbecue, and the place they ate was usually a small commercial street near the company. There is a university and a Shang Dynasty complex in this area, and there are also many offices, so there will be a lot of girls. Quantitative change will lead to qualitative change, and there will always be some very beautiful girls. Especially some girls dress boldly, which can be said to be the only bit of happiness between a greasy middle-aged man and a single dog who has accomplished nothing in his busy work. Sometimes when they were drinking and eating skewers, they would encourage each other to chat up these girls and ask for their WeChat numbers. Of course, most of the time they just drank and talked, and never dared to put it into practice. At this moment, a brand new Mercedes-Benz G-Class came to the door of a small barbecue restaurant. Such a big Mercedes-Benz in such a commercial street would naturally attract a lot of people's attention, especially since the driver of this Mercedes-Benz G-Class was an extremely beautiful woman, which attracted even more attention from the male animals. After Yi Tianyang got out of the passenger seat, he looked around and soon saw Zhang Fengwei standing in front of the barbecue restaurant next to him. After Wang Yifeng parked the car, she naturally put her arm around Yi Tianyang and walked over. Zhang Fengwei was simply dumbfounded. He was pulling a skewer in his hand and was nearly pricked by the sharp end of the skewer. As they walked over, they kept giving Yi Tianyang looks, as if asking him, "Brother, are you being kept by someone? It's really unfair. A woman who is so beautiful, has such a good figure, and drives a Mercedes-Benz G, would actually choose Yi Tianyang." Brother Fengwei. Seeing his stunned expression, Yi Tianyang and the others walked over and greeted him with a smile. Wang Yifeng was also very perceptive. She quickly helped Yi Tianyang pull the chair next to him away, and then greeted Zhang Fengwei obediently, "Brother Fengwei, my last name is Wang, you can just call me Xiao Wang."
Sit down. After the two of them sat down,
Zhang Fengwei had already decided on the dishes before the two of them arrived. They ordered some barbecue, 2 stir-fried dishes, and a small clay pot chicken.
2 bottles of beer were also given. After the initial shock, they quickly recovered. You two, are you in love? Zhang Fengwei asked.
Yi Tianyang first filled his large beer glass with beer, then nodded with a smile.
When did you two meet? Zhang Fengwei asked again. He even had some doubts. Could it have happened last Saturday night? This step is too fast. It's already like this on the 3rd day? It was last Saturday. Yi Tianyang's answer proved his guess, but it also made Zhang Fengwei even more confused.
It was actually last Saturday, and only 3 days had passed. Then you will pay for this meal later. He was also a little confused about what was going on with his little brother, but the girl was still there, and he couldn't ask for details in front of her, so he decisively changed the subject to the exhibition hall. Yi Tianyang laughed loudly, but said with the beer glass in his hand, okay, I'll buy it later.
Boom.
The two clinked glasses and then started to eat. They were both hungry, and the clay pot chicken was at its most juicy and tasty by now.
Chapter 80 Introduction to Work.
While eating, Zhang Fengwei quietly looked at the girl. No matter her appearance, figure, height, or temperament, she was definitely the kind of goddess that someone like him could only look up to, not to mention that he was driving that luxury car. So all kinds of thoughts popped up in his mind. The first thought was, this little brother of his usually pretends to be an ordinary person and is very hidden? Now that you've resigned, are you going to confront yourself? That shouldn't be the case. His daily living habits don't seem like those of a rich second generation. Could it be that because he was young and honest, he became the scapegoat for those girls who came ashore? That's not right. Look at this girl. She doesn't have any worldly airs at all. She is definitely a goddess. Why? They can't be together because of love. Xiao Wang, what do you do for a living? You looked so beautiful when you came down just now, I thought you were a big star. Zhang Fengwei asked curiously. Wang Yifeng smiled shyly and replied softly, No, I'm just an ordinary worker. Hearing this, Zhang Fengwei was even more shocked and felt that this little girl definitely had an amazing background. An ordinary working class can afford a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, are you kidding? No matter what, you two are already together, so let me lend you two a drink, cheers. Sister-in-law, please don't drink anymore. Tianyang and I can drink while you drive. Zhang Fengwei raised his glass to bless them both. After drinking some wine and eating something, I became interested in chatting. Yi Tianyang was bragging to Zhang Fengwei as usual about the things in the past company and the clients, and even about the messy and unspoken rules in the company. Fortunately, because Wang Yifeng was here, the scale of their chat was much more restrained. The occasional jokes were just brief and they didn't say anything too vulgar. Wang Yifeng just listened quietly beside them, without saying a word, and was very docile and well-behaved. This made Zhang Fengwei, who had a tigress at home, so sad. This girl is really too well-behaved. What luck did Ji Tianyang have? He found such a wonderful girlfriend. Compared to this Xiao Wang, Yuan Shishir, and the previous Wu Mengyao, are really nothing. At the very beginning, he was very pessimistic about Yi Tianyang and Wu Mengyao. That girl was too utilitarian and her ambition could be seen at a glance. How could an honest man like Yi Tianyang control her? Now it's perfect. Sometimes, you really don't know where your destiny lies, and you don't know which flower will truly bear fruit. It's God's will. I came out early today because I have something important to tell you. As expected, when they had almost finished drinking, Zhang Fengwei put down his chopsticks in the wine glass, took out a Huazi cigarette, lit one for himself, and passed one to Yi Tianyang. Well, Brother Fengwei, you say? Yi Tianyang reached out and took the cigarette, and Wang Yifeng next to him quickly picked up the lighter and gently helped him light the cigarette. This scene. After looking at Zhang Fengwei, his calves began to tremble and he didn't know what to say for a moment. After a few seconds, he took a long breath and thought, forget it. Fortunately, he is his brother. During this period, one of my big clients has been contacting me. Strictly speaking, he is not my client, but an old classmate of mine. He just came back from abroad and is preparing to return to China to invest in a company. He has a much better education than me and has been working in this industry for many years. He has a wide network of contacts. He told me that the company has been established. He invested 5 million yuan himself and received another 5 million yuan in investment. The initial capital is no problem. He just returned to China, and he was a little undecided. You felt that there was no follow-up, so he wanted to pull me in to work with him. I had almost finished talking to him, so I asked him for one more spot. You are my best friend in the company, and the one I value the most. Since we openly say that I am the manager and you are my assistant, you know that we are brothers in private. Now there is one spot left, so I wanted to ask if you are willing. The salary is 50% higher than before. As the initial employees, we will have some equity in the company after it goes public. Of course, this may still be a long way off, but it is something to look forward to, right? Ha! After listening to what Zhang Fengwei said, Yi Tianyang was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect it. But this was indeed a very good opportunity for him before, of course this was only before. The young master has withdrawn so much money, and he will have a chance to get equity in the future. You have to know that he was fired from the company 2 days ago. The most important thing is that Zhang Fengwei is someone he recognizes very much, because the big brother is capable and reliable. If he continues to work under him, he will definitely get a lot of benefits. What exactly does it do? Yi Tianyang asked curiously. His previous job in the company was sales. The main job is to attract business for the company, such as doing some basic water and electricity work for some newly opened real estate projects. Although this thing looks simple, the profit is quite terrifying. It's just that there is no technical content. As long as you have connections and enough money, these businesses are relatively easy to get. Their company has been in this business for many years and has a good reputation. Of course, this reputation is mainly due to the sufficient rebates, so the business has always been good, and their salesmen just take on some small decoration jobs. Many businesses are in a similar situation. What Yi Tianyang is thinking about now is not whether the job introduced to him by Zhang Fengwei is worth doing. The main thing is, does he still need to go out to work now? Although he does not need to work, this feeling is very comfortable. With the system, he can pick up girls without spending money. He can also make money by picking up girls, but life must have a goal, a direction, and a focus. Yi Tianyang can be said to be financially free now. He no longer works to make money. His current direction should be to communicate with the outside world, and he needs a platform for communication. For example, he uses 95 Media to enter the entertainment industry and pick up higher quality beauties. It can't be considered a business. He mainly does some overseas business, which is to help people immigrate, deal with various real estate, or help others handle matters related to studying abroad. So the customers he targets are the real elites in each city. The profit is quite considerable. I think this is a very good opportunity. The income in the future will definitely be much better than before. It can also give people a chance to exercise. If you take a slightly larger order, the commission may be tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Chapter 81 is Sensible Woman. How about it? Are you interested? Zhang Fengwei took a long puff of cigarette, exhaled and asked. To be honest, he must be somewhat excited now. He really doesn't have anything to do now, so he can just go there for the next 2 days. Usually, he probably just spends money like crazy and gives rewards, and nothing else matters. He still needs to have a focus. It is not important to him now whether this job makes money or not. He mainly wants to meet some people, and most importantly, meet some rich people. He needs to have a good communication with this group of people. He is not communicating with them about how to make money, but how to spend money. For someone like him who suddenly became rich from the bottom of poverty, if you ask him to spend a lot of money, he wouldn't know how to spend it, and he also needs to cultivate a correct consumption concept and future values. The best way to quickly cultivate these masters is to communicate more with those who are truly rich and powerful, learn from them, and spend like them. For example, if they like a certain model of yacht, then they don't have to think about it and just buy it. This newly opened property in a certain development zone has investment value, buy it. If a certain painter has just put his work up for auction, although he is a newcomer, it will be of great collection value in the next few years or even decades. While others are still hesitating, he can quickly buy it. Okay, since you think so highly of me by letting me go, I will continue to exchange with you in the future. It just so happens that I haven't found a new job yet. I can go there anytime. Yi Tianyang nodded and said. Are you really sure? Don't you need to ask Xiao Wang? In this job, you will probably be traveling frequently, both domestically and internationally.
You two have just started dating, so will this. Although Zhang Fengwei's words were joking, it was indeed a very serious and realistic issue. For couples who live apart, have a long-distance relationship, or are not together for a long time, this problem is naturally very serious. I'm fine. No matter what he does, I will support him with all my strength and wait for him to come back at home. I will never hold you men back, Wang Yifeng said with a smile. The smile on her face looked even brighter under the reflection of the neon lights. The two of them finished 3 drafts of beer. 1 draft of beer is equivalent to 6 bottles of beer, and 3 drafts are 18 bottles. The two of them were quite drunk, and since they thought that things were almost over, they prepared to go home. Brother Fengwei, let's send him off, Yi Tianyang suggested. Zhang Fengwei hesitated for a moment, wanting to get together. He came here knowing that they would drink, so he did not drive. He wanted to take a taxi back, but he could not resist Yi Tianyang's enthusiasm. In addition, this new Mercedes-Benz G-Class was also his dream, so he reluctantly sat in the second row. He had wanted to replace his most recent old Buick for a long time, but even if he did, he could only get one of equal value. He couldn't even think of buying a G-Class. Yi Tianyang did not sit in the passenger seat, but sat in the back row. I happen to have a dinner party tomorrow. Come with me and I'll introduce you to our new boss. The date is tomorrow evening. Do you have time? Zhang Fengwei's words were a little slurred. It was true that the two of them had drunk a little too much. Have. That's fine. Actually, there's nothing too complicated about the process. We just eat, drink, and then go for a foot massage and a bath with the boss. If you have time and can stop, you can play mahjong with the boss and the others. Don't worry, you don't have to spend a dime for all this. The boss will pay for it in advance. We just need to make the boss and the customers happy. Zhang Fengwei continued. He said so much mainly because he wanted to give Yi Tianyang some psychological preparation and let him know what to do. This little brother of his was too honest, and he would have to have a good relationship with his boss if he got a new job in the future. Okay. Yi Tianyang nodded obediently. But I was thinking in my heart that these bosses are living too comfortable a life, all they do is eat, drink, and soak their feet. But I soon figured it out. Isn't this how society is now? How many people can succeed if you rely on your company's strength to get business? Don't most of them rely on these means? We were quickly dropped off at the gate of Zhang Fengwei's residential complex. After getting off the car, everyone exchanged a few words and said goodbye to each other. Watching the new Mercedes-Benz G-Class disappearing quickly, Zhang Fengwei leaned against the green belt next to him and vomited frantically. Damn it, I'm dying of suffocation. I didn't even dare to vomit in the car. My little brother is really lucky to have such a good girlfriend. This is really a blessing from my ancestors. After sending Zhang Fengwei off, the two continued to return to the villa. Yi Tianyang didn't say a word on the way. Wang Yifeng also remained silent and didn't say anything, and she always felt something strange in her heart. If Yi Tianyang was really just an ordinary worker, then where did he get so much money from? And since he is so rich, why does he still need to go out to work? No matter how comfortable the job is, you still need to serve people and read their faces, which is very contradictory. This is obviously unrealistic. She had a lot of doubts in her mind and she wanted to ask for clarification, but during the 10 minutes of driving back, she thought about it for a long time and still didn't ask. If he wanted to tell her one day, he would definitely tell her, so there was no need to ask. What are you thinking about? You're so engrossed. Yi Tianyang had sorted out his thoughts by this time and asked with a smile. Of course I miss you. Miss me? Are you wondering why I have to go to work? Yi Tianyang said casually. Yes, I am a little curious. Of course, I don't want to know your privacy on purpose. I just want to know more about you. But I'm worried that if I ask too many questions, you will think I am immature, or that those things are your privacy and I don't have the authority to guide you. Wang Yifeng said slowly, and she was also considering the content of her words. Wang Yifeng is very self-aware. Although the two of them have played basketball and are very close, their way of getting along is not the ordinary traditional way of getting along. They are not the kind of boyfriend and girlfriend who will get married after a long time. To put it bluntly, she was just a woman kept by this man. He spent a lot of money to buy this villa for her and then settled her here. He can come here at any time or not. Oh, it's really awesome. After working in society for a long time, things are really different.
If they were naive and ignorant, they would have acted like a spoiled child and asked him all kinds of questions.
Chapter 82 means.
Yi Tianyang was feeling emotional and was about to say something to her when his cell phone vibrated. He opened it and saw that it was the lawyer Zhao from before.
Mr. Yi, I'm sorry to bother you by calling you so late.
Lawyer Zhao spoke first very politely.
Well, it's okay. I haven't rested yet. Go ahead. Hello, this is what I mean. I have already negotiated with the homeowner. The total cost is 32 million. We will pay the taxes and fees. You can go there at any time to sign the contract and handle the transfer. What do you think?
Lawyer Zhao's voice on the phone was very steady, but inevitably there was some excitement in it. The total amount that Yi Tianyang gave him was 40 million, and now everything has been negotiated. This house can be bought for 32 million. Even after paying some tax, the remaining money is still a considerable amount. It means that after a busy day, he can earn several million from just one order. Even though his job as a lawyer was a high-income one, he could only make 1 or 2 million a year at best.
How could he not be excited when he could make several million a day? So fast? To be honest, Yi Tianyang was a little surprised when he heard the news. It really is true that money can get you things these days.
Yes, today's matter is much easier than I thought, but there are some minor twists and turns in the process. If you are not busy, I will tell you in detail now.
Well, I'm not busy. You talk. Yi Tianyang also wanted to hear whether his millions were worth spending.
Besides, this lawyer Zhao was also a very smart person with high emotional intelligence. He had guessed it, and he thought he would be interested, knowing how he spent the extra millions, so he said it directly to tell him that he was breaking even, and that the genuine products were the ones that made the money.
That's true. We had a little trouble this morning. Once a woman is unhappy, she will be very emotional.
I thought that if I went to her at this time, the problem would not be solved easily, so I changed direction. The company checked her husband's company and found that they had a case that was about to go to court and needed to go through the procedures. The amount involved in this case was quite large, almost 20 million. Then we checked the people involved in the various procedures and found that many of them had good relationships.
After asking them clearly, we asked him out. In this way, you made an appointment with me and I made an appointment with you.
We introduced each other to Lu's husband and helped him sort out the case and minimize his losses.
This is the first thing, and there is a second thing.
After saying that, lawyer Zhao continued. Sister Lu's son is in junior high school this year, but because he was naughty at school, he had to be expelled and was about to change schools.
He chose several schools but was not satisfied with any of them.
Finally, he chose an experimental primary school next to us, but the price was too high. Fortunately, I knew a few people in this field, so I quickly got in touch with the principal of the other school, which saved him a lot of money.
It is not convenient to continue to talk about the complicated details. Just know these things.
If you can handle these two things well, things will go much more smoothly than expected.
I say in your name that you will have more friends and more paths in the future.
There is no need to affect the future because of this.
Lu Jie's husband is a very reasonable person, so he made the decision directly.
Ms. Lu will come over tomorrow morning, still at the coffee shop we agreed on before, and she will apologize to Ms. Wang. After we sign the contract tomorrow morning, pay the money and transfer the ownership, this matter will be completely settled. Lawyer Zhao told her everything as it happened, but it was obvious that he had arranged everything in a very orderly manner.
To be honest, after hearing everything a few days ago, I was a little shocked. How could such a small matter become so complicated? It almost confused me. However, there were a few points I understood, that is, sometimes you can't do things recklessly, you have to grasp the precise points, and secondly, you have to cater to the other party's preferences and find out what the other party needs most at the moment, and use this as an opportunity to negotiate with them. This is the principle of doing things in today's society. The legal profession is indeed a good profession.
It is very familiar with all kinds of twists and turns, rules, relationships, resources, and connections. Whether they make money by doing these things is another matter, but this kind of thing is what they are best at. In fact, it's not that lawyer Zhao has all the means, but it's mainly because he is engaged in this industry and understands the personal connections in this industry. He uses himself as the middle point and as a lever to connect everyone together. Of course, sometimes you have these resources, but if your emotional intelligence is not high enough, you can't get things done. You won't be able to work hard in society for a few years, and if you work well, you can't get it done today.
It's definitely not that smooth.
For example, if you put it under the same conditions in one day and ask him to finish the job within one day, it is definitely unrealistic, so this guy still has some stuff.
Okay, got it. You've worked hard today. Go to bed early. I'll transfer the money to you tomorrow.
Although he felt dizzy from what he heard in his mind, Yi Tianyang still spoke in a calm, relaxed and casual tone.
Hang up the phone. To be honest, is this class worth those millions?
For ordinary people, this is naturally unknown, but for Yi Tianyang, he can accept it. After all, money is the easiest thing for him to get at the moment. It is very difficult for ordinary people to earn such millions, but he can get it by just taking a woman to buy some things. On the contrary, these social ways of dealing with things, referring to social connections and little tricks in doing things, are the most important to him. In this regard, he is definitely a rookie.
This matter is so troublesome.
When they were talking just now, Yi Tianyang was using the speakerphone on his cell phone, so Wang Yifeng, who was standing next to him, heard everything Lawyer Zhao said just now. She was also shocked by the twists and turns in it. And I was quite surprised and moved in my heart. I was shocked because I didn't expect that just buying a house would involve so many people and so many things. I was touched because Yi Tianyang really put a lot of effort into buying this house.
Is it troublesome? We don't have to go.
Please remember, in the future, anything that can be solved with money is not a trouble. Yi Tianyang said casually, then he laid down the chair, closed his eyes and began to rest quietly. This Lawyer Zhao has quite a lot of resources.
I haven't discovered that before.
Wang Yifeng suddenly said.
Chapter 83 Losing 4 billion. That's because you didn't pay enough. You paid 10,000 yuan, but do you expect others to provide you with services worth 10 million yuan?
That's true, but if he's so capable, how could he care about the several $1,000s in legal fees I gave him in the first place?
What do you want to say? This made Yi Tianyang stunned for a moment. After thinking for a while, he sneered and said, Of course I want to see you. What do you think I want to do? The next morning,
Yi Tianyang woke up around 9:30, but he felt sore all over and weak in his limbs. Wang Yifeng, who usually got up at 7 o'clock in the morning to practice yoga, did not get up today. And he was sleeping soundly, like an octopus wrapped around his body. This sleeping posture could be said to be very indecent, but it was very tempting.
Temptation is temptation, but Yi Tianyang has no intention of doing so at all now. He is too tired. He just wants to experience this feeling quietly without any lust. He just moved his arms and woke up Wang Yifeng, who was sleeping. The girl opened her eyes and saw him and immediately smiled sweetly. Good morning. The voice was fibrous and a little hoarse, but still very pleasant to hear. Well, good morning.
Yi Tianyang still felt comfortable with the subtle feeling.
He looked at Wang Yifeng lying on top of him and said, Do you know the difference between a pervert and those literati? What's the difference?
Those perverts, when they get a girl, will just say I want to sleep with you. But if it's a cultured person or a poet or a writer, he will say, I want to watch the sunrise with you in the morning, get up together and go to the breakfast shop downstairs.
Although it expresses the same thing, doesn't it feel different? Wang Yifeng's face flushed, and she said coquettishly, It is true, but can you please take your hand away? I feel uncomfortable. Yi Tianyang deliberately put on a serious face and said, No. She twisted. No, I need to get up and have breakfast. I'm hungry. What do you want to eat?
When I came here yesterday, I saw a bun shop in front of your house. Their buns looked very big, with white flour and were delicious.
I ate this. Wang Yifeng.
After playing on the bed for a while, the two got up.
After washing up, we went to have breakfast hand in hand.
Breakfast is relatively light, consisting of porridge, steamed buns, dumplings, and fried dough sticks.
Wang Yifeng usually just eats some porridge and a steamed bun.
But today, Yi Tianyang insisted on making her drink soy milk and eat fried dough sticks. When they were about to finish eating, Lawyer Zhao called and said that Sister Lu had already arrived at the coffee shop. This time they took the initiative and arrived early.
Yi Tianyang went there after they finished breakfast.
After arriving, they signed the contract, went through various procedures, and transferred the money to him.
When I was transferring money to the other party, I found that I could only transfer up to 10 million yuan on my mobile phone. I fiddled with my phone for a long time and finally got the permission to do so. If the amount exceeds 10 million yuan, I have to go to the bank to handle it, and the most important thing is to apply for it. This is indeed a bit troublesome for him, so those rich people set up companies and leave them there, even if they do nothing, it is fine, it is much more convenient than ordinary people to spend money.
Yi Tianyang is preparing to complete the change of the legal person of Zhouwu Media as soon as possible, so that it will be more convenient to spend money in the future. It is estimated that it will take about half a month for Zhouwu Media to complete the procedures. He is really obedient now and turns around a few more times.
Because the full payment was made today, the subsequent procedures were completed more quickly.
When they arrived in the afternoon, the registration center quickly changed the name and replaced the property certificate.
But the 3 words Wang Yifeng were written on the red property title.
When it was handed to Wang Yifeng, she was stunned for a long time. Her big watery eyes were full of sparkling tears. Ever since the incident at home, as she grew up, her life goal was to buy back the house with her own ability. She finally got what she wanted, and she killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only did she buy a house, but she also found such a reliable husband. At this moment, she felt extremely touched and satisfied. Looking at Wang Yifeng's expression and eyes at this moment, Yi Tianyang was originally happy, but when he checked the balance on his mobile phone, he became unhappy.
What a huge loss! He just checked his phone and found that the balance had not changed at all.
Then he asked the system why there was number 100-fold rebate after he spent the money this time.
The system's answer to him was, when the favorability of the goddess he is pursuing reaches 100. Either get married or continue to pursue the next goddess, there will be no more rebates. This is a huge loss. I didn't even earn the 100-fold rebate. The 100-fold rebate of 40 million is 4 billion.
It's really nice to get a rebate when spending such a large amount of money, but it's a pity that he didn't make any money, so he was very unhappy.
Why didn't you increase your favorability so much all of a sudden?
It's also his fault that he should have paid the money first.
He paid the money too late.
Just because of this small step, he lost 4 billion.
But it's just a little regretful. Now another idea has popped up in his head. In order to continue making money, he has to find the next sponsor. Now that we have received a large sum of cash from you, there is no need to be too anxious about this matter. Ever since he had Wang Yifeng, Yi Tianyang's expectations for women have increased a lot.
It would be difficult for him to do something like he did at the beginning, such as looking for women on the street, spending money on them, and then going to a hotel.
Chapter 84. What will the scene be like 4 years later? Mr. Yi, if you have anything in the future, just let me know. I promise to handle it beautifully.
After receiving the bank transfer, Lawyer Zhao's attitude and expression changed immediately.
This is also the largest sum of money he has received privately in his 20 years as a lawyer.
He can be sure that apart from Mr. Yi in front of him, he will never be able to receive such a large order privately in the future.
So he is very lucky and he should be grateful. Yi Tianyang glanced at him, smiled and said, just remember to delete Xiao Wang's WeChat and the like. Come to me if you have any problems in the future.
After hearing this, Lawyer Zhao was slightly stunned, with obvious embarrassment on his face, and sweat instantly covered his forehead, but he quickly reacted and said with a grateful smile, okay, don't worry about it. Then Yi Tianyang shook his hand, said nothing more, and turned and left.
I have a better understanding of his identity and deterrence towards rich people. Money is a truly versatile thing.
It can be used as a weapon in any situation, and it is a very proactive offensive weapon that can handle 90% of the things and issues in the world.
Of course, the remaining 10% requires more money.
At the same time, money is also the best defense tool in the world, which can resist more than 90% of ugly people, ugly things, and evil thoughts. After having lunch outside, Yi Tianyang and Wang Yifeng returned to the villa, back to this home that now completely belonged to them.
The two of them just collapsed on the sofa.
Wang Yifeng made some tea, turned on the projector, and played her favorite movie, The King of Comedy. The two of them just curled up on the sofa to watch the movie and chat casually.
I don't want to go to the gym to work anymore. After a long while, Wang Yifeng said.
Yi Tianyang's eyes lit up, but he nodded immediately, okay.
Wang Yifeng added, I don't want to work at Obase anymore. Yi Tianyang smiled and said, it's better.
In the gym, female coaches generally do better than male coaches, especially pretty female coaches. Also, those who sell drinks in bars, pretty girls will definitely do better. So in these two industries, pretty girls will definitely earn more money. In fact, when it comes down to it, it is their gender and appearance that bring them benefits, not because of how good their sales ability is, or how well they teach. If it were in the past, Yi Tianyang would definitely not have the right to tell him not to go to work in these places, but now it is completely different.
He wanted to ask Wang Yifeng not to go to work in these places 2 days ago.
It was already very good for her to run her cake shop by herself, and other money matters could be left to him, but he did not ask. He wanted to find a suitable time to talk about it. After all, based on his understanding, Wang Yifeng was a very strong woman, and she didn't want to be a canary. I didn't expect that she would take the initiative to say it today. That would be the best. I wanted to continue studying and get an academic degree. At that time, I didn't even get into college. When I was in high school, I thought about working every day and making money every day. After my grades couldn't keep up, I simply dropped out of math classes. So now my academic degree is still a high school diploma, which is not really a high school diploma. I didn't even graduate from high school. Wang Yifeng's words surprised Yi Tianyang again. But if you think about it, it's quite normal, and it fits her personality very well. Fitness and yoga are actually the same as reading and learning. They both require continuous, long-term and lonely persistence to be effective. She can keep fit so well, so studying shouldn't be a big problem for her. The reason why she couldn't study well before was just because of the pressure of life. She used to think about making money to support herself, finding a way to pay off the family debts, and finding a way to redeem the villa. Now she is no longer worried about these things. She goes back to continue studying and passes away. This is the best choice. Okay, which school do you want to go to and what major do you want to study? This was also a good thing for Yi Tianyang, so he was naturally very supportive and asked immediately. Wang Yifeng thought for a moment, then said, I want to study business administration and economics, and it would be best if I could start from scratch. Whether it's undergraduate, graduate, or doctoral, as long as I can continue to learn, I will keep studying and taking exams. As for the school, it's in our city. It's fine as long as it's a first-class school. I don't want it to be too far away so that I can still see him on weekends. Wang Yifeng smiled like a blooming flower. So sweet. Good. Then go and take the exam first. If you fail, I will donate a laboratory to their school and help you get a letter of admission. Yi Tianyang said casually. It is normal for rich people to want to send their children to college, and it is also in compliance with laws and regulations. There is no violation of regulations. What's more, there is only one economics college in Haiyu City, which is Yi Tianyang's alma mater. It is normal to donate a building to your alma mater. It's just that after expressing gratitude to your alma mater, he made a small request. No need, I can definitely pass the exam on my own. Wang Yifeng clenched her fists with a determined look in her eyes. She was full of infinite hope for her future life. As they were chatting, she suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask Yi Tianyang. What do you think we will be like in 4 years? Will you change? What will I be like by then? To be honest, this question really stumped Yi Tianyang. Before this, he could see the end of his life at a glance. It means working hard to earn money, finding ways to save up for a down payment to buy a house, finding a girlfriend, getting married, and having a child, then working hard to earn money for milk powder, raising the child, sending the child to school, waiting for the child, and then working again. This is the standard pattern of most people's lives. But Yi Tianyang is completely different now. He is destined not to worry about money in his life, so there are endless possibilities. The previous standard mode can be switched to custom mode. 4 years. There should be a lot of changes after 4 years. 2 people may become 3, or 4, or even 5 or 6. Yi Tianyang thought of Su Yumei, and Yuan Shishir said with a smile. Ha! However, Wang Yifeng thought about it for a while before she realized, why do you think so much? I'm not a pig, how can I give birth to so many children? Let me tell you, I can only give birth to 2 children for you at most, no more. Chapter 85, Would you call a woman? Today, Zhang Fengwei called him and invited him to have dinner with his future boss. In case he forgot, Zhang Fengwei sent him a message in the morning, a message at noon, and another message around 5 p.m. This former boss of Big Brother also took great pains for him. The place for dinner was decided to be inside Jingshan Plaza in the city center. This place is very famous in Haiyu City. Even though Yi Tianyang rarely goes out to play, he has heard of it. It is said to be a very high-end place. There are all kinds of entertainment activities here, such as eating and drinking, bathing, sauna massage, back scrubbing, mahjong, billiards, singing, etc., and they are all very reliable merchants, and the experience there is full. Of course, if the experience is good, the price will naturally be amazing. I heard that if you want to eat, drink and have fun here in one night, the amount of money you have to spend is beyond the imagination of ordinary working people. So of course, he had heard about it many times before, but Yi Tianyang had never had the opportunity to come here to play.
Don't bring your Xiao Wang here at night. It's not good. We may have to spend the night here. But if you want to go back and rest early, that's fine too. Zhang Fengwei even called him and told him about it.
After all, his younger brother has not yet developed his emotional intelligence in this industry. It would be troublesome if he brought Wang Yifeng here at night. Moreover, in Zhang Fengwei's heart, he already thinks that his little brother is a lucky gigolo, a gigolo. Since you live on your mistress, you naturally have to center around your mistress. If you make your mistress unhappy or don't go home at night, you will be dead.
Yeah, okay.
Yi Tianyang responded softly, then looked at Wang Yifeng, who was busy in the kitchen, and shouted, "Then you can eat at home by yourself tonight. I have a dinner party outside tonight, so I won't be eating at home."
Okay, I cooked some soup for you.
Drink some before you leave to warm your stomach.
Then you won't feel so bad when you drink. Do you want me to take you back later? What time will you be back in the evening? I'll pick you up.
Wang Yifeng came over and asked, skipping and jumping, holding a spatula in her right hand.
Don't say anything. It's very close. I can just take a taxi there. It depends on the situation. If I am really drunk and can't take a taxi back, I will call you and ask you to pick me up. But if I am not back after 11 o'clock, I will probably stay there and not come back.
You should rest early by yourself then. Yi Tianyang thought about it and told all the possible situations.
Okay, that's fine. The soup will probably take a few minutes to be ready. When are you planning to go? Wang Yifeng said obediently. Drink the soup you made before you leave.
This woman was so virtuous now that he felt a little guilty. He sat on the sofa and waited for a while, drank some pork rib soup, ate 2 pieces of pork ribs. His stomach and body felt warm, so he changed his clothes and prepared to go out. Today's outfit was the pure business suit that Wang Yifeng had prepared for him before, a high-end suit, and she also specifically asked him to bring the big gold Rolex watch.
Yi Tianyang did not refuse.
This suit and this big gold watch were indeed for business use. He would have to go through all of this sooner or later. It would be better for him to pick you up early. Now at least he has Zhang Fengwei by his side to support him. Wang Yifeng had been helping him prepare these things carefully, and had not asked any questions from beginning to end. It was not until they walked out of the villa gate that she hesitated for a long time before she slightly opened her mouth and asked in a low voice.
You can ask women to accompany you there, can you have fun?
There was still some consistency in Wang Yifeng's tone, and her actions till now all revealed a deep-seated inferiority and cowardice. At night, they go to the Commerce Bureau's business hall, which is known to all adults. Hearing this, Yi Tianyang was stunned for a moment, then turned around and hugged her tightly.
You can be very confident in your man's determination.
If you don't believe it in the future, think about the first time we slept together. At that time, your man was definitely a Lu Jiawei who could remain calm even when he was in her arms.
I can resist a beautiful girl like you, even a fairy, right?
After saying this seriously, he patted the basketball, then strode out with his head held high. Seeing the backs of these men leaving, Wang Yifeng recalled the scenes at that time and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Although this guy is a bit lewd, it seems that he has really good self-control. After he went out, the car he had booked had arrived at the gate of the community. He got in the car and drove straight to his destination. While in the car, he contacted Zhang Fengwei by phone, as they had just set off on the road. Wang Yifeng's family's villa is located in the suburbs, at least an hour away from Jingshan Plaza, but fortunately he arrived a little early, and following the step-by-step instructions on Zhang Fengwei's WeChat, he quickly reached his destination. When they arrived at the private room on the 5th floor of the hotel, there were already people inside when he knocked on the door and went in. There were 4 people in total, 2 men and 2 women. The man was naturally Zhang Fengwei and his future boss. He had asked about his future boss before, whose name was Chao Hongfei. Judging from his appearance, he should be around 45 years old, a PhD who studied abroad.
Now it seems that he is just as he imagined, not much different from those successful people in the movies. He is tall, well-maintained, and energetic. He is obviously an elite. As for the 2 women sitting next to them, I don't quite understand that. One of them is about 20 years old, very beautiful, with delicate makeup, a very good figure, and wearing a professional suit. I don't know if he is the assistant secretary of the future boss or what, but at first glance, it is clear that he is a little special to be in such a big boss's company. The other one is a little older, probably around 30 years old. Her figure is as ripe as her age, just like a pomegranate that is about to burst open, revealing an alluring scene that whets one's appetite.
The purple low-cut long dress she is wearing makes her look even more perfect.
Mr. Chow, brother Fengwei, hello to the two beauties. Sorry for being blocked for a while.
After entering the box, he must greet them with a smile.
No matter what, he is indeed late, so his attitude must be serious. It's okay. We just arrived too. Take a seat. Chow Hongfei seemed quite easygoing.
He asked Yi Tianyang to sit down, then sat next to Zhang Fengwei, and finally introduced him to the mature woman. Boss Xia, this is Yi Tianyang, the future core of the company, and a former capable general of Fengwei.
Chapter 86. I invest 10 million.
As Chow Hongfei spoke, he looked at Yi Tianyang and introduced him to the two ladies in the box. Tianyang, this one is Xia Liyue, the CEO, who is in charge of investment and is also a member of the company's board of directors. This one is Zhou Lily, my assistant.
Yi Tianyang stood up and slightly turned sideways, bowed and greeted them with a smile. There's no way. This is the various processes of business etiquette in the workplace. It's cumbersome, but you have to do it. If you do it according to the above, others will think you are ignorant.
Fortunately, I learned a little bit in the training when I was in the company before, otherwise I really don't know how to deal with it today. Besides, he is rich now, so he doesn't have stage fright or anything like that. He has been calm and composed, and he can handle it like a duck in water.
After introducing each other, everyone sat down again. Xia Liyue's eyes were fixed on Yi Tianyang.
Her eyes were a little subtle. After a moment, she said, "It seems that our classmate Xiao Yi is definitely a young and promising person. He can wear a Givenchy suit at this age and can afford a Rolex gold watch.
This is quite extraordinary." To be honest, Xia Liyue's words were meant to test Yi Tianyang.
But it's too straightforward. If it were a real big shot, this sentence would have offended others. But since he is a company director, she has the capital and qualifications to ask this question. Xia Liyue also thinks that there is no offense involved. For entrepreneurial companies like Chow Hongfei's, the investment managers in these investment companies definitely need to be enshrined there, not to mention that they are also members of the board of directors of the investment companies.
Yi Tianyang smiled and said calmly, "Mr. Xia, you are too kind. I didn't buy these. My girlfriend bought them for me. I am just an ordinary worker."
Hearing this, Zhang Fengwei at the side twitched his mouth slightly. To be honest, his teeth felt a little sour. He really didn't recognize the big gold Rolex watch just now, but he had heard of it. This thing is hard currency, and it is the most valuable among second-hand watches. Look at this guy's outfit, he is far inferior to his old boss. How can you have the nerve to call him Xiao Yi in public now? Look at his outfit, you have to call him Mr. Yi.
There's nothing I can do. I'm young, handsome, and have a big waist. Plus, I'm lucky. I can't help but accept it. If I want to become Mr. Zhang, I have to work hard. Ha, there's a point in what you said.
You have a girlfriend, and she should be very rich.
My dear, it seems that you have both money and beauty. You are a winner in life.
Chow Hongfei said this with a smile, which managed to smooth over the situation, but there was a hint of deeper meaning in his eyes when he looked at Yi Tianyang again. Since Chow Hongfei had already said this, there was naturally no need for Xia Liyue to say anything more. She raised the red wine glass in her hand, smiled elegantly, took a sip, and then everyone continued to eat. Yi Tianyang didn't quite understand what they were talking about, so he just focused on eating his own food. Of course, he also listened to the conversation between several big guys in the process.
Chow Hongfei is knowledgeable and talkative.
He can talk about anything, from the forms of various countries and various stocks to men and women and various historical anecdotes.
He can answer them easily. It can be said to be a joke.
Occasionally telling a few dirty jokes while driving will not make people feel greasy, but will make everyone laugh and feel very comfortable. After listening to them chatting for about this long time, Yi Tianyang simply classified a few pieces of information. After completing his doctorate degree abroad, Chow Hongfei worked in the so-called Wall Street for several years, doing investments and other things, and his performance was quite good. The current Xia Liyue was one of his subordinates when he was working on Wall Street, and they later became friends. As for how close their relationship is, that is not known. As for his secretary, oh no, secretary doesn't sound good now, everyone likes to say assistant Zhou Lily, a college graduate who was an absolutely top student with a clean record, and a recommended graduate student. Judging from her resume, she is definitely a top student, the kind of kid from other people's families, but she is very low-key and basically doesn't speak in this occasion, but her aura seems to be quite good. As for Zhang Fengwei and myself, we are both veterans in this local industry for many years, and we will definitely be doing the main and hardest work for this company in the future.
Mr. Chow, I have a few words to say. I wonder if it's appropriate to say them among you big guys.
If what I say is inappropriate, you should not mind it. After drinking a few bottles of red wine, the topics of conversation became more and more relaxed.
Yi Tianyan thought about it while everyone was talking, and finally spoke. What's inappropriate about this? Just say it. We are not having a company meeting here, so it's not that serious.
And in the future, we can't have such serious meetings like we do in China.
It will be meaningless and just a waste of time.
We should discuss as much as we can like in foreign meetings.
We should say what we need to say and stop discussing what was discussed in the meeting the moment we leave.
Only in this way can the company develop vigorously.
It can be seen that Chow Hongfei is very annoyed with the formalism of meetings in China. Well, I'll tell you what I'm talking about.
Yesterday, Brother Fengwei told me about this project.
My girlfriend was there at the time and she listened for a while.
She also thought this was interesting and had a bright future, so she gave me 10 million yuan, meaning that I could invest in it to practice and get some experience.
So now, if possible, I want to invest in it firsthand. I wonder if you can do that.
Yi Tianyang also had a sudden idea about investing. 10 million was not much different from $1 to him. If he lost it, he lost it. It was like a tuition fee for him on this investment. The main thing is that if he is a shareholder, he can interact on an equal footing with elites like Chow Hongfei, Xia Liyue, and Zhou Lili. After studying for a period of time, he may be able to learn something from them, which can be used as tuition fees, which is also profit. After hearing Yi Tianyang say this, the atmosphere in the box suddenly became quiet.
Chow Hongfei's eyes suddenly lit up and he swallowed.
Xia Liyue's body tilted slightly. Zhang Fengwei's teeth felt even more sour, so sour that he probably wouldn't be able to eat anything later. Zhou Lili raised her head slightly and subconsciously lifted the strand of black and shiny hair beside her ear.
Chapter 87, Just Practice. 10 million. How much is it?
Take Chow Hongfei for example. He is now 45 years old and has a PhD from many years of studying abroad. He is absolutely an elite among elites. Even though he had good results on Wall Street back then, his total annual income was only about 2 to 3 million. This means that these 10 million can buy him 4 to 5 years of time. But now, others can take it out whenever they want. From his tone, it is obvious that he is using it for investment to practice. The most important thing is that the money is given by his girlfriend. These few words are extremely hurtful to them, especially Chow Hongfei and Zhang Fengwei.
Xiao Yi, what does your girlfriend do? Chow Hongfei couldn't help but ask.
When he asked this question, the muscles on his face were twitching slightly, and his heart received thousands of critical strikes.
He looked at Yi Tianyang carefully. What can I say about this guy?
He is handsome, but not particularly handsome, just average.
Could it be that he has a particularly strong fighting ability in some aspects? Otherwise, why would his girlfriend be so generous and give him 10 million all at once just to practice?
If it means he likes it that much, then his girlfriend will give him more money, which will be different. Nowadays, many people keep a golden bird, but most of them just provide it with a place to stay and a little living expenses.
There are very few people who are willing to spend tens of millions on it. Mr. Chow, this detail is not important.
Ha ha.
Yi Tianyang smiled and naturally remained silent.
Originally, the girlfriend and the like were just a cover he made up deliberately. If he continued to ask, it would be easy to reveal the flaws.
This is indeed true. We had dinner together outside last night. I've seen his girlfriend. She's absolutely beautiful, rich and fair.
She drives a new Mercedes-Benz G-Class.
She's about 1.7 meters tall and very pretty. Xiao Ya, you're really a winner in life. You have both money and beauty.
Zhang Fengwei's teeth became even more sour when he said this, and he felt very emotional in his heart.
Damn it. This is fate. Look at how other people live.
They don't have to work hard in their entire life, but he still has to get up early and work late every day, and he also has to support his family. But although I envy him, there is no reason to be jealous.
This is a good thing.
If I hold on to this thigh tightly, my life will be better. Fortunately, Xiaodi and I have a pretty good relationship and we are still good friends. Seeing that Yi Tianyang was unwilling to say more about his girlfriend, Chow Hongfei naturally would not ask any further questions.
He thought for a moment and said,
At present, our company's equity structure is based on the double profit equity model. In terms of voting equity, I personally hold 80% of it. As for equity, Mr. Xia invested 4 million yuan on behalf of the investment company, accounting for 15% of our company's shares. Currently, there are still 85% of shares that have not been distributed. However, after the subsequent financing in Jinan, these shares will be diluted soon, and the maximum left for us, the founding team, will not exceed 20-25%. The subsequent financing, absorbing funds and releasing equity are not just for funding. I still want to rely on investors or various resources behind these investment companies, so that the company can develop faster.
Chao Hongfei described the current situation of his family in detail.
During this process, his wording was very cautious. He did not agree to Yi Tianyang nor did he reject him. He just explained the current situation for everyone to discuss. What he said is actually what many startup companies are doing now, and it is not simply to suppress Yi Tian and keep him there. Nowadays, many investment companies bring more than just money to startup companies. Often, these investment companies can bring powerful customer resources, connections, talent resources, etc., which are beyond your imagination. These things are better than the investment they bring. Many investment companies have invested in many industries, and they can integrate various resources in these industries together. With such interconnection, no matter which company it is, it will develop much better and faster.
Well, don't worry, let's wait and have a meal. Yi Tianyang was not in a hurry.
Anyway, he had already come to work in this company.
He could just look for opportunities and take his time. If Mr. Yi is interested, you can consider our company.
Our company specializes in fund custody. According to our average returns in the past 10 years, the company's fund returns can conservatively reach more than 15%, and in most cases more than 20%. At this moment, Xia Li Yue suddenly said something.
After he finished speaking, he looked at Chao Hongfei next to him and said with a smile, "Boss Chao, I am just telling the truth. I am not trying to poach your employees. After all, this is also part of my business scope." Chao Hongfei just glanced at Xia Li Yue, smiled, and didn't say anything. Xia Li Yue's words also made Yi Tianyang roughly understand what their company does.
Like their investment company, what they actually do is to absorb and spend funds. Just like the porters of funds, they definitely need to absorb huge amounts of idle funds from wealthy people, and then use their professional skills and connections to invest the money in startups that need money. Of course, they will also accept several rounds of financing, but investment companies here are quite cautious in their normal investments, which also leads to the fact that the status of these investors is quite high in this society. For example, even if Xia Li Yue is not a director, her status as a professional investment manager in the country far exceeds that of ordinary people. They need to absorb funds into the company's account. Yi Tianyang has 10 million funds, which is not too much, but not too little either.
It is worth Xia Li Yue's effort to win him over. "Mr. Xia, you must be joking. How could you be interested in my small amount of money?" Yi Tianyang smiled and declined. Today's situation was arranged by Chao Hongfei. We should not be so fickle. Even if Yi Tianyang wants to invest and provide funds for them to absorb, it will be something that can be arranged with Xia Li Yue later. These things will definitely not be discussed today. After a pause, Yi Tianyang continued, "I feel lazy staying at home all the time, so I want to come out and exercise. Of course, I just want to exercise. I don't have the ability to operate capital like you guys, and I'm far from qualified. Also, I've been following Brother Fengwei for a few years. I trust Brother Fengwei very much, and I want to stay with Brother Fengwei for a few more years." Yi Tianyang's words were so beautiful that Chao Hongfei next to him couldn't help but raise his glass to toast him. Zheng Fengwei also followed behind, laughing and raising his glass. Chapter 88: The Law of Success. Zheng Fengwei knew that Yi Tianyang was praising him and giving him face. Everyone raised their glasses and had a drink, and the topic was over. Then they talked about business matters, and Yi Tianyang continued to eat and listen beside them. Originally, he was a quiet person who worked hard, but because of the 10 million matter just now, the atmosphere on the scene became a little different. From the beginning, everyone called him Xiao Yi, and slowly, occasionally everyone smiled and called him Mr. Yi. In fact, the adult world is very simple. It still retains the most primitive law of survival: the strong are respected. Whoever has money is the boss. Soon their dinner was coming to an end. After finishing the meal, everyone was in high spirits and Chao Hongfei also suggested a second activity, which was to sing.
Places like Jingshan Plaza naturally have purely business nightclubs, where there are not only beautiful princesses but also handsome young men. After getting here, people found that the most relaxed person was not Chao Hongfei or Zhang Fengwei, but Xia Liyue. She went in and directly picked a handsome guy who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, with good looks and a great body. Judging from her behavior, it was obvious that she was a veteran in this kind of business and was very familiar with all the routines here. Chao Hongfei and Zhang Fengwei also each chose a beautiful girl, raised their glasses and drank with a smile. Yi Tianyan looked at Zhou Lily, who was standing next to him. Her position as an assistant was very important. She was right next to him, helping everyone get tissues and open the wine. After finishing all this, she went to the song requesting station next to her to help everyone request songs. She did not participate in their affairs from beginning to end. Famous universities like Peking University and Tsinghua University? Recommended to graduate school? To be honest, these brilliant resumes dazzled Yi Tianyang. Among ordinary people, this is absolutely a top student. Thinking of the scene, Yi Tianyang couldn't help feeling a little emotional. This is the power of money. In the past, I still had some admiration for these high-ranking academic qualifications, but now it has been completely shattered. In the end, no one paid any attention to him. He just picked a girl that he liked, and Yi Tianyang took her to join their drinking party. It was not known whether Chao Hongfei had such a bold personality to begin with, or whether he had been abroad for a long time and had become more open-minded. After drinking and having fun, he was simply very open-minded, just like an animal. This is completely different from the gentleman who was chatting and laughing during the meal just now, and his style of play is quite unrestrained. When drinking, you have to compete with others. After all, there are more than a dozen bottles of foreign liquor on the table, all of which mean cold. Today, you must continue to be particular and drink them all. During the drinking process, you can choose not to drink, but no matter whether you are a man or a woman, if you don't drink this glass, you have to take off a piece of clothing. Not to mention Yi Tianyang, even the princesses and young masters who work hard here every day can hardly bear this kind of play. But he had to bear it even if he couldn't. This was the power of capital. After just over half an hour of drinking, Zhang Fengwei was drunk. The girl helped him to go to the bathroom and vomit several times. Finally, he couldn't drink anymore, so he lay in the girl's arms and fell asleep. On the contrary, Chao Hongfei has always been very powerful in combat. In fact, he drank the most alcohol tonight, but he was not drunk at all. He was completely fine and quite sober. Xia Liyue next to him was also quite capable. The handsome guy next to him had been drunk by him and had vomited twice, but he was still very sober and spoke very clearly without any sign of drunkenness. This made Yi Tianyang exclaim in his heart that these two were awesome. Xiao Zhou, go call the waiter and ask him to get a room and take him back to the room to rest. Arrange someone to take care of him at night to prevent him from vomiting and getting hurt. Chao Hongfei was still very sober, so he made the arrangements immediately. Someone came and carried Zhang Fengwei out immediately. The girl who was with him just now also went with them. She should be the one to take care of him at night. Then he asked the manager to come in and arrange a few more girls. Afterwards, it was all about feasting and revelry. Another hour passed, and all the dozen bottles on the table were finished. A large number of people in the box were drunk, and even Chao Hongfei himself was a little drunk. But he was still able to stand and stay sober? Then he took the microphone and sang a song called Serve the Country with Loyalty. His voice was loud, with some notes, and most importantly, he did not sing out of tune. Xia Liyue was similar to her, and was sober. With a look of disgust, she pushed the two handsome boys next to her aside. They were both drunk. The last one stood up and sang a few songs. Brother Yi, how are you? Are you not drunk? While Xia Liyue was singing, Chao Hongfei walked over, sat next to Yi Tianyang, and asked with a smile. It's okay, but Mr. Chao, your alcohol tolerance can only be described as huge. Yi Tianyang responded casually with a smile, but he secretly complained in his heart that this guy was such a damn beast. Chao Hongfei smiled and said, this is how you have to drink. Otherwise, it's so boring. Drink as much as you can. Drink until everyone is drunk. In the end, you are the only one standing here. That's when you feel a sense of accomplishment. It's the same when we do business. We have to be fierce, ruthless, and quick, just like a lone wolf. I can't kill you or eat your meat. Either you die or I forget you. I have worked in the foreign capital market for so many years and have come into contact with all kinds of successful people, and I understand this. The class started so soon, Yi Tianyang immediately handed him a cigarette, lit it for him, and lit one for himself, listening to him quietly. No matter what he says, just listen first and then digest it slowly according to the actual situation. As an ordinary person, he has become a super rich man. There are so many things he needs to learn in the process. He can't rely on money to make a living in the future. This path is unrealistic. Anyone who wants to achieve success must be ruthless. We need to rob in various ways. We need to rob resources, money, cases, projects, and women.
This is mine, and that is also mine. Everything is mine.
If anyone dares to stop me or reach out, his hand will be chopped off.
Xiao Hong took a deep puff of his cigarette, waved his hand and stood up and said.
At this moment, he exuded a murderous aura that was extremely rare in modern shopping malls.
I was originally singing.
When Xia Liyue heard this, she stuck out her pretty little tongue and took a few steps back. When Yi Tianyang heard this, he smiled but didn't say anything. Chao Hongfei said this not only for himself, but also for Xia Liyue.
Chapter 89 Xiao Yi Chun Yi Zone.
In this second session, they drank for nearly 4 hours. It was already past 12 o'clock when we finished drinking. At the end, the manager of Store K was stunned when he came in. It was really rare to see customers drinking so hard tonight. There were more than a dozen princesses and young masters in the room, and they all got drunk. How strong must the fighting power of the customers tonight was.
Let's go, let's take a bath, sober up and chat for a while. Chao Hongfei put his arm around Yi Tianyang's shoulders and said in a low voice. After he finished speaking, he looked at Xia Liyue next to him and said, Mr. Xia, don't leave in a hurry. We still have a card game later. Then I'll give you an hour. I'll go and rest for a while. 1 hour should be enough.
Xia Liyue said with some deep meaning in his tone. After saying that, she walked in another direction, swaying left and right in her high heels and twisting her sexy buttocks.
Mr. Xia. Yi Tianyang looked at her back and couldn't help but ask.
Xiao Hongfei, who was smiling just now looked a little colder and said, You'd better be careful with this little devil who eats a lot of people. When she was an intern, she almost slept with everyone on our floor. Not only our company, but also the colleagues next door.
What the hell? Is it so fierce? This sudden news made Yi Tian sober up a lot.
This Mr. Xia is so cruel. But putting aside her promiscuous past, her management and work abilities are truly impeccable. Apart from this point, I still admire her quite a bit.
Chao Hongfei sighed.
If a woman wants to achieve something, she must be more ruthless than a man. Yi Tianyang had no right to comment on this, so the two of them went to a nearby bathhouse, took a bath, steamed in the sauna, and arranged for 2 female technicians with very good skills to come and give them a massage, relaxing their whole body from head to toe. After more than an hour, the smell of alcohol was completely gone, and they became much more sober. For Yi Tianyang, coming out tonight was quite a harvest for him, as he learned a few things about other people's affairs and values, or learned from other people's mistakes to understand himself clearly and grow. This was a good thing, and he also saw some of the world. 10 million, I will give you 20% of the company's shares, and you will be the company's vice president of public relations and marketing. At the same time, talents like Xiao Zhou will be transferred to be your assistant. You can also find other talents to join your team in the future. It's up to you to decide. The work of PR and marketing is actually very simple. It's just about accompanying our clients, whether you play ball with them or drink with them. As long as you can make them happy and sign a contract with us, that's enough. Although I don't have many resources, I have some.
I will give them all to you.
Of course, there are fewer domestic resources, but a little more foreign resources.
I can give them all to you without reservation. You want to train and grow, that's fine. I'll give you enough time to train and learn, and to become a member of the upper class. To put it bluntly, the upper class is just like that. After they finished their massage, they were taking a shower next to each other, separated by a curtain. Chao Hongfei said as he took a shower. After hearing what Chao Hongfei said, Yi Tianyang was stunned for a moment, but the next second he nodded in response. Good. This really feels like being led by a master but then having to rely on oneself to practice.
10 million is just the ticket price, but for Yi Tianyang, 10 million is just nothing.
And Chao Hongfei should be in a very happy mood tonight.
10 million gave him 20% of the shares, and he was also given a separate team and enough power. The most important thing was his resources. He was able to gain such trust in just 2 or 3 hours. It seemed that he did have some talent in public relations. After finishing breakfast and changing into clean clothes, it was already 1 o'clock. When Yi Tianyang came to take a shower and massage just now, he had already sent a message to Wang Yifeng, saying that he would not go back tonight. He guessed that things would not end so soon. Really? Xiao Hongfei arranged the third game, which was the fourth game for the two of them.
This operation requires so much energy. I really admire him.
Yi Tianyang thinks that he is in his 20s and this energy and intensity are normal.
But Xiao Hongfei is different.
He is 45 years old and still in such good health and full of energy.
This is really amazing.
He was soon taken to a suite next door, which was decorated extremely luxuriously. There are already a few people sitting here, 2 men and 2 women.
At first glance, the men are all rich and have extraordinary auras.
Both women were young and beautiful, and Zhou Lily was serving them tea and water. Xiao Yi, let me introduce you to Mr. Wu Haonian, who is my classmate and one of the shareholders of our company.
Mr. Li Decao, you are an excellent trader on Wall Street and also a very good investor.
You invested 5 million last year. It doubled by nearly 100%.
You have become famous overnight. Let us worship you.
When Xiao Hongfei was introducing them, he did not mention these 2 women. These beautiful women in tonight's game were just bonuses to embellish the game.
Then he introduced Yi Tianyang to them.
Haonian, Decao, this is Yi Tianyang. He will be our company's vice president of marketing and public relations director in the future. He is a young and promising man, with a good family background and more money than me.
The introduction is very simple. But it's very real. Yi Tianyang bowed, nodded slightly, shook hands with them, and then sat down.
He looked at the situation tonight without changing his expression.
Both guys are in their 40s.
Wu Haolin is taller and slightly fatter, and wears glasses, which makes him look gentle and refined. As for Li Decao, he was dressed a bit like a nouveau riche, which was completely different from his true nature. According to what you said, for a rough book, he should have dressed like an elite like Wu Haonian, but he was dressed in gaudy clothes and had a big belly. However, from what he said just now, we can be sure that this guy is capable. In the investment circle, the return on 5 million is nearly 100 times, which is 500 million.
This is equivalent to complete financial freedom in an instant. This ability is not something that ordinary people can do.
He seems to be smiling on the surface, but he must be a wise old man in his heart, otherwise he wouldn't have cut so many leaks. Brother Chao's brother, that's our brother.
How old is Mr. Yi this year?
Please take care of me in the future.
This is my business card. Wu Haonian was very polite.
He handed out a business card with both hands and said with a smile.
Chapter 90 Just Play.
Wu Haonian and his colleagues are from the same company, and he is also a director. Based on Xiao Hongfei's introduction, he can be considered Yi Tianyang's superior. After all, it has not been given to them yet, which means that he owns 20% of the company's shares.
It is very good that he can greet them so enthusiastically and proactively. Yi Tianyang stepped forward and took his business card with a smile.
I'm only 24 years old this year, and there's still a lot I don't understand, so please take care of me in the future, Brother Nian.
Li Decao was a bit aloof, looking careless. He sat there without saying anything and had no intention of adding each other on WeChat. Yi Tianyang glanced at him and took the initiative to greet him, saying, "Brotherly, how about we add a V, too?"
Since Xiao Hongfei has introduced himself, it means that this connection is useful to him. So he can leave his contact information, which may be useful in the future. Although he does not understand many things in this market, he still understands this little bit. Of course, if they need to exchange resources with each other in the future, they will have to inform Xiao Hongfei when organizing a group or doing something.
That's not necessary. I'm just a speculator. Well, I probably can't help anyone. To be more precise, I probably can't help anyone.
I'll probably just take advantage of them and cheat them.
If there's anything to do with eating, drinking, and having fun in the future, Lao Chao will be there when I come.
Young man, you are so young and you can keep up with Lao Chao.
You have to do well.
Lao Chao is a very capable person and it's rare for him to lead people. Li Decao touched his big belly and said with a smile. There was a sense of openness in his words, as if he had really been through life in the secular world and understood everything.
Yi Tianyang nodded and smiled, but at this moment, Xiao Hongfei next to him threw the chip in his hand in front of Li Decao and scolded with a smile.
Damn it, you just act mysterious and show off every day. It's been a while since I last saw you, and your level of show off is getting better and better.
I almost got fooled by you. Lee Decao laughed loudly when he heard his voice. Huh? I am just a wandering man.
When chatting with cultured bigwigs like you, I must pretend. If I don't, you will look down on me. It was obvious that they had a very good relationship in private and could joke with each other casually. They chatted for about 2 or 3 minutes when there was a knock on the door of the box.
Joe Lily quickly got up to open the door.
The door opened and Xia Liyue was standing outside. She had changed into a new set of clothes, a bright red long dress.
It was obvious that she had just taken a shower.
Her hair was still wet and dripping with water as she walked over. The makeup on her face was much lighter than before, but her complexion was obviously much more comfortable than before, and there was still a hint of rosy charm on her face.
To be honest, Xia Liyue is not ugly.
On the contrary, she has a kind of coquettishness that makes her more charming and elegant.
Old Chow, look at the men you have now.
They are so weak.
What the hell are these? Please give me a good one later.
These are too useless. Xia Liyue is really a man who never stops until he says something shocking. Yi Tianyang, who was listening nearby, had veins on his face starting to jump.
So cool. So awesome. Ga fierce.
For a woman to be able to say such words, it means that she really has all 5 poisons. The phrase all 5 poisons may sound a bit harsh, but if you change the word, it means that she has completely succeeded in her cultivation and is immune to all poisons.
Then I'll give you Lao Chao as compensation later.
He's very fierce.
Lee Decao laughed.
After this joke was told, everyone burst into laughter.
Okay, now that we're all together, let's start playing. Oh, by the way, young man, do you know how to play Texas Hold'em?
Xiao Hongfei brought the topic back to the situation where they were playing cards, turned his head to look at Yi Tianyang and asked with a smile.
Texas Hold'em? Yi Tianyang must know how to play it.
After watching all those movies about God of Gamblers over the years and following Stephen Chow and Chow Yun Fat, I must have learned it a long time ago. However, when it comes to Texas Hold'em, he only knows some of the rules of the game. As for how to beat others, he doesn't quite understand the techniques of playing cards. In recent years, more and more people are playing Texas Hold'em.
Many people like to play this game.
After all, it is a test of strength, technology, luck, personal courage, etc. For comprehensive evaluation, it is necessary to do business with them in time, which is similar to investing with them. This has led to investors, business people, and the so-called upper class becoming more and more fond of playing this card game, and everyone can use it to evaluate their partners or clients.
If it's a popular way to play, it should be okay. I don't know if you will add some other rules to it.
He must have said this with a smile, and in his heart he began to think about playing cards with them. If he only relied on the card-playing skills, he would definitely not be able to beat this group of people. These people are all old hands, and they will definitely hold him back by relying on their skills. So if he wants to beat them, he must find another way to suppress and control them from other aspects.
There is no need to add more licenses.
The rules are universal. There aren't many chips in this box, so let's give each person 100 chips. We'll start with 100,000 chips and cap it at 1 million.
You can leave at any time. Is this okay? Chow Hongfei asked again.
They definitely have to use chips when they play. Using cash is troublesome and unsafe.
This is a little different from the movies.
The starting bet is 100,000, which is considered a small amount of money for those present, so they don't care at all. The upper limit is only 1 million, because they are afraid that some of them will lose everything, and it will not be good to bet their entire property at that time. But Yi Tianyang is supported by his girlfriend after all, and he may not have much money in his hands, so he has to ask in advance to avoid the embarrassment of having no money later.
Okay, it's okay, let's start. Yi Tianyang nodded with a smile, then sat next to Chow Hongfei, his next home. It was obvious that Joe Lily often came to serve these big guys. After distributing the chips to everyone's table, she began to take out several new decks of playing cards from the cabinet next to her, and started dealing the cards by opening 2 new decks. Seeing the scene, Yi Tianyang couldn't help but think of the film that Jean Dashi had recently filmed. Beautiful dealer, dealing cards online.
Hearing his teasing, Joe Lily looked up at him, but there was no change on her face. She didn't say anything and continued to work on her work.
Soon, 2 trump cards fell into Yi Tianyang's hand. A black king of hearts and a red 5 of hearts. To be honest, this card is pretty bad. Chapter 91, A Rare State of Mind. This was a bad start, but at this time Yi Tianyang had already figured out how to play with these big guys.
He took a look and turned over the black heart K in his hand, then took out 10 chips and threw them on the table. Then just start with the starting amount of 100,000.
Nice cards. Yi Tianyan learned the terms used on the internet.
Wu Hanyan, oh, that's terrible.
I'll forget it. Li Decao, then I'll follow, 10. Xiao Liyuet, anyway, let's go around first. I'll do 10 too. Chao Hongfei, is the firepower so strong in the first fight? There is nothing I can do. I can only accompany you to the end. I will also have 10 of them. Except for Wu Haolin, the other 3 people all followed.
Assuming that each of them had 100 chips worth 1 million, after the third card was dealt, each of them had basically lost 1/10 of the total chips.
This is already a big deal. How could it be like this at the first hand of playing cards?
Generally speaking, at the beginning, masters will be very conservative in the first game or even the first 10 games, and will keep testing the edge to study their opponent's ace style. But for someone who plays like Yi Tianyang, everyone can obviously see that he is a novice. The other people in the village were all human beings, so they could naturally see this point very easily.
However, Yi Tianyang didn't care about being exposed at all.
Then the first card has been dealt.
It's the same as not having a black heart K in your hand, a black heart Q. It looked pretty good, at least there was hope of a flush, and a big flush at that, but he knew what cards he had in his hand. Not only is it not a black heart, but it is a red heart, and a single 5 at that. This hand of cards must be extremely bad. Is the first one so lucky? We must give him some face, otherwise the god of wealth will be angry. Add 20 more.
Yi Tianyang made a joke and continued to raise the bet. At this point, Li Decao followed, Xiao Liyue stopped following, and Chao Hongfei was still following. Now there were only 3 of them on the scene. The second card was dealt, but after Yi Tianyang looked at it, he realized that his luck was indeed not very good. This time it changed again, and he didn't even have a chance to get a flush. On the surface, he didn't even have a chance to get a flush, so he didn't turn over this card.
It's okay, it should be worth 20. He was the one who spoke again. Yi Tianyang counted the chips and threw in another 20.
Each person has 100 chips, which is 1 million.
Yi Tianyang has already bet half of it.
When it was Li Decao's turn, he looked at Yi Tianyang, then looked at his own cards, thought for 2 seconds, and then gave up.
His trump card didn't hold much hope. He just followed the lead unwillingly twice before.
There was no value in continuing. Yi Tianyang couldn't figure out whether this young man was really a fool or just playing it safe.
He decided to wait and see.
Anyway, there was still Chao Hongfei. He was very familiar with Chao Hongfei's card-playing habits. He was from the Chuanjian school, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to keep up until now. His cards must be big and he had a great chance of winning.
Sure, it's just the 2 of us. Then I'll follow you again.
After your super giving up, Chao Hongfei seemed to be much more relaxed, and he followed up with 20 chips. There are still 3 cards to be dealt, and everyone's cards have not been completely settled. When the third card was dealt, Yi Tianyang had a K, but it was a red K.
Yi Tianyang smiled and said, Mr. Chao, you don't have to play anymore. I'll just go all in.
I'll always have a pair of kings as a guarantee. After saying that, Yi Tianyang pushed all the chips on his table into the game. Starting with 100,000, his cards were not good, and there was no chance anyway, but Yi Tianyang didn't care. He had a good mentality. The less he cared, the more relaxed he became, the more confident he became.
He was really confident.
After all, he really didn't care. This little money lost 1 million, 2 million, or even 10 million or 20 million, is it important to him?
It doesn't matter.
As long as he doesn't lose the billions in his hands, he still has time. At worst, he can take Wang Yifeng, Su Yumei and others to go shopping for luxury cars tomorrow. If each of them buys 10 cars, he will have hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars in an instant.
That's quite cruel. The corners of Chao Hongfei's eyes twitched uncontrollably.
After a few seconds of silence, he decided to give up. He did have a strong hand. He had always been a Chuanjian sect member, so naturally he had a chance to win. Of course, it also requires 2 good cards to come out later, but Yi Tianyang's cards are not small either. The most guaranteed thing he has is a pair of KS. Especially when he was in such a high mood and had such a confident expression, it was really too awesome. If I were to go all in with him, I would lose everything in the first hand, which would be a bit embarrassing. So after weighing the pros and cons, Chao Hongfei decided to give up this time. After all, the outcome would not be determined by just one try, and there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. He might as well take care of Yi Tianyang, who had just joined their team.
Sure enough, all newbies get big gift packs. I have to admit it. Chow Hongfei smiled and handed Yi Tianyang a cigarette.
Yi Tianyang smiled and said that he was just playing around, and then he casually mixed the cards in his hand into the team. He was the big winner in this round, and there were more than 200 chips in front of him, a full pile.
The second game started soon. However, Yi Tianyang's way of playing cards is still the same.
No matter whether the cards are big or small, he will just follow the amount bet by others. In the end, when there are only 2 companies left, he will go all in without hesitation.
All in again? This time, the one playing against him was Xia Liyue.
Xia Liyue frowned slightly and looked at Yi Tianyang's expression with a serious look, but she really couldn't see any clues.
This guy is really a fool.
He plays every game like this and doesn't leave any way out for himself.
No matter what, you have to try your best, take a deep breath and play another game.
He thinks the cards he has in his hand are very good this time, so if he loses, he loses.
He will just take it as a gamble.
Finally, the cards were opened. As expected, Yi Tianyang's cards were very bad. He was no match for her and lost everything in one hand. Yi Tianyang smiled, stood up and said, "Okay, now I'm done losing. Okay, I'm going home. Brothers and sisters, have fun."
Hearing Yi Tianyang say this, Chow Hongfei was stunned for a moment and didn't react.
It turned out that this guy was planning this.
However, this person is too calm.
He doesn't even have the desire to decide who wins or loses.
This state of mind is very rare. Chapter 92: Life at your fingertips.
The key point is that this 1 million yuan was just taken out and thrown around for fun, as if he was just buying something. In other words, no one cares about today's bet at all, and winning or losing doesn't matter.
Okay, then you can go back. Be careful on the road after drinking. Chow Hongfei reminded with a smile.
Yi Tianyang nodded and smiled at everyone, then strode out of the box. With a click, the door of the room closed.
The box fell into silence for a moment.
The people present were all experienced people, but it was the first time they had seen someone with such a unique personality.
This young man is really good.
He has no desire to gamble, but he has good gambling manners.
His character is naturally impeccable.
Li Decao took a puff of his cigar and said with a smile. Wu Hanyan sighed slightly, and then said, "You are only 24 years old.
I really envy you when I think about it. It is so rare to be so calm at this age. What was I doing when I was 24?
I couldn't even move my legs when I saw a woman at that time." Wu Hanyan said this as he looked at the beauties serving in the box. You have to know that the beauty serving in this box, with her service attitude, appearance, and clothing, how can a man in his 20s control herself?
Xia Liyue couldn't help but burst out laughing and said, "That's not necessarily true. Don't think that people are so perfect. What if they are henpecked? What if you have to go back in a hurry and kneel on the washboard? Ha ha."
Chow Hongfei smiled, waved his hand and said, "Even though the one at home is strict, he is still calm and composed.
This alone is very valuable. This young man is not simple. And did you find that he should have thought it through from the beginning?
If he plays like this, he will go all in every time.
If he wins, he wins.
If he loses, he can just go home directly.
Young people can be so calm and willing to accept defeat. Their methods are different. At least I couldn't do it when I was my age." Just like old Wu, all his attention was on the women's bodies.
As he spoke, he glanced at Xia Liyue silently.
No matter what they were talking about, Yi Tianyang got on the special car they had arranged and went back. It was already 3 o'clock when he got home. To be honest, this place is really nice.
You can drink and chat together, then take a bath, get a massage, and play cards after drinking.
It's a one-stop service and you don't have to run around everywhere. And each item is quite good. It also allowed Yi Tianyang to see another living environment of these people. If no one introduced it, he really wouldn't know these places. This 10 million investment can be regarded as a ticket to enter this life in the future. He is certainly not doing it for the money, he just wants to be less bored. He doesn't care whether he makes a profit or a loss. Otherwise, what is he doing at home every day? Playing basketball every day will make him tired. It will take another 20 years for me to live like this, but that's fine. I'm only in my 20s now, so I can still enjoy myself for another 20 years. There's no rush.
After entering the villa, perhaps because of the sound of him opening the door, a series of footsteps were soon heard in the room. It was Wang Yifeng, wearing pajamas and slippers, trotting out with sleepy eyes.
Why are you back? The moment she saw Yi Tianyang, she couldn't help laughing and even teased him. Can't you come back and sleep? I'm sleepy. Yi Tianyang smiled, knowing that the girl was teasing him on purpose. He then undressed himself.
Wang Yifeng next to him immediately bent down and helped him get slippers from the cabinet next to him.
Are you not enjoying your life? Or is the girl not pretty enough? I actually let you come back tonight. Wang Yifeng continued to tease.
Hearing this, Yi Tianyang put on and took off his shoes, then lay down and slapped the basketball. No, it's not that. I just miss this steamed bun at home.
Wang Yifeng. Who should I blame?
I blame myself. You know you can't beat others in talking, but you still insist on going.
You are really a novice and a playful person. Early the next morning.
There are some handover procedures that need to be done at the company, including resignation. So many things have happened in the past few days, it seems like a very long time has passed.
I'm going to the company today to handle the resignation procedures. Please take me there later.
Yi Tianyang said casually while the two of them were having breakfast.
Yeah, okay.
Wang Yifeng nodded, and then continued, the license plate has arrived, I can go to the forest shop today to install the plate, and by the way, repair the paint that was damaged in the front.
Go buy a car yourself. That way it will be more convenient for you. What if I have something to do and can't take you there?
Yi Tianyang ate the big white flour bun in his hand, raised his eyebrows at Wang Yifeng and said, then I'll buy it when I find a beautiful female driver.
He has not yet chosen to tell Wang Yifeng about his big Bentley.
No matter how much a woman likes someone, she should not be confessed too much.
Moreover, he does not intend to tell Wang Yifeng about Su Yumei's affairs as long as he can delay it.
These two sides are two lives completely separate from his.
There is no need to mix them together. Wang Yifeng.
On their way to the company after breakfast, they received a call from Chao Hongfei. The meaning of calling is to tell him that if he has time today, he can go to the company to get familiar with the way, check out his office, and get to know the employees in the company. During the call, Chao Hongfei did not say anything about the investment matter from last night, but this matter must be done today and it must be discussed face to face. Yi Tianyang agreed and said that he would go as soon as he was done, which would be around 10 o'clock in the morning. After hanging up the phone, I looked out at the busy traffic outside, with cars passing one after another. Each car carries a family and a group of people striving for a happy life.
The sun has risen outside.
Even though it is November with warm sunshine, the morning is much more comfortable. Looking at the tall buildings outside the car window, Yi Tianyang feels a little dazed. It has only been a few days, but he already feels a sense of happiness and belonging in this city. Now he wants money, he wants a house, he has a house, he wants a woman, he has a woman, he wants a career, his career is about to begin, it all seems like a dream. Everything here was something he had never dared to think about before, but now it is within his reach.
I feel like I forgot something important. Yi Tianyang suddenly muttered.
Chapter 93 Say Goodbye to the Past.
What did you forget? Wang Yifeng looked at him curiously and asked.
Yi Tianyang thought about it carefully, and finally remembered that he was planning to wash clothes and change bed sheets on the weekend a few days ago, so he soaked the sheets, quilt covers, clothes, and his 2 pairs of sneakers in water. Especially those pairs of shoes were soaked in his red bucket, and it has been several days.
I wonder if it will get stale in there.
Especially his pair of sneakers, which he had to save money for a long time to afford. Although according to the current value, it is only worth more than 800 yuan, he may not be willing to bend down to pick it up if it is dropped on the ground. But this was the largest sum of money he had ever been willing to spend on himself, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud at the thought.
What's wrong? What are you laughing at again? It's okay, I just thought of some happy things.
After more than 20 minutes, they arrived at the company they had been working for.
After parking the car on the road, Wang Yifeng thought for a moment and asked, do you want me to park the car in the underground garage and I'll go up with you? No need.
The parking garage is too troublesome. You can just park in front of the coffee shop next door.
You can have a cup of coffee there and wait for me. After saying that, Yi Tianyang got out of the passenger seat. The outfit he wore today was relatively formal, at least he was wearing an Armani suit.
He also wanted to put a successful end to his job, which he had been working for several years since graduation.
After arriving at the company, he just had to complete the remaining resignation procedures.
The first thing he naturally went to do was to find his old boss Zhang Fengwei. After all, he was the one who approved these reports in the first place. Zhang Fengwei still looked a little listless.
He drank too much last night and was probably not completely sober yet.
The two looked at each other and said nothing tacitly.
After all, these things were not convenient to talk about in the company.
Zhang Fengwei signed quickly, then whispered to him, "Remember to go find Mr. Chow.
Your work is almost done, you can leave at any time, but my work still needs to be handed over for a while, you can talk to him first." The two of them each made an okay gesture, and Yi Tianyang went out, feeling a lot more relaxed.
Passing by the location of the original office, I saw an acquaintance, Yuan Shishir, who was dressed exquisitely. When she saw Yi Tianyang coming over, her eyes lit up.
I couldn't help but follow his footsteps. Yi Tianyang went to the finance department next door.
The manager of the finance department was a lady who was nearly 50 years old. She was working and chatting with other people in the finance department. When she saw someone coming in, she became much more serious.
"What's the matter?" Yi Tianyang nodded and said, "Well, I've resigned. I want you to sign so I can go through the formalities."
All the leaders above have signed. After looking at the procedure form in her hand, the old woman glanced at Yi Tianyang but did not pick up the pen to sign. Instead, she looked at Yuan Shishir behind him. A few days ago, Yi Tianyang invited Yuan Shishir to go out for dinner and shopping after get off work.
When she came back on Monday, Yuan Shishir looked refreshed. She said that these were all bought for her by Yi Tianyang and she praised Yi Tianyang highly. Anyone could see that Yuan Shishir seemed to have a good attitude towards Yi Tianyang through this date. Why did Yi Tianyang suddenly choose to resign? Have you found a buyer yet? Thinking of this, the elder sister couldn't help but ask. Why look for a new employer? I won't. I'll go back and inherit the family business. Working is too tiring. Only idiots would work. Yi Tianyang said with a smile. Financial manager. Everyone in the finance office. After being speechless for a few seconds, she asked again, "Aren't you an orphan? Where is your family property to return to?"
Tianyang, this name is too special, so everyone in this company knows that Yi Tianyang is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. At this time, Yi Tianyang looked at Yuan Shishir next to him, smiled and said, "Yes, I just found a rich and beautiful girlfriend who has a house, a car, and money. I will inherit his family business. If I don't work, I will just lie down and eat gigolo meals." Yi Tianyang's teasing and Jin Cici's words made everyone silent. The manager of the finance department twitched his lips, and without saying anything else, he quickly signed the form and said, "The rest of your salary will be deposited into your card on the 9th of next month, the day when everyone gets paid. Given your personal conditions, it is a good thing that you can marry a wife, and a rich wife at that. Cherish her." After completing all the formalities, he handed it to Yi Tianyang, but in the end he couldn't help but mocked him. "Don't worry, I won't let you worry about this. I will definitely take good care of it." Yi Tianyang nodded, then turned around and left. The moment he saw Yuan Shishir, he just smiled and clicked on the picture. Yuan Shishir is indeed beautiful and suitable as his next target, but he doesn't want to lick her now. He has to show his strength and let this woman come to him on her own initiative. This way he will be more efficient. What's more, he said that you have too many targets now and she won't make a difference. After he left, only Yuan Shishir and the other people in the finance department were left. The finance manager asked with concern, "Are you feeling uncomfortable? Do you really like her this time?" She was also a young person, and she was quite pretty when she was young. She was naturally very familiar with the methods of these sea kings and sea queens. Looking at Yuan Shishir's worried expression at this time, she knew that she must have been moved, but couldn't grasp it. "No, it's okay. How could I fall in love with him?" Yuan Shishir said with her head down. "That's fine. You're young, so you can have some fun out there. There's no need to rush into marriage for now. But one day you'll have to start a family, so you have to look further ahead. Don't stare at houses and cars and the like. Find a man with potential and ask him to treat you well, and you'll know how happy your future life will be." The manager of the finance department spoke to her earnestly. She had finally chosen an honest man that year. Life is happy and fulfilling. Even though she had nothing like a house or a car at the beginning, she still had everything after so many years of hard work. She was beautiful when she was young and met many rich second generations, but in the end, she was just someone else's plaything. Even when playing basketball, I have to consider his feelings first and try to please him.
It was as if I couldn't wait to play basketball with him. But if you choose an ordinary person, an honest person, then his status is completely different.
Even if his dribbling skills may be a little worse, as long as he is guided, he will never let you down.
Chapter 94, Far Ahead.
When the finance manager thought about playing basketball, she couldn't help but feel itchy. I immediately opened WeChat and sent a message to my husband. Hey, honey, no matter where you are, go home now, wash yourself and wait for me. The advantage of continuing to look for an ordinary husband is that he will listen to her in everything, and he seems to be very enthusiastic about this aspect and will obey whatever she asks. After sending the message, she turned to her colleagues and said, Xiao Wang, I have something to deal with at home.
I'll go back first and come back after I'm done. If it's fast, I'll come in the afternoon and work normally.
If it's slow, it will probably take until 4 or 5 o'clock. If there's any small task that you can't solve, you can help me with it first and I'll solve it when I come back. After saying that, she couldn't wait to leave her seat with her small bag. I don't know why this happened suddenly today. I couldn't wait to get to the garage and drove home in a hurry.
After completing the handover formalities and walking out the door, Yi Tianyang was completely relieved.
There happened to be a Huawei store nearby, so after thinking it over, he walked in.
Hello, do you have that one that's far ahead?
He couldn't remember the specific model, but he saw it every day when he was scrolling through Douyin these days.
Poochie. You mean 60?
Yes, they arrived today.
Okay, how many do you have here? We just reached 50. You can also pack them all for me. I want them all. Wow. Okay, right away.
Just like that, a few minutes later, Yi Tianyang came with a big bag in each hand, containing 50 mobile phones in total. He found Wang Yifeng, who was drinking coffee in the cafe, and then got into the car.
Even if you want to change your phone, you don't need to buy so many, right? How much does it cost? Isn't this phone very popular recently? I'm going to meet a colleague later, so I'll ask you to give me some as a gift.
Leave the rest here for now, and your friends can give it as gifts in the future.
Do you want to change your phone? Pick a color for yourself. Yi Tianyang took out his own phone and replaced the card.
He has been using this Redmi phone for 3 years. Although it is still okay to use now, it is time to retire it. Wang Yifeng shook her head unwillingly. No, I'm still used to using my iPhone.
Yi Tianyang glanced at her and said jokingly, that won't do. How can we do that?
We should also support our domestic products and not worship foreign things.
What do you mean by worshipping foreign things? I have been using this for many years. I am used to this operating system of this phone. And I don't want to be like Hua Dongzi. It doesn't matter if it doesn't support it.
Wang Yifeng said coquettishly.
This is indeed a problem. Recently, something said by a top anchor finally brought this brand out.
We also know that this so-called domestic brand is actually a small workshop that has been making dirty money by selling sentimental debts.
Yi Tianyang thought for a while and said, this is different. This is our real domestic product. And think about it, if you and I use the same phone, then we are considered a couple, right? I'll pick the gray one, and you'll use the pink one, right? It's a perfect match.
When we're outside, we can tell we're a couple just by looking at each other.
Wang Yifeng rolled her eyes at him. Stop it, you're just trying to trick me. You bought so many phones at once, how many people are you going to give them to? In the future, will all the women in your company be your girlfriends, because you're all using couple models? Ha ha. Okay, this reaction speed is quite good.
In this way, the two of them chatted and went to a CBD center.
Their company's office environment was okay before, but it was still far worse than here. This is the most prosperous place now, and the new company is located in the Tiancheng building, which is also a prosperous area in the entire US city. The Tiancheng building was only built 2 years ago. It is a top-notch office building. Your equipment and environment are absolutely first class.
Yi Tianyang and Zhang Fengwei came here once when they came out to visit clients.
The parking fee here is 50 yuan a day.
The parking fee for their previous office building was 5 yuan a day, and there was a discount for monthly cards, 120 yuan a month. At this moment, Yi Tianyang suddenly remembered that he had won an office building in his last 10 draws, which seemed to be the Tiancheng building.
However, he was too busy at the time and did not pay attention to it. After all, he did not need to pay attention to it.
Anyway, this building is handed over to a professional company for management, and the monthly rent will be transferred to his account.
We will soon arrive at the Tiancheng building. Then you go and do your work.
I'll go put on the license plate first and spray paint the car.
You can solve it by yourself at noon.
Wang Yifeng said when the car stopped at the entrance of the building.
Okay, give me a kiss. Oh. Look, that security guy is watching us. Just look, what else can he do? I'm not taking up his parking space. Can he still care if we kiss here? Mua mua. Kissed twice. Dribble the ball. Yi Tianyang's mood also became much happier.
Seeing Wang Yifeng's shy expression, he took out a bag filled with about 10 mobile phones and got off the car. I heard from Chao Hongfei that there are only about 10 people in the company now, so this number of mobile phones should be enough. We will deal with it later when it is not enough. After carrying the big bag and taking 2 steps to the gate, he was stopped by a security guard in his 20s. The security guard was tall and straight, with a strong physique, and he looked straight ahead. He looked very majestic, which was not easy. Nowadays, no matter it is the security guard in the office building or the security guard at the gate of the community, they are all old men with almost lost teeth. Isn't it a joke to ask them to be in charge of security? He was afraid that the wind would be too strong and he would be blown down. A young and strong security guard like this is much more pleasing to the eye. I'm sorry, you can't come in without a card, or do you have a reservation? Oh, then wait a moment. Yi Tianyang then called Chao Hongfei and told him that they had arrived at the entrance of the building. 2 minutes later, Zhou Lily ran quickly to the elevator door, and when she saw Yi Tianyang again, she immediately called out respectfully. Hello, Mr. Yi. In the end, she took the bag from his hand very naturally. No need, let that little girl do the physical activities by herself. Yi Tianyang refused her, but his arm was pulled by the little girl, and he looked at him with some surprise. Mr. Yi, there are 3 lipstick marks on your face. Zhou Lily reminded in a low voice. Wipe. Big society is dead. Chapter 95, Mr. Yi's new idea of making money. Well. Oh. Social death. No wonder the security guard looked at him with a funny expression just now. Finally he reacted and turned to look at the road behind him, but the familiar Mercedes-Benz G had already driven away. He could only shake his head and smile. Quite naughty. But these were all his own choices. He just insisted on being in the car, kissing people, and dribbling the ball. Zhou Lily was very sensible. She took out a wet wipe from her pocket and took the initiative to help Yi Tianyang wipe the lipstick marks off his face. After that, she tried to hold back her laughter. Just say whatever you want to say. Don't hold back your laughter. It will cause internal injuries. Yi Tianyang had already noticed the subtle twitching of the corners of his mouth. It's okay. I just envy that Mr. Yi has such a good relationship with your girlfriend. In order to avoid embarrassment, Zhou Lily immediately changed the subject and said, This morning, Mr. Chao told me that I will eventually join your team as your assistant. I have already cleaned up your office. Now there are only 2 of us in the entire department. I have already contacted headhunters and recruitment websites. If you have any special recruitment needs, please tell me and I will add them. Well, okay. Yi Tianyang nodded, and then couldn't help asking something he was curious about. I've seen your resume, it's so brilliant, why did you choose to be a small assistant? From Peking University to Tsinghua University, and a postgraduate student at that, these are achievements that ordinary people look up to. Shouldn't such talents go directly to those top 100 companies after graduation? After a few years of casually working there, it is not easy to earn $1 million a year. In fact, it is a lot. After a few years of getting familiar with the industry, they can start their own business and reach the peak of their lives. Bossy, actually, my current assistant position, strictly speaking, is not much lower than those positions in large companies, or the salaries of those investors. This job requirement is very relevant to me. I am proficient in 8 languages and can basically communicate normally. Our company's potential customers are basically all over the world, especially those overseas customers. Many overseas customers also want to come to our country to study, start a business, etc., so the language advantage is very important to me. I think in this trend, the probability of success in this industry will be a little bit higher. Another point is that I like to travel everywhere. I like to travel around the world. If I travel by myself, how can I have so much money? This position just meets this requirement, so I chose this place without hesitation.
Zhou Lily was answering Yi Tianyang's questions very seriously. After all, this person will be your direct superior in the future.
If you talk to him more, introduce more, and let him know more, it will definitely be more convenient for you to work in the future.
Yi Tianyang.
He couldn't help but admire that she actually knew so many foreign languages. He used to think that this person who was proficient in 8 languages was just a joke made up on the internet. He didn't expect to meet her in real life.
Here are several mobile phones. Just pick one and send the others to everyone.
I asked Mr. Chow before and he said that there are only about 10 people in our company now.
Those CEOs don't need to worry about them. Everyone else can get one as a greeting gift.
Before getting out of the elevator and entering the office, Yi Tianyang handed the bag full of mobile phones to Zhou Lily and said. Zhou Lily looked at the bag and saw that it was full of the latest Huawei 60 mobile phones. They were hard to buy recently and she knew the price very well. A high-end one cost nearly 10,000 yuan and the lowest one cost more than 6,000 yuan. This was the first time she saw a leader giving everyone such gifts. But I didn't say much, just nodded and did as he asked. Okay, I'll distribute it to you later.
Thank you, Mr. Yi.
After entering the company's gate, I found that the decoration is indeed very good, very high-end, covering an entire floor, and it is a truly high-rise building. In such a place, the scenery is quite good, and you will be able to see all the mountains from the top of the mountain. There were also 2 young and beautiful girls at the front desk. There are 2 people in the finance department, one is a lady in her 40s with a very good temperament, and the other is a younger girl who probably just graduated not long ago.
There are currently 4 people in the sales department, 1 man and 3 women.
The man is tall and handsome, and the women's looks are above 70 points, plus Zhou Lily next to them. With a foundation like Zhou Lily, Yi Tianyang absolutely believed that even if there were only these few people, he could conclude that none of them were cowards, and they were definitely elite soldiers. Afterwards, Zhou Lily took Yi Tianyang to Chao Hongfei's office, and he went out to distribute cell phones to everyone. Then his mobile phone received a notification tone with a 100x system response. There are 9 mobile phones left, 8 of which were given to girls. On average, each one cost 8,000 yuan, and a 100-fold rebate is more than 6 million yuan.
Although it's not much, a small amount of meat is still meat. The key is to get it slowly and continuously. Keep brushing it when you have the chance.
And through today's incident, he also discovered a new way to make money. Originally, he bought a mobile phone today just to test whether it would work, but he didn't expect that since it really works, he can give benefits to employees frequently in the future.
Give out benefits to make money. It's quick to sign this way. It seems that my public relations department and marketing department must be mainly female employees in the future. I should recruit more girls. Otherwise, can I think of a way to hold a beauty pageant on TikTok? He thought about it in his mind, and quickly gave up the idea. If he could choose some beautiful women to be anchors in a Kiwo media, that would be no problem. He could make more money from that aspect in the future. But this side is focused on career, so naturally it is impossible to focus only on beautiful women. As a human being, it would be too boring otherwise. You should try to start a career. It doesn't matter whether you make money or not. You have to kill time and broaden your horizons. Otherwise, it would be so boring to stay at home every day eating, drinking, sleeping and playing ball. When he is old 20 years later, he will definitely regret it when he looks back, because there are still so many things in this world that he has not seen. Chao Hongfei's office is quite antique, and everything inside reveals the luxurious style of hundreds of years ago. The 4 corners and the middle of the office are also designed according to the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. Seeing this scene, Yi Tianyang felt awe-inspiring. Ha ha. Excuse me, brother.
I personally don't really believe in feng shui.
It's just that most of the rich people in Guangdong province believe in it.
We are doing business, so we have to leave a reliable impression on our customers.
So I just follow the trend.
Seeing his expression when he came in, Chao Hongfei knew what he was thinking and explained with a smile.
Chapter 96 officially becomes a shareholder. Yi Tianyang smiled and nodded. This is normal.
Although this is metaphysics, you can study it when you have time. Ordinary people naturally won't pay attention to these illusory things, but because of this, their monthly income is fixed and the difference won't be too big. Occasionally, they may buy a lottery ticket and win a small prize. But no one can get rich without unexpected wealth, and no horse can get fat without overnight grass. Those wealthy, successful people and elites certainly have their own strengths, but most of them have caught up with the trend and seized the opportunity.
What do you think, brother? Chow Hongfei made a cup of tea and brought it over, saying with a smile. Yi Tianyang nodded, agreeing with his point of view. But there is also some evil taste in my heart. The success of these people is not necessarily because they seized the opportunity. Is it possible that they were reborn, or obtained the super-rich system? Okay, let's not talk about that anymore. Let's talk about some serious business, about your investment. Brother, I told you last night that it's 10 million for 20% of our company's shares. This is a little lower than what Mr. Xia and his team are offering. So I have two reasons for this. The first is that if Mr. Xia and his team invest earlier, the risk will be higher. The second is that in addition to money, they can also provide me with some other resource support. I think you should understand this. Chow Hongfei brought the topic back to their business. As for the money, he also made everything clear in advance. Angel round investment will later dilute the shares, and new financing will be required. These are win-win situations for you in the investment circle. Generally speaking, there will be no disputes about shares. He was also afraid that Yi Tianyang didn't understand, so Chow Hongfei felt that he had the obligation and responsibility to make the matter clear to him to avoid any disputes over the stock nature. Any investor is a benefactor to a startup company like theirs, and he couldn't make others unhappy after spending money on them. That would be like destroying the bridge after crossing it and not knowing how to repay the favor. Sure. I'm already very satisfied with 20% of the shares for 10 million. Yi Tianyang nodded and agreed with a smile on his face, not showing any sign of minding at all. Originally, 10 million was not a lot of money for him. For example, today he came to the company to chat with Chow Hongfei and brought some mobile phones to give away, so he received a rebate of more than 6 million yuan, which has covered more than half of the cost. This is also his first time to make money here, and he will just swipe a few more times later. He invested in Chow Hongfei's company not because he was optimistic about his things, but because he wanted a platform. With this platform, he can get in touch with some people and connections, and spend money as he pleases, and improve himself so that he doesn't feel so empty. That's fine. Then let's take the next step. You will become one of the shareholders of our company. Let's talk about the specific details of your position. You are a shareholder and vice president of our company. According to the regulations of our company, your salary is. First of all, let me tell you that our company has just started, so naturally our work level cannot be compared with those mature large companies, especially for senior executives. Your salary may not be as high as your assistants. Usually, the salary we give to shareholders is enough to cover their living expenses. After all the money in the company now belongs to the shareholders and investors. Personally, my current salary is only 300,000 yuan a year. Of course, dividends and other things are counted separately. Do you have any questions about these? If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. Let's be gentlemen first and villains later. Let's make things clear first, and we can discuss it later if it's inappropriate. After Chow Hongfei finished speaking, he looked at Yi Tianyang with a look of relief in his eyes. Now that their cooperation has been finalized, the general direction is no longer a problem. Now they are talking about these small details. Of course, these things must be made clear and discussed. Many times, it is these small details that lead to the collapse of cooperation. What kind of treatment does Mr. Xia get? Yi Tianyang thought for a moment and asked. The salary is hundreds of thousands or millions for him. He can choose not to take the money if he doesn't care. However, there are rules in every industry. Since he has entered this industry, he doesn't need to be a sucker. He still has to take what is his. If you make excessive concessions, you will not gain other people's goodwill, but will only make others look down on you even more. Ms. Xia doesn't get paid in our company. Her salary is paid by the investment company. In addition to our company, she also does business for many other companies. Our company is too small to support such a great person. She can earn an annual salary of more than 1 million yuan anywhere. What about Wu Hanyan? Yi Tianyang continued to ask. Chow Hongfei replied, Wu Hanyan's salary is based on the base salary plus our company's business commission. The bottom line is 15,000 yuan per month, which is 5% to 15% based on the number of orders. The specific amount will be broken down in the month based on the total performance and the target we set. Okay, I'll follow his standard. It's not really important to me. Yi Tianyang thought about it and decided. Then we can follow this standard first. Our company's total turnover target this year is 500 million yuan, with a profit of about 25% to 30%.
If we can accomplish this task, we will definitely raise funds again before the end of this year.
This is to reserve funds for future market expansion and scale expansion.
By then, the company will have no objection to your shares, whether it is a transformation or dividend.
Chow Hongfei said confidently.
He is already in his 40s, and his knowledge, experience, and connections have reached their peak. He can earn millions of dollars a year just by talking. Apart from starting a business, this must have been the result of careful planning and preparation. It is impossible that he did this on impulse. He came out just to make a lot of money, and to make more money.
Of course, after hearing this, Yi Tianyang just smiled faintly and nodded.
No matter what kind of leader he is, he has a skill, that is, to make empty promises to his employees and friends. Regardless of whether he can make money or not, he can draw a big and round pie. If this company can really make a lot of money so easily, Chow Hongfei would not let Yi Tianyang invest money so easily.
If it is really that easy to make money, why would you invest your money so easily? Now there is still risk, and the investment may go down the drain.
But this doesn't matter to Yi Tianyang, as he is not looking for money.
Our company has a car provider here, do you need one? Chapter 97, Mr. Yi is mighty. The company's salary also includes an Alpha business car. Although it's second-hand, it must be of good performance.
Mr. Xia, Mr. Wu, and I all have our own cars, so we basically don't need it. Our company's sales staff all have cars, so...
Now pay attention to placing orders. It's normal for customers to go out. It won't work without a car. Our company also listed this when we were recruiting.
You must have your own car. Of course, the company will subsidize you for wear and tear and fuel costs and the like.
Chow Hongfei continued to tell Yi Tianyang some details about his position.
Yi Tianyang understood what he meant, so he asked, "Forget it, I'll buy this car myself." The main thing is to buy a car that is most suitable and can hold up face without being too arrogant and high profile. Business cars must be of particular quality. He only has one Bentley now, which is left with Su Yume for him to use.
Moreover, this car is a little bit high profile, so I have to buy a new one. It's best if it's not more expensive than Chow Hongfei's, but not too bad either, so that I can save face. Mine is a Land Rover, and Mr. Xia's is a Cayenne. As for you, you can decide for yourself. If you want to start a fun business, you can just go for a Land Rover. This way we can always use your car to show off our skills. Chow Hongfei said with a smile. He didn't care what car Yi Tianyang drove, as long as he didn't drive the company's last Alpha.
Okay, I understand. Yi Tianyang nodded, and after thinking about it, he asked a new question. Oh, by the way, there is another thing.
My team is recruiting people. Regarding this aspect, this is the only thing that interests and concerns Yi Tianyang in the company.
After all, his daily income depends on this during normal working hours.
You can decide this yourself. I don't care what you want to do. I only care about the general direction of all your departments.
Your total budget for the entire public relations operation department this year is 5 million.
The current cost is 2 pieces.
The first is the salary cost of your team, and the other is the operating cost. Now your annual goal is to provide at least 10,000 potential customers for the sales department.
To be honest, I think this goal is still very difficult.
As long as you can complete 60%, I will think it is very, very good. It is difficult, but you have become a shareholder of our company.
It is a good opportunity for you to train yourself, right?
I know you may not care about the money, but just want to improve yourself and prepare for future development. Now that they have been chatting so openly, Chow Hongfei's attitude has become much more sincere. He thought that Yi Tianyang was with the rich woman and had a low status, so he wanted to start his own business as soon as possible and build a career in preparation for leaving the rich woman. No matter how young and handsome a man was, he would definitely grow old and his health would deteriorate in a few years, and the rich woman might give up on him at that time. It would be better to leave another way out so that he would not be kicked away by others. Yi Tianyang came in alone as an investor, which was completely different from other vice presidents, so Chow Hongfei completely delegated power to Yi Tianyang and just gave him a rough framework. He just needed to make their salary funds and task bottom line clear to him. He would definitely not interfere with other details, otherwise he would have no rights at all.
Why would others spend so much money to invest in your company? Okay, well, I have understood everything here. Let's sign the contract? Yi Tianyang said with a smile.
They had a simple working lunch at noon, and then hurried to discuss the details of the contract. Then they needed to handle the change of equity, fight battles, and learn various procedures.
Once these were done, today's task was completed. Yi Tianxiang didn't feel too much about this.
Anyway, he just prepared 10 million and would just transfer it when the time came. He would get what he deserved for the money he paid, and he would just have to wait for the rest. After all these were done, Yi Tianyang took Chao Hongfei to the nearby Rolls-Royce 4S store and bought the top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce Cullinan, which was worth nearly 10 million yuan. When I bought it, I had already made it clear to the salesperson here that I had to restrict it. I paid the money here and went through the formalities there, which took about half an hour, and then I could drive away directly. For the convenience in the future, after buying the car, Yi Tianyang took a look and Chao Hongfei said, "Mr. Chao, you see, I have already bought the car, but I don't have a driver's license. I would like to trouble you to be my driver today." The main reason why Yi Tianyang said this was that he wanted to have a legitimate driver in the future, and a female driver at that, which would also make it convenient for him to make money, at least to get the money back for the Rolls-Royce Cullinan first.
Chao Hongfei. To be honest, he was a little speechless about this. His future comrades in arms were not worthy of his huge wealth in terms of strength, talent, experience, and age, but they just had so much money.
Isn't that infuriating? And big guys like them see things very clearly. If they have money and then give them some, they can use money to improve these so-called strengths, talents, and experiences slowly. This is the template for the growth of real big guys. Welcome at Mr. Yi to join our Hongfei technology family.
Let me introduce you all. Yi Tianyang is the vice president of our company.
He is mainly responsible for the company's public relations and marketing. He is young and promising. Please welcome him with applause. After finishing the busy day, he returned to the company around 3 or 4 in the afternoon.
Chao Hongfei also added Yi Tianyang to their WeChat group and sent a message.
There are only about 10 people in their WeChat group, and it suddenly became lively when they saw the message.
Welcome Mr. Yi and thank you for the mobile phone you sent me this morning. Welcome Mr. Yi and thank you for the mobile phone you sent me this morning. Welcome Mr. Yi and thank you for the mobile phone you sent me this morning. Welcome Mr. Yi and thank you for the mobile phone you sent me this morning.
After all, it was a work group, and both Chao Hongfei and Xia Liyue were there. Everyone was relatively restrained in speaking, and they simply copied the message sent by the first person.
On the surface, it seemed so simple, but how could others let it go in private? In a blink of an eye, Yi Tianyang received friend requests from everyone in the company. After all, who could refuse a handsome guy who was generous, the company's vice president, and young and promising? Chapter 98 Mr. Yi is domineering.
Yi Tianyang naturally accepted all their friend requests, and finally opened the roster of company employees that Zhou Lily had just brought over. Yi Tianyang looked through it carefully and finally figured out the general personnel of the company. The company currently has a total of 9 employees, 8 of whom are girls.
The front desk is the face of the company.
These 2 girls are naturally the most beautiful and very young and lively. The finance manager is a sister who is nearly 40 years old.
Her name is Xin Xiao.
She has an impressive resume and has worked in top 100 companies for more than 10 years.
She is very experienced.
The other person is Bai Mingjie, a young woman who just got married not long ago. She is 27 years old and has 2 or 3 years of work experience, which is not bad. Sales department, Qin Yun, Li Rongrong, Zhao Yuanyuan, Wang Guobin, this group of 3 women and 1 man, each of them has a very impressive resume, and the lowest academic degree is a postgraduate. In the past, these people would have been out of Yi Tianyang's reach. Looking at the level of these people in this company, Yi Tianyang felt that if he had come here for an interview based on his ability, he probably wouldn't even have made it to the first round of interviews.
But now, sometimes money really can do whatever you want. I'm going to treat everyone to dinner tonight. We're going to have southern seafood next to the team building venue. If you're free tonight, remember to join us.
Yi Tianyang then sent a message in the group, which immediately drew applause from everyone.
Newfound Seafood is a very famous restaurant in this area.
It mainly sells seafood. The seafood here is very fresh and air-shipped.
The chef is also very good and has a very good reputation here.
Of course, the price is also very outrageous.
If you eat there, the average consumption per person is hundreds or thousands of yuan.
If there are more than 10 people, it will easily cost 10,000 or 20,000 yuan.
How can ordinary working people afford it?
Of course, these are not money at all for Yi Tianyang, not to mention that there are girls involved in this operation. With girls around, he can get rebates from the system. The more he eats, the more he earns.
Yi Tianyang's own office is not as exquisitely and luxuriously decorated as Chao Hongfei's office, but it is too large and very clean. The company has also carefully arranged it before. There is a large desk, which is now Yi Tianyang's new workplace in the future.
About 4 or 5 meters away from him, near the window, there was a slightly smaller desk, which was Zhou Lily's seat. It was obvious that she had also seen the message in the group. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. It was obvious that she also liked eating seafood very much. She couldn't help but raise her head and ask, "Boss Yi, I'll go to the hotel and make the arrangements now. Please tell me the standard." "Well, go ahead. There's no need to estimate the standard. Just follow what you like to eat. If you're not at ease, just follow the highest standard." Yi Tianyang nodded and answered casually. It is really convenient to have an assistant. She is so cute and knows what to do. She is also very careful. Of course, the most important thing is that she is pretty and has good temperament. For a girl like this who is a top student, she is born with a calm, elegant, and unhurried temperament. Zhou Lily quickly called Southern Seafood and arranged the matter. "Mr. Yi has already made the arrangements. Do you have time now? I have some small things I need to discuss with you." After finishing the call, Yi Lily walked over and asked, Go ahead." Yi Tianyang put down his phone and said, "It's nothing important. It's mainly about your living habits here. For example, what do you like to drink when you work? Tea or coffee? What type of tea do you like to drink? Black tea, green tea, white tea, coffee, what type do you like to drink? Do you have any special taboos in terms of diet? Or what do you like to eat? When I order work meals for you next time, I will avoid these. Is there anything you need to add to your office display? Or is there anything you don't need to get rid of?" After saying that, Zhou Lily took out a notebook, pulled out a piece of paper, and roughly listed the items in it. It was very cumbersome, but each item was very practical, which made people feel a kind of thoughtfulness from the inside out. Yi Tianyang. Looking at your densely packed items one by one is a bit frightening, but at the same time, I feel quite comfortable. This is the treatment that bosses give you. No wonder so many people try their best to get to this position, because when you reach this position, someone will try their best to consider your needs and take care of you wholeheartedly, so you don't have to worry about these trivial matters at work. In the end, Yi Tianyang answered all the questions she listed above one by one, and Zhou Lily also wrote them down one by one. Just like that, time passed quickly. At 5:30 p.m., all the company staff got off work on time, and some people prepared to go to the Southern Seafood restaurant. Chao Hongfei and Xia Liyue did not go. It was not known whether the two bosses had other dinner parties or it was inconvenient for them to go because of their status. However, it was a good thing that the two bosses were not there, so everyone seemed more at ease. After the group went downstairs, the latest model of Rolls-Royce Curry Blue that Yi Tianyang had just bought was parked in front of the gate next to them. Whether luxury cars like these are in nightclubs, shopping malls, or office buildings, security guards will try their best to let them park at the main entrance. This will allow people coming and going to see it at a glance, which can demonstrate the strength of their place. So when Yi Tianyang and his friends drove back today, the security guard directed them to park in the parking spaces at the gate. Cars like these are basically all parked in top luxury cars. Your car worth 200,000 or 300,000 is not qualified to be parked in this space. Wow, which company is this boss of? This is a new Rolls-Royce. It's really cool. Wow, this car looks quite impressive. I wonder how much it costs. No matter how much money you have, you can't afford it. This is the latest model of Rolls-Royce Cullinan, which costs more than 10 million yuan. The two girls at the front desk and the sales lady chattered non-stop. Sun didn't hear them, so he took out the car key from his pocket and pressed it, but the car started. He threw the key to Zhou Lily and said, "Drive for me." Zhou Lily was stunned for a moment, and so were everyone else present. Is this car owned by Mr. Yi, the owner of Yi Tianyang? Wow, this is too impressive. Awesome. Chapter 99. Is Mr. Yi married? Mr. Chow drives a Land Rover, Mr. Xia drives a Porsche, which is more popular among ladies, and now the new Mr. Yi has gone straight to the top of the line Rolls-Royce. This is too rich. To be able to spend 10 million to buy a car, how much wealth do they have? At least 10 times more, right? Is 10 times or more considered too little? In any case, it is already in billions. Get in the car. What are you doing like an idiot? If you wait any longer, the traffic will be so heavy during rush hour.
Yi Tianyang smiled and opened the passenger door and got in. Okay, everyone, hurry up and get in the car.
Zhang Meng Meng, Wu Meng Meng, Xin Xiao, you guys are in the morning car. Wang Guobin, you'll have to work hard for a while, drive the company's Alpha to take Rongrong and the others. Zhou Lily quickly arranged the people before getting in the car.
Get in the car quickly. Then she sat in the driving seat of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan.
She did not rush to start the engine, but calmly looked at the car's buttons, settings, etc. After all, she had never driven this car before. She appeared calm on the surface, but in fact she was already panicking inside. After all, she had never driven this car before. If she accidentally hit it while driving, then... Mr. Yi, where did you work before? Then the car started up slowly. The car drove very steadily, which could be truly described as walking on flat ground. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the back seat. This voice was very recognizable and tingling. It was Xin Xiao's voice. For me, the location of my previous job was not important.
I just made a little money by chance. Yi Tianyang answered casually.
Xin Xiao naturally didn't want to let this topic end here, and continued to chat curiously. Boss Yi, judging from your age, you should be in your early 20s to be able to achieve this, which is really amazing.
Luck. How could it be luck? How could such a good thing happen to someone like that?
And even if it is luck, it is also part of strength. Didn't the older generation say that fate is the reason for losers, and luck is a humble word for winners?
Xin Xiao has a very high emotional intelligence and speaks nicely.
The two beautiful girls at the front desk also echoed him.
That's right. Our CEO Yi is the best. Boss Yi, can I take a picture with you later?
Oh, I think I should take a picture with the car, too.
This is really cool.
At this moment, Xin Xiao suddenly said, Mr. Yi, you are so successful, you must be married, right? After he asked this question, everyone fell silent. Yi Tianyan looked back at Xin Xiao, still with a faint smile on his face, and answered casually, not yet.
In the glance between him and Xin Xiao, Yi Tianyan clearly sensed some different meaning. This woman is really amazing.
In today's society, beautiful women are not a scarce commodity, but rich and handsome men are a scarce commodity. For such men, it doesn't really matter whether they are married or not.
Just like the white bone demon encountering Tang Monk's flesh, they couldn't wait to take a bite.
Just one bite is very nutritious, not to mention possessing the whole thing.
We soon arrived at the southern seafood restaurant. Although it was very expensive, business was always booming.
It was after get off work and many people came here to eat. Many people now drive to eat out, so there were no parking spaces in front of the southern seafood restaurant.
But the parking space issue has always been like a woman's sweet pomelo.
It is still possible to squeeze in, it mainly depends on what kind of car you have. For example, for this Rolls-Royce Cullinan, the security guard tried his best to squeeze out a parking space for it so that the Rolls-Royce could be parked at the entrance of their restaurant. As for Wang Guobin and the others who were following behind, they had no choice but to find a spot nearby. After the car parked, everyone went up to the private room on the 5th floor. Some of the dishes that had been prepared earlier had already been served in the room. After all, everything had been arranged for the afternoon, so they would be served as soon as everyone arrived. People come here to eat seafood, whether it is king crab, lobster, real yellow croaker, etc.
All kinds of fine delicacies were served in high-end tableware.
In addition, they were sitting on the 5th floor, looking down from above, and through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, they could overlook the night view of the entire city.
It is really very comfortable.
With such a meal and such an environment, it can be said that it instantly conquered everyone, including my grandmother.
This nightclub is really expensive, and there is a reason for it.
In such an atmosphere and environment, the girls naturally couldn't wait to take out their mobile phones and start taking pictures. Every photo taken is worthy of being pinned to the top of the circle of friends.
Hello, what kind of wine would you like to drink?
Just at this moment, a sweet-looking girl came over and asked.
Lily, you arrange it. You can order whatever you like to drink. Don't be polite. As long as it's on the menu, it's fine. I won't drink. I drank too much yesterday and I haven't recovered yet.
Yi Tianyang asked Zhou Lily next to him through the waitress, then he sat on the chair and turned to look at the night view outside the window. The day has its magnificence, and the night has its romance. Today he came here mainly to have a meal and meet the company's employees for the first time and do some team building. He didn't have any other messy ideas for the time being, and a rabbit doesn't eat grass near its burrow. He must learn this on the first day at the company and see how things develop after that before making plans.
This is the start of his career, not those nightclubs.
In nightclubs, you can spend some money on a girl and then put on your clothes and leave when you're done.
Nothing will happen.
Or you can be like the two women Wang Liqin saw on the street, just leave a stack of cash and leave.
But this is the company. We must pay attention to the impact and not do it recklessly.
Looking at the beautiful night view outside the window, Yi Tianyang lit a cigarette comfortably and took a long puff. The lovely waitress glanced at him but did not stop him. Strictly speaking, smoking is basically prohibited in places like this. This was also the case on the 9th floor last year. However, the customers in the private rooms are all big clients, so there definitely won't be so many restrictions. They all ordered for a long time very quickly, and Xinxiao was probably the longest one.
With so much seafood, she ordered a bottle of wine. Zhou Lily still had to drive, so she naturally couldn't drink, so she asked for a glass of juice.
There were two young girls at the front desk, and they ordered the best cocktails, such as Rio.
Chapter 100. Mr. Yi is so handsome.
For these two little girls, the price is not important.
What matters to them is the taste.
It has to be delicious. If it doesn't taste good, they won't drink it no matter how expensive it is. After waiting for another 3 minutes, Wang Guobin, Li Rongrong, Qin Yun and Zhao Yuanyuan came up.
Several people in the sales department were quite exaggerated. For example, Zhao Yuanyuan directly brought up a bottle of Feitian wine, which she brought herself.
She said that she would have a couple of drinks with Mr. Yi just like when they first met, which showed her sincerity.
This move made Yi Tianyang sigh with admiration. This girl is indeed a master in sales. There is a routine.
The meal started soon, with fine wine and delicious food, beautiful scenery and beautiful women. Everything seemed very harmonious. Yi Tianyang didn't have any airs at all, and at this age, although he was the vice president in the company, he felt like a colleague around him.
Yi Tian thought that it was impossible for him to put on airs.
Even if he had to act politely when eating with his colleagues, it wouldn't be too greasy. Besides, he had just become a wealthy man for a few days. The most important thing was that here, except for himself and Wang Guobin, all the other people were girls.
If he put on airs here, wouldn't it be too disgusting?
This Zhao Yuanyuan is such a heavy drinker, she drank it all in one gulp. There was at least 2 taels of white wine in the glass, and she drank it all in one gulp.
During the process, she didn't even take a bite of food. Yi Tianyang was absolutely stunned by this. Could it be that all salesmen can drink so much?
The last time I saw a woman drinking so much was my own woman, Wang Yifeng. Of course, the other people kept losing when playing games with him that night, so in fact she didn't drink much. But according to Wang Yifeng herself, he could drink a pound of liquor without any problem. This woman from Xinxiao is elegant and dignified, like a caring older sister. Imeng Jie, another person from the finance department, who works with her, doesn't talk much, but she left a deep impression on the audience. After drinking a few glasses of wine and getting a little hot due to the heating, she took off her tightly wrapped-down jacket, revealing the sleeveless t-shirt underneath.
It was absolutely heroic.
The water was surging, and it felt like suffocation if you got close to her. The two girls at the front desk were quite lively. Food was not that attractive to them.
They kept doing some little tricks on the side.
They were sitting opposite Yi Tianyang, and when no one was paying attention, they secretly took pictures of Yi Tianyang with their mobile phones, and then kept exchanging photos with each other and chatting privately from time to time.
Wow, Mr. Yi looks so handsome from this angle.
Wow, Mr. Yi, your eyelashes are so long.
Wow, Ms. Yi's lips look so sexy and so on.
The two little girls chattered non-stop.
Zhou Lily was drinking juice and eating delicious food next to them. She basically didn't say anything, just listened to everyone talking.
Occasionally, she would put a crab or a lobster on Yi Tianyang's plate. Such a scene could be said to be a scene that Yi Tianyang had never dared to imagine before. He had originally planned not to drink tonight, but he couldn't handle this girl's strong personality, so he drank 2 glasses. He didn't know if it was because of the alcohol in his drink, but he felt a little lightheaded now.
As for people, the nature of the story is basically impossible nowadays.
Some of them will really become prettier if they are praised too much, especially the youngest and most beautiful girls in Harbin Medical University. Moreover, these girls are not only young and beautiful, but also have real talents.
Pick any one of them, and they will definitely be the elite among the elites.
The atmosphere of the dinner reached its climax again when the beautiful waitress came again. Because Yi Tianyang passed by the bar when he went to the bathroom just now, he specially ordered a new dish.
This dish is also the most expensive dish in this southern restaurant, authentic Antarctic tuna.
I heard that this dish was bought at an auction. The price is extremely expensive, calculated per person, 8,888 per person. I saw it one day and ordered one for each of the 9 of them without hesitation. Of course, I had to have one for myself. There are only 10 copies in total, which is only more than 80,000 yuan, not to mention that he can get 100 times rebate. Every one of them had seen the price of this dish just now, but it was so expensive that they didn't dare to order it. But when they saw the dish coming up, they immediately took out their mobile phones to take pictures, and finally began to devour it. The meal took more than 2 hours in total, and everyone enjoyed it very much. After the meal, Yi Tianyan went to the front desk to pay the bill, which totaled 227,000 yuan. The hotel owner was very smart. He immediately deleted the change from the 7,000 yuan bill and made the payment, so 220,000 yuan was enough. Afterwards, the mobile phone received a 100-fold rebate, 22 million. To other people, the hotel owner's approach was very smart, but to Yi Tianyang it was completely unnecessary. But he couldn't just say, "You don't need a discount," as that would seem too pretentious. This money was too easy to make, and too effortless.
Now Yi Tianyang no longer felt anything.
The group of people behind him were a little stunned and shocked. They knew that this meal tonight must be not cheap, but to hear that he paid 220,000 for a meal was still a little beyond their imagination.
220,000. Many people's annual salary is not even that high. Now they just eat it like this for a meal. This is simply as unimaginable as a dream.
Mr. Yi from this company is not only rich, but also very generous. From tonight's dinner, we can see that he is very gentlemanly. He never forced anyone to drink, nor did he take advantage of the situation to tell dirty jokes, nor did he deliberately take advantage of any female colleague, nor did he look closely at any of her more exaggerated parts. It can be said that his character has reached the limit.
How can there be such an excellent man in this world? An absolute male god. How is it? I think you guys didn't drink too much. How about another game?
Seeing everyone so excited, Yi Tianyan thought for a moment and asked.
Sure, since Mr. Yi is in such a good mood tonight, let's relax.
Xin Xiao smiled with a charming look in her eyes. She went to the bathroom after dinner and touched up her makeup, looking more delicate. Ai Mingjie, who was standing next to her, didn't say anything, but he straightened his back, which made Yi Tianyang dumbfounded. It was a bit cold outside. Why didn't she put on her down jacket? He couldn't bear to take his eyes away. Chapter 101, Talking Bad About Others Together. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, I really have to go home. My girlfriend called me a long time ago to urge me to go home. If I go back late, I will definitely not be able to get into bed tonight and will have to sleep in the living room. I'm sorry. Wang Guobin said with a smile. He couldn't wait to leave this situation. It was really boring and made him feel very uncomfortable. He didn't have any good experience. Although part of the reason was that his girlfriend was urging him to go home quickly, the other part was that there were so many beautiful women at the table that he didn't even have the qualifications to talk to them. All the women's attention was on Yi Tianyang, but he still had to smile and agree with them. This feeling is really unfriendly. It's okay. If you have something to do at home, go back first. Yi Tianyang nodded, not taking it to heart, and let everyone out the door. Just like that, except for Wang Guobin, the remaining 8 girls all followed him. This large group of people left the restaurant and walked towards the parking lot, attracting everyone's attention. So where are we going next? At this moment, Zhou Lily asked calmly. Zhou Lily is a very qualified assistant. She is always taciturn and never speaks. She just listens quietly and takes action immediately when needed. Should we go to the bar to drink? It's too noisy and boring. Besides, we all drank a little just now. If we drink more, it will affect our work tomorrow. Let's find a place to relax. Let's go to the Buckingham Palace Hotel. Yi Tianyang said after thinking for a while. Ah? To the hotel? Hearing this, the girls next to you were stunned. You said you wanted to go somewhere to relax after drinking some wine. Everyone can understand that, but you can't take these 8 girls to the hotel alone to relax, and you can't take so many people at once. Are you sure you are okay with it? Seeing the man's stunned expression, Yi Tianyang immediately reacted, smiled helplessly and said, "What are you thinking about every day? This hotel has a 4-person cinema.
You can book it and relax there. There are massage chairs and hammocks for lying down and watching movies. There is also a swimming pool and various exquisite snacks. You can watch a movie and rest for an hour or two, and then go home. It won't affect you at all. Just relax. Now everyone understood, and Joe Lily continued to make arrangements for everyone. She continued to drive the Rolls-Royce. The remaining few people had been drinking and Wang Guobin was not there, so she arranged for a designated driver. Fortunately, there were a lot of designated drivers waiting at the door of the restaurant. They called someone over and drove away. After getting on the bus, Mr. Yi lives such a romantic life, he must be a master at picking up girls, and he must use this trick on many young girls. After this dinner tonight, everyone's relationship became much more familiar, so Wu Mengmeng started to tease her very boldly. Yi Tianyang smiled and said, you really wronged me. I'm 24 years old and still haven't had a proper relationship. I'm a poor single dog. It was indeed tragic when he thought about how he had always been the one to lick Wu Mengyao's previous relationships and how she had never even played basketball before. However, being able to talk about this unbearable past so easily and casually was probably one of the meanings of success. He could face anything that happened before calmly. You talk as if no one could have really dated you. I'm single, and Meng Meng is single too. I heard that Yuan Yuan is single too, and our sister Lily is single too. Wu Mengmeng continued, but Xin Xiao and Bai Mengjie from their finance department did not mention a word. You're thinking about finding a boyfriend every day. How about asking Mr. Yi to introduce you to some young and handsome guys when the time comes? Zhang Mengmeng also chimed in, but it was obvious that there was a trap behind her words. Wu Mengmeng is very smart. She noticed it immediately and said with a smile, forget it. I don't have too many requirements for handsome guys. Appearance is not very important. People must have inner qualities. For example, isn't Wang Guobin quite handsome? But this guy is really too cowardly. When he called his wife, you didn't know how humble his tone was. It was as if he was coaxing his elders. Another time I overheard him on the phone, and his girlfriend was asking him how he handed in his salary and whether it was not enough. In the end, I found out that he would hand over his salary to his wife immediately after receiving it every month, and he would keep some for gas and cigarettes. So, a man can't be so lackluster. He has to be successful, domineering and powerful like our CEO Yi. As women, we only need to be beautiful. The money-making and conquering things can be left to men. Admiring the strong is a woman's privilege, so we can't waste it. Yi Tianyang smiled and said, what you said means that men should not be too strong. I also want to find a rich woman, and I don't want to work hard. Then you can go find our president Xia. Zhang Mengmeng suddenly interrupted, but just after he finished speaking, Wu Mengmeng next to him pulled his clothes. He also realized that he had said the wrong thing, and his smiling face turned pale with fright. She had crossed the line a bit. She wanted to make amends, but she didn't know what to say. Yi Tianyang could hear it, but it didn't matter. How could he care about it? He laughed. You think I don't want to? I do, but it's a pity that we don't have any interest in me now. With my small body, I can't stand up to Boss Xia. Last night when we were drinking, she called 3 young masters and they all got drunk by her. This kind of gossip among the company's management quickly attracted the attention of the 2 girls. They were all stunned and amazed at how unrestrained and powerful President Xia was. Remember, what you said today cannot be spread out. Otherwise, if President Xia comes to trouble me, it will definitely be because of you two, Gaomi Yi Tianyang deliberately reminded them. The most effective way to get closer to others is to tell some gossip, or say bad things about someone together. After hearing what Yi Tianyang said at night, the 2 girls must promise that they will never reveal it this year. As for whether this promise can maintain him, he didn't take it to heart. Yi Tianyang would not be afraid to offend Xia Liyue. With his current mentality, he just wants to play around and doesn't care about anyone. The Buckingham Palace Hotel has a total of 33 floors. There is a small garden on the top floor. The environment here is extremely beautiful, with small woods, swimming pools, bars, cinemas, barbecues, etc. And it was very private. On the way here, Yi Tianyang had already called and booked it. Chapter 102, A Close Call. 90,000 in 3 hours. Of course, this only covers a part of it, the whole thing is very big. There are only 9 of them, and occupying this quarter of the space is enough for them. It is really comfortable here to enjoy the breeze, watch movies, eat barbecue and drink some wine. The consumption environment of the rich is unimaginable for ordinary people.
Because it was prepared in advance, when they arrived, each person had a hammock, and everyone lay on it comfortably, with a distance of 2 or 3 meters between each other. There was a small woods around, not too far away, with many flowers in it, and the breeze brought bursts of floral fragrance. Mosquito coils had been lit in the surrounding corners, and light smoke floated over, which was very artistic. Above their heads was the vast starry sky, and on the 33rd floor, they immediately felt relaxed and happy, and 4 or 5 meters in front of them was a huge screen. Oh my god, there is such a magical place in US City.
This is really amazing.
Rome, look at these small lights.
They are so comfortable. They are not glaring and can provide simple lighting. They are perfect. The design here is so good that there is no redundant space. It really broke my imagination that there is such a place. It is indeed poverty that limits our imagination.
So beautiful, hurry up and take a picture for me, then you stand here and squat down to take the picture, so that my legs will look longer.
The women couldn't wait to start helping each other take pictures. Yi Tianyang glanced at them and asked, "Pick a movie first. What kind of movie are you going to watch? Can you handle horror movies?"
No, I'm most afraid of horror movies.
Hee, how about we watch a romantic action movie?
Zhang Meng is the most daring one and he dares to drive on any kind of broken road.
If you want to see it, go home and watch it yourself later. Li Yan is still embarrassed, as if nothing happened. We are all adults, it's just a joke. Alright, stop messing around. How about we pick a romantic, costume horror, suspense, and action-packed ethics film?
At this moment, Xin Xiao spoke, interrupting the chattering of the girls.
However, this series of keywords also left them dumbfounded. What kind of film will this be?
Of course it's a Chinese ghost story.
When Xin Jiao mentioned this movie, no one in the audience refused it.
After all, this version of Brother's Ex-Girlfriend is definitely a classic among classics.
Soon, the waiter played the movie. Yi Tianyang lay on the hammock, watching the movie, with his mind full of thoughts. Shen had a very good experience on tonight's trip.
In addition to making huge profits, he was also in a very happy mood.
I am quite happy chatting with everyone.
The scale is not too big nor too small, neither too close nor too far.
This is the best scale among colleagues.
He made money and was in a good mood, and the girls were also very happy. The working people looked at them and smiled, but in fact they were under great pressure at work. Moreover, at this age, they not only face pressure in life, but also great pressure in emotions.
He had experienced all these things before.
His previous work made him breathless.
Now it cannot be said that he has the ability.
He can only say that he will help as much as he can when he has the spare energy. What's more, he is not a saintly person.
He can make money. It's a win-win situation for everyone, right? It's just that the situation in front of me is a bit too big.
If you want to have something happen with any of the other players, it's still a bit difficult. Team battles are fun, but it's not conducive to getting up and getting kills.
If you want to quickly get kills and play basketball quickly, it's best to do it alone 1v1.
Just at this moment, a suppressed groan of pain was heard.
It's this big sister from the finance department. Shun Qiao. What's wrong with you? My stomach is a little uncomfortable and it hurts a lot. You guys continue watching. I'll go back first. I'm sorry to spoil the fun, Mr. Yi.
Xin Xiao covered his stomach with both hands, frowned, and said apologetically.
Sister Shen, are you okay? Is it serious?
When the other girls heard the noise, they also asked worriedly to see if there was anyone who could help.
It's okay. It's probably an allergy. I ate too much seafood tonight. I've had similar experiences before, but I couldn't help it.
It's really not right for him to be so greedy in this weather.
I'm going to the hospital now and I'll get some medicine and he'll be fine.
As he said this, he forced himself to go out.
The attitude seemed to be saying, I'm fine, I understand you guys just play your games and don't bother me, just have fun. But in this situation, how can Yi Tianyang continue to play? He stood up and said, let me go to the hospital with you.
You know that eating seafood may cause allergies, but you still eat it.
Aren't you stupid?
After gently scolding him, Yi Tianyang was ready to help him walk outside, and the other girls followed.
Mr. Yi, why don't I go? I didn't drink tonight and I can drive. Zhou Lily glanced at Yi Tianyang.
Her clean and clear eyes seemed to imply something, and she quietly pulled Yi Tianyang's hand.
This made Yi Tianyang a little stunned. Can you?
Of course you can, you guys continue to play your games.
Come on, Sister Shin, I'll take you there.
Just like that, Zhou Lily forcibly took Shin Xiao's arm and forcibly pulled her out.
In just a few steps, they disappeared at the elevator door.
Yi Tianyang stood there and watched their backs as they left. Then he thought of Zhou Lily's eyes just now and suddenly seemed to understand something, and he smiled. He shook his head and went back to the hammock. About 20 or 30 minutes later, Zhou Lily sent him a WeChat message. Boss Yi, I have sent Sister Shin home safely. He and our President Chow are very, very good friends. You better be careful. She was trying to seduce you just now.
Yi Tianyang. I was really stunned.
This little assistant of his was really interesting.
Weren't you Mr. Chow's assistant before? Yi Tianyang replied to him on WeChat. Jolie also replied quickly, he always knows my character and does not accept any unspoken rules. You looked at me and were reluctant to let me go, so you pushed me to your side.
Yi Tianyang thought about it and replied to her, since she wants to seduce me, then you have ruined my good thing tonight.
Zhou Lily, the initial medical examination report of the Human Resources Department is here with me. I have seen her. She is 41 years old and has gynecological diseases. Do you still want it? Yi Tianyang. Damn. That was a close call. Chapter 103 Show. It seems that you can't touch girls randomly, it's too dangerous. Reward.
A must reward. If Zhou Lily hadn't intervened tonight, there was a 99.99% chance that he would have gone to play basketball with Xin Xiao.
This mature woman is so knowledgeable and skilled, how could he possibly resist her?
This basketball is fun to play, but it's a tragedy for people.
Thank you so much.
I need to think about how to reward you.
When they were almost finishing the movie, Zhou Lily came back. After eating something, we went back together.
Zhou Lily first had to arrange the other personnel in the company and wait for them to return home safely.
She drove Yi Tianyang again.
After what happened with Xin Xiao just now, Yi Tianyang felt that the relationship between him and Zhou Lily had become much closer. At least he could feel that his assistant was on his side.
Thank you so much for tonight. While in the car, Yi Tianyang expressed his gratitude sincerely. No, it's just my job responsibility. You are my boss now.
Zhou Lily said in a flat tone. She drove the car with full concentration, looking straight ahead without even turning her head.
Yi Tianyang smiled and said, I'm afraid this is not just your job responsibility.
You are affecting your boss's chances of picking up girls.
This is not within the scope of your job.
Zhou Lily. After a silence of about 10 seconds, she slowly said, I know you are very rich, but you should also be frugal.
There is no need to spend money recklessly.
Even if you want to treat everyone to a meal, there is no need to spend 220,000 yuan for a meal. You can just go to a local restaurant.
Think about it, can a girl you can just run to with money be a good girl? You can say whatever you want when you have money, but when you don't have money, do you think others will care about what you say?
Ha! He is worthy of being a top student. His methods are very sophisticated.
Are you teaching me how to do things? Yi Tianyang asked back.
Zhou Lily, how dare I say that? This is a suggestion from a junior staff member.
Okay, then I will accept your suggestion today.
Young man, work hard.
I admire you very much and you have a bright future.
Yi Tianyang laughed and leaned back in his chair, saying with the greasy face of a capitalist. Zhou Lily seemed not to hear it, and did not even glance at it, and said softly, Thank you, boss.
Do you think I can make a profit from my investment in this company? Yi Tianyang asked casually after a moment of silence.
Zhou Lily immediately replied, I don't know whether we can make money recently, but one thing is certain, if we make money in the future, you will get a small share, but if the company loses money, you will have to pay the big share. So I was taken advantage of this time.
I didn't say that to you. I was just telling you the objective facts. Okay. Yi Tianyang smiled and said, These are not important. Anyway, I feel that I have made money now. Even if it is just for you as an assistant, I think the money is well worth spending. Zhou Lily glanced at him and said, You're so wild today, picking up girls all over the place, aren't you afraid that your wife will find out? When did I have a wife? Didn't your wife give you the money? Come on, I'm just making up an excuse. Do I look like the kind of man who relies on women for a living?
At this time, Joe Lily turned her head and looked him up and down, then quickly turned back and said seriously, resemble.
No.
Picture.
How could it be like that? He. What do you mean, ha?
Literally.
Yi Tian Yang.
After a few seconds of silence, a sentence suddenly popped up. Woman, you have successfully attracted Mr. Ben's attention. At this moment, Joe Lily suddenly stopped the car on the side of the road. Mr. Yi, you are a good person.
Ah? Yi Tian Yang was stunned.
This girl is great, her brain is so quick and she has a very sharp tongue. Your little mouth is quite powerful, I didn't even realize it. This was a compliment and could also be referring to driving, so Joe Lily was slightly stunned for a moment, but she quickly reacted and said it.
I was just driving. If you don't want anything to happen, don't tease me when I'm driving next time. So you mean any other time is fine?
Joe Lily was completely speechless, so she stopped talking and quickly drove the car to the entrance of the community where Yi Tianyang and the others were standing. We're here, boss.
Thank you.
Please help me drive directly to the garage.
Yi Tianyang prepared a few seatbelts and got out of the car. Joe Lily glanced at him and reminded him, are you going back like this? Ha? Yi Tianyang was puzzled.
The clothes you are wearing now smell like the perfume of at least 3 women.
My suggestion is that you should change into a new set. Yi Tianyang.
Joe Lily continued, the car is in the trunk, and I have prepared clothes for you.
Show.
With such professionalism and meticulousness, he really wanted to use the most classic line, you are really a genius.
Change the yarn.
No need to change it.
Thank you. See you tomorrow. I just got out of the car and walked into the community. I understood what was going on and watched his back as he left.
I didn't turn the car around until he completely disappeared from my sight, and then I drove towards the garage.
On the way home, Yi Tianyang did some calculations today.
He spent more than 30 million on us today, which was not a lot, but it was easy to do.
It's so comfortable in the class. Will he be like Jack Ma one day? I now earn 100 million or 200 million a day, and I never feel anything. The happiest time for me was when I earned 93 yuan a month.
When I entered the villa, the lights in the living room were still on, and there was a strong aroma of chicken soup wafting out from the kitchen. It was obvious that Wang Yifeng had not gone to bed yet, and this matter was waiting for him.
There are piles of books on the big table in the living room. Haidian College Entrance Examination. Huangdong College Entrance Examination. College Entrance Examination Practice. Guide to Self-Study for Adult College Entrance Examination.
Wang Yifeng was lying there reading a book at this time.
I'm back.
Wang Yifeng stood up quickly. I've been cooking the soup for more than 3 hours, so I'll serve you a bowl.
Are you ready to drink? Yeah, it was a team building. We had a meal, some drinks, and watched a movie together.
Well, go take a shower quickly, and you'll have some hot soup when you come out. I just rinsed in there for about 10 minutes, and when I came out, the chicken soup was almost cool, so I drank it in one gulp.
Has it already started now?
Yes, but some of the questions are so difficult that I can't understand them at all.
I would like to ask the teacher to come over. Please. Then do you know whether I should hire a male or female teacher?
It seems that male teachers are better at science. Wang Yifeng said with a teasing tone.
Chapter 104 Boss Status. Yi Tianyang glared at Wang Yifeng. What's wrong? Are you itching for punishment? Oh, I was just kidding you. I have already found a tutor.
She is a young girl who did very well in the college entrance examination last year. She comes back to my cake shop every morning to tutor me for 2 to 3 hours. Wang Yifeng smiled with a look of success.
Yeah. Yi Tianyang looked at the pile of tutoring materials next to him. I picked up a book but couldn't understand it. I picked up another one and still couldn't understand it. Now I can't understand English and math at all.
I picked up the Chinese language and looked at the time and found it was very boring.
It's late, go to bed. Yeah, I finished brushing and went to bed. What's the point of doing practice questions? Do it on me instead. Oh, stop making trouble. The next day. Yi Tianyang woke up early in the morning at 7 o'clock. In the past, I had to get up at 6 or 7 in the morning and go out to work with him. It felt as heavy as going to a grave. But now it's different. I wake up around 7 o'clock and look forward to what it will be like to go to work today.
In the morning, Wang Yifeng needed to go to her cake shop for tutoring, so she drove first and took Yi Tianyang to work at the company.
When they arrived downstairs of the company, Wang Yifeng was very obedient and took the initiative to kiss him without Yi Tianyang reminding her. This mode of getting along is gradually becoming familiar to them. There are no lipstick marks left by you on my face, right?
Yi Tianyang looked in the mirror. You left a few on my face yesterday, and it made me look bad in front of my colleagues.
Then it's my fault.
Wang Yifeng showed a pitiful expression, pouting her lips, as if she was very aggrieved. Jie Tianya shook his head helplessly, smiled, and then got out of the car. After entering the underground garage and preparing to come out, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan drove out and passed by Wang Yifeng's Mercedes-Benz G-Class head-on.
One in, one out.
It was like a shift handover ceremony, with a very cinematic feel. When Yi Tianyang was about to take the elevator up, he heard the rapid tapping sounds of high heels hitting the ground outside. He guessed that it was most likely Zhou Lily, so he paused for a few seconds.
Sure enough, Zhou Lily ran in quickly. Her outfit was still the same today, still the same black suit, super short hip skirt, and 3 or 4 centimeter high heels.
Maybe because she drove here today, there was something new on her face, which was a brand new pair of sunglasses.
Mr. Yi, is that new Mercedes-Benz G-Class your girlfriend's car?
Zhou Lily asked softly.
Yeah, that's right. Yi Tianyang smiled and nodded. Then you haven't told her about this Rolls-Royce Cullinan yet? Zhou Lily asked again. Not yet. Yi Tianyang looked as if it was a matter of course. Mr. Yi, you are really great.
Zhou Lily's eyes and tone were a little complicated.
In her mind, Yi Tianyang was 100% a gigolo. But to be able to be a gigolo to this extent was really amazing. This is simply eating free food. You haven't even tried it, how do you know whether I'm really capable or not?
There was no one else in the elevator, so Yi Tianyang said this out of habit. Zhou Lily had a blank expression on her face, her eyes fixed straight ahead, without looking to the side, her eyes on her nose and her nose on her heart, pretending that she hadn't heard what Yi Tianyang said at all.
Man, Tue. The moment he came out of the elevator and stepped into the company's gate, Yi Tianyang's eyes lit up.
The dresses of the 2 girls at the company's front desk today were extremely pleasing. These 2 beautiful girls have changed their makeup, outfit, and even their hairstyle, which makes people feel like they are 2 different girls. Zhang Mengmeng is wearing a plain JK outfit today. Although it is not as exaggerated as the JK outfits on the internet, this kind of outfit with a British style is eye-catching. She has big twin ponytails, a white shirt and a small pink bow tie, a miniskirt that does not reach the knees, extra long white stockings, and black shoes. Youthful, lively and cute, paired with a pair of big black framed glasses, it adds a touch of business style to his cute style.
This makes people feel a little itchy.
Even Yi Tianyang's eyes lit up when he saw it, not to mention those old men in their 40s and 50s. Girls like this who are young and lively and full of youthful energy are simply invincible to them. And Wu Mengmeng next to her has a completely different style, a light yellow long skirt with a straight line on the top, revealing her delicate collarbone and small shoulders. This is the perfect combination of purity and desire. As for Wu Mengmeng, she is petite and delicate, the type of girl whose knees can easily touch her shoulders in bed.
Of course, this is just Yi Tianyang's speculation based on his experience.
As for whether he can encounter this, he has not experimented yet. He will know when he has a chance to try it. However, after what happened to Xinxiao last night, Yi Tianyang has to be a little more careful in the future. He has not yet reached the level of being immune to all poisons.
If he is accidentally infected, he will be doomed. Morning, Mr. Yi.
Wow, the 2 beauties are so beautiful today.
It seems like you have a date today. Yi Tianyang teased with a smile. Mr. Yi, are you saying that I'm beautiful only today? I'm this beautiful every day, okay?
Zhang Mengmeng, with smiling eyes like a flower, seemed to be in a very good mood early in the morning. Wu Mengmeng next to him smiled quietly and simply said to Yi Tianyang, "Good morning."
She didn't even dare to look Yi Tianyang in the eye.
Without chatting with them for long, Yi Tianyang went directly to his office, sat down on his large and comfortable boss chair, and then put his long legs on the desk. At this time, the sunlight outside poured in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, which was warm and very comfortable.
This ribbon is very unsightly, like a second-rate one.
Zhou Lily took a look at it from the side and felt powerless to complain.
However, he was a subordinate and certainly had no right to control his boss.
After turning on the computer, she started to boil water to make tea and coffee.
Have Mr. Chow and the others arrived?
After lying in this huge boss chair for a while, Yi Tianyang asked casually.
This class is a bit boring.
It seems that he has not yet completely transformed from the status of an employee to the status of a boss. When he arrives at the office, he feels a little uncomfortable if he doesn't do something.
I just asked. Mr. Chow and his team went to meet clients in the morning. Usually they discussed contracts. They will have lunch together at noon. The earliest they can come back is probably the afternoon.
Joe Lilly said.
Client?
The one you guys were playing cards with, Lee DeKeo.
Chapter 105. Nothing to do, so go make money.
The last time you played Texas Hold'em, the client, Lee DeKeo, wanted to immigrate abroad and buy a small villa. The letter of intent had already been signed, and they are now discussing some detailed details.
It should be almost certain.
Joe Lilly replied. Speaking of this, he remembered that this guy invested $5 million and made 100 times profit, achieving several small goals. Having made a lot of money in China, I now want to go to the beautiful country. Now I have a few small goals to buy a villa abroad. I can really live the rest of my life very comfortably and support several blonde girls with big breasts.
This is also the normal operation of many of these grandsons in the investment circle and stock groups. Have you ever thought about immigrating abroad? With your academic qualifications, if you want to go abroad, those people will be happy to stay and it will be easy for you to go there. Yi Tianyang looked at Joe Lilly meaningfully and asked.
Joe Lilly said calmly, I would rather die than go to that country. Although I didn't say so, I can't stand the daily gunfire. It's not like our country, where I don't have to worry about running every night.
Hearing this, Yi Tianyang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Our country is safe and we live a comfortable life. Then he changed the subject and asked, do you have any work arrangements this morning?
Hearing this, Joe Lilly couldn't help but roll her eyes at him.
Please, you are the boss, okay?
You should have made a daily, weekly, and monthly work plan for me long ago. Now you are no longer working for others, you are working for yourself, so no one will assign you any work tasks. You have to arrange work tasks for yourself, and you have to arrange work tasks for others and your team.
Joe Lilly could see that basically every boss was the same.
They had clear goals and strong desires. They all encouraged themselves. When there was business, they would work hard to get it. When there were projects, they would do them quickly. When there were no business and projects, they would work hard to create them.
They did business to make money and big money. But his new boss Yi Tianyang doesn't seem to be like this. He currently acts like a second-rate guy. He probably just found a beautiful and rich girlfriend and has not yet completely transformed into a boss. Okay, since there is no task, let's go shopping. This is today's work task. Yi Tianyang thought about it and said without hesitation. Joe Lilly? Is there something wrong with your brain?
About 5 minutes later yesterday, after Joe Lilly packed up her things, she followed Yi Tianyang out of his office with her bag and passed by the front desk. If Mr. Chow and the others come back later, just tell them that Lilly and I went to visit clients.
If you have any questions, send us a message or call us.
Before leaving, he specifically informed the two beautiful girls at the front desk about their itinerary.
Finally, he left the company in a swagger and got into the elevator. Yi Tianyang felt that he was not suitable to be a boss. Being a boss was so tiring and troublesome. It was exhausting to make a few dollars a day. It would be better to take the girls out for fun and spend money every day. This was life. No wonder God gave him this system, which suited his nature. Then he took Joe Lilly to the nearby Jixin City. Jixin City is considered a first-class shopping mall in Huiyue City.
In this mall, almost all domestic and foreign brands can be found.
We have first-tier brands, second-tier brands, and top luxury goods.
Yi Tianyang felt that his little assistant Joe Lilly was currently one of his best tools for making money.
After all, Wang Yufeng's money had been maxed out and there was no rebate anymore.
Her favorability had always been 100, but Joe Lilly's current favorability was only 30, which was very stable and had not increased since they met.
I guess in his mind, I am just a gigolo, with no working ability and no education or culture.
Even in this situation, he is still so promiscuous and philandering, so giving him 30 is already good enough.
But this is just right for me. The lower the score, the better. Don't have any good feelings towards me in the early stage. Just stay calm when I'm not spending money on you. Is there anything you want to buy but haven't bought yet?
Yi Tianyang asked with a smile as they set off.
No. I can buy anything I want by myself.
Joe Lily had already thought of the scene that would make him feel sick and want to vomit, so she took the initiative to block the scene, not wanting to think about this playboy using this to corrupt her.
How can that be possible? Look at the clothes you are wearing now, and the bag and bracelet you are carrying. It's hard to describe. You have to know that when you go out now, you represent the image of the company.
The most important thing is that you represent the image of my team and me, so all your things must be changed.
How about this? Let's go out and buy something today.
I will give you a limit of 2 million, and you must replace all your things.
If you don't spend it all, you are not allowed to eat at noon or tonight. Yi Tianyang said seriously.
Joe Lily. She was completely speechless. After they arrived at Jishin City, Yi Tianyang took Joe Lily to go shopping quickly.
Oh, this bag is nice, it looks okay, it's LV, okay, let's take this one, forget about the other two. How much are these two colors that can be switched back and forth?
The two together only cost 100,000 yuan, so cheap.
Do you have any expensive bags at home?
This watch is okay.
Well, let's pack it up. We'll buy 2 of them.
There's no need to look at these lipsticks, just buy me a set with all the shades. Your skin is quite good, so you can match any color with it, so order more colors and try more.
This cosmetics look pretty good. Lancome?
I'll buy a set of that, and a box of this magic water.
Forget about this underwear. I can't help you choose it. After all, I don't know the size. But I think this set will look really good on you. It's a complete set. Why don't you buy one and try it on? Don't worry, I'm not going to watch you. Just try it on yourself.
Joe Lily. She really felt that this man was mentally ill. She even wanted to drag Yi Tianyang to the US City 4th Hospital to have a thorough checkup of his neurology to see if he was crazy. But she was also very sure that there was nothing wrong with his boss's brain, he was just showing off his wealth to her in a very vulgar way.
Chapter 106 Women's Mouths Are Not Reliable.
Joe Lily also had a very special and wonderful feeling deep in her heart. It was like the first time someone cared about her so much and held her in the palm of their hands. Joe Lily told herself very rationally that she could only feel that this was not good and she had to get rid of this feeling as soon as possible. But he couldn't control his emotions, and his hormones were surging. LV bags, Dior lipsticks, magic water, luxury watches, Chanel clothes.
Which woman wouldn't like these things? Which woman would throw them away for him? Isn't this a joke? Alright, I know you're rich, but can you be a little more frugal?
You've always had a girlfriend, and this money belongs to him.
Why are you spending so much money on me?
Yi Tianyang was shopping like crazy for nearly 2 hours. Now Joe Lily had so many bags in her hands that she could not carry anymore. She said to him helplessly.
You have to remember, when you are around me in the future, don't mention the word save money anymore, understand? These 2 words have been completely erased from your dictionary. Yi Tianyang looked back at her and said.
Joe Lily. As I was saying this, I suddenly saw that Joe Lily's favorability was increasing from 30 to 60.
What the hell? Isn't this girl not interested in money? What's going on? How come she has grown 30 centimeters taller? This is a bit too fast. As expected, no woman is reliable. Isn't it bullshit to expect him to tell the truth? Even when she was charging, she was probably just dealing with a man. Unless she was completely carried away, she would be able to tell the truth. This won't do.
It has increased so much all of a sudden. He has to find a way to lower her favorability quickly. Otherwise, after it is filled up again, he will have to find someone to pay for it.
As Yi Tianyang was thinking, he saw a beauty walking towards him. This beauty made his eyes light up. In reality, it is very rare to meet a goddess-level beauty with a score of more than 90. Jishin City is a high-end shopping mall in US City, so there are naturally many beautiful women coming here, but it is rare to see a goddess of this level. Okay, our work for today ends here. Now I'll give you a new task. Yi Tianyang said quickly. Joe Lily? I couldn't help but become alert. What bad thing was this guy planning? What mission? Do you see the long-legged girl in front? I'll give you 5 minutes. I want all his information and contact information within 5 minutes. Hurry up. Yi Tianyang said, pointing at the beauty in front. Joe Lily. Are you a good person? Is this something a human can do?
Yi Tianyang patted her back twice and urged her, why are you standing there like an idiot?
Go quickly. Do you think that buying so many things for you is for nothing? There is no such thing as a free lunch. Now I need to pick up girls, you have to be a qualified wingman for me. You know what a wingman is, right? It means fully demonstrating my advantages.
Yi Tianyang put his arm around Zhou Lily's shoulders and said as a matter of course.
Zhou Lily's height is pretty good, 1.65 meters is a pretty good height.
Yi Tianyang's height is quite suitable for hugging her like this, but what he said made Zhou Lily very unhappy.
I'm not going. Zhou Lily shook off someone's hand very unhappily, feeling very angry. Are you a man who is too much?
If you want to pick up girls, go pick them up yourself.
You are so cowardly that you don't dare to ask for their contact information, and you still want me to cooperate with you? Please? I'm your assistant, not here to help you pick up girls.
And you still have a girlfriend.
2A. Dog man.
Hurry up, or you won't be able to find her once she's gone.
Yi Tianyang said righteously, do you think I'm just trying to pick up girls? You're wrong, you misunderstood me.
I'm doing this for work, for our company.
We will have any customer in the future. It's normal for strangers to approach us and ask for information. I'm giving you this opportunity to train and improve yourself, you know. Yi Tianyang is still serious even when he is talking nonsense.
Zhou Lily naturally wouldn't believe his nonsense.
No matter how serious Yi Tianyang's words were, she just wouldn't go.
She just raised her little head and looked at the sign next to her. Yi Tianyang looked unhappy on the surface, but he was very happy in his heart because he saw Zhou Lily's favorability towards him decreasing little by little at a speed visible to the naked eye.
1, 1, 1, 1.
Naturally, what he did just now was for this effect.
How can I not go? Can you help me? Think about it, I really like this girl. She is my type.
It would be a pity to miss her like this. Look at how beautiful she is and her figure. She is curvy and such a beautiful girl, going out shopping alone.
She must be very lonely and bored. So am I.
She and I are a perfect match, so I can help her.
Yi Tianyang continued to add fuel to the fire. Zhou Lily felt like vomiting after hearing this and became angrier and angrier. Can you please have some shame? Don't you think that this is too much?
This is the harshest sentence Zhou Lily can say at the moment.
Yi Tianyang was not angry at all, and said with a smile, why do you have to be so shameless? I don't think I'm being too much. Isn't this normal? Zhou Lily. She was speechless.
At this moment, Yi Tianyang seemed to have seen a favorite toy and was begging him like a spoiled child with his mother. Zhou Lily was really annoyed by him. She sighed and said, I'll ask for you, but if you can't get it, don't blame me or make things difficult for me. Alas, it is so annoying to have such a boss, and she has a feeling of being an accomplice to evil.
Is she going to become the manager of his harem in the future? Don't worry about this.
I'm a good person and I like to pick up girls, but I will never force anything.
Why do you have to be so utilitarian?
And to be frank, I never have the habit of making things difficult for others.
Don't worry. Yi Tianyang said seriously.
Now things became more interesting. At first he just wanted to reduce Zhou Lily's favorability towards him and didn't expect Zhou Lily to really help him get the information of this beauty. Who would have thought that she actually agreed while they were playing around?
What else is there to say? I will do it, of course. It's not like he hasn't flirted with beautiful women before, such as Li Jiaxue and Chen Yufan.
It turned out to be successful.
For the first time, enable 1v2. Delicious. Chapter 107, hooking up successfully. Now with Zhou Lily as our wingman, the success rate should be much higher.
Anyway, Yi Tianyang was carrying a bunch of brand name bags and walking in front, with Zhou Lily a few steps behind him.
It looked like the boss was traveling, followed by his assistant.
Zhou Lily looked back and then at the front. The beautiful woman in front of her was at a counter, trying on a lipstick in front of the mirror. This was the first time she had experienced such a scene, so she naturally felt a little nervous. Seeing this girl trying on things next to the mirror for a long time but ultimately not buying anything, when she was about to leave the store, Zhou Lily, thinking about the task assigned to her by her boss, could only grit her teeth and rush forward quickly. Hello, beautiful. She tried her best to control herself and speak in a gentle tone, trying to appear less abrupt. Because the beauty was also obviously stunned for a moment, she turned around and saw that it was a girl. With a look of surprise on her face, a little unconfident, she stretched out her slender finger and pointed at herself. You? Are you talking about me?
Hanaseo?
It turned out that she was a girl from a country that had plastic surgery. She spoke a mixture of the language of that country and the stiff local language. This situation also made Zhou Lily a little surprised.
Yi Tianyang, who was following behind her, also paused. Foreign girl, is this the moment to win glory for the country? Hello, I am very sorry to bother you with your language. Just now, when our boss saw you, he thought you were very elegant and beautiful, so I would like to make an acquaintance with you.
I wonder if it is convenient. Zhou Lily communicated with her very fluently in the language of plastic surgery country. Maybe it was because they were foreigners, Zhou Lily didn't feel such a burden in her heart when communicating, and she felt much more relaxed. The most important thing was that Yi Tianyang was behind her, and he couldn't understand what she was saying anyway. Logically speaking, he shouldn't understand, right? Zhou Lily was thinking in her mind that men like Yi Tianyang who live off their wives basically rely on their looks and physical strength.
There are definitely not many people who know a lot of foreign languages.
Even if he knows a foreign language, he probably only knows American languages.
It is normal that he doesn't know a minor language like this one. Is he your boss so young? What do you do?
The beautiful woman who had plastic surgery gave him a polite and sweet smile, looked at Yi Tianyang behind her, and asked curiously. The most important thing was that he saw Yi Tianyang holding various brand name shopping bags in his hands, and his big watery eyes suddenly lit up. It doesn't matter what he does, but he is indeed rich, just a little bit playboy. He saw that you are beautiful and charming, so he wanted to get to know you, and he came over to chat with you under the order of his boss, using your contact information. But I have to remind you not to give him your contact information, he is too playboy. Zhou Lily tried her best to organize her words so that the girl who had plastic surgery could understand clearly. She just wanted to interrupt and ruin Yi Tianyang's plan to pick up foreign girls.
Anyway, Yi Tianyang won't understand what he says now, so can't he just say that the girl doesn't want to? Zhou Lily, what do you want to do?
Just as Zhou Lily finished her words, Yi Tianyang's voice suddenly came from behind her, and there was an obvious questioning tone in his voice.
Zhou Lily was stunned for a moment. What was going on? Did she really have to make him understand? Do you know what it means to be far ahead? Explain it to me.
Yi Tianyang waved the Huawei 60 mobile phone in his hand.
Are you kidding? Do you think our mobile phones are just decorations?
The reaction and translation speeds are so fast that I already know what you said the next moment you finished speaking.
Do you still want to play a trick on me? Zhou Lily suddenly felt extremely embarrassed.
She wished she could find a tofu and kill herself.
Her face turned red.
She was actually discovered by the dog.
Yi Tianyang. What do you do as a human being?
The beauty who had plastic surgery seemed to realize what had just happened.
She smiled strangely for a moment, then took out her phone and said generously, "Ha, have you been discovered by your boss? It's okay. If he blames you, I'll help you. Here, this is my WeChat. Just ask him to scan my WeChat QR code." Zhou Lily? What's going on? Is this agreed?
At this time, Yi Tianyang had already walked over from behind, quickly scanned the QR code with his mobile phone, and then greeted him with a gentle smile. "Hi. Whether you understand it or not, this is universal.
Nice to meet you, thank you for your compliment just now. My name is Wu Zhou."
The beautiful woman who had plastic surgery greeted him with a smile and introduced her name naturally. Zhou Lily had no choice but to help him translate.
Why did she feel like this couple seemed to be hooking up?
As for why they were able to hook up so quickly, she could figure it out even if she used her but to think. Yi Tianyang's character is that of a boss, and he even asked his assistant to come and chat with him. The most important thing should be that he was holding a bunch of brand-name shopping bags in his hands, which were the most lethal. Any young girl looking at these logos will know that this man is definitely a rich man.
2A. Dog man. 2A. Bitch.
They are really a pair of bastards.
Suddenly Zhou Lily's mood became very bad. Caught between this couple, she became a clown.
I shouldn't be here, I should be under the car.
In the bustling heart of the city.
We chatted for a while with you asking and I answering, but soon I felt that this disabled person was not suitable for chatting, so I invited the beautiful woman named Wu Zhou to go to the restaurant next door for a cup of coffee and a simple meal. Wu Zhou was pleasantly surprised, but he persisted for a while on the surface, then he agreed generously. Then the three of them left Jixin City. When she walked to the gate, saw the new Rolls-Royce Cullinan and walked over to sit in it, Wu Zhozhou was completely shocked, and a word immediately popped up in her mind.
Chaebol. An absolute chaebol.
He looks only in his early 20s, but he is so rich.
This is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan.
I heard that this car costs at least 10 million.
Appa, what do you do for a living?
Then she took out her iPhone, opened one of the translation apps, typed in what she wanted to say, and then translated it. Finally, she handed the interface of the translation app to Tianya for him to see and communicate in this way. Now I don't want to ask the assistant who drives the car to translate for me. When handing the phone over, their hands touched. Yi Tianyang glanced at her, and she quickly withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted, and smiled shyly.
Chapter 108, Experts Fight. Yi Tianyang smiled and replied, building a house. That's great, Appa. Wu Zhozhou and Zhang Jun opened their mouths wide, and Yi Tianyang felt that was enough. Appa is so awesome. Wu Zhozhou typed quickly on her phone.
The smile on her face became even wider. In their country, building houses obviously means doing real estate. People who do real estate are basically 100% wealthy and they are all absolutely super rich bosses.
Sister, what about you? Yi Tianyang said with a smile. I am the supervisor of XX skincare products. I am here in your country on a business trip. I ordered some food one day. I had heard of this company. It was considered a very good cosmetics company.
There were many skincare brands under this group, and it still had a large market in this country.
You are so beautiful. At first I thought you were a female celebrity I didn't know. Yi Tianyang praised the girl casually. Really? Zhozhou is so happy. Appa is so handsome, especially his big eyes and big nose. He is so charming. Zhozhou likes him so much. Yi Tianyang. This woman is so direct.
And her words are very obviously like those of a green tea girl, but you have to admit that I really enjoy listening to her in my heart. The most important thing is that what she says doesn't seem to be deliberate at all, it comes out very naturally. No wonder men like green tea girls.
Who wouldn't like a green tea girl of this level?
She is beautiful, speaks nicely, and knows how to take care of her own emotions.
What's wrong with spending money on her? Boss Yi, where should I go to eat?
Through the perspective mirror, I saw the two of them fiddling with their phones in the back. It was obvious that they were chatting very enthusiastically, but I didn't know what they were talking about. Zhou Lily, who had been driving in the front, asked Yi Tianyang in a low voice without any expression.
Is there anything you want to eat? Yi Tianyang asked Wu Zhozhou. Wu Zhozhou, I'm fine with that.
The dishes you guys bring back home are all delicious.
I like them very much.
After hearing this, Yi Tianyang looked at Wu Zhozhou, and then said to Zhou Lily who was driving, let's go eat malatang. Go to Zhangguofu Malatang in front.
There should be a lot of them nearby. Just stop when you find one. Zhou Lily? What are you thinking about all day?
Why do you suddenly want to eat spicy hot pot?
I really don't understand.
In the past, our colleagues spent 220,000 yuan on seafood. Now you are trying to pick up girls, and you have picked up a foreign girl. Why do you treat others to spicy hot pot for a few dozen yuan? Zhou Lily couldn't figure out what Yi Tianyang was thinking for a moment, but she soon figured it out. It seemed that this guy was not trying to pick up girls on purpose.
He was just having fun. Malatang, is that okay? Yi Tianyang asked Wu Zhozhou. It's okay, it's okay. Malatang is very delicious. I love it very much. Wu Zhozhou's reaction was very excited. It didn't seem like he was deliberately flattering. It seemed that he really liked malatang. This surprised Yi Tianyang. After thinking about it, he smiled helplessly. When he was browsing those short video platforms before, he seemed to have heard of malatang, which is a very famous internet celebrity snack in their country. Suddenly, many such malatang restaurants seemed to have popped up in their country and were very popular. I used to think these internet celebrities were joking on purpose, but now I realize that maybe they really do believe that the land supports the people. I checked my phone account and saw 130 million was deposited into my account. Consumption of 137,4500, 100 times rebate of 137,450,000 yuan, has been credited stock dividend. After shopping for a whole morning, I earned a small amount of money. Not bad, today's task has been completed. Yi Tianyang was no longer in the mood to continue making money. He just wanted to strengthen his relationship with the beautiful girl Wu Zhozhou and experience the exotic customs. As a person, you have to try different things and experience different customs and cultures in your life. You can't just look at the beauties in your country. If you have the chance, you must try foreign ones. At least you can bring glory to your country. Plastic surgery is the first step. A country of easy life, a country of beauty, these are his future goals. Ms. Wu, how old are you this year? Yi Tianyang continued chatting with Wu Zhozhou, but after he asked this question, Wu Zhozhou's behavior was a little strange. She said pitifully, feeling a little aggrieved and a little spoiled, but it's very rude to ask a girl's age. Can I not answer? Then I must know. Then I'll tell Appa that I just turned 18 this year and beauties are always 18. Yi Tianyang. What a wrong decision. This girl looks cute and soft on the surface, but don't be fooled by her charming appearance. In fact, she is full of tricks in her heart. How can you look like you're 18? It's obviously. Yi Tianyang paused deliberately when he said this, which made the girl stunned. Looking at you, you're obviously only 15 or 16. This time Wu Zhozhou smiled even more happily. Brother, are all the appas in your dragon country as gentle and graceful as you? They are really great, not like us who are all chauvinistic and annoying. Yi Tianyang smiled and replied, we will definitely be gentle when we need to be gentle, but when we need to be strong, we will guarantee that we can satisfy you. He didn't know if she could understand what was said after getting on the car, but looking at her subtle expressions, Yi Tianyang could be 100% sure that she understood. Then Wu Zhozhou pursed her red lips and said with a half smile, just now my brother's assistant said that you are a playboy. It seems that is true. But you are a charming playboy. Yi Tianyang laughed out loud and did not try to input anything. Instead, he directly pulled her little hand into his palm and held it, then raised his eyebrows at her teasingly. Wu Zhozhou struggled a little but didn't get free because Yi Tianyang held her very tightly. There was a trace of panic on Wu Zhozhou's beautiful face. Her big watery eyes stared straight at Yi Tianyang, and she looked quite aggrieved and pitiful, just like a frightened kitten, feeling very aggrieved. But she didn't struggle anymore, nor did she say anything. She just looked at him pitifully, as if she tacitly agreed to Yi Tianyang's action. Yi Tianyang looked at his appearance and suddenly felt conquered by the woman. This woman seemed to be quite capable and talented. I've heard for a long time that girls who have had plastic surgery are very scheming and good at acting, and now it seems to be true. This move of playing both reluctant and welcoming was performed quite beautifully. Chapter 109 is series of moves, very 6. About 10 minutes later, they found a Yang Guofu Malatang restaurant. They thought the food was delicious, so when the car pulled up to the side of the road, everyone got off. After getting off the car, Wu Zhozhou took the initiative to reach out and put his arm around Yi Tianyang. Zhou Lily, who was sitting in the back and saw the scene, couldn't help but complain in her heart. 2A. You two bastards, can you two go a little faster? Mr. Yi, you two can eat in the morning. I'm not full with this. I'll go eat rice over there. Zhou Lily thought that out of sight, out of mind. Not seeing the two of them would make her appetite better, so she took the initiative to speak. Yi Tianyang glanced at her, his favorability was 19, he nodded with a smile, and almost said, it's perfect, that's it, it would be best if you could lower it to 0. Fortunately I held it in. After entering the Yangguofu Malatang restaurant, Wu Zhozhou seemed quite happy. However, he did not order much when ordering the dishes. He simply asked for 5 or 6 servings of vegetables. No way, you only eat this much in the middle of the day. Of course, if you eat too much you will get fat. With a figure like yours, are you still afraid of getting fat? Don't worry about it. You'll be more perfect if you get a little fatter. That won't do. If I get fatter, I won't look good. If I don't look good, I won't have confidence. If I don't have confidence, I won't want to do anything. If I don't want to do anything, I'll become emo. If I stay emo for too long, I'll die. So eating too much is the same as committing suicide. Looking at this adorable Wu Zhozhou with her cute and charming expression, there is really nothing to say when it comes to picking up Tianya. This logic is simply perfect. Prices have gone up now, too much. Even if Wu Zhozhou only ate a little bit, 5 or 6 skewers of vegetarian dishes would cost more than 10 yuan, not just 6 or 7 yuan as before. So, returning it 13 times today is not enough. We still have to work harder.
When the meal was over, Wu Zhozhou took the initiative to run to the front to pay the bill.
When leaving this store. Thank you, brother, for treating me to such delicious food today. It's nice to meet you.
This morning was really wonderful, brother.
But I have to go to work in the afternoon, so I can't accompany you, brother. Let's make an appointment when we are free.
After saying that, Wu Zhozhou raised her cell phone and gestured to Yi Tianyan to see. Then she opened her arms very proactively, and this time it was obvious that she was inviting him to hug her. Yi Tianyan naturally hugged her without hesitation and felt her broad mind.
My heart trembled.
This woman smells quite pleasant, with a light milky scent, which is a bit different from ordinary people. Just when he was feeling it with his heart, Wu Zhozhou quietly stood on tiptoe, moved close to Yi Tianyan's face and pecked him lightly. Then he immediately let go of my hand, avoided my gaze, his little face flushed, and he took a few steps back quickly as if he was running away. He walked to the side of the road, hailed a taxi, and got in. The moment it went in, Yi Tianyang looked at the curve from behind and found it really amazing. That's a bit exaggerated. She was really as happy as a god. How could she just run away like that? Those 13 times have not been returned yet.
Wait a minute, I'll take you there. Wu Zhozhou did not answer him, but lowered his head and quickly typed a text on his mobile phone. Yi Tianyang quickly took out his mobile phone. Thank you, Appa. I can go back by myself. I'm so embarrassed right now. I'm so shy. My heart is beating so fast and my face is burning. I don't know how to face Appa. I seem to have fallen in love with you. What should I do? But we live so far away from each other. I only come here when I'm on a business trip. I don't like long-distance relationships. So, Appa, we both need to calm down and give each other some time, okay? We will definitely have a chance to meet again in the future. There will definitely be a chance. You must see this sentence, it almost made you burst out laughing. This girl is quite amazing. With such a series of moves, no ordinary person can withstand it. She is so amazing.
Fortunately, she is not an ordinary person. The taxi started quickly and I quickly disappeared from his sight in the taxi.
Yi Tianyang did not try to keep her.
There was no rush, as this was just the beginning. But I still feel very impressed that the girls who have plastic surgery are much more powerful than those green tea girls in China. We have to work hard to learn everything in our country, and there is so much room for improvement. This series of moves can win a man's heart very quickly, and the 5-week operation is quite perfect, with each step being very well controlled.
A man gets a woman by satisfying her all the time.
And how a woman can get a man is to keep him unsatisfied, but at the same time give him strong signals, implying that he has a chance, and as long as he works harder and takes one more step forward, he can get it. When she walked to his Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Zhou Lily was already sitting in the driver's seat.
After Yi Tianyang got in the car, Zhou Lily suppressed her smile and said deliberately, "Huh? Why didn't Mr. Yi go after him? I thought you were going to skip work again this afternoon."
It was obvious that she had seen what had just happened, so she spoke in a deliberately sarcastic tone, with a hint of gloating in her heart.
Yi Tianyang smiled and didn't care what he said. Anyway, he wanted to eliminate Zhou Lily's favorability, and picking up girls was just a byproduct. Don't worry, I'm not that ridiculous to skip work just for a girl. Of course, he was the only one who believed what he said. You don't understand. Every girl is like a great work of literature. When you let her go, every page of her is very beautiful. You need to experience it with your heart. You can just experience it in this way. There is no need to buy the book. It's okay to rub it for a while, I won't force it. Zhou Lily thought to herself, 2A. Scumbag, bastard. Knowing you has made me hate men even more, but Zhou Lily only thought these in her heart and naturally could not say them out loud, but she said them on the surface. Just now I thought about all the things you bought for me this morning. I can't accept them. You should take them back to your wife. Ha? Yi Tianyan looked at Zhou Lily and was still a little surprised. He really didn't expect that she would say such words until now. Are you sure you don't want to? It's too arrogant. I can't bear it. Then just throw it in the car and give it to other girls or clients when you see them next time. Zhou Lily. Don't you think it's a waste? You bought it but you don't need it, so why just leave it here? If you take it back to your wife, she will be happy. I've already given it to you. If it's wasted, it's wasted. What does it have to do with me? Chapter 110 The Girl with the Most Correct Views.
The car slowly returned to the company.
Yi Tianyang sat in the passenger seat and looked calmly at Zhou Lily, who was driving.
This girl with an ordinary name but a brilliant resume suddenly made him feel that she was getting more and more beautiful, with a unique charm. If they were to be ranked according to appearance and figure, among the many girls Yi Tianyang knows now, Zhou Lily is not the most beautiful one, and she is not even in the top 3. Her figure is also above average, not the best. However, among so many girls, she is the one with the most positive values. She seems not to be affected by money at all, which even Wang Yifeng cannot do. There is an old saying that goes, a man of culture is naturally elegant.
This probably describes a girl like this.
Of course, it is also possible that she has read too many books and her brain is not normal.
What kind of society is it today? A society where money is everything.
Everyone works hard for those dollars, even to the point of losing their principles, dignity, and taking risks. To be honest, it feels pretty good to have such a person around, as it allows him to maintain his last bit of sanity. That's why those emperors would keep a few censors who would always criticize him. In fact, I admire your spirit of not being tempted by wealth and status. It's a pity that I am a vulgar person, greedy for money and lustful, and obsessed with worldly affairs.
Yi Tianyang muttered casually.
Zhou Lily glanced at him. He was a little surprised by this sudden and heartfelt remark. He wanted to say something, but in the end he held back and said nothing. On their way back, the receptionist, Zhang Mengmeng, sent him a message saying that Chao Hongfei and the others had already returned to the company. Not long after, Chao Hongfei also sent a message, asking him if he could come back, as the company would hold a meeting at 2 p.m. They arrived at the company quickly, just before 2 o'clock, and made it in time for the company meeting.
Chao Hongfei and Xia Liyue are in the company, and everyone else is there. The topic of today's meeting is to report a good news.
This morning, Mr. Xia and I went to negotiate a deal and it was successful.
The total amount of this deal is 80 million. This is also the deal we are currently busy with. Everyone should cheer up. We must work hard to serve this hard-earned customer and strive to complete this deal smoothly and make the money.
Chao Hongfei briefly explained the content. In fact, for many startup companies or niche companies like this, the bosses are the ones who negotiate the orders. In fact, the orders that employees can negotiate are very few, and they are all small and miscellaneous orders. Most of the orders are to serve the boss. Moreover, the orders that the boss negotiated basically had considerable profits. The main reason was that they had strong personal connections.
Ordinary people could not get these things. Do you know Li Decao's willingness to immigrate? Even if you knew, he would not believe in giving you the order.
This was between friends. You know me, so I introduce it to my friends and let them do it. Then Chao Hongfei distributed the general content and precautions on this list.
After the meeting, the employees dispersed. Chao Hongfei, Xia Liyue, Yi Tianyang, the 3 bosses were chatting in the office. Is this client the Li Decao from that night? Yi Tianyang asked curiously.
Yes, that's him.
He wants to buy a villa by the sea abroad and immigrate there.
He will also have to find a way to transfer the funds he has. When talking about this topic, Chao Hongfei lit a cigar, took a puff, and felt a little envious. Li Decao had frantically acquired several small targets in the investment market last year.
Now he is financially free.
He doesn't need to struggle or work hard for money in his life. He can enjoy the rest of his life in peace and contentment. Chao Hongfei believes that his level, ability and connections in this area are no less than Li Decao's, but he just doesn't have his courage. Although the laws and regulations in every country are very complete now, and every industry is strictly restricted, there are still some people in this world who are willing to take risks. As the saying goes, the bold will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation.
One success can affect your wealth for a lifetime.
Chao Hongfei used to work on Wall Street, earning 2 to 3 million a year and leading a comfortable life, and he never thought about making a big splash. This time, it was also because of the stimulation from Li Decao that he quit his job in one go and returned to China to start a business.
Otherwise, he really didn't have the courage to do so.
I heard that our CEO Yi bought a Rolls-Royce Cullinan yesterday, and also treated everyone in our company to a meal at Southern Seafood Restaurant.
The meal cost more than 200,000 yuan?
After chatting for a while, Xia Liyue suddenly said this, and then looked at Yi Tianyang with a smile.
Yeah. Yi Tianyang nodded slightly. Boss Yi is really cool and spends money like water. It's just a small thing. Yi Tianyang smiled and said to me, Fong.
Although he felt that his behavior yesterday was indeed a little high profile, but things have already been done.
He can't regret it. Besides, it's just a small amount of money.
You should know that today's casual earnings are more than a small goal. Although Chao Hongfei and Xia Liyue appear to be very glamorous on the surface and are the bosses of the company, in fact, all their assets are worth only tens of millions at most. They certainly cannot afford to buy a car of the level of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and the liquid cash they have is probably only a few million.
It's like this. Several funds are going to hold an investment conference next month. If Mr. Yi is interested, I would like to invite you to attend on behalf of the company.
There will be many industry leaders there, which can be regarded as a channel to expand my own network of contacts. The location will probably be set on the island, and the total duration will be about 3 or 4 days.
I will notify you of the details at that time. Xia Liyue said with a smile. Meeting on fund investment? Sure, let's go for a stroll when the time comes. Yi Tianyang agreed without any hesitation.
He had plenty of time anyway, and he had never been to these occasions.
He wanted to go and take a look and see it all. It's settled then. I'll send you a WeChat message when the specific time is confirmed. After Xia Liyue stood up, he patted Yi Tianyang, then left the office.
After she left, Chao Hongfei thought for a moment and then said, "It's good to go to such occasions to broaden your horizons."
Oh, right, there are 2 more things I want to talk about. The first is that our company is going to shoot a promotional video.
This was decided a long time ago. I originally decided to supervise the entire process myself, but now that you are here, I will leave this matter to you.
Chapter 111 New Mission.
The company's promotional video is not a big deal, but it's not a small deal either. Anyway, since we've already spent money on this, we should try our best to make it the most effective for the company. You just need to coordinate with the advertising company behind the scenes. As for how to shoot and release the commercial, let them give you a detailed plan, and you just need to review and make the arrangements. Chao Hongfei continued, as for which company to do it, you can decide for yourself. The total budget given by the company is 2 million.
Shooting a commercial? Yi Tianyang nodded and took over the matter.
It was not a difficult task, and as the client's father, it was even more satisfying.
Another thing is that Mr. Wu gave me a VIP card at Jingshan Plaza.
His club includes a hotel, a golf course, a bath center, and a massage center.
You can go there when you have time. Everything is free. Of course, you will have to pay for food and drinks and having girls accompany you. The annual fee for this card is 1 million. Mr. Wu will waive it for you in the first year. If you feel that you can use it well, you will need to recharge it yourself in the future. If you don't enjoy it, you can ignore it. As he spoke, Chao Hongfei took out an exquisitely made membership card from his handbag. The card was all gold and sparkled brightly under the sunlight. He handed the card to Yi Tianyang. After receiving the VIP card, Yi Tianyang asked Chao Hongfei to express his gratitude on his behalf. I felt a sense of emotion in my heart. Circles, circles. If you don't get involved in this circle, you may not be able to integrate into it even if you have money. In other words, even if you are rich, even if you enter this circle, you will be taken advantage of by these people. Money is the immediate hard power of these people, and the rest depends on the connections and resources derived from it. These can all be used to cash in, just like this exquisite VIP card in front of you. If I didn't know Chao Hongfei, I would have to spend 1 million to buy this card, but now that Chao Hongfei is here, after the last meeting, I can get this card for free. This also counts as getting to know Wu Hanyan. It seems like I have to arrange a plan to thank Mr. Wu properly. Yi Tianyang said with a smile as he looked at the golden card in his hand. That's natural. In fact, Lao Wu is a rare kind-hearted person in our circle. He has a small mind, so he knows a lot of people. It is because of this that his circle is getting wider and wider, and his business is getting bigger and bigger. Chao Hongfei reminded him, for example, he also invested 5 million in our company and is a shareholder, but he never participates. He just needs to see the monthly report. Such people have very strong connections. You don't know how many companies he has invested in, and you don't know which companies he has shares in. So you can try to make friends with people like this. Sometimes, if you have some connections, it's easy to do things, and there's no need to do everything yourself. It's also troublesome. Besides, you will do marketing and public relations in the future, which is what you do. You can try to ask him. This guy has a hobby, which is collecting all kinds of antiques, especially ancient books. I have asked Xiao Zhou to look for them outside and collected a few. They are not very precious, but they are definitely enough as a gift. It won't cost much money. I will ask her to give them to you when the time comes. Chao Hongfei added. It was very clear in the window WeChat that he was lucky to have met this young man when Yi Tianyang was rich. If in a few years, once Yi Tianyang became prosperous, he would need to put in some effort to get to know such a person. Now the timing was right, and he had just become rich, so he was quite optimistic about Yi Tianyang. To put it bluntly, he didn't care how Yi Tianyang was doing with the business in his hands in the company. What he cared about was this person. Since you have people and money, won't it be easy to accomplish any project you want to do in the future? Okay, that's it for now. I'll leave first. Yi Tianyang nodded and prepared to get up and leave the office. Oh, there's one thing I forgot to mention. Just when Yi Tianyang was about to leave, Chao Hongfei seemed to remember something. He stood up and looked at him with a smile. The smile on his face seemed a lot friendlier than before. What's up? Chao Hongfei hesitated for a moment, sighed, and finally spoke. How should I put it? In principle, no matter which company it is, we don't encourage office romances, because there are too many problems to deal with after this kind of thing. So I'm just giving you a little reminder. I don't have any other intentions. If this reminder makes you uncomfortable, just pretend I didn't say anything. We are out here to make money, and there are plenty of women out there. We should be careful about everything. Playing is fun, but sometimes it's easy to get carried away. If we let our guard down, there could be fatal dangers. Chao Hongfei spoke these words earnestly, like an elder giving advice to a younger generation. He also tried to keep his tone as gentle as possible, for he was worried that his words would disgust Yi Tianyang and make him uncomfortable. It was obvious that Yi Tianyang could feel the deep meaning and concern in his words. Oh, thanks, bro. Don't worry, I understand everything. Yi Tianyang smiled, patted his shoulder and left the office. When he returned to his office, Zhou Lily was busy on her computer. He walked over, stood beside her and asked, "Do you know anything about the filming of these commercials?" Zhou Lily immediately replied, "Is our company going to shoot a promotional video?" Mr. Chow told me about this before, and I had already looked for several companies. The cost performance of the filming company is quite good, and I can contact them at any time. If you are sure you want to do it, then just contact them and tell them our needs, mainly which carriers we need to place in the proportion between each channel. After listening, Yi Tianyang nodded and thought to himself. There is a little difference between a worker and a boss. A worker only needs to be responsible for the things in his hands, and it will be okay as long as he does what the boss asks him to do properly. But if you are in the boss's position, you have to consider the direction. Nowadays, every industry is changing rapidly. You don't even know which industry can still generate good profits. The so-called control of the market depends on personal talent on the one hand, on the learning experience of others on the second, and on mutual cooperation on the third. There is no need to talk about talent, it is a gift from God. But with the experience of others and the collaboration between us, this thing becomes simple and is built on money. Do you have any good ideas? Yi Tianyang asked first. Chapter 112. It's time to feed the fish pond. In fact, Zhou Lily's ability and vision are better than his, and Yi Tianyang wants to ask her what she thinks. It can be said without hesitation that our company's clients are all high-end, and the average customer spending is basically no less than 1 million, so our advertising films must be shot in a grand manner. If we are stingy, we will only end up losing more than we gain. We try to choose high-end residential areas and high-end clubs as our advertising channels. For ordinary print ads, we try to choose airports and high-speed rail stations. Buses and subways are not necessary here. New media ads are simple. Find some big verses with millions of fans, mainly in the financial field, and try them first. These are all put in a small amount in the early stage to see the effect before making a final decision. As for other forms, we will temporarily base them on our city's auto shows, cocktail parties, investment promotion, various variety shows, and movie placements. Of course, these are all contingency plans. If we move too fast, our services may not be able to keep up. After all, this company has just been established, and there are still shortcomings in many aspects. Zhou Lily had indeed done her homework. After Yi Tianyang asked her, she quickly told him all her thoughts. Yi Tianyang listened to some of it and understood the general idea. Let's carry out the plan as you said and spend the total budget of 2 million. Yi Tianyang made the arrangements directly.
Joe Lily had obviously guessed it a long time ago, and she agreed without any hesitation. Okay, I'll contact the previous companies, and after the final plan is determined, I'll select a few for you to decide.
Okay.
So Joe Lily was very busy that afternoon, but Yi Tianyang had nothing to do. There was really nothing for him to do.
He didn't understand anything anyway, so he didn't give orders or cause trouble. He might as well play with his phone. What are you doing? This was sent to Wang Yifeng. I'm doing math problems. They're so difficult. It's normal to be difficult.
Take your time, ask the teacher more often, believe that you can do it, and try your best.
It's no big deal if you really can't pass the exam. I will support you anyway.
Love you, moi love heart.
Love you. Xiao Mengmeng, what are you busy with? Busy with work, hee hee. But I don't have much work to do right now, I'm browsing Taobao. What do you want to buy? I want to buy a mini skirt. Don't think about it. Just order a cup of coffee for everyone in the company, plus some snacks. Just follow the standard of 300 yuan per person. Once you're sure, just tell me the amount.
Wow, Mr. Yi is the most handsome, I love you.
Don't just say you love me, I'll leave the door open for you at night. I'm afraid my sister-in-law will beat me. Wu Mengmeng. What are you doing? I'm helping Mengmeng order afternoon tea and snacks for the company. Well, add whatever you like to eat, don't worry about how much it costs. Look at how thin you are now. I also want to ask you a very serious question. Do you have a boyfriend? At the front desk, Wu Mengmeng's face instantly turned red.
She was very nervous and replied to the message carefully, fearing that Zhang Mengmeng next to her would see the content of her WeChat chat on her phone.
Yi, why is Mr. Yi suddenly asking me this? What does he want to do?
She looked at Zhang Mengmeng next to her with a guilty conscience and found that she was ordering snacks with great interest and didn't notice this side. She quickly recovered. I don't have a boyfriend.
Really?
After sending this message, Yi Tianyang didn't reply to his message for about 1 or 2 minutes.
Just when Wu Mengmeng was getting more and more uneasy, Yi Tianyang sent a message. Okay then.
I'll call you if I have to work overtime next time.
Wu Mengmeng, oh. Can you be a human being? Su Yumei. What are you doing? The hospital is arranging surgery for my mother today. I've been in for 3 hours and I'm waiting. What did the doctor say?
All preoperative examinations were good, and the success rate of this operation is 80%.
Thank you.
Dr. Ding had told him before that the success rate of this operation was basically 100%. He only said 80% to be on the safe side. If I hadn't met Yi Tianyang and had the money this time, if my condition had continued to deteriorate, there would have been no way to save me.
Ding dong. I've transferred some money to you. After the operation, your aunt needs to have adequate nutrition. Don't save money by hiring a professional caregiver. Tell me when you need money.
After saying that, Yi Tianyang transferred 500,000 yuan to her. When Su Yumei saw this message, tears instantly filled her eyes. All the concerns are empty, this is the most important thing. With the 500,000 yuan, she can hire a very professional nurse to come over, so that her mother can be more comfortable and she won't have to suffer. She can even arrange for her mother to stay in the ward for high-ranking cadres, so that she will be more comfortable.
Thank you. When I'm done with this busy period, I will repay you. Then you have to train hard.
You begged for mercy too early last time.
You are bad, yes, you are too powerful. Su Yumei's face flushed. 95 Media, Zhang Jinyu. How's the company doing? Is there anything I can do for you? Zhang Jinyu. Boss, I've been listening to your integration of resources recently. All the anchors are constantly learning and strengthening their own information and knowledge. Lao Li and his team have been giving them emergency training recently. It will probably take about a week, and then we can start broadcasting again. At that time, the boss will be needed to spend money. Well, that's good. When others don't know how to spend money, just call me. Yi Tianyang said. Zhang Jinyu. What are you busy with?
This time he sent the message to Yuan Shishir. I have been so busy these past 2 days that I have not been able to take care of her. Now that I have time, I must feed the fish in the pond, otherwise it will be a waste if the fish run away.
Sorry, the other party is no longer your friend. Please add the friend again. Me, fuck. I was actually deleted.
Thinking about what happened at the bar last time, and when I went to resign from the company, I didn't pay much attention to her.
I guess I really hurt her feelings.
As for Yuan Shirsher, he had wanted to take action a long time ago, but he had been trying to appease Wang Yifeng recently. He had to deal with the issue at home first, and was not in a hurry for the colorful flags outside. He did not expect that they would be deleted.
Why did you delete me? Yi Tianyang sent a friend request righteously.
Inside the office, Yuan Shirsher looked a little dazed, biting her red lips with her pearly teeth. These past 2 days she has been trying to forget the person sitting not far away, but she often looks at that position absent-mindedly. That day, Yi Tianyang spent a lot of money in Intai city to buy so many things for her, and also spent a lot of money in the bar. It was destined to become an unforgettable time in her memory. Chapter 113. Both sides used their skills crazily. At least there have been such scenes of squandering money in her life.
What's wrong? Are you angry? Oh, don't be angry.
I drank too much that day and my head was dizzy.
Even if we went back that night, I couldn't have a good chat with you, so I wanted you to go back to the hotel and have a good rest.
You know I was drunk in the end and was thrown directly into the hotel room. I felt so miserable for a long time.
I was so pitiful, and you didn't even care about me. How could you delete someone? No matter what, we are good friends, right? Even if we are not good friends, we were colleagues before. Yi Tianyang sent several verification messages in succession.
Yuan Shirsher quickly saw these messages, felt a little soft-hearted, and finally clicked to approve his friend request.
I'm busy now. Let's talk after get off work.
Yuan Shirsher sent him a message pretending to be reserved. Yi Tianyang had worked in that company before, so he knew that Yuan Shirsher must be slacking off at this time. Okay, you go ahead and do your work.
I don't have anything to do here. I just suddenly missed you so much and wanted to see you. Please send me a selfie of yours. Yuan Shirsher. Be good, I'll just post one.
The way you work now, you've been so busy with all sorts of things lately that my eyes are a little blurry. I urgently need a photo of a beautiful woman like you to refresh my eyes.
About a minute later, Yi Tianyang received a photo, a selfie of Yuan Shirsher.
It was obvious that she had undone one more button of her shirt. The sweet pomelo that appears and disappears is so tempting.
It's really pleasing to the eyes. I feel much more comfortable.
After replying to the message, Yi Tianyang transferred money to her without hesitation.
52,000.
Yuan Shirsher, who was working at her workstation, saw such a large transfer. Suddenly, my breathing became rapid. She immediately clicked the payment button without hesitation, and her attention was no longer on the forms on the computer. This job suddenly became boring to her.
Her monthly salary is 8,000 yuan.
After deducting rent, living expenses and other expenses, she can barely save 2,000 yuan a month. She can't save that much money in a year with the 52,000 yuan. Okay, then, if you're in a bad mood next time, just tell me, and I'll send you another one. Yuan Shirsher pondered for a few seconds and quickly sent a message.
Are you kidding? What moral integrity do you have at this time?
You can make 50,000 yuan from just one photo.
Those photos of celebrities here must be valuable.
If he becomes obsessed with it and goes to get a room, it's obvious that he will get more. After reading the message Yuan Shirsher sent back, I smiled a little and ignored her. The fish was secured and I could just cook it when I had time.
Finally, I clicked on another fish avatar, Wu Zhozhou. What are you doing? It was the same old greeting. Appa, I'm working on a new product promotion plan at the company. Cute. Yi Tianyang, guess what I'm doing now? Wu Zhozhou, what are you doing now, Appa? Greeting face.
I was wondering if you have time to accompany me, to watch the stars at night and the sunrise in the morning.
The implication of Yi Tianyang's message was already very obvious, and even a master like Wu Zhozhou could see the meaning behind it. Appa, do you want to date me tonight? Sticking out tongue.
When seeing this WeChat message, Yi Tianyang was slightly stunned, and carefully pondered the meaning of the sentence. He could only say that her reply was really amazing.
He is definitely an expert among experts.
With just one sentence, he changed the positions between the two of them, from being the prey to the hunter in an instant. If Yi Tianyang had not been Wu Mengyao's backup for such a long time, he would not have understood the subtle relationship between them.
After thinking for a few seconds, Yi Tianyang quickly sent a message, is it not possible?
In an instant, he became extremely domineering, looking down from a high position and taking control of the situation. Wu Zhozhou did not dwell on this issue and gave in again very naturally.
Of course, no problem. I'm just a little shy and excited. It's just that I don't know how long I'll be busy today. Will Appa wait for me? Of course, even if I give in this time, I will be given another question.
This girl from the plastic surgery country is really amazing.
She has all kinds of tricks.
If you are not careful, you will fall into her hands.
Those green tea girls in China should learn more from her.
Her methods are really powerful now.
It is useless to check them all the time.
The more skilled you are, the more you have to compete with each other to see who is better.
Yi Tianyang also became interested. To be honest, I have never waited for anyone before, but for you, I can make an exception. But how are you going to thank your brother? Yi Tianyang sent over. If a woman makes a request to you and you agree without hesitation, it's actually okay.
But after the second and third time, your status and identity will change completely. You will no longer be a pursuer, you will become a licker. The correct approach is that as a man, I can accommodate you, but every time I accommodate you, you must give me a reward or compensation.
This is a give and take relationship. If the other party cannot do this, then you can only become a bootlicker. Brother, how do you want me to thank you? Blushing face.
You have such a great figure, you will definitely look good in a pencil skirt.
Yi Tianyang replied.
The scale of this information is very good, expressing one's own thoughts without appearing too vulgar.
Okay, I like that hip skirt too.
It's worth it that I've been controlling my diet and keeping in shape.
But what are we going to eat tonight?
I heard there's a very good seafood restaurant nearby with a great environment.
Can we go there to eat?
He wanted to choose the restaurant himself.
Yi Tianyang thought about it and didn't care too much about it.
It was just a matter of cost. He recently replied to him with an okay expression.
Thank you, Appa. I'll be done at around 7:30 and leave at 8. I'll send you the restaurant table in a minute. Please make a reservation with them first. Make sure you reserve a table near the window.
I checked their private rooms online and they seem to be hard to book.
If you go there at the last minute, there may not be a table available.
Thank you for your hard work, brother.
I love you.
Good. After taking a look at the seafood she posted, it was the southern seafood that Yi Tianyang and the others had eaten before.
It is indeed a bit expensive, and reservations must be made in advance.
Joe Lilly also made a reservation in advance that day, so he asked Joe Lilly for the restaurant's phone number.
This date was okay. Yi Tianyang had a very clear judgment of the current situation.
Wu Zhozhou definitely had some thoughts about him, but she was just waiting and watching.
Chapter 114 shows scalp tingles.
This is Wu Zhozhou from the plastic surgery country, but she is very skilled in all kinds of techniques. Of course, since she became rich, Yi Tianyang also seems to have learned nutrition without a teacher, and he has understood many things instantly.
The two can be said to be evenly matched. Yi Tianyang began to look forward to this date tonight.
He must have thought that this matter was far from being as simple as with other girls. It seemed that this time was like a test to test how good his skills in picking up girls were.
Newfound Seafood is a famous seafood restaurant in this area.
It does very good business because their seafood is fresh and all airshipped, ensuring that every one of them is alive.
The service is good and it is very difficult to reserve a seat. We booked one in the afternoon. After confirming the private room, Yi Tianyang also booked a luxury suite in the hotel next door. Everyone understands this, and if everything goes well, it will definitely be used at night. Wu Zhozhou said that he gets off work at 8 o'clock, which means he definitely can't come before 8 o'clock. Yi Tianyang had even thought about whether Wu Zhozhou would not come in the evening. This is not impossible for Wu Zhozhou. No matter what, he has to prepare a small gift for the first meeting. This small gift has a stimulating effect and may really play a crucial role. He bought so many gifts for Joe Lilly, but he really put them all in the trunk of the car and didn't take them away. He just picked up an LV bag from it. As for those tutorials on the internet about buying a bouquet of flowers and the like, those are all done by dogs. As a high-end hunter, he certainly won't sell flowers. You expect a bouquet of flowers to make a girl feel romantic and go out to get a room at night, that's simply a joke. Of course, if the girl likes you, all you have to do is buy her a bouquet of flowers. Everything was ready. At 7:45 in the evening, Yi Tianyang showed up at Southern Seafood on time.
He chose the seat near the window that he had reserved in advance, and then sent a WeChat message to Wu Zhozhou.
Have you set out yet? Ah. Appa, I'm so sorry, I still have some finishing work to do here. Awkward crying. It's okay. Work is more important. Go ahead and do your thing. I'll wait for you here. As a high-end hunter, you must have good psychological quality, a calm mind, and enough patience. So Yi Tianyang immediately called the waiter over and ordered some food to fill his stomach. I can't just wait for her here on an empty stomach, so I can just eat while I wait. Only. More than half an hour has passed, and the person still hasn't shown up, not even a message. It was only at this time that Yi Tianyang realized that he had underestimated this girl from the plastic surgery country after all. Quite interesting. Yi Tianyang put down the chopsticks in his hand, feeling a little angry instinctively, but he quickly controlled himself. Are you done with your work? He once again took the initiative to send a WeChat message. This woman is playing with fire. Appa, I'm so sorry. There's a problem with the product at the company. I have to fix it as soon as possible, otherwise the new product will be in trouble. I might not be able to go tonight. Crying loudly. Appa, I really didn't mean it. I'm really sorry. I've wasted your time and affected your mood. I really shouldn't have done that. They're going to be busy all night. I'll take a break tomorrow. I'll go and accompany them after I'm done resting, okay? After reading this WeChat message, Yi Tianyang smiled, put down his phone, looked at the colorful night scene outside the window, and his mood gradually relaxed. This woman definitely can't come tonight. Should I ask another girl to come over? Otherwise it would be a waste of this position and my mood tonight. At this moment, the fish in the fish pond in the afternoon suddenly came to my mind, Yuan Shishir. If I send her a message now, she will definitely come here soon. What followed was naturally a wonderful night, and there was no way the luxurious suite he had booked would be wasted. Only. Yi Tianyang always felt that there was something different reminding him in his heart. After reviewing everything that happened tonight carefully, Nan Haizhong suddenly had a special idea. Then Yi Tianyang got up calmly and went to the bathroom. While going to the bathroom, he glanced at other seats, especially other tables where he could be seen sitting. He carefully scanned every seat with his peripheral vision and indeed noticed something wrong. There was a woman sitting 1 o'clock away from his seat. This woman was sitting alone in a room that accommodates 4 people. She was wearing a hat and big sunglasses. What was even more outrageous was that she was also wearing a mask. You couldn't tell what she looked like from the outside. The dishes she ordered were very few. She didn't look like she was here to eat at all. And who would wear a mask when eating here? After taking a quick look, I saw that her body shape and figure looked very much like Wu Zhozhou. Could it be her? Is this woman so showy? This operation is really too showy. What on earth was she trying to do? Is it to test him? Or is it to raise your own status? After thinking about it carefully, this should be it, but has she really thought of the next move? Yi Tianyang smiled, and regardless, he went forward to test it out. Then he strode forward and walked towards that location. Hi beautiful lady, can I sit here? It was not certain whether this woman was Wu Zhozhou, so she greeted her politely. If that's not the case, then it doesn't matter. At most I can apologize to her and say I recognized the wrong person. Oh, bingo. Appa, you are so awesome. You even discovered this. You are so smart. The person sitting in this position was indeed Wu Zhozhou. He immediately took off his sunglasses and mask. The smile on her face was beautiful and attractive, and there was no trace of surprise or embarrassment at being exposed. The most important thing was that Wu Zhozhou spoke Mandarin fluently. Not stiff at all. Damn, it seems like I was fooled by this girl. At this moment, Yi Tianyang was so overwhelmed by this girl's beauty that his scalp was numbing. Even Yi Taiyang didn't think of this. Is it fun to lie to people now? Yi Tianyang's eyes gradually became a little colder, and even a little icy. Oh, I didn't lie to you at all. I just wanted to play a joke on you. You're so outstanding, and I wanted to leave a deeper impression on you. I hope you won't be angry. Wu Zhozhou took the initiative to get up from her seat and sat down next to him. She immediately pulled his arm, holding it very tightly, and once again a warm and milky scent came over him. Okay. She's using her beauty to attack me so soon. Chapter 115 Takedown. Then why do you pretend not to speak Mandarin?
Yi Tianyang continued to ask about the details, becoming more and more serious, as if he was scolding a subordinate.
Oh, there are so many people hitting on me outside now, it's so annoying, so I had to pretend not to understand what everyone was saying, and besides, wasn't your assistant there that day?
Since I had to pretend, I just kept on pretending. Later, I couldn't pretend anymore, so I quickly took a taxi and ran away. She looked at Yi Tianyang cutely, well-behaved, affectionately, and a little aggrieved. Normal people were still using normal attacks, but she was simply using her ultimate skill. Beautiful women and powerful women all know how to use those eyes that are about to tear to make men pity her.
Obviously, she succeeded. So what's the situation now? Yi Tianyang continued to ask.
No matter what, he must stand on this petition and question her from a superior position. Such an opportunity is quite rare.
Aren't I worried and scared too? I've just known you for how long?
If we were to be like that, would it be? So I want to observe my brother more. But after careful observation, I find that my brother is indeed handsome, smart, and has a calm personality. She hugged Yi Tianyang's arm tightly, raised her little head, and looked at him with blinking eyes.
Brother, the voice was drawn out very long. At this moment, facing such a coquettish woman, how can Yi Tianyang get angry? It's obvious that you can't lose your temper. Yi Tianyang could only let out a long sigh. Did you eat dinner? Are you still hungry? I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. My stomach is almost empty. I was busy at noon and didn't eat much.
Then I stayed up so long at night and just drank water.
You asked me to come and eat, but you didn't want to. You can't blame me. How can you let someone treat you to spicy hot pot? It's not tasty to begin with. How can you treat a girl to spicy hot pot the first time you chat her up? Wu Zhozhou looked at Yi Tianyang with her small eyes full of meaning. Yi Tianyang.
Sure, it turns out this girl knows a lot.
It's not like she knows nothing. Are you really from the plastic surgery country?
Of course. How could I possibly lie to my brother? My mom is, and my dad is from here.
It was almost 11 o'clock in the evening after dinner.
There was no need for the two to say anything after that. They just held hands and went to the luxury suite next door that Yi Tianyang had booked in advance.
For Yi Tianyang, this was the first time to win glory for the country.
Of course, this is hard to say. Whether she is bringing glory to the country or I am bringing glory to the country, this really needs to be discussed carefully. However, this experience can be said to be very good and quite wonderful. A girl with a good figure will look absolutely beautiful even with the lights off. In the blink of an eye, it was already past 1 in the morning. After finishing their work and taking a shower, they lay on the bed and began their first formal heart-to-heart chat.
Brother, I'm going back to China tomorrow. Wu Zhozhou rested her head on Yi Tianyang's thigh.
Her voice was a little hoarse when she spoke, but it also sounded quite sexy.
Well, you have to go back tomorrow too.
Yi Tianyang said with a casual smile, lit a cigarette and took a long puff. At this time, his mood could be said to be as calm as water.
It was the sage time and nothing could affect him. Then Appa, will you miss me?
When it's late at night and you're alone and can't sleep, you'll definitely think about it when you're hot.
Oh, okay, let's go to sleep then.
Yeah, sleep.
Appa, hold me to sleep. But my hands will go numb in the middle of the night. Appa is really a heartless man. Wu Zhozhou's tone was somewhat resentful, and suddenly she bit Yi Tianyang's right shoulder lightly.
Yi Tianyang also smiled, said nothing, turned off the light, held her in his arms and closed his eyes.
Fell asleep quickly. The next day, early morning.
When Yi Tianyang woke up, he was the only one left on the bed. The LV bag on the table next to him had been taken away by Wu Zhozhou, and at the same time, 1,000 yuan in bills was left on his bedside table. There was a note underneath the banknote. The handwriting was very beautiful and it was obvious that it was written by a woman, and it was in Chinese.
I performed very well last night. I am very satisfied. Here is the tip. Yi Tianyang, Damn it.
To be honest, this was the first time Yi Tianyang encountered such a situation, and he was completely confused. But she soon realized that all this was the woman's plan. To put it more bluntly, everything that happened yesterday was just some excitement that people were looking for when they were on a business trip and feeling lonely and cold. If you take it too seriously, you will definitely lose. As for the money left behind, it was naturally a recognition of his station strength.
This was the only thing that made him feel at ease. After thinking about it, Yi Tianyang found his mobile phone and sent a WeChat message to Wu Zhozhou. Have you returned yet? Wu Zhozhou quickly replied, yes, I've already boarded the plane. Everything goes well, come on. Yi Tianyang sent a blessing. This time Wu Zhozhou did not reply to his message, and Yi Tianyang did not take it seriously. I looked at the messages on my phone.
There were several calls during the night, but none from Wang Yifeng.
She only sent me a WeChat message around 11:30 last night. Love, good night.
I don't know why, but Yi Tianyang felt a sense of blockage in his heart at this moment. Finally, he felt that it would not be a good idea to go back like this, so he took out a bottle of foreign wine from the wine cabinet next to him in the suite, took a sip casually, then poured a glass and simply sprinkled some on his body. After leaving the hotel, I went straight home. When I arrived at the door of my house, I looked sleepy and pressed the door button. Soon the door opened from the inside. At this early time in the morning, Wang Yifeng was still wearing his yoga pants as usual. When he opened the door and saw the drunk Yi Tianyang, he hurried over to support him and helped him in. You haven't slept at all and have been drinking all the time.
Have you been drinking until now? How much have you drunk? Your stomach must be in pain. Wang Yifeng asked with a distressed look on her face. You.
Yi Tianyang retched, his whole body seemed as weak as mud. He leaned on Wang Yifeng, muttering, you lost, you should drink, you should drink.
Wang Yifeng.
Oh. He's so drunk that I can't get anything out of him, so I can only help him to the bedroom quickly.
Your woman, stay away from me. I'm telling you, I have a wife. Don't touch me. Go away. While Wang Yifeng was helping him to the bedroom to rest, Yi Tianyang displayed his extremely talented acting skills. Chapter 116. Who are we?
Yi Tianyang was still mumbling some confused words.
Wang Yifeng was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Okay, we're not outside anymore, we're just home, go to bed quickly.
Wang Yifeng coaxed him like she was coaxing a child.
After coaxing him for about 2 or 3 minutes, Yi Tianyang was reluctantly helped into the bedroom and lay on the bed. Lie down to form a character. Wang Yifeng naturally had to help him take off his coat, clothes, and pants.
He was originally planning to just lie there and let nature take its course, but suddenly Yi Tianyang thought of something. He found something on his shoulder when he was taking a shower in the morning.
That was last night. Wu Zhozhou left a tooth mark.
If he took off his clothes at this moment, then all the acting would be in vain, so he held onto his shirt and refused to let Wang Yifeng untie it.
Go away. Don't take off my clothes. Get lost. Where did you come from, bitch? Don't try to seduce me.
Although she was scolded by Yi Tianyang, Wang Yifeng bit her red lips with a smile on her face. Seeing that he was so persistent, she stopped forcing him. She gently pulled the quilt beside her to cover him, and finally helped him to put a pillow at a suitable height. Wang Yifeng stayed beside him for a while until she heard Yi Tianyang's breathing gradually calm down with a slight snoring sound.
He was leaving the bedroom quietly and closing the door.
During this process, Yi Tianyang slept in the room and slowly woke up at noon. Of course, he didn't fall asleep at all during the process. He had to wait for a long time before getting up, otherwise how could the show go on? When he walked out of the bedroom, he saw Wang Yifeng continuing to read and do homework during the break, very seriously. A tempting aroma wafted from the kitchen. This must be the soup that Wang Yifeng made for him. During the break this morning, Wang Yifeng was probably worried that he would vomit after drinking too much, or that he would choke, so she basically tiptoed to the bedroom every once in a while. Even if she heard him cough slightly in the room, Wang Yifeng would come in immediately. During this morning, Wang Yifeng came in 35 times, and Yi Tianyang remembered every time clearly. I'm sorry, I drank too much last night.
Yi Tianyang walked over, sat on the sofa, rubbed his head and said. I can see. Is your stomach still feeling uncomfortable? I made some soup to sober you up. Wang Yifeng said as she stood up and quickly went to the kitchen to get a bowl of soup. It's a little hot. Drink it slowly. While holding this bowl of appetizing soup in my hand, I felt a little irritated in my heart. If Wang Yifeng was really just a woman who simply loved money, then it wouldn't matter. But now, everything she showed and the thoughts in her heart made Yi Tianyang feel very blocked and uncomfortable. Although there was no strong feeling here, it was already very obvious. As time went by and grew, this uncomfortable feeling would definitely become more and more severe. I was out drinking last night and didn't come back until dawn. Aren't you angry?
Yi Tianyang said casually while sitting at the dining table and drinking soup.
What's there to be angry about? Why should I be angry? Wang Yifeng smiled. It's okay as long as you're not angry.
Yi Tianyang was a little confused about what she was thinking, and he didn't know whether what she said was true or false. Then why didn't you call me last night to urge me to come back?
Didn't I send you a good night message?
I was already very sleepy when I sent you the message, and I was going to bed after sending it.
I wonder when you will be back. Let me tell you first.
Wang Yifeng sat opposite him with a gentle face and a faint smile on her face.
She didn't look like she would be really angry or unhappy.
Then she continued.
I think it's normal for men to socialize outside.
Even if they socialize and drink all night, it's not a big deal.
Of course, it doesn't mean that I don't care about you, don't pay attention to you, and don't care about you. The main thing is that if I take care of you, do you not need to go out for socializing? Do you stop drinking? Men have harder lives than we think. Working and making money is not as simple as sitting in the office.
If you want to work from 9 to 5 and go home at a fixed time, that's the job of ordinary workers.
I know you are definitely not willing to live like this.
And the most important thing for two people to be together is trust and mutual tolerance. When I'm with you, you can provide for me unconditionally, so I don't have to go to work and can do whatever I want. Naturally, I have to tolerate your smoking, drinking, and staying out all night.
Don't you think so?
I can't get your benefits while asking you to go home at a certain time and not allow you to smoke or drink. Although Yi Tianyang felt that what she said made a lot of sense, he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, and he did not expect that she would live so clearly. In fact, the more clearly a person lives, the more troubles she has in her heart.
Can you really tolerate everything?
Yi Tianyang said with a smile, as if he was very casual. But in fact, the more casual he looked, the more it showed that he was nervous and guilty. Wang Yifeng smiled in the same casual tone, with a hint of teasing.
Of course, if I want to tolerate you, I can tolerate anything at any time. If I don't want to tolerate you, then I can't tolerate anything. This is what women are like. If I like you, I'm willing to do anything for you, even die for you. But if I don't like you, I feel like you're wasting air just standing here.
Yi Tianyang nodded, drank the soup in his hand in one gulp, then put it down and made himself a cup of coffee.
Well. Wang Yifeng thought about it and seemed to be hesitant to speak. What's wrong? Yi Tianyang asked. Nothing. Wang Yifeng took the bowl and said. Say it. Never mind. Explain.
Okay, this is what you insisted on me saying, and you must not be unhappy after I finish speaking.
Okay, I promise you, go ahead. You have to promise. Well, I promise not to be angry, so tell me quickly. After Yi Tianyang's repeated assurances, Wang Yifeng was finally willing to speak. In fact, these few days when I was at home, I couldn't help but think in my heart, what are we now? Husband and wife? Obviously not. Soulmates? We are not clean enough to that extent. Lovers? I feel that this doesn't seem like a normal relationship.
Lovers, or kept, are not quite appropriate.
Then what are we? Chapter 117. Choose the actors yourself?
It seems that all the traditional words can no longer explain the current state of our relationship.
Wang Yifeng continued, I admit that at the beginning, it was because you were rich that I was attracted to you.
I wanted to take advantage of your status as a rich man, not for any emotional reasons. This purpose was not pure, but after a series of things happened, the relationship between the two of us seemed to gradually sublimate, and we had feelings and foundations. Of course, this is what I can feel in my heart, and I believe you have this feeling too, so now we can sleep together at night very naturally, get up together, cook together, eat together, and go shopping together. All of this is very beautiful, and it is also the life I have always dreamed of. The most important thing is that you understand me very well and give me enough freedom. If I want to study, you will support me. I can stay at home and read books without any distractions, and no longer worry about money. This is the life that more than 90% of women in this world dream of. It is really wonderful. But I don't know how long I can continue to enjoy this wonderful life. Life is changing too fast, and the world is changing too fast. I can't guarantee myself, and you should not be able to guarantee that you will remain consistent. Wang Yifeng narrated these things very calmly, so calmly that it seemed as if she was not talking about herself. After hearing her say so much, Yi Tianyang felt a little emotional. Wang Yifeng is so smart, she is self-aware, knows how to control herself and is virtuous. Such a woman is really rare. It is probably because she has a family, so she needs to bear the reality of this society too early, which leads to his current state of mind and maturity that are inconsistent with his thoughts.
Have you figured it out now? Have you come to any conclusion? Yi Tianyang asked with a smile.
Then, seeing a pile of books and pens on the table, he picked up a pen and a piece of paper and said, "Since we can't guarantee anything, let's tell them what we think now.
If it's suitable, we can continue like this. If it's not suitable, we can go our separate ways. Of course, no matter what, I will always keep my promise to you.
This house is yours, and I will also give you living expenses for free." Wang Yifeng glanced at him, smiled and nodded, "Yeah."
Finally, the two of them quickly wrote down their current ideas. Yi Tianyang wrote very quickly and finished it in just over 10 seconds, but Wang Yifeng took a long time to write.
There were only a few words on Yi Tianyang's note: "Appreciate the life in front of you."
But Wang Yifeng is a long story.
I never think that the traditional marriage we had before is the only choice. I also don't think that the wild way of having sex first and then falling in love like in foreign countries is good. My idea is that marriage is essentially a contractual cooperation between two people in terms of assets, while feelings are a matter of the mind and body.
If it can last, then last. If you feel unhappy, you can separate. This is also each of us having freedom. When we are together, we should grasp the present life and live happily and happily. Now, because your assets allow me to pursue my desired goals without any worries, I have given up my freedom for this. Even if I no longer like you mentally and physically, I will not take the initiative to leave you rationally. And even if you go bankrupt in the future, I will use the goals you are pursuing to support you. I don't expect to help you recover to your current peak state, but at least I can make sure you live well. This is my current thought and the only promise I can make to you. After the two of them exchanged the notes, Yi Tianyang read the words for a long time, and finally folded it very carefully, then got up from the dining table. What's wrong? Wang Yifeng didn't quite understand what he was doing. Yi Tianyang smiled and said, "This thing is a treasure. I have to keep it well. If I really become a poor guy in the future, this is my biggest bargaining chip. I will take this and stay in your house every day. I will never leave, eat and drink for free. I will rely on you for the rest of my life." Wang Yifeng. I wanted to communicate with you spiritually, but now my chest hurts because of you hitting me. I can't help it because your chest muscles are too developed. Let's go, I'm going to the company. Yi Tianyang smiled and went back to the bedroom to change into a new set of clothes. When he finished taking a shower, changed his clothes and was ready to go out, Wang Yifeng came over and said, "Boss, I'll drive you." "Well, be good. The boss will reward you tonight. On the road. Who did you drink with tonight? Didn't you arrange any girls to drink with you? Didn't you think about?" Wang Yifeng couldn't help but asked casually while driving. "I had a drink with a foreign friend last night. Her tricks were really tricky. I had to use all my strength to finally take her down and beat her up. It took too long, so I went back after that. How about it, is your man capable?" Yi Tianyang said calmly. "That's great, you're the best." Wang Yifeng praised with a smile on her face. Yi Tianyang secretly sighed in his heart, "Our language is really profound, one sentence can have many meanings." When they arrived at the company, they kissed and hugged each other as usual before leaving, then got out of the car and walked quickly into the company. "Boss Yi, the planning company has prepared all kinds of plans overnight. Today we are going to compare the plans of these three companies. The comparison time is after 3 o'clock. Boss Yi, do you have time to go over? Also, no matter which one we finally decide on, we have to quickly determine the shooting date, select the actors and models, and the company will also recommend agencies that we often work with. If we don't choose the right one, we can choose one ourselves. This requires you, Mr. Yi, to make the final decision personally." When Zhou Lily first arrived at the office, she was very busy and immediately reported the work she had on hand quickly. Yi Tianyang nodded, "Okay, got it, let's go together when we have time." However, he also accurately captured two words from Zhou Lily's words just now. Choose your own actors and models? At this moment, all kinds of scenes that he had seen before, in which the client had sexually exploited these actors and models, flashed through Yi Tianyang's mind. This feels great. You can go diving now, no matter if you want to be an actor or a model. This is also why I bought 95 Media. Chapter 118 Worried about the boss having Mendelian syndrome. I'll have time to be with you then. After all, this matter is so important. To be honest, Yi Tianyang is now a little impatient.
Zhou Lily looked at Yi Tianyang in surprise, wondering why Mr. Yi was so motivated to work today. She didn't think too much about it, but simply nodded and continued to work on her own things. After all, he had too much work to do, and she had to do everything. She responded casually, "Okay, I'll talk to them later." At 2:30 p.m. in the company's conference room, the proposals from the three planning companies Zhou Lily found had been received and were being compared. These three companies were selected by Zhou Lily because they are well known locally. Carefully selected. But in fact, these planners have always been unhappy with comparing planning proposals in this way. After all, it is easy for their creativity to be taken away by other companies for free. But there is really no other way. Party A is the boss now, especially big orders like this one can only be compared. A budget of 2 million is really a very large order in the current market situation. The planning companies we have found now are all quite capable. Although there are no 4A-level planning companies locally, they are also planning companies that have completed many classic cases.
Mr. Yi, can we start? Time is tight and the task is heavy.
All the information of the three advertising planning companies is placed on the table in the conference room.
Zhou Lily asked Yi Tianyang for his opinion.
Yi Tianyang was looking at the information in front of him carefully. He could see that Zhou Lily had prepared very thoroughly this time and had put a lot of thought into it. Each of these three advertising planning companies has different advantages. The first advertising planning company has a relatively strong channel range and is very advantageous in terms of the location of ground-based advertising resources. They can get very low prices. This is the advantage of the old brand advertising planning company. The second one, it is obvious that their company's designers and planners are relatively young. They focus on content and are very creative. They have done a lot of successful cases that are eye-catching. They have great advantages on major short video platforms and social media. The third one is now one of the most popular advertising media companies, which is similar to Zhouwu Planning. The company has recruited a large number of internet celebrities to do live broadcasts and short video recommendations for different advertisements. After reading the information carefully, Yi Tianyang thought about Zhou Lily's work ideas. It seemed that he was going to divide the 2 million budget into each company.
Have you ever thought about dividing this work into several parts from the beginning? Yi Tianyang asked.
Zhou Lily glanced at Yi Tianyang and thought to herself, this leader is not completely stupid. After reading the plan, he understood her current thoughts, so she felt a little more at ease and answered his questions very formally. Yes, I decided this at the beginning, so when I was looking for a company, I also deliberately focused on splitting it up. The promotion and advertising of our company is definitely not a one-time thing, so after touching upon each focus, we have to continue to do it. If the initial delivery is not ideal, we need to quickly increase the delivery.
With more information, we can quickly adjust the plan.
Zhou Lily explained his idea to Yi Tianyang in detail, and it turned out that a highly educated person's brain was enough.
Okay, that's great, let's do it this way. Yi Tianyang naturally agreed with this plan.
Zhou Lily thought to herself, of course you think this has to be done according to my plan. I spent several days and used up all my brain cells to come up with these. If you don't do a good job shooting this advertising video, Mr. Chow and his colleagues in the store will say a few words, and then you will have to start over. You should know that if I don't do a good job, I will deduct your money and you may even be fired. Of course, I could only mutter this in my heart, but I still said it with a smile on the surface.
If you think it's good, then that's fine. If you didn't support me, I really wouldn't have the confidence to do this. With your encouragement, I feel much more at ease. No matter what, you still have to flatter. Yi Tianyang smiled, glanced at her and said, all right, don't try this on me. I've also worked for many years and have learned these tricks. You can't fool me.
After hearing this, Zhou Lily stuck out her cute little tongue.
She likes Yi Tianyang very much because he never pretends to be cool.
Although he doesn't have much ability, she is willing to assist such a down-to-earth leader with a good attitude.
The most important thing is that the leader is very generous. To be honest, it is a great luck to meet such a boss. Then let's start with this company. I am very interested in them. Yi Tianyang took out a planning proposal.
This was the third planning company that was somewhat similar to his Zhouwu Media.
Yeah. Zhou Lily nodded.
The boss of this company is the one who does this herself.
She's a girl who was a small internet celebrity before.
Later, she started her own company to cultivate internet celebrities. She's very capable and has cultivated several internet celebrities.
Her name is Li Lan Lan.
Joe Lilly introduced him in detail so that her boss would know what to expect from the person they were about to meet. However, she thought of her boss's lustful nature in Mendelssohn syndrome and subconsciously reminded him, Ms. Yi is very beautiful, but she is also very smart. Most importantly, she is married, and her husband is even more powerful.
He is a multi-millionaire internet celebrity.
Yi Tianyang pretended to be calm, glanced at her and said, "Why are you telling me about his private affairs?
We are here to discuss work today, not to go on a blind date with her."
Joe Lilly still smiled and said, "Isn't this because I have to do my job more comprehensively? I have to report everything to you in detail so that you, the boss, can be mentally prepared."
Really? Thank you so much. Yi Tianyang gave her a blank look. That's not necessary. This is what the little one should do. She's already waiting outside.
I'll go call her in now. After Joe Lilly smiled, her expression quickly switched to normal working mode. Then she turned and left. However, when she left the meeting room, her buttocks twisted back and forth, and it looked quite round and straight. Yi Tianyang held his chin with one hand, leaning back on the office chair, his eyes instantly lighting up. About a minute later, there was a knock on the door of the conference room, and then Joe Lilly walked in with two people. Both are girls.
Chapter 119. Are you really just interested in the planning proposal? The person walking in front should be Li Lan Lan.
Just by looking at her clothes, her image and temperament, you can be sure that she is definitely an elite woman in the workplace. She wears a professional blazer on top and professional suit pants on the bottom, ordinary high heels, big wavy hair, a delicate face, big red lips, and surging waves. She is indeed very beautiful and has the unique charm of a mature woman.
No wonder Joe Lilly reminded Yi Tianyang so carefully just now.
She was worried that his men's syndrome would occur. Such a woman is really worth his illness. The other girl following behind Li Lan Lan was very young. She was probably an intern the company had just hired or Li Lan Lan's assistant. It could be seen that she was a little nervous.
"Hello, Mr. Li, I'm Yi Tianyang."
Yi Tianyang took the initiative to stand up and greeted her with a simple handshake. Joe Lilly then gave a brief introduction to the two people's positions, said some simple polite words, and quickly got into the work content.
"I would like to give you a brief introduction to our company's planning scheme."
Li Lan Lan turned on his tablet computer, clicked on the prepared PPT file, and connected it to the projector next to him via Bluetooth.
Then he looked at Yi Tianyang and smiled politely. "Let's start." Yi Tianyang nodded. Li Lan Lan took out a laser pen and introduced the PPT file on the projector.
"After my first conversation with Ms. Zhou, I studied your company's business content and profit-making methods in detail, and then began to draw a user profile of your company. I can determine that your company's main customers should be high-income people with personal assets of at least the 8th digit and with needs such as studying abroad, immigrating, and investing. If we do some statistics on this, we can be sure that the space for such users is very small.
From an advertising perspective, the cost of acquiring such customers is very high, so we must target our advertising, I think. We can't just shoot an ad and keep promoting your company.
After all, you spent $2 million to shoot an advertisement, plus the cost of placing it.
Can this bring you customers? There is no way to be sure.
At least if you leave it to me, our company cannot guarantee it to you. I believe other advertising companies and planning companies cannot make such a guarantee to you either.
After spending so much money on advertising, you must achieve a profitable conversion rate. In order to really make money, the money spent must at least be worth it.
If there is no conversion, there is no need to make this investment." After hearing what he said, Yi Tianyang was stunned for a moment, and even Joe Lilly beside him was a little confused.
"What on earth does Li Lan Lan want to do? I asked you to introduce your plan, so what is the purpose of what you are saying now? Although what you said makes sense, don't you want to take this project? Well, go on."
After a few seconds, Yi Tianyang leaned back slightly and leaned completely on the seat, officially entering the state of the boss.
Their company had used this kind of routine before, wasn't it, to first suppress and then praise? He wanted to hear how Li Lan Lan would explain her plan later.
"What I just said was not meant to offend your company's decision.
I just wanted to state a fact to your company.
Although our planning company is the second party of this project, we believe that our company's core mission is to help our customers make money. So this time our company has prepared two plans for your company.
One of them is based on what Ms. Zhou requested before. We have made a traditional advertising plan.
Then, Li Lanlan followed the file on the projector and roughly explained her ideas, shooting thoughts, and post-production methods step by step. Yi Tianyang and Zhou Lili had just seen this and there was no major change. Then here is the second plan I prepared for your company, which was also carefully prepared. It means making your company's future promotional videos a daily routine. All the manpower and material resources required to shoot a video add up to 2 million, but this 2 million is spent all at once. If you want to invest in various short video matrices, this is enough to pay for more than half a year. Friends Circle, Weibo, Slowhand, Douyin, Analogy, Xiaowainshu, these are the 6 major carriers. Market your company's complete owner persona, accurately target customers with high-quality content.
Regarding this plan, this is my own personal idea. Your company does not need to care about it at all. We can just follow the previous plan. However, based on my own experience and self-confidence, I would like to remind your company that if we create real value for customers, we can also generate profits from it. Even if there is no profit temporarily, we will definitely be able to generate income in the future. In addition, professional matters should always be left to professionals. We are absolutely the most professional in the conversion of these 6 carriers.
Li Lanlan quickly finished speaking, took the bottle of mineral water handed to him by his assistant and took a sip.
Then he looked at Yi Tianyang. Mr. Yi, what do you think?
Yi Tianyang looked calm on the surface, but he was a little surprised in his heart.
It was really amazing that they could do professional things professionally.
The first set of plans was made according to their company's requirements and had been completed.
It was standard and absolutely qualified. But the second set of plans was completely different. It was based on the individual's marketing methods for their company. It could even be said that this set of plans could easily be taken away by them for free, but they did it anyway.
Free gift. Just for this reason, it is quite particular. No wonder she, a woman, was able to develop the company to this level. Yi Tianyang's thoughts were scattered at this time, and he did not answer her question for the time being. Zhou Lili next to him also looked at him.
Mr. Li, do you have time tonight? Let's eat and talk.
Of course I have time, but Mr. Yi must let me pay the bill.
You insisted that I treat Mr. Yi. I feel deeply honored that you would come and listen to me.
Li Lanlan said with a smile.
Okay, just tell me when you've booked the hotel in time.
Yi Tianyang nodded, shook hands with her again, and sent her out of the meeting room. Zhou Lili, who had been standing by, looked at Yi Tianyang who was walking in front of her and felt a little hesitant.
She couldn't figure out whether Mr. Yi was really interested in the plan for the next day, or was he interested in Li Lanlan? Or both. It seems, my boss is quite cunning? Zhou Lili suddenly felt that she couldn't see through Yi Tianyang at a glance. Did I underestimate him? Chapter 120. This car is mine. Hurry up and invite the other 2 families in. Why are you standing here like idiots?
Yi Tianyang turned around and saw Zhou Lili, who was following him, and said casually.
Oh, right away. After responding quickly, Zhou Lili quickly walked out the door.
By the way, help me check all the information about their company as soon as possible.
I want it.
The more detailed the better.
Yi Tianyang ordered again before she left. Okay. Zhou Lili walked out of the meeting room. Afterwards, Yi Tianyang continued to build the remaining 2 advertising planning companies. He looked at the plans carefully and found that they were indeed not bad, but they were all those submitted before, which were based on the requirements sent to them by Zhou Lili. They were quite standard and there was nothing that caught his eyes. Especially since Li Lanlan had already thrown a brick, the future plans became less and less exciting and he had less and less interest in them. However, Yi Tianyang did not express his opinion immediately. He just told them to go back and wait for notification.
Yi Tianyang benefited a lot from this afternoon.
At the very least, he knew more about the advertising planning industry than before. Li Lanlan in particular left a deep impression on him.
In this era, there are many beautiful women, but there are not many who are both beautiful and capable.
Perhaps it is also because Yi Tianyang's current social level and social circle are too narrow.
There were no such people around him before, but now there are more than before, such as his assistant Zhou Lili. He graduated from a top prestigious university, and his academic qualifications were definitely something he used to look up to. He is also smart, down to earth, and has high emotional intelligence. Xia Liyue naturally counts as one of them. It's just that this woman is too coquettish. Although she has good abilities, she mostly relies on her body to take shortcuts.
As for Li Lanlan,
6:30 in the evening, Jingshan Plaza, Jingshan Hotel.
Li Lanlan has booked this hotel as the place for Yi Tianyang to have dinner tonight. This afternoon, Li Lanlan had a detailed discussion with Zhou Lili and asked about Yi Tianyang's food preferences.
The most important thing was to know if the distinguished guests for tonight's dinner had any dietary restrictions and what kind of wine they liked to drink. He also confirmed the location with Zhou Lili and made sure that it could be reached and there would be no major problems before booking this hotel.
A business dinner in a business setting is not just a simple meal.
The details of each aspect must be precisely controlled.
You must not let the other party feel that you are being neglected. The most important thing is that he is inviting Party A to the banquet today.
You must treat it with more care. After get off work, Zhou Lili drove, and when they arrived at the Jingshan Hotel, Li Lanlan was already waiting there with her assistant at the gate. It seemed that the message Zhou Lili sent at the traffic light just now was to Li Lanlan. Seeing Yi Tianyang getting out of the brand new Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Li Lanlan and her assistant hurried forward to greet him.
With a friendly smile on their faces, they took the initiative to shake hands and said, "Mr. Yi, thank you for taking the time to come."
Yi Tianyang shook hands with her politely and nodded, but after shaking hands, his arm inadvertently touched her shoulder.
"Mr. Li, you are too polite. Tell us where the box is and we can just go there directly." It's okay. It's a good opportunity to get some fresh air. Let's go in and talk."
It seems that Mr. Yi is also a frequent visitor of Mingyue East Hotel.
How did Mr. Li know?
The Rolls-Royce and Bentley of Kyosho Hotel are used to pick up and drop off high-quality customers. I haven't had the chance to ride in a new Rolls-Royce Cullinan yet.
Ha!
After hearing this, I was slightly stunned. After thinking about it, I roughly understood why he said that. I smiled and said, "If Mr. Li likes this car, let's drive it back to play for a few days after dinner."
Li Lanlan.
She was stunned for a moment. She just wanted to flatter him, but she didn't expect Yi Tianyang to say this. "Boss, Yi is joking."
It's okay. The car doesn't belong to the hotel anyway. It's yours. Just play with it.
Yi Tianyang said casually, but Li Lanlan was stunned for a moment.
His own?
Before this, in her mind, this company was just a new startup that had just begun to show its potential. Although the categories operated by this company are very novel, it has some money and good prospects, it is only at the level of tens of millions. But the young man in front of him is not the real boss of the company, but just a deputy general manager.
It's just a professional habit.
Normally, they will respect customers very much and will not neglect them because of the size of the company.
Besides, this is Party A.
In order to be able to take over the case, Li Lanlan is so enthusiastic and waits here at the door. But now, she suddenly realizes that she has underestimated this company.
In other words, she underestimated this man named Yi Tianyang.
With his strength, this company might seem a little too small to accommodate a great god like him. If this Rolls-Royce Cullinan is really for Yi Tian to support himself, then how much wealth does this young man have? Being able to drive a Rolls-Royce worth tens of millions, his net worth must be at least 10 times this, which means he is worth at least 100 million. Of course, some people now like to buy some second-hand luxury cars to fill their pockets. Li Lanlan took a closer look and confirmed that this was a new model second-hand car, which should be impossible. Even if it was a second-hand car, she had to re-evaluate the true strength of the young man in front of her.
For a moment, many thoughts popped up in Li Lanlan's mind. She couldn't help but look at Yi Tianyang more, and became even more curious.
This deputy general manager, who looks even younger than her, is somewhat mysterious. Several of us entered the hotel's private room.
Li Lanlan's assistant and Zhou Lili did not go in.
After all, the two bosses were negotiating secretly in there.
One after another, delicious dishes with good color, aroma, and taste were quickly displayed.
During the meal, Li Lanlan, who has a very high emotional intelligence, naturally made the meal a great pleasure for both the guests and the hosts. She was originally a very beautiful woman with high emotional intelligence. She deliberately flattered Yi Tianyang, so there was constant laughter during the meal. This also made Yi Tianyang understand once again that there are no such things as straight men or straight women in this world.
No one is always unable to chat.
If in a certain situation you feel that the other person is not very good at chatting and does not have enough emotional intelligence, it means that your status is not high enough and your value is not overwhelming enough to the other person. In short, you are not rich enough. As long as you are rich enough and your status is high enough, anyone who talks to you will have to think twice and consider whether what he says is right or not, right?
How could there be straight men and women? Chapter 121 Participation. The meal took about an hour. Both of them drank a lot of wine. After the meal, Yi Tianyang took out a pack of huazi and gestured. Li Lanlan smiled and shook her head, indicating that she didn't care. She also took the initiative to help him light it. After that, they began to talk about the real topic of tonight's banquet. Mr. Li, do you know how I got the position of Deputy General Manager? Hearing this, Li Lanlan's eyes suddenly lit up and she became energetic. Just now when they were having dinner, as long as Yi Tianyang didn't talk about work, Li Lanlan didn't say a word. In her many years of experience in business, she had gained a very important experience, that is, as long as the relationship and feelings between the two parties are good, then things about the project will naturally fall into place. Now that Yi Tianyang took the initiative to talk about this matter, it shows that all the previous preparations have been in place, and now is the so-called time. I'd like to hear the details. What you said today will never be taken out of this box. Li Lanlan once again poured Yi Tianyang a glass of red wine. She opened her red lips and made him a promise. Yi Tianyang took a long puff of his cigarette and said, I bought my current position completely with money. I invested 10 million in the company and bought 20% of the shares. Then, it was only natural that I became the vice president of our company. In fact, in terms of my personal ability, it is naturally impossible for me to reach the position of vice president. Li Lanlan didn't know how to respond to this. He immediately smiled and waved his hand and said, Boss Yi, what you said is true. If you are not excellent, how can we live? As for others, it's okay for them to be humble, but you can't really think that they have no level, that would be stupid of you. Li Lanlan is certainly not a fool, she knows what to say at this time. Mr. Li is really good at talking, but to be honest with you, in principle, we cannot cooperate with your company on this contract. Yi Tianyang glanced at her, still with a smile on his face, and spoke in a gentle tone. He didn't look like he was refusing to cooperate, but rather he approved of them. But what did this mean? Li Lanlan frowned slightly, and for a moment she didn't know how to respond. What does he mean? What does he want to do? Since the contract cannot be signed, why are you wasting my time here? Why are you asking if I am free to have dinner with you in the evening? Aren't you wasting my time? Are you kidding me? However, this anger in her heart only lasted for a few seconds, and Li Lanlan calmed down instantly. Nowadays, adults naturally say half and keep the other half. He just said that cooperation is impossible in principle, which means that cooperation is possible by breaking the principle. It just requires a little price to pay, it's just a matter of how to break it. I don't quite understand what Mr. Yi means. Could you please tell me directly what we have done wrong and what needs improvement? Li Lanlan asked with a faint smile on her face, her words more cautious than before, but she was feeling more worried and unhappy. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to take advantage of her? The thought of this made her feel upset, even nauseous. She has encountered too many products like this. No, Yi Tianyang waved his hands quickly, moving forward a little closer as if to attack. This time it's not your problem. Let me tell you this. I want to invest in your company. If I become a shareholder of your company, I will have to give way to Mr. Chow to avoid suspicion. We can't continue to cooperate here, so we can't cooperate on this project. His words were a little abrupt and confusing, but Li Lanlan understood them instantly. But the more she understood, the more doubts she had in her heart. Participate in the shares? What was he planning to do? This was beyond Li Lanlan's expectations. She had never expected something like this to happen. At this moment, Li Lanlan suddenly felt that this young man's thoughts were particularly wild and his tone was extremely confident, as if he decided to invest, he would definitely be able to succeed. Boss Yi, you. After hesitating for a moment, Li Lanlan smiled and said, Boss Yi, I still don't quite understand why you are doing this. To be honest, I feel a little flustered now. What exactly made you make such a decision? She always feels something is very subtle now. The man in front of her wants to invest, which is definitely not a normal business behavior. After all, he doesn't want to make money. Then if he doesn't make money but wants to invest money in his own company, what is he doing? Is he doing this for himself? Do I have such great charm that makes him so crazy? Or was this a trap he deliberately designed, digging a pit and waiting for her to jump into it? Even if he wanted to design a pit, what was his purpose? Anyway, no matter how hard Li Lanlan thought about it, she couldn't figure it out clearly. Anyway, no matter what, she was clear about one thing, there is no free lunch in the world, and she had to ask directly to get things done.
Yi Tianyang took another puff of his cigarette, then looked at Li Lanlan with a smile, shrugged and said, "As for the reason, there is actually no special reason.
I just have a lot of spare money, and when I see a company or a person that I think is good, I want to invest in it. If we can make money, then everyone will be happy. If we can't make money, forget it. Just think of it as helping each other and spending some money to promote GDP. Spend some money to boost GDP?"
Hearing this, Li Lanlan was completely speechless. She wanted to hold her head and cry.
Don't ask why she was crying. The answer is, poverty has limited my imagination. Yi Tianyang's way of showing off his wealth took Li Lanlan a while to calm down.
She poured herself a glass of red wine, drank it in one gulp, and slowly calmed down. Of course, this was only a superficial calm. In her heart, she could no longer face Yi Tianyang the same way as before.
The two of them were silent for about a few dozen seconds. Li Lanlan sorted out her thoughts and looked up at Yi Tianyang again. "How does Mr. Yi want to participate in the investment?" Li Lanlan is a woman of vigor and determination.
Now that things have come to this, no matter what Yi Tian's purpose in raising him is, he can't just talk about it without any reason.
Let's put it this way, you can take a look, but then you can come up with cash. That depends on how you want to invest. Yi Tianyang said with a smile.
These words seemed to be contradicting each other, but Li Lanlan somehow heard a somewhat obscene meaning in them. She is no longer a little girl who knows nothing. How could she not know how to drive?
Chapter 122. A group of smart people.
She is already married and has been married for 3 or 4 years.
Although she has no children, she is definitely a completely mature young woman.
Li Lanlan pretended not to understand anything, subconsciously brushed her hair around her ears, and said, "Business, we have already gone through market appraisals. If we raise funds, our company's valuation is close to 400 million.
I think other people's valuations are relatively fair. The company that was willing to invest at that time offered us 50 million yuan and 15% of the company's equity. But after discussing for a while, we didn't reach an agreement because they also considered several other planning companies of the same type and asked us to sign a bet agreement with them. If we can't go public within the next 5 years, it will completely take over all the shares of the listed company. This condition is too harsh for us.
Although we need a lot of funds to develop the company, there is no need to gamble with the company's future, so the financing was not negotiated."
Li Lanlan's answer to this statement was very beautiful.
She was neither humble nor arrogant, and used both soft and hard tactics.
The meaning was very clear.
If you want to participate in the investment, you can, but if the conditions are worse than this, then there is no need to continue the discussion.
Who would have thought?
Yi Tianyang's answer was beyond all her expectations.
Yi Tianyang didn't say anything and agreed directly.
Okay, then 50 million, 15% of the shares, no other conditions required, transfer immediately after signing.
Li Lanlan?
She just had a blank look in her eyes and expression.
What's going on? What am I doing? Did I drink too much? Or did I hear it wrong? It's done just like that.
They're willing to pay 50 million.
It's not like Li Lanlan and her team haven't done financing before. The last time they did it, they had meetings with investment companies every day.
The other party also sent various financial personnel to their company for audit. There were so many mutual tests and intrigues during this process. Negotiation, attack, retreat, and tolerance, it's really hard to describe in a few words.
She was so exhausted during those 2 months that she lost about 10 pounds, but what about now? It's easier than going to the vegetable market downstairs to buy a potato. Mr. Yi, do you really not need to think about it carefully? At this time, Li Lanlan's voice was trembling. She couldn't believe the fact. If it was really like this, could there really be a free lunch in the world? Did he really get hit by this pie in the sky? I don't need to think about it. I've already made up my mind.
If you need to think about it carefully, then I'm not in a hurry to wait for your notification.
You can just give me a message anytime you've made up your mind.
Of course, I look forward to your good news. After saying this, Yi Tianyang smiled, took the coat on the chair next to him, put it on, stood up and prepared to go out.
The whole process was clean and smooth without any delay.
But it is obvious that anyone can see that this is a tactic of playing hard to get.
How could Li Lanlan not understand?
She also quickly stood up, put on her coat, picked up her bag, stepped on her 10-centimeter high heels, and hurried after him. In the small hall outside the box, Zhou Lily had finished her meal long ago. She was sitting on the sofa with a book in her hands, reading very quietly. However, this was only a superficial phenomenon. In her heart, she was always guessing what was going on in the box. This single man and woman have been in there for such a long time without any movement. Most importantly, Mr. Yi is a very lustful guy.
Will any little story happen?
This time, when he saw Yi Tianyang coming out, he naturally stood up and greeted him immediately. He also saw Li Lanlan, who followed him from inside.
With Zhou Lily present, there were some things Li Lanlan couldn't ask anymore.
Just now in the box, she felt that she had to catch up as soon as possible, but after catching up, she didn't know what to say. She really needed to go back and think about this matter carefully.
You just came over from here.
Mr. Wu Hanyan, the owner of this hotel, just knew you were here today and wanted to come over to have a drink with you, but when he heard that you were having dinner with a lady inside, he didn't bother you anymore.
He also said that you were not considerate enough.
Since you came here to eat, you didn't even bother to say hello to him in advance. After hearing Zhou Lily's calm report of the matter, Yi Tianyang was stunned for a moment, feeling a little amused. This guy was really a smart guy, good at talking and doing things. Just think about how many situations these people have experienced, and they did everything perfectly. She really speaks nicely and does things beautifully.
Moreover, after hearing Zhou Li Lanlan's words, Li Lanlan's expression did not change much on the surface, but her heart was already in turmoil. Wu Hanyan, that was a famous socialite in Haiyue City. Although this person's only real legal person is in the industry in Jinshan Plaza, he actually owns too many industries in the entire Haiyue City.
He has shares in many companies and has a wide network of contacts. But I didn't expect that this person had such a close relationship with Yi Tianyang, and was so kind to Yi Tianyang.
Mr. Li, you heard it too. I have to go find old Wu now.
I'll leave you first.
Lily, please see Mr. Li off.
Yi Tianyang said to her with a smile. He originally came here without wanting to trouble Wu Hanyan, but now he was discovered by him, and the other party even left a message. For both official and private reasons, he had to go over and say hello to the other party.
Okay, Mr. Yi, Mr. Li, I'll see you off.
Zhou Lily nodded immediately, as if she was going to see the guests off. Li Lanlan licked her beautiful red lips gently, hesitated for a few seconds, then smiled and said, "Boss Yi, people say that when a person leaves, the tea gets cold.
I haven't even left yet, but the tea has already been taken away. It's still early.
If you have another round, please bring me along so we can join in the game." In this situation, if a man said this, it would appear that he has no vision and no emotional intelligence. Why is he so shameless to get involved? You still want to take advantage of other people's connections, but as a woman, and a beautiful woman, people will not care too much about what she said. This is also the bonus given to young and beautiful women in this era. What you said, I was thinking that when two grown men meet, we must drink.
If we drink too much, won't it be rude to the beautiful lady? It will seem so rude. If you don't mind, then let's drink together.
This woman actually carved it on her own initiative.
The purpose is self-evident. Fortunately, Yi Tianyang spoke openly.
Li Lanlan is obviously an ambitious woman, and it is rare for her to have the ability to keep up with her wildness. She also knew that this circle was very attractive to her and she wanted to get in.
Chapter 123 Pure Money Relationship.
So, under the leadership of Zhou Lily, the two of them walked side by side into the elevator next to them to find Wu Hanyan.
A few minutes later, the two of them arrived at an office. It's the top floor of this restaurant.
Wu Hanyan was in an office of about 100 square meters, which was decorated extremely luxuriously. He was leaning on a recliner, holding a cocktail in his hand, looking at the prosperous world outside the French window. At this moment, a saxophone song was playing in the room. Yi Tianyang had no knowledge of these songs, and he couldn't tell who sang it, but he felt that in such an environment and in such a state, the style was quite high.
But you can also feel a hint of loneliness in it. I knew it. You came to my place without even saying hello to me.
It turns out you were having dinner with a beautiful lady. This is indeed a bit private, but I still discovered it.
Ha ha.
After entering the room, Wu Hanyan saw Yi Tianyang and Li Lanlan and made a little joke.
Yi Tianyang quickly turned around and smiled, then introduced Wu Hanyan. "Mr. Li, Li Lanlan is the boss of an MCN company.
Today we are in business cooperation, and our relationship is purely financial." Li Lanlan, who was next to him, did not deny the relationship and took the initiative to extend her hand and shake hands with Wu Hanyan.
Wu Hanyan smiled and said, "Forget it. Now that I'm involved with the person I was involved with before, how can I still be pure?"
As they talked, the three of them started laughing.
It just so happens that I got a bottle of good wine today. It's Romani Conti from decades ago. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll open it and drink it later.
After making a few jokes, Wu Hanyan, as the host, naturally had to entertain them. He pulled a red wine glass over for the two of them and said that he had already opened it, but in fact the red wine was still in the box.
He took it out carefully and then opened it. It was obvious that he opened the bottle of wine because of the two of them. After the wine was opened, it was poured into the decanter. The scarlet color looked no different from the red wine glasses he usually bought for dozens of yuan. Then it was divided into glasses. Yi Tianyang tasted it briefly and didn't notice whether it was good or bad, so he asked curiously, "Is this expensive?" Wu Hanyan smiled and said, "How can you have the nerve to bring out such cheap wine? Besides, it's not worthy of our President Ye's wealth if it's so cheap." Yi Tianyang said casually, "You flatter me with this sentence. I am just a small fry, how can I be worth anything?" Wu Hanyan laughed and said, "That's what I like about you. It's not hard for young people to be wild, and it's not a bad thing, but there is one thing that is very rare, and that is not to be wild. Come and try it. Next time if you want to drink this, you'll have to wait until the auction." The three of them clinked the bottle of wine and after opening it, they drank for more than an hour, chatting as they drank, and both hosts and guests had a great time. When Yi Tianyang and Wu Hanyan were chatting, Li Lanlan tried to interrupt several times, but Wu Hanyan didn't say a word. His attitude was very arrogant and indifferent. He completely treated Li Lanlan as a playmate and a vase brought by Yi Tianyang. Li Lanlan wanted to take the initiative to toast him several times, but she was always changed the subject without any expression, and he completely ignored her. His expression was very obvious. Li Lanlan was not a fool, so she could naturally feel it. Even Yi Tianyang, who was standing next to her, could feel his attitude, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, "My brother, you are really awesome." Now Wu Hanyan's attitude is very clear. What he means is that you are allowed to drink this glass of good wine because of the fact that you are my brother Yi Tianyang. You just need to taste the wine honestly and don't think about other things. If you want to drink with me, then you are not worthy. Li Lanlan is not a stupid person. She quickly realized what Wu Hanyan meant and gave up in her heart. She felt a strong sense of frustration. To be honest, this is the reality of the adult world. It is a little cruel, but this is the reality. In this real society, adults are not in the mood to care about your so-called dignity. Your dignity depends on your strength and level. The circles are different, the levels are different, you have no way to force yourself to fit in. If you want to climb up, where are the so many steps for you to climb? The glass of red wine was quickly finished. Wu Hanyan looked at Yi Tianyang and said, "Do you have any other plans tonight? If not, I'll take you somewhere else to play later. It will definitely be fun." Still playing? Yi Tianyang was a little tempted, but gave up. "Brother, I have to go home at night." If you show kindness without asking for anything, you must be asking for something. Although on the surface he and Wu Hanyan seem to have a very close relationship, he knows in his heart that things are not that simple. How can someone be so nice to you for no reason? He gave me a VIP card again, and now he is giving me face and treating me to a drink. Is this making friends with the younger generation? It would be strange if he didn't ask for anything. They had not known each other for long, and he still needed to assess who the other person was. Wu Hanyan showed a meaningful smile, looked at Yi Tianyang, and then looked at Li Lanlan. "Okay, then I won't bother you too." After a long time had passed since they finished drinking the wine, Yi Tianyang said goodbye to Wu Hanyan with a smile, and then left with Li Lanlan. Now Li Lanlan didn't even need to say any polite words, she just had to follow Yi Tianyang. "Mr. Yi, I have now thought about what you said before," Li Lanlan said after coming out and entering the elevator. In fact, there is no need to think about it for a long time. There is nothing to think about. The purpose of doing business is to make money. Now that she has such a big backer who can make money and provide funds, why should she hesitate? Are you sure? Yi Tianyang smiled, thinking that this woman must have been really stimulated just now, so she became proactive. It's confirmed. For someone like me, it's a great honor to meet someone like you. I apologize for my previous hesitation. Li Lanlan had a subconscious action, which was to lift a few strands of black hair beside her ear. Okay, then find some time to sign the contract tomorrow. There were only two of them in the elevator, and the enclosed space was a bit stuffy and boring. Yi Tianyang asked casually, "I heard that your husband is a big internet celebrity.
Well, not too many, just medium-sized, there's just one game anchor.
You're so happy. I'm so envious. Yi Tianyang was just making small talk.
Li Lanlan said softly, there's nothing happy about it. A grown man plays games live at home every day. He doesn't make much money in this environment, and his temper is getting worse and worse.
You are nothing like him.
You are so successful in your career at such a young age, and you are still so gentle and elegant.
Hearing her words, Yi Tianyang raised his eyebrows slightly. Chapter 124 Live Broadcast Room Ranking I.
When Yi Tianyang heard these words, he suddenly felt a burst of anger in his heart for some reason. He didn't know whether Li Lanlan was flattering him or she really thought so in her heart, but he felt very sad for his current husband.
He probably didn't know how his wife evaluated him outside. Then why did you choose to marry him? Yi Tianyang asked with a smile.
Oh, I was young and ignorant at that time.
If I had known he would become like this, how could I have married him? Li Lanlan sighed.
After she finished speaking, she seemed to think that the topic today was a little too in-depth. She smiled awkwardly and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Yi drank a little today and complained about some things that shouldn't be said.
Just pretend you didn't hear it.
Yi Ting wanted to wave his hand, and then the elevator door opened.
That's it for now, see you tomorrow.
Seeing Zhou Lily waiting in the hall, Yi Tianyang and Li Lanlan said something casually, then strode forward without paying any more attention to her.
Li Lanlan was stunned.
As a woman, especially a woman with an extremely sharp mind, she already had some understanding of what this man was thinking, but she didn't expect him to be so nonchalant, which instead caused some ripples in her heart.
Following him, she saw Yi Tianyang got into the Rolls-Royce Cullinan.
She stood beside him and waved goodbye to him until the car disappeared from her sight.
Only then did Li Lanlan walk towards her assistant with mixed feelings and said something. Let's go back too.
On the road, Zhou Lily drove steadily and glanced at Yi Tianyang, who had a calm expression.
Although it was just the corner of his eye, Yi Tianyang noticed it quickly. What's wrong? No, nothing.
On my side, whatever you want to ask or say, just say it directly.
There's no need to hide anything. Yi Tianyang's tone became a little heavier.
Zhou Lily hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, I thought Mr. Yi would not be going back tonight.
Not going back? Live? Oh. I understand, Yi Tianyang smiled.
In your heart, I am so discriminatory. She is already married and has a husband.
How can I be so immoral as to destroy someone else's marriage? There are so many beautiful women around me, I can pick them up at will, why should I choose him? Take you for example, right?
Zhou Lily rolled her eyes at him coquettishly and wrinkled her nose.
Don't bring me into this, old man. You have the desire but not the courage. Maybe she is upset that you didn't take the initiative. What the hell? Being seen through at once, Yi Tianyang's face felt a little hot.
To be honest, he seemed to be thinking this in his heart, and then the atmosphere became silent.
Seeing Yi Tianyang not speaking, Zhou Lily's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Oh no, how could I say that? This is my boss. If I say it's so serious, I'm courting death. Mr. Yi, I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. Zhou Lily apologized. Yi Tianyang snorted coldly, it's too late, I'm already angry, I must hug and kiss you. Zhou Lily? With a helpless smile on his face, when will this man reveal his true face?
You say he is lustful, but sometimes he can stick to his bottom line. You say he is greasy and vulgar, but sometimes he can be innocent and cute. Zhou Lily was still carefully analyzing Yi Tianyang's character in her mind, but Yi Tianyang had already skipped this matter.
I asked you to check Li Lanlan's husband's name before. What does he do? Where does the anchor do his live broadcast? Did you find out? This train of thought was too wrong. I almost didn't react. After a few seconds, I immediately replied, his name is LOL National Server Wild Dog and he is live streaming on Douyin. What's wrong? Oh, I see. Let me take a look.
I heard him say this casually, then he opened his phone and searched for the name. To be honest, he doesn't have time to watch the live broadcast until now. He used to watch it often. After all, he can't see those beautiful girls with fair skin in real life, especially many girls who dress up carefully, wear cool clothes, and dance. How kind they are. Now he is surrounded by beauties. The women behind the countless layers of filters in the live broadcast room no longer arouse his interest.
They can be touched at will in real life, so why bother watching live broadcasts?
He quickly searched for the name of Lee Lanlin's husband, entered his live broadcast room, and found that he was quite popular, with more than 10,000 people watching.
Her husband is very handsome, well-dressed, good at playing games, and never fails to tell all kinds of jokes and dirty talk. He had thought about getting rebates on major live streaming platforms before. At that time, he was planning to wait until Joe had made preparations before doing so. But now he thinks he can get rebates when he has time. Every bit of profit counts. When he had no money before, he watched live broadcasts and always felt that those who spent money to give rewards in the live broadcast room were stupid. They casually recharged tens of thousands of yuan, and even hundreds of thousands or millions of yuan to give rewards to these young ladies. What was the point of that? Just want the other person to call you brother, isn't that great? Now he finally understood what was in these people's minds, not that they had problems with their brains. But you are poor, boy. Apart from the unions and brokerage companies that cooperate with the platform, other bigwigs who spend a lot of money in the live broadcast room really don't care about spending this little money, just like Yi Tianyang now. Especially for him, he also has a super rich system. As long as the money spent on girls, he can get 100 times the rebate. In the past, to pick up girls, you had to ask them out, then spend money and get rebates. Now it's easy, you can just spend money like crazy. How many female anchors does Lee Lanlin's company currently have? What platforms do they broadcast live on? Yi Tianyang couldn't help but ask. If he invests in Lee Lanlin's company in the future, Joe might consider merging into their company. Many platforms have them. They provide all-round live broadcasts. When the live broadcast room is opened, 7 or 8 mobile phones are pointed at them. These include Panda, Penguin, Fish, 13th War, Xiaohongshu, TikTok, and WeChat. Why are you asking these, Mr. Yi? After saying this, Joe Lily suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. Is it possible that my boss is going crazy again and spending money recklessly? Yi Tianyang didn't have time to answer his question. He clicked on the live broadcast ranking list and scanned it, then identified a target. Little silly girl. Full name, the cute and adorable little girl. This is also the female anchor with the largest number of fans, the most people in the live broadcast room, and the highest value in Lee Lanlin's company, with tens of millions of fans across the entire network. Chapter 125 Live Broadcast Room Ranking Part 2. This little girl is quite pretty, with a round face and some baby fat, which is very different from the common faces of internet celebrities nowadays. She is also very clear about her positioning. Her dress is very different from the glamorous dresses seen on the internet nowadays. Her hair is dyed light gray and matched with a set of emerald green hanfu. Now in front of the camera, she is cold and aloof when she is not speaking, and cute when she speaks. There was a banner behind the live studio that read, "Today's outfit is inspired by Bai Yao from Juxian." Looking at him, he often changes the clothing theme of the live broadcast room. This is also one of her tricks that can often make people's eyes light up. Her makeup skills are also quite amazing. Yi Tianyang read this book many times when he was young. Now Xia Daimimi's outfit is really in line with the bio in his heart. Especially her lovely face, which occasionally revealed a hint of sadness, just like the scene when she missed her mother. No wonder it could move Zhang Xiaofan. The live broadcast room was very lively at this time. Looking at the live broadcast ranking list, the number 1 had already earned more than 100,000 yuan, and the gift special effect was still continuing. I'll have the honor of visiting her today. Yi Tianyang immediately recharged 2 million into his Douyin account. A carnival that costs 3,000 yuan each. Gave 100 rewards directly. User 952733667788899 gave 100 rewards to the Anchor Carnival. This special effect that suddenly appeared on the screen stunned everyone for a moment. A full 100 carnival special effects filled the entire screen like raindrops. Xia Daimimi, who was broadcasting live, was also shocked. She couldn't maintain that cute and cool expression anymore. She was obviously very excited and her voice was trembling. Thank you, brother 952733667788899, for sending me the carnival. She even held up her cell phone, staring at the series of numbers carefully, reading them out word by word, fearing that these numbers had special meanings and that she would read them wrong, which would make her brother unhappy, and that would be a waste of time. It could be said that he had never been so careful even when looking at the numbers on his bank card. But this bunch of messy numbers made it quite confused. Could this be the latest user registered on Douyin? This name sounds like a bunch of messy numbers generated when I just registered. Was it just registered and not modified?
But he was so generous just after registering and recharged so much money that he gave himself a reward of 300,000 yuan at once. Finally, she calmly glanced at the assistant next to her, and her assistant immediately understood and quickly sent the string of numbers to the company's group after more than 10 seconds. The company responded.
It's definitely not a union account, nor an agency account. It's a real individual user.
It should be a wealthy person who just started live streaming.
You're the only anchor he's following right now. Grab it and take him down. Seeing this information, Xiao Daimei instantly knew what to do.
She immediately prepared to have a good conversation with her big brother with full emotions. "Thank you, big brother." But she had just said a few words when she was stunned. Because she saw that the rich guy with a bunch of garbled numbers who was ranked first in the live broadcast room was no longer there. That is, she left her live broadcast room.
What's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Did I offend him? Or did I pronounce the number wrong? Xiaodai Maimiai's entire mentality has collapsed. This guy is too willful.
He came in quietly and spent 300,000 yuan, and then left quietly.
According to normal routine, shouldn't you say hello to me and ask me to give you the WeChat account? Then let us add WeChat in chat. He's offline. Little Daimei. Assistant.
When they saw the message sent by the company, they were completely confused and didn't know how to describe their current mood.
Xiao Daimei, could it be that there are too many people in the live broadcast room and there is a problem with the system?
That person just now did not appear at all. The company replied again and confirmed with the platform that the person just now was a real user and the Douyin coins recharged were real.
They are now also checking the other party's ID number. First, they want to know whether the other party is a minor, otherwise everything will be fine, it will be taken back by the parents too early, and secondly, check whether there is any reward record from the police for his ID number, otherwise the money may be taken back. Xiaodai Maimiai is not in the mood to do live streaming now.
No matter which of these two people spends so much money, it will be returned in the end.
She is now anxiously awaiting the final review results. While still on the road, Yi Tianyang had already exited the Douyin app.
He just tested it and recharged 2 million and spent 300,000. Soon he received feedback from the system. 300,000 yuan has been spent, and the system has rebated 30 million yuan 100 times, which has been received. Although he was prepared, it came too fast, and he was a little excited. If he continued to spend money like this, how much money would he have to spend that night? He could just pick a few female anchors and spend money until the global currency system collapsed. How high would the inflation be by then? Is the system sure this is okay? Yi Tianyang couldn't help but communicate. The system immediately responded to him, and the voice was still cold and emotionless. All operations of the host are in compliance with the operating procedures of this system.
There is no violation of the 100-fold rebate. Everything is normal.
This system guarantees that there is no problem with the source of funds.
However, if this causes global currency inflation, then the host may also change accordingly.
The consequences will be borne by the host himself. This system cannot guarantee the whereabouts of the funds and whether it will be subject to official supervision.
After such an explanation, Yi Tianyang fell silent.
Basically, the source of the money is definitely fine, but once you spend it, it is no longer under his control, and the system cannot guarantee it.
You will have to accept state supervision.
If you spend money like that, the state will definitely manage it. After all, you will really affect the global monetary system. In other words, he wants to make a fortune quietly, which means he should try his best to disguise himself as a normal person and make money little by little, and try his best to make his identity and status and reality match his identity of a super rich man. Then, all his financial expenditures will be reasonable and legal. For example, if the richest man in the world spends 10 billion in a live broadcast room, would others think there is a problem? There's definitely no problem with that. But Yi Tian would definitely be investigated for supporting an ordinary person and spending so much money all at once.
Chapter 126 Live Broadcast Room Ranking Part 3. In other words, Yi Tianyang must develop some real industry as support as soon as possible, so that how he spends money will be reasonable and legal. However, after thinking about this clearly, Yi Tianyang felt very relieved. As long as the source of the money is reasonable and legal, wouldn't it be fine if he didn't make it too abrupt?
It's unrealistic to spend hundreds of billions a day, but it should be okay to spend tens of millions or 1 or 200 million a day. Then he continued to log into his Douyin account and entered the live broadcast room.
At this time, Zayadaimimi's live broadcast room was in complete chaos. Of course, this kind of chaos was not the kind of chaos he understood. Host, you are really being unscrupulous. Do you really want to swipe money so blatantly? Are you going to return all the money of the gentry as Master Jiang said, and split the money of us ordinary spectators 30% and 70%? Believe it or not, I will report you to the platform and block your account. We will report you immediately. This is too blatant. You are forcing everyone to spend money, right? I really didn't expect the anchor to be such a person. I am so disappointed.
Now the popularity of the live broadcast room is increasing. The number of people who have joined the agency has increased to more than 200,000 since the beginning, but this huge popularity has not brought him any benefits. Instead, everyone is cursing her madly. At this time, Zayadaimimi was sitting in front of the table with red eyes, constantly wiping tears from the corners of her eyes. No matter how he explained to everyone, no one listened to her, and no one believed what he said. The lovely and delicate face just now was completely gone. However, the main reason why everyone doubts her is that the name Yi Tianyang just gave was a bit too perfunctory. Everyone who sees this name feels that it is an insult to their IQ, right? Every big anchor has a union agency to make money from them, this is normal. But you can't use an account like this, right? Your guild can't be without other big accounts, right? Or if you don't have a big account, you can use a few small accounts to brush it. You can't use a newly registered account, without changing the name in time, to brush hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then go offline directly. You are totally off the mark. Aren't you too disrespectful to the people in the live broadcast room? So at this moment, the audiences in the live broadcast room kept scolding her. Yi Tianyang was a little surprised when he came in. It seemed that his previous actions had harmed the girl. But it's okay. I will pay you back any loss you make 100-fold. User 952733667788899 gave 100 rewards to the Anchor Carnival. Sorry, I just received a call. Don't blame the girl. I am really a die-hard fan of Zayadaimimi. If you don't believe me, go to any anchor and I will give you this amount of money. My name is 952733667788899. I am determined to be the number one on Douyin. What kind of brush do you need? If you don't believe it, I will accept all challenges. P.S. Don't cry anymore, little Dai sister. Wipe the tears off your face, or you won't be pretty anymore. Don't worry, I'll protect you from now on. Come and give me a smile. After finishing speaking, he gave another wave of rewards. User 952733667788899 gave 100 rewards to the Anchor Carnival. Xiao Daimei, who had been paying attention to the discussions in the live broadcast room, was completely dumbfounded, and the other viewers in the room also went crazy. This is a real rich man. This time he spent another 600,000. Adding the previous 300,000, the total he spent is 900,000. How long has it been? Such a turn of events was really beyond their expectations. Moreover, after the big brother swiped the post twice, he directly said that he was a super rich man and that he was a fan of Zayadaimimi, which made Zayadaimimi instantly regain her energy and spirit. All the anger that had just been released was filled up again. It was like when he was drowning, someone threw him a life buoy. At this moment, this big brother is her faith. Zayadaimimi quickly wiped the tears from her face and tried her best to put on a cute smile. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much. Now, all the big brothers in the live broadcast room, you have nothing to say, right? I am not some anchor who lets you spend money randomly. If I had done it, I would have admitted it, but I really didn't do it, and I wouldn't do such unscrupulous things. I have been live streaming for such a long time, 3 years in total, and many of my fans have been following me. You should all know what kind of anchor I am. Many of my former guardians have added me on WeChat and are my friends. I believe that you all entered the live streaming room because of my beautiful outfit. In the end, they were willing to leave a guardian for me, which must be because of my continuous creation and the bottom line principles I have always adhered to. With a backer, Xiao Daimei, based on instructions from her assistant in the company, quickly fought back and put the storm under control. Fortunately, this time the matter was handled quickly enough and the storm was quickly suppressed with very good results. Not long after she finished speaking, several big brothers in the live broadcast room quickly rewarded this large wave of carnival and left her messages one by one. I believe our little Dai is definitely not that kind of person. Big brother Shenhao, you have to help her get this matter settled.
She is being wronged. Xiao Daimei's character is absolutely fine.
I have been her fan for 3 years and have watched her grow from a newcomer to the big anchor she is now.
I believe in her character.
Everyone, please don't maliciously disrupt the rhythm of people in other guilds or companies. Even if there is no such super rich man, even if this super rich man may have problems, it is none of our Xiao Dai's business. In the live broadcast rooms of the carnival editors one by one, Xia Daimai quickly stood up and thanked everyone. The live broadcast room that had been in chaos just now was finally calmed down. For Xia Daimai's original fans, they had no good impression of Yi Tianyang, who suddenly appeared. He spent 900,000 yuan right away and not only stole all their limelight, but also made other spectators question whether Xia Daimai was cheating. Although he was still supporting Xia Daimai at this time, everyone remained suspicious and wary of this new rich man.
Seeing this scene, Yi Tianyang smiled. Didn't he just want him to settle this matter? It's simple, just spend money.
He still has 1.1 million in his account, so he added another 5 million into it, and then started checking the anchor rankings, looking for his targets one by one from the anchor rankings. Just now, Xia Daimai has rushed to the first place because of his 900,000 rewards.
Then start from the second one. Chapter 127 Live Broadcast Room Ranking Part 4. The second place is what everyone usually calls a talent anchor.
When I clicked into her live broadcast room, I saw her dancing passionately. Her figure is indeed good, with a curvy figure and a slender waist. Her face has a standard high nose bridge and pointed chin, a real internet celebrity. Of course, he didn't even see the specific name clearly, and Yi Tianyang had already started typing.
User 952733667788899 gave 100 rewards to the Anchor Carnival.
Brother 8899 has arrived, let's continue the music and dancing. The third live broadcast room. She is still a beautiful young lady, but she is singing.
User 952733667788899 gave 100 rewards to the Anchor Carnival.
The host sings very well and looks pretty, but she is not as pretty as Xiao Daimai.
Fourth place live broadcast room. This is a middle-aged uncle.
Judging from his appearance, he should be in his 30s. He purses his lips and occasionally covers them with his hands.
His name seems to be Xu Sheng.
As for men, he can't get 100 times rebate here.
The most important thing is, what should I give to a grown man? Why does this man feel so wretched? I just gave a carnival. Withdrew. Just passing by, bye. The fifth live broadcast room. The sixth live broadcast room. The seventh live broadcast room.
He has been browsing all the top 40 live broadcast rooms on this ranking list. If it is a woman doing the live broadcast, he will throw 100 carnivals and 300,000 into it without hesitation. Of course, if you meet someone prettier and sexier, just give her more tips.
It's just a few more operations anyway. Just leave your name and leave. The male anchor only broadcasts one carnival.
In this way, he swiped all the way and spent more than 6 million yuan, and received a direct rebate of more than 600 million yuan.
Until the money was almost spent, Yi Tianyang did not recharge it and returned to Xia Daimai's live broadcast room.
At this time, a level 55 big account appeared, which also represented the fan level of the Douyin platform. Although he hasn't reached the maximum level yet, everyone saw him soar from grade to level 55. When he appeared in Xiao Daimei's live broadcast room again, the spectators who had been following Yi Tianyang all the way to check on him were instantly excited.
Oh my god, this is really awesome. I am speechless now.
He's spending money like crazy, and he's giving every penny equally.
He's definitely a real rich man. My dad just asked me why I was kneeling here looking at my phone. I didn't want to, but my knees just wouldn't move.
Just now I followed our super rich brother all the way, from the beginning to the end, and I got to the 40th place. As long as they were girls, the super rich brother gave them tips, starting at 100 carnivals. The total amount added up to more than 6 million.
This will definitely be on Douyin's hot search list tomorrow.
We have seen rich bosses before, but this is the first time I have seen such a willful boss. After Yi Tianyang's bold move, it instantly caused a sensation on the Douyin platform tonight.
Naturally, those comments about Xia Daimai's previous transactions completely disappeared.
At this time, Xia Daimai in front of the camera, and not just in front of the camera, but also under the camera, her calves are so sore that she can't help but tremble, and she can't help but start rubbing. It's not like she had never seen so much money before. She herself earned hundreds of thousands a month. But it was the first time she had seen someone spend money like this. It completely shattered her impression of those big guys. This was more than 6 million, and it was all spent in such a short time.
This is simply outrageous. This also led to her suffering from little die syndrome.
Her head was like a paste and she didn't know how to speak.
It was the assistant next to her who kept reminding her with the prompt board.
It was not until she saw the words on the prompt board that she slowly reacted and started to reply quickly according to the instructions.
Thank you so much, thank you, brother, I didn't expect it to be like this tonight, thank you so much, thank you so much. Brother, what do you need me to do? Otherwise I would be worried. This is too much money. People are panicking right now. I really don't know what to do now. Anyway, you can make your request. As long as it does not violate public order and morality, we will definitely execute it. At this moment, Zayadai tone was extremely nervous and cautious.
She naturally said these words to Yi Tianyang, and also let the viewers in her live broadcast room hear them. She deliberately lowered her posture, on the one hand to please Yi Tianyang, and also to please the people in the live broadcast room.
Let everyone know that if you are willing to spend money, you can. No need, just broadcast your live broadcast. Yi Tianyang replied simply.
Xiao Danmei clenched her fists tightly against her chest, her big eyes flickering as she said cautiously, "Brother, please don't be like this.
Just tell me what you want. I beg you, or I won't feel at ease."
Seeing him in this state, Yi Tianyang smiled, then gave him another carnival reward, and left a message. "How about this, you get off the air immediately, and we'll go out for a drink."
Zayadai was stunned for a moment. This big brother is really cool.
In fact, she would meet all kinds of people when she was live streaming. Some of them would quietly send her private messages, and some would ask her for her WeChat and then try to make an appointment. However, this was the first time she had encountered someone who gave rewards in the live streaming room first, attracted everyone's attention, and then stated their request.
Now the live broadcast room is even more lively. Xiao Daimei said that she was very panicked.
If she agreed to this big brother, then her career would be over and she would not be able to live broadcast anymore. After all, everyone knew that she followed the big brother, went out drinking with others late at night, a man and a woman, and spent so much money on you.
Everyone knew what she did. But if Zayadai doesn't agree today, with so many people present and watching, Big Brother will definitely feel very embarrassed and will leave in anger.
If an ordinary big brother passed away, she could just train another one.
But a big brother like this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for her.
If she lost this one, she would be so sad that she wouldn't be able to sleep for many days.
"Brother, I'm really sorry, can you change to another request?" Yi Tianyang smiled at him and didn't say anything.
Instead, he left his live broadcast room and went offline. For him, his goal has been achieved this time and he has earned 600 million yuan. As for the anchor, it doesn't matter whether he comes out or not.
We will meet sooner or later. If things go well, I can go to their company tomorrow to see them. As for not being able to play basketball, we'll talk about it later. Chapter 128. Thank you for changing my destiny. Boss Yi, we're here.
The car soon arrived at the gate of the community.
Zhou Lily gave a gentle reminder.
She seemed to have heard something vaguely when she was driving just now. Yi Tianyang seemed to be doing evil things in the various live broadcast rooms. However, because she was driving, she had to concentrate on stopping him, so she was not very clear about what Yi Tianyang was doing specifically. It doesn't matter now, since it has been delivered to her doorstep.
Thank you for your hard work.
Yi Tianyang opened the car door, was stunned for a moment after getting out of the car, then looked at him and said, "Do you want to come to my house for a cup of tea and take a rest?"
Zhou Lily just rolled her eyes at him. "Good night, sir. Go to bed early and don't think too much."
When I entered the community, I saw that the security guard at the door was a handsome young man.
When he saw Yi Tianyang, he greeted him with a smile. "Hello." Yi Tianyang also nodded slightly, nodded and smiled, "Good evening."
In fact, their greetings are nothing more than politeness and do not have any profound meaning.
Yi Tianyang waved his hand and continued to go home.
The young and handsome security guard stood there, watching him leave with his eyes until he disappeared from view. Then he turned around, went back to the duty room, slumped in the chair, lit a cigarette, and looked a little depressed. Many security guards in this community have long been paying attention to Yi Tianyang. This handsome guy would leave with a beautiful woman every morning in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and would be brought back in the evening by another woman in a Rolls-Royce Cullinan.
Where on earth is this big guy from? 2 luxury cars and 2 top beauties.
If I could get to know him and establish a relationship with him, maybe I could rise to the top. Yi Tianxiang doesn't know yet that he is admired by the security guards in the community, and each of them wants to treat him as a benefactor. Of course, even if Yi Tianyang knew, he would not take it too seriously. How to put it, he is willing to be a benefactor to some people, but it all depends on chance and fate. No one can predict whether it will be a blessing or a curse if you rashly change someone else's fate. Just let nature take its course. When he got home, Wang Yifeng was still reading in the living room. She was working as hard as those senior high school students preparing for the college entrance examination. After all, it was almost 12 o'clock, and she was still reading. Looking at her lying on the table in the living room, concentrating, Yi Tianyang felt a very peaceful feeling in his heart. This is completely different from dealing with those female fairies outside. Even though it is exciting and indulgent outside, he still enjoys this stable, comfortable and peaceful life very much after coming back. Just like some people say, there is a red flag flying at home and colorful flags fluttering outside. Both of these lives are what he needs, and both of them really exist in his life. According to the current situation, Yi Tianyang enjoys this cozy and comfortable life very much. He is now certain that he has slowly adapted to this kind of super rich life. You are still reading. It's so late and you haven't gone to bed yet. It seems that you must get into Peking University or Tsinghua University this time. Yi Tianyang poured himself a glass of warm water, sat on the sofa, looked at her and said with a smile, "I've read almost everything and have been waiting for you to come back." Wang Yifeng saw him standing up happily and smiling, then she threw herself into his arms, kissed and hugged him, rubbed against him, and then kissed him on the face several times, just like a kitten that saw its owner come back and wanted to be intimate with him. "Something's wrong with you today. You seem a little extra sticky." This was completely different from Wang Yifeng's usual living habits. It was more intimate, more natural, and more harmonious than before. Yi Tianyang asked curiously, "Is it more annoying than usual?" Wang Yifeng asked back. Then she stretched out her slender fingers and used her nails to slide down along Yi Tianyang's neck. When you get to the first button, unbutton it, and then continue down, unbuttoning one button at a time. Yi Tianyang couldn't help but shiver. "What do you want to do?" "It's okay, so I can't touch you." "Sure, but you can't touch it for free. Either pay or give it back." "I have no money." "Okay, I get it, then I want you to return it." "Ah, bad guy." The two of them played around on this large sofa for a long time before slowly calming down. At this time, Wang Yifeng's face was flushed as she curled up in Yi Tianyang's arms, and she also pulled Yi Tianyang's hand into her collar and said softly, "Today in my bakery, a good friend of mine came over and asked me why I didn't go to work or be a coach anymore, and why I still had time to read books here. Then she saw me driving the Mercedes-Benz G-Class you gave me, and she knew that I had bought the villa, and she also knew that I had hired a tutor and was preparing for the college entrance exam." Can you guess how she reacted? What was her reaction? Yi Tianyang asked casually. His first reaction was to ask me to lend him money. Wang Yifeng's face still showed great surprise. But Yi Tianyang couldn't hold it in any longer. "Did you lend it to her?" "Of course I didn't borrow it. I said that the person who supports me at home is very strict. I don't have any change on me. All my expenses must be paid by credit card, so my person at home can track every one of my spending." Then she said, "Then you can just use the credit card to cash it out for me." Yi Tianyang. I couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. This woman was really funny. And then what? After that, she kept brainwashing me, saying that I finally found a rich man, and I should make more money while he's still not disgusted with me, or else he'll get tired of me and have no chance when he gets older. Then after she finished speaking, she ate 2 pieces of my cake and took one away without paying. Wang Yifeng's tone sounded somewhat resentful when she said this, her eyes were distracted, and she seemed to be thinking about what would happen next. In fact, sometimes I also think that all this is too dreamy. My luck is too good. If I hadn't met you, what would my life be like? Living like this, I don't need to worry about money. This life is so comfortable. This is real life. Everything I do now is what I want to do in my heart. I don't have any anxiety. I am very fulfilled and motivated to learn. I don't do it because I have to achieve a certain goal. Thank you for changing my destiny." Chapter 129. Wu Mengmeng made a mistake. Wang Yifeng whispered as if in a dream, "I am so lucky to have met you." Yi Tianyang. He didn't know how to answer Wang Yifeng's words for a moment, and suddenly he felt that he was still quite great. In other words, trying to change the fate of a few more people was also a good thing.
At least it would make them grateful. Only, not all women are as grateful as Wang Yifeng. In fact, there are very few women who can think like Wang Yifeng.
Just like her best friend said, this is the mentality of most people. Everyone was thinking about taking advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune, but no one was like Wang Yifeng, thinking about spending the rest of their lives together.
Don't think too much. I'm not as good as you think. I just want your body. Yi Tianyan laughed.
As soon as Yi Tianyang finished speaking, Wang Yifeng got up from his arms, sat in his arms, staring at him, and slowly moved closer to him, forehead against forehead, nose against nose, mouth against mouth.
What? Feeling the pressure on her increasing. QQ bouncy.
Moreover, this posture is very different from the usual one, even a little overbearing, which suddenly made Yi Tianyang interested.
It is very novel and interesting. Don't move around and hand in your homework. Wang Yifeng said to Yi Tianyang seriously. Yi Tianyang. You haven't been home all day.
Even if you are busy outside, you still have to hand in your homework when you get home in the evening.
Okay, teacher will hand it in right away. The next day, early morning. The sun is especially beautiful today. It was already 9:30 when Yi Tianyang woke up. After such an intense work schedule last night, it was already very good that he was able to wake up at 9:30. He walked around the house and put on his clothes.
The balcony, sofa, kitchen and bathroom had already been cleaned up by Wang Yifeng. There was no sign of the mess here last night. Looking at Wang Yifeng again, she must have gotten up very early, otherwise it would have taken a long time to clean up so many places and the various battlefields last night. She was able to finish cleaning up now and had even prepared breakfast, so it seemed that she had been up for at least 2 hours. However, at this moment, she was lying on her side on the large sofa and had fallen asleep.
Even when Yi Tianyang came over, she didn't notice her.
It seemed that she was just catching up on her sleep. Yi Tianyang walked over, took her long hair, and slowly stroked it across her pretty face. Wang Yifeng felt a slight itch on her face, and her eyelashes, like a palm leaf fan, trembled slightly. She slowly opened her eyes, but her face soon turned red. She continued to close her eyes, pretending that she had not woken up, and even deliberately turned over and hid her head in the sofa.
What's the matter? You still want to continue sleeping? Yi Tianyang said with a smile. What's wrong? You won't even let me sleep?
Wang Yifeng's voice was a little hoarse, but her shy and coquettish tone made people feel even more comfortable.
I'm not a capitalist.
If you're sleepy, I'll let you sleep.
I'll carry you to bed. Don't read books today. Have a good rest.
It seemed that the little girl was too tired.
Yi Tianyang smiled and said, I'll go directly to the company later. I don't need you to send me today.
You can just call a car later. Wang Yifeng turned around the mountain at this time, facing Yi Tianyang, slowly opened her eyes, and after thinking for a few seconds, she decided to get up from the sofa and said, I'll take you there. Otherwise someone will definitely use that incident to laugh at me for being weak, and they will laugh at me for a long time.
Yi Tianyang, ha, you are so smart. He laughed. Wasn't someone very proud last night? He was a teacher and insisted that I hand in my homework? Now he can't do that anymore, right?
Now you know how powerful the students are.
Wang Yifeng sent him to the company gate and went back to rest.
Yi Tianyang had just come out of the elevator and heard Xia Liyue's voice before entering the company.
What are you doing?
I just asked you to express the document to me, but you guys are able to cause trouble for me.
Do you know how much I have to worry about because you don't work carefully?
There was a hint of anger in Xia Liyue's cold voice.
As soon as I entered the door, I saw Xia Liyue, who was scolding Wu Mengmeng at the front desk.
The girl Wu Mengmeng lowered her head, her face flushed red from being scolded, her pretty face was full of panic, and her big eyes were slightly misty. I'm sorry, Mr. Xia, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Wu Mengmeng lowered her head and kept apologizing.
Xia Liyue became even angrier. Is this matter over if you just say sorry?
I really don't know what you're thinking about all day long. If your brain is rusty and can't be used anymore, go to the hospital early to make an appointment and brainwash yourself.
This is the company, this is where we work. You are not allowed to play around or be distracted.
No one here will teach you how to do things like teachers in school do.
The company has paid you to do the work here, and no one else will pay for your mistakes.
Xia Liyue is the representative of the investment company and one of the shareholders of this company.
He is a real senior executive.
When she got angry like that, the atmosphere in the entire company instantly became extremely heavy. Even the cleaning lady who was cleaning the corridor didn't dare to come out at this time. She hid directly in the fighting room to avoid being scolded. From their brief conversation, Yi Tianyang could roughly understand what was going on. He shook his head and smiled, then immediately pushed open the company door and walked in. Hee, what's wrong? You are so angry. Who made our president Xia so mad? Yi Tianyang walked over and patted Xia Liyue's shoulders gently, then stood between her and Wu Mengmeng and asked with a smile. Seeing that it was Yi Tianyang who came over, Xia Liyue's angry expression softened a lot, but the anger did not disappear. We spent so much time organizing the information that the client needed to submit to the department, and asked her to have a courier in the city deliver it. As a result, she filled in the wrong information and wasted time. Now the auditor has gone out to handle the matter, and the earliest he can come back is tomorrow. We have to go through this procedure again. Not to mention the time and manpower costs of going back and forth, we also have to give red envelopes to the auditors. According to previous practice, it should be at least 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. This is also acceptable. The profit from this order is okay, but if this matter is reported to the client may not cooperate with us anymore. This is indeed a serious work error. Chapter 130. How are you going to thank me? Whether from the company or personal perspective, Wu Mengmeng did make a serious work mistake this time. It is no wonder that Xia Liyue was so angry. Yi Tianyang glanced at Wu Mengmeng. At this moment, the little girl was as frightened as a cat. She didn't dare to look him in the eye. After taking a glance, she immediately lowered her head and looked at the floor, rubbing her hands nervously. Don't be angry. How many liters of energy will it take to get so angry? Besides, this won't solve the problem. Since something has gone wrong, we just need to find a way to solve it quickly. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Yi Tianya smiled and pretended to be very intimate as he pushed Xia Liyue's shoulder and pushed her into her office. Xia Liyue felt Yi Tianyang's strength gradually increasing. She struggled slightly but failed to break free. In the end, she controlled her temper and decided to let Wu Mengmeng go for the time being. She reluctantly left the front desk and followed Yi Tianyang to her office. Wu Mengmeng felt as if she had been granted amnesty at this time. She sat down with a bewildered look on her face, then put her head in her hands and cried softly on the desk at the front desk. She suppressed her cries so much that Zhang Mengmeng, who was beside her, didn't know how to comfort her. She could only pat her on the back gently. About half an hour later, Zhou Lily came over. At this time, Wu Mengmeng had wiped the tears from her face and reapplied her makeup, regaining the image of an exquisite workplace beauty. However, her eyes were still red and a little swollen, making her look pitiful. Mr. Yi asked you to go to his office. Zhou Lily walked over, looked at Wu Mengmeng, and said calmly. Yeah, okay. Wu Mengmeng was stunned for a moment, then stood up immediately, but she looked a little at a loss. She clenched her fists tightly, feeling very nervous and frightened. As an ordinary college student who has just started working for a short time, she made such a big mistake in her first job and in the first month. Being fired is a small matter. I am just afraid that the company will ask her to compensate for all the losses caused by this. Then she would be in trouble. How could she afford the compensation? Even if she were to be sold, she wouldn't be able to fetch 20,000 yuan. Just like that, Wu Mengmeng entered Yi Tianyang's office somewhat at a loss. Yi Tianyang was sitting in his comfortable and spacious boss chair and smoking a cigarette. Next to him was a new Xiaomi air purifier, which Zhou Lily bought specially because she couldn't stand the big chimney. At this time, seeing Wu Mengmeng coming, he waved. Sit. Wu Mengmeng was a little nervous and sat down slowly. Zhou Lily, who was following Wu Mengmeng, had a strange expression on her face. She looked at Yi Tianyang and cursed in her heart, "You big pervert, you scumbag," then she backed away and left the office. Click. She closed the office door. I just talked to President Xia for a while. She is very angry now and demands that you compensate the company for its losses. Yi Tianyang's first words made Wu Mengmeng's heart skip a beat. She immediately looked sad and almost burst into tears. Hey, don't be anxious, don't cry, don't cry. Oh, I can't stand seeing women cry. Just listen to me. I haven't finished yet. Don't worry, I have suppressed this matter for you. I will pay for all the losses. Don't have any psychological pressure. Just work hard. Seeing the little girl so scared, Yi Tianyang quickly finished the story to avoid her crying and he would have to comfort her.
Mr. Yi, Wu Mengmeng was stunned for a moment. He always knew that Mr. Yi was a very good person and a very good leader. On the first day when he came to the company, he gave everyone a latest Huawei 60 mobile phone and invited everyone to dinner at the top restaurant, Nanfang Seafood. This meal cost more than 200,000 yuan. He was usually polite to them and never had a stern face. Only. No matter how good he is, I never thought he could be this good. He shouldn't be so good to myself. Why is he so good to myself? Boss Yi. How can I let you? This was a mistake made at work and it's my fault. I am willing to accept all the consequences. Wu Mengmeng stuttered, feeling very hesitant and conflicted. In fact, her head was like a mess and her sentences were no longer fluent. She didn't know how to express her thoughts. As she spoke, she lowered her head again and rubbed her slender fingers continuously. Silly girl, what are you talking about? Do you know what the consequences will be? Do you know how serious this matter is? If Mr. Xia is really serious, he can sue you in the name of the company and ask you to compensate for all the company's losses. Although the court may not necessarily make you compensate for all the losses, you will have to pay more than 10%. How much do you think this 10% is? Our order is worth tens of millions, and what will happen to your job after the case is settled? Will you still work in the future? You have a criminal record. If this gets out, which company will be willing to hire you? Are you sure you want to bear such consequences? To be honest, what Yi Tianyang said about this matter was a little too alarmist and exaggerated, although it was partly true. Wu Mengmeng. This time she really didn't know what to say. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, she said hesitantly, "Thank you." "Thank you, Mr. Yi." "Yeah." Yi Tianyang looked at Wu Mengmeng, leaned forward slightly, looked at her with some aggression and said, "Then how are you going to thank me?" Wu Mengmeng. Her face suddenly turned red, and her body tensed up again. Although she had just graduated from college and was very naive, she was not a fool. When a man hinted at her like that, it was obvious what he wanted. Especially Mr. Yi, his aggressive eyes made her even more nervous and frightened. This was even more terrifying than when she faced Mr. Xia just now. "Ha, look how scared you are. I was just teasing you. It's okay. Don't feel any psychological burden and go to work. Be more careful when you do things next time. Don't make this low-level mistake again." Yi Tianyang waved his hand, indicating that she could leave. Wu Mengmeng immediately stood up, took 2 steps back, bowed deeply to Yi Tianyang, and then left Yi Tianyang's office as if she was running away. Looking at Wu Mengmeng's back as she fled in panic, Yi Tianyang smiled and didn't take it too seriously. It was just a piece of cake. This little girl has a rosy face, which is quite cute, making people want to bully her.